Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 5755 to Chapter 5847. The sea region of the Dragon Realm was somewhat different from the sea regions of other worlds. The laws of space and time in this sea region were very powerful. For example, it was very difficult for a deity realm cultivator to fly above the sea region. Only cultivators above the void immortal realm could fly above the sea region. The laws here not only suppressed the flight of cultivators. The suppression of the magic power of cultivators was also very strong. Therefore, the cultivators who entered the sea region were often unable to exert their full strength. The reason for this situation in the sea region world was said to be because the second generation true dragon Great Emperor had a great battle with the remnant of the epic and the foreign creatures that invaded the dragon realm. Their great battle caused the laws to shatter. Many broken laws were integrated into the sea region world. Then they merged with the world of the sea region world, causing a huge change in the laws of the sea region world. Therefore, this place had such a great impact on the cultivation of cultivators. And there was another point. Because there were many broken laws here, the sea region world was too dangerous. Therefore, it was not suitable for ordinary people to live here. Therefore, there were fewer people in the sea region world. The cultivators who could establish themselves in the sea region world of the Dragon Realm were all relatively powerful cultivators. Unlike other worlds, such as the 9 provinces Great World, there were all kinds of people in its sea region world. There were powerful cultivators and ordinary people with ordinary strength. It was the same for the Undying Realm. The population in the sea region world of the Undying Realm was even more than the people in the inner world. The population of the sea region world was about 60 to 70% of the total population. Most of them were ordinary people. Then the remaining part was cultivators with decent strength, and some people entered the sea region from the inner world. These foreign cultivators were basically the kind of cultivators who were looking for opportunities. These people were basically the composition of the sea region world cultivators. However, perhaps it was because the sea region world of the Dragon Realm suppressed cultivators too much that there were fewer people in the sea region world. Therefore, many resources in the sea region world of the Dragon Realm had not been exploited. On the way, Lin Feng heard the Grand Princess talk about some things in the sea region world of the Dragon Realm. When he heard these things, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. The resources of the sea region world were so rich. It should be very easy to establish a force here. After all, when Lin Feng was in the 9 provinces Great World, and when he was in the Sky Martial continent, he first made a fortune in the sea region world. Therefore, if he could control the sea region world, it would be easy to establish an extremely terrifying and powerful force. After chatting with the Great Princess, Lin Feng understood a lot about the influential groups in the overseas world. Even though there were some influential groups in the overseas world, however, these forces were not strong and did not form a large-scale force. This matter aroused Lin Feng's great curiosity. He did not know why such a situation would occur. Logically speaking, even if the overseas world had fewer ordinary people due to the fragmentation laws, it was still possible for them to have more ordinary people. However, there should be a lot of powerful cultivators. After all, there were so many resources here. However, that was not the case in reality. Thus, Lin Feng voiced out his doubts. After hearing the doubts in Lin Feng's heart, the first princess replied, "There's a reason why this happened. That's because the Dragon World's overseas world doesn't just have terrifying cosmic energies, it also has terrifying things. Some people say that there are many cursed creatures in the Dragon World, and those cursed creatures eat away at many influential groups," said Lin Feng. "These cursed creatures appear once every few years. Once they appear, it will be a disaster. In addition, there are many shattered spaces in the overseas world. In those shattered spaces, there are many insects that crawl over from foreign worlds. Those insects are too powerful, and they will target the cultivators of the overseas world and then kill them. Back then, several relatively powerful overseas world forces were destroyed overnight. Many people suspected that it was either these cursed creatures or the insects from foreign worlds who did it." Lin Feng revealed an extremely shocked expression. This was because there were many things that were groundless. Since there was such a rumor, then it was very likely that it was true. Therefore, when this kind of thing was spread out, one had to be extremely cautious. One could not be careless. In the world of cultivators, those who could survive were not necessarily those powerful cultivators. Those who could survive were usually the kind of people who were more cautious and careful. Because no matter how strong you were, sometimes when you faced some unknown dangers, it could still take your life. This kind of situation was too common. On this night, Lin Feng was resting in his room. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His expression could not help but change slightly. This was because Lin Feng had sensed the power of the curse rapidly flying over from afar. When he sensed that power, his heart suddenly jolted. Could it be as the first princess had said, were there really cursed creatures here? And now, those cursed creatures had appeared. The first princess and the others had extraordinary strength, so they had also sensed this situation. Then, everyone came out of their rooms. The first princess said, "The power of the curse has appeared. We won't run into those cursed creatures, right?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "It's really possible that we will run into those cursed creatures. This will be a little troublesome, but it doesn't matter. They might not be able to catch up to us." Lin Feng activated the concealment grand array of the ancient starship, Xianxia. When the concealment grand array of the ancient starship was activated, the ancient starship immediately disappeared. Under the concealment state, the ancient starship quickly flew into the distance. The ancient starship's speed was extremely fast, but Lin Feng could sense that the power of the curse had not been shaken off. Instead, it was following closely behind. The other party had completely locked onto them. This situation caused Lin Feng's heart to sink slightly. This was because Lin Feng had several types of curses on his body. Therefore, Lin Feng was very wary of these curses. End of chapter. The feeling of being chased by the power of the curse was naturally terrible. However, since they couldn't get rid of the other party, they needed to find a way to deal with the power of the curse. Lin Feng wasn't too sure if there were many cursed creatures in the power of the curse. After all, Lin Feng hadn't seen what kind of form the power of the curse looked like. 3 days later, the power of the curse caught up to Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng looked back and saw the dark brown power of the curse rolling violently in the void. It covered the sky and completely locked onto the ancient starry sky ship Xianxia. The power of the curse was extremely strange. Lin Feng wasn't surprised that it could lock onto the ancient starry sky ship Xianxia. After seeing the power of the curse chasing after them, the faces of the eldest princess, Qingyu, and Lan Xing turned pale. Although they were quite strong, they didn't have as much experience as Lin Feng and the others. For example, Lin Feng and the others had crawled out of piles of corpses countless times. Facing such a situation, they could still calm down for the time being. However, the eldest princess and the others couldn't face this calmly. However, Lin Feng didn't think of a way to deal with the power of the curse for the time being. Not long after, the power of the curse enveloped the ancient starry sky ship Xianxia. The power of the curse began to attack the ancient starry sky ship Xuanyuan's defensive restrictions. Moreover, Lin Feng and the others could hear the sound of teeth grinding coming from the power of the curse. The sound of teeth grinding was so eerie and terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. Anyone who heard the sound of teeth grinding would feel extremely uncomfortable. "There really are cursed creatures inside," the eldest princess said. Lin Feng nodded. It seemed that the rumors in the overseas world were true. Encountering these cursed beings was indeed an extremely terrible thing. It was no wonder that there weren't many cultivators in the overseas world. Even Lin Feng wouldn't establish a force in the overseas world. Because if he encountered these terrifying existences, the force he established could be annihilated in a short period of time. At that time, he would have worked hard for nothing. Perhaps he might even lose his life in the process. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't do such a thing. Crack! 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 The sound of cracking could be heard continuously. Although the defensive restrictions of the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship were very strong, these curse powers were extremely strange. Even the defensive restrictions on Xianxuan's ancient starry sky ship couldn't resist the corrosion of these curse powers. This made Lin Feng's expression extremely ugly. Lin Feng knew that he couldn't continue like this. If it continued like this, it would be a disaster. The situation would only get worse. Lin Feng thought for a moment. He felt that perhaps his heaven-shaking steel could be of use. At this moment, the defensive restrictions on the Xianyuan Starry Sky ancient ship were destroyed by the power of the curse. Then, a large amount of curse power quickly poured into the cabin. Seeing the curse energy surging in, the first princess, Qingyu, and Lan Xing all turned pale with fright. Duzu and the heretic sovereign saint's expressions turned ugly. The current situation was indeed too dangerous. At this moment, Lin Feng hurriedly summoned the 4 heaven-shaking steels. The 4 heaven-shaking steels were divided into 4 directions, north, south, east, and west, suspended in the void. They protected Lin Feng and the other 5 inside. Then, Lin Feng activated the 4 heaven-shaking steels. The 4 heaven-shaking steels vibrated with extremely terrifying fluctuations. After sensing the fluctuations coming from the inside of the 4 heaven-shaking steels, the curse power increased the speed of its invasion. Because the curse power seemed to have sensed the terror of the heaven-shaking steels. Therefore, it wanted to destroy the heaven-shaking steels in one fell swoop. But at this time, the heaven-shaking steel's defensive system had been constructed. The 4 heaven-shaking steels formed an invisible force. When that invisible force poured in, it was all blocked by the heaven-shaking steels. No matter how the curse power invaded, it couldn't break the heaven-shaking steel's defensive system. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was just as he had expected. The heaven-shaking steels played an extremely important role at the crucial moment. If not, then, that would really be an extremely troublesome matter. The eldest princess, Green Jade, Lan Xing, Duzu, and the heretic sovereign saint all revealed a relieved expression on their faces. The situation just now was indeed too dangerous. And now, it was considered a good outcome. Of course. The cursed living being in the curse power hadn't made a move yet. If they could block the attack of the cursed living being, then they could really escape from danger. If they couldn't block the attack of the cursed living being, today was probably going to be a disaster. Everyone was very clear about this point. At this moment, black chains flew out from the curse power. Those black chains emitted an extremely demonic aura. That black chain violently whipped the 4 heaven-shaking steels. Bang! 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 A series of violent collision sounds were heard. Those chains actually shook the 4 heaven-shaking steels. The 4 heaven-shaking steels couldn't help but shake violently. Lin Feng said, "Everyone, follow me and activate the 4 heaven-shaking steels." After hearing Lin Feng's words, no one dared to have any hesitation. Powerful magic power continuously flowed into the 4 heaven-shaking steels. When their magic power flowed into the 4 heaven-shaking steels, 4 heaven-shaking steels, their power suddenly increased greatly. Those chains could no longer shake the 4 heaven-shaking steels. A gloomy voice came from the curse power. "You actually obtained 4 heaven-shaking steels, and they are the heaven-shaking steels with the yin and yang cycle. Amazing, amazing. Your luck is too heaven-defying. If someone told me that someone had obtained 4 heaven-shaking steels at any other time, I definitely wouldn't believe it. But today, I saw it with my own eyes. I have to believe it even if I don't want to. But even so, it's useless. Today, all of you will die, and these heaven-shaking steels will belong to me." As soon as he finished speaking, the chains wrapped around the 4 heaven-shaking steels. Not long after, the 4 heaven-suppressing stone steels were wrapped around by the chains again and again. Extremely powerful and terrifying curse power gushed out from the 4 chains. The curse power constantly rushed into the 4 heaven-shaking steels. That cursed living being actually wanted to forcibly snatch Lin Feng's 4 heaven-shaking steels. A sneer appeared on Lin Feng's face. This guy actually wanted to snatch the heaven-shaking steel from his hands. How was this possible? Did he really think that the curse power was omnipotent? How arrogant. In the face of the curse power's deprivation of the heaven-shaking steel's control, Lin Feng directly used the Great Fate technique. Lin Feng summoned the powerful Fate technique, and then the Fate technique continuously poured into the heaven-shaking steel. Lin Feng used the Fate technique to restrain the opponent's curse power. The curse power was indeed very terrifying, but once it was faced with the most mysterious and mighty Fate technique, it would be suppressed by the Fate technique. In addition, the heaven-shaking steel itself was Lin Feng's magic treasure. Lin Feng could also use the heaven-shaking steel to suppress the opponent's curse power. Therefore, under the combined suppression of the fate technique and the heaven-shaking steel, the curse power was quickly refined. After noticing this situation, the cursed creature's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. Obviously, he didn't expect such a situation to happen. Lin Feng's method was beyond his expectations, and this made his mood quite bad. However, he still had some powerful methods that he hadn't used yet. He began to chant an incantation, "Great Tao of Curses, please let the cursed god descend. When the cursed god descends, all living things will be cursed." Obviously, the curse technique he used was different from ordinary curse techniques. Ordinary curse techniques were classified as offensive curse techniques, and this curse technique was more common. For example, when Lin Feng used the Great Curse technique to deal with others, a bloody hole might suddenly appear in the opponent's chest or other places. This was the ability that appeared when the Great Curse technique erupted. And this curse technique was an offensive curse technique. This was the curse technique that the cultivator had used. It would slowly turn the cursed person into a cursed creature. This was an extremely terrifying thing. And this curse technique wasn't an offensive curse technique. It was an extremely rare and special curse technique. Soon, a cursed god was formed from the surging curse power. The cursed true god was surrounded by an evil aura. It was terrifying to the extreme. Looking at the cursed true god, even Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. This guy's curse technique was really strange. Actually, Lin Feng didn't know how to use that curse technique because it was extremely rare to see someone become a cursed creature. It wasn't easy to obtain such a curse. Very soon, the cursed true god lunged at Lin Feng. The cursed true god was blocked by the defensive system formed by the heaven-shaking stone steel. But at this time an extremely terrifying thing happened. The body of the cursed true god quickly passed through the defense system formed by the sky-shaking steel. Then, he entered the defense system. In this way, Lin Feng would have to face this terrifying cursed true god directly. It had to be said that the cursed true god's curse technique was really strange. Seeing that the cursed true god had successfully entered the defense system formed by the sky-shaking steel, the cursed true god let out a sinister laugh. That laughter was filled with a sense of satisfaction. And at this time, the cursed true god flew directly towards Lin Feng. He wanted to enter Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically, but it was too late to dodge. The cursed true god rushed into Lin Feng's body. But then, the cursed true god let out a terrified cry. "You have so many terrifying curses in your body." Then, the cursed true god tried to escape from Lin Feng's body as quickly as possible. But he didn't succeed at all. He was instantly devoured by the powerful curses in Lin Feng's body. The cursed true god's curse technique hidden in the power of the curse couldn't help but change his expression drastically. He didn't expect Lin Feng to have so many terrifying curses in his body. Because the curses in Lin Feng's body had formed a relatively balanced state at this moment, restraining each other, these curses didn't explode. But if these curses were to explode, it would be extremely fatal. For example, when Lin Feng was entangled by the human skin curse. It was too dangerous at that time. He almost died. And the rest of the curses? It was the same. Now that the curses in his body had devoured the cursed true god, Lin Feng suddenly felt the power of the curses in his body become restless. This shocked Lin Feng. In fact, Lin Feng knew that if he wanted to dispel the curses in his body now, he would need to undergo the bloodline 10th transformation. Only then would he be able to dispel these curses. If he wanted to use other methods to dispel these curses, it would be very difficult. He felt that the power of the curses in his body seemed to be awakening. Lin Feng hurriedly activated his bloodline to suppress the power of the curses. The reason why Lin Feng used his bloodline to suppress the power of the curses was that after Lin Feng knew that the bloodline 10th transformation could dispel the curses, he guessed that the bloodline could suppress the curses. He tried it later and it was indeed effective. After the curses were suppressed, Lin Feng quickly controlled the 4 heaven-shaking stone tablets and charged towards the cursed being in the power of the curses. Because Lin Feng now realized that the curses in his body were very terrifying, they could devour all kinds of curses. Unless it was a curse of the same level as those curses, it couldn't be devoured. If it wasn't a curse of the same level, it was destined to be devoured by the curse in Lin Feng's body. And the curse in Lin Feng's body could be suppressed by Lin Feng's bloodline. So, Lin Feng felt that he could completely kill this cursed being now. If he was hit by its curse, the curses in his body would help him deal with the opponent's attack. If the curse in his body was awakened, he would activate his bloodline power to suppress it. In that case, Lin Feng naturally didn't have to worry about this cursed being. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to seize this opportunity to kill this cursed being. The 4 heaven-shaking stone tablets under Lin Feng's control unleashed their power and quickly broke the power of the curses, then locked onto the cursed being hidden in the power of the curses. And at this moment, Lin Feng finally saw what the cursed being looked like. The cursed being had a crocodile's body, a dragon's head, a scorpion's tail, and a pair of huge wings. Other than that, it also had 8 huge arms. He didn't know what race it was. End of chapter. Lin Feng didn't care about the race of the cursed creature. Lin Feng only cared about whether he could kill the cursed creature. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. There was nothing much to say to the cursed creature. The 4 sky-shaking stone steels flew toward the cursed creature. The cursed creature's face darkened when it saw the 4 sky-shaking stone steels flying toward it. Everything that had happened so far had exceeded his expectations. It thought that it could control everything. But it didn't expect that it would end up like this. It couldn't accept it. It was infuriated. Facing the attack of the sky-shaking stone steels, it slapped out 4 times in a row and formed 4 energy handprints in the void. The 4 energy handprints blasted toward the sky-shaking stone steels, along with the sound of the 4 violent collisions. The 4 energy handprints and the 4 sky-shaking stone steels collided with each other. The void trembled violently. The energy waves from the collision between the 2 sides. It made people turn pale with fright. Lin Feng knew that the cursed creature was very powerful. It wouldn't be easy to kill this guy. But Lin Feng hadn't shown all his skills yet. In addition to the 4 sky-shaking stone steels, Lin Feng still had 5 ancient weapon-level treasures. Lin Feng summoned the 5 ancient weapon-level treasures. 5 ancient weapon-level treasures. They were activated by Lin Feng. The yin-yang stone steels fused together and formed a yin-yang cycle. When the yin-yang cycle was formed, the power of the sky-shaking stone steels increased greatly. Lin Feng's treasures unleashed extremely powerful combat power. The 5 ancient weapons, in addition to the 4 heaven-shaking stone tablets that had fused together, had completely suppressed the cursed creature. Lin Feng wanted to kill the cursed creature in one go. But the cursed creature was very powerful. A cursed doppelganger flew out of its body. The cursed doppelganger was very powerful. It held back Lin Feng's treasures while its original body fled into the distance. When Lin Feng saw that, he couldn't help but frown. It was too late to chase after it now. The cursed doppelganger was killed by Lin Feng. However, the true body of the cursed being managed to escape. It wasn't satisfied with the result. But Lin Feng knew that the curses in his body could devour the cursed creature's curse attack. It was a good gain. The eldest princess and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the cursed creature escape. The great princess looked at Lin Feng. She hadn't thought Lin Feng would be so strong. Lin Feng was full of mysteries. But some things the eldest princess couldn't ask him now. After all, it would be too abrupt to ask Lin Feng about some private matters. This might make them estranged. The eldest princess was a woman after all. Women think more. In fact, if she really asked Lin Feng something, if there was anything he could tell her, Lin Feng would tell her. Lin Feng didn't care much about these things. Lin Feng put away the magic treasure and said, "That guy has already escaped. We are safe for the time being. However, these cursed creatures are very vengeful. So, I suspect that he will find some powerful cursed creatures to deal with us in the future. However, as long as we are careful, there shouldn't be any problems." The eldest princess and the others nodded. Then everyone returned to their rooms to rest. About 5 days later, an island appeared in front of them. The island was quite large. There was actually an ancient city on the island. After seeing the ancient city, Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely surprised expression. An ancient city had actually appeared on the island. Could it be that the ancient city was a place where cultivators gathered? Thus, Lin Feng and the others stepped onto the island. They entered the ancient city. Then, they realized that there were indeed many people entering and exiting the ancient city. When they saw Lin Feng's group of 6 arrive, many people's eyes flickered. They probably felt that Lin Feng and the others were relatively young. In addition, the eldest princess, Qingyu, and Lan Xing were too exquisite. Naturally, many people had evil thoughts. If a woman was beautiful, it would be easy for her to become the target of others. The eldest princess said, "I've never heard of such an ancient city in the overseas world. It's really strange." Lin Feng said, "This ancient city is formed from a powerful magic treasure." Ordinary people might not be able to tell, but Lin Feng could indeed sense the uniqueness of this ancient city. Therefore, he was sure that it was formed from a powerful magic treasure. Since it was formed from a magic treasure, it could be put away or used at will. Therefore, no matter where one appeared, they could summon this ancient city. That was why such an ancient city had appeared in this place. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the eldest princess and the others immediately revealed shocked expressions. The eldest princess said, "No wonder an ancient city appeared here. It's a magic treasure. If it were a magic treasure, it would be convenient to carry around." At that moment, Duzu could not help but feel puzzled. There are quite a few cultivators here. What are they doing here? Lin Feng said, "Let's find someone and ask." Then, Lin Feng and the others found someone to ask for information. They really did find some information. The owner of this ancient city was called True Lord Xianxia. It was said that he was formed from a celestial phenomenon. This person was very powerful. He was not a cultivator from the dragon realm, but a cultivator from the outside world. However, he had a good relationship with many experts from the dragon realm. This time, he came to the overseas world. It was because he brought a few strands of blue-silver grass and wanted to exchange something with others. When he heard about the blue-silver grass, Lin Feng immediately revealed a shocked expression. This was because the blue-silver grass was a good thing. It was said that the blue-silver grass could help cultivators form a new primordial spirit. No wonder so many people came here. It seemed that they all had their eyes on the blue-silver grass. Lin Feng's interest was piqued when he heard that. Right now, Lin Feng had 1 main primordial spirit and 5 auxiliary primordial spirits. In addition to the 1 spirit into 3 pure ones, he could at most do 18 things at once. If he could cultivate another auxiliary primordial spirit, then not only would his soul power increase greatly, but his soul power would also increase greatly. At that time, he would be able to do 21 things at once. His battle strength would also increase greatly. The matter of exchanging for blue-silver grass could not be rushed. Because Xianxia was in seclusion recently. If he wanted to exchange for blue-silver grass, he would have to wait until Xianxia came out. No one knew what true monarch Xianxia needed. The cultivators who had arrived were scattered all over the place, and they were all discussing the matter. There were many places to stay here, so everyone could stay here. However, if they wanted to stay here, they had to pay a certain amount of high-grade immortal stones to Xianxia. This was something that could not be blamed. Xianxia had many disciples patrolling around, so if they wanted to stay here, they had to ask them. The eldest princess said, "Blue-silver grass is extremely rare. I've only seen pictures of it in Taoist scriptures, but I've never seen a real blue-silver grass. Since Xianxia is willing to take it out, I wonder what he wants to exchange it for." Lin Feng said, "Blue-silver grass is so precious, but Xianxia is willing to take it out. It can be seen that the thing he wants to exchange for must be incomparably precious. When the time comes, let's see if we can take out what he needs." The eldest princess and the others nodded. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Feng who wanted blue-silver grass. The eldest princess and the others also wanted blue-silver grass. If they could obtain blue-silver grass, they would be able to cultivate a new primordial spirit. This was an extremely important matter for everyone. Lin Feng and the others found a disciple of Xianxia. Then, they told him that their group wanted to stay here. The disciple brought Lin Feng and the others to a courtyard. Lin Feng and the others paid 600 immortal stones. Then, they stayed here. They waited for Xianxia to come out. In the next few days, Lin Feng did not go out. Recently, he had been refining the 33-layered heavens that he had obtained from the Heavenly Emperor. The 33-layered heavens had not been completely condensed, and was still considered an imperfect 33-layered heavens. The main reason was that the 33-layered heavens had not been successfully condensed. But even if it was not successfully condensed, the 33-layered heavens was still an extremely extraordinary treasure. Lin Feng was only at the initial stage of refining the 33-layered heavens. But he still had no way to control the 33-layered heavens. If he could control the 33-layered heavens, then Lin Feng would be able to use the power of the 33-layered heavens to fight against his enemies. The 33-layered heavens could greatly increase his fighting strength, just like using the ruler's armor, golden dwarf, holy bone and other things. But it was imaginable. If he could draw on the power of the 33 levels of heaven, it would definitely be more effective than using the Sovereign Lord's armor, the golden imp, or the sage bone. After all, the 33 heavens was a supreme treasure that the Heavenly Emperor. Among the 33-layered heavens, the first 32-layered heavens had formed to form to. All kinds of vegetation grew there. The Heavenly Emperor had also planted many spirit fields, spirit herbs, and so on. The dragon tooth rice that the Heaven Emperor planted inside. If he used dragon tooth rice as his main source of food, his cultivation would increase very quickly. The Celestial Emperor also raised many spirit beasts inside. B. 2222. There were also various spirit stone veins, immortal stone veins, and so on. The current 33-layered heavens was too extraordinary. But it was not easy for Lin Feng to refine the 33-layered heavens into a real small world. He still lacked some top-grade materials. Previously, the Heavenly Emperor wanted to use the main trunk of the builder tree to refine the 33-layered heavens. However, it was too difficult to get the main trunk of the builder tree. What Lin Feng needed to do now was to control the 33-layered heavens. Then, he would be able to mobilize the power inside. Then, he would look for the main trunk of the builder tree to guard the inside of the 33-layered heavens. Lin Feng was extremely puzzled that he could not mobilize the power of the 33-layered heavens. He felt that it should not be like this. Lin Feng thought for a long time. He guessed. Perhaps he needed something to be able to establish a close connection with the 33-layered heavens. Only then could he mobilize the power of the 33-layered heavens. After waiting for about 10 days, Lin Feng and the others heard the sound of gongs and drums, resounding through the world. When they heard the sound of gongs and drums, Lin Feng and the others came out of seclusion one after another. Because Lin Feng guessed that Xianxia had come out of seclusion, Lin Feng and the others left their residence. They walked towards the depths. In the plaza outside Xianxia's mansion, a large number of cultivators had gathered. Many of Xianxia's disciples were maintaining order in the surroundings. There should be as many as 2,000 to 3,000 cultivators here. This was because there were fewer people in the overseas world. The cultivators who dared to come to the overseas world were all very powerful. Therefore, those who came here were all experts. So many people. They were all eyeing the blue-silver grass covetously. It was simply too many wolves and not enough meat. When will Xianxia come out? At this time, someone asked. One of Xianxia's disciples said, "Senior, don't be anxious. Our master will come out soon." The cultivator nodded. Many of the surrounding cultivators were privately discussing some of the things that Xianxia might want. Not long after, Xianxia walked out. Xianxia was a middle-aged cultivator. He was 3 meters tall and exuded blood qi. His cultivation was extremely terrifying. After seeing this person, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. This was because Lin Feng actually felt the Dracophant bloodline in his body. Could this Xianxia be a descendant of the Dracophant bloodline? This was something that was highly possible. To be honest, this person was quite related to Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng cultivated the Immemorial Dracophant art. Moreover, the Dracophant Supreme of the primordial era was an unnamed disciple of Lin Feng's ancestor, Xianxia. And Xianxia was a descendant of the Dracophant bloodline. Therefore, the two of them were inextricably linked. However, so many years had passed. There was no use in talking about these relationships now. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "I'm really sorry to have made everyone wait for so long." "You don't have to be so polite, Daoist Xianxia," many people said. Then, someone asked, "Daoist Xianxia, what do you want to exchange your blue-silver grass for?" Xianxia smiled and said, "It's like this. I want to exchange my blue-silver grass for something related to the primordial Dracophant clan." Many people's faces revealed astonishment, but then they frowned. The primordial Dracophants were very mysterious. In the past, the primordial Dracophants were relatively few in number. Therefore, in this world, the items left behind by the primordial Dracophants were very rare. But now, Xianxia wanted to exchange for something related to the primordial Dracophants. Naturally, no one could take it out. Lin Feng had something related to the primordial dragonesque elephant, and that was his primordial dragonesque elephant technique. But Lin Feng would never give his primordial dragonesque elephant technique to him. Because the primordial dragonesque elephant technique was the foundation of Lin Feng's cultivation. It was very important to Lin Feng. How could he give the primordial dragonesque elephant technique to others, other than the primordial dragonesque elephant technique? Lin Feng really didn't know what else he could exchange with him. Someone said, "Xianxia, there aren't many primordial dragonesque elephants, and the things left behind by the primordial dragonesque elephants are too rare. What else are you interested in? We can use other things to exchange with you." Xianxia said, "I don't lack anything else, I just want something related to the primordial dragonesque elephant. If everyone doesn't have this kind of thing, then I'm afraid there's no way to continue this transaction." After hearing these words, everyone was disappointed. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Lin Feng really wanted to exchange with him. But, Lin Feng had no choice now. But at this moment, a violent fluctuation suddenly came from the demon orb. In the depths of the demon orb, it let out a low roar. It was the sound of the primordial dragonesque elephant inside the demon orb. That primordial dragonesque elephant was rather special. At first, Lin Feng thought that he should be a primordial dragonesque elephant trapped inside the demon space. But later on, Lin Feng discovered that he wasn't a real creature. But he wasn't a weapon spirit either. Lin Feng felt that he was like a primordial dragonesque elephant formed from obsession. Lin Feng was able to obtain the inheritance of the primordial dragonesque elephant technique back then. It was because this primordial dragonesque elephant formed from obsession had imparted the primordial dragonesque elephant technique to him. Lin Feng wanted to communicate with him many times. But he didn't succeed. This time, this primordial dragonesque elephant formed from obsession roared. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but move slightly. His divine will communicated with this primordial dragonesque elephant formed from obsession. In an instant, a lot of information appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng checked the information. Lin Feng discovered that the information was actually a powerful cultivation technique. This cultivation technique was called the indestructible dragon elephant art. The dragon elephant immortal art was a powerful art created by the immemorial dragon elephant clan. This kind of technique was very special. Only cultivators with the dragon elephant bloodline could cultivate it. Could it be that this Archean dragonesque elephant had sensed that Xianxia possessed the Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline, so it imparted this technique to him and asked him to pass it on to him? Lin Feng felt that there was still a possibility. He looked at Tian Phenomenon and said, "I have a law here called the indestructible dragon elephant art. How about I trade it for your blue-silver grass?" "What? Do you have the indestructible dragon elephant art?" Tianxiang's pupils constricted. He looked at Lin Feng excitedly and said, "Little brother, is what you said true?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Of course it's true." Following which, Lin Feng took out a jade tube. Then, he imprinted the indestructible dragon elephant art in it. Lin Feng handed the jade tube to Tianxiang. Tianxiang hurriedly used his divine sense to check it. He found that there was no problem with the technique inside. His face immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. As a descendant of the immemorial dragon-esque elephant, he naturally knew how precious the indestructible dragon-elephant art was. However, the indestructible dragon-elephant art had been lost for a long time. Let's not talk about him. Even his ancestors had not cultivated the indestructible dragon-elephant art. This had always been the regret of his lineage. Because it was said that only by cultivating the indestructible dragon-elephant art, only then would their lineage's strength be completely unleashed. Only then would their potential be fully displayed. But now, he had actually obtained the indestructible dragon-elephant art. Xianxia's heart. He was extremely excited. He said, "Little brother, how about we go to the mansion and talk in detail?" Lin Feng nodded. Then, Xianxia looked at the others and said, "Everyone, I will be leaving soon, so please leave the ancient city for the time being." This time everyone had come to trade with Xianxia. Now that they saw that Xianxia wanted to trade with Lin Feng. Moreover, they did not have what Xianxia needed. Continuing to stay here. There was no point in staying. Then we will take our leave. Many cultivators cupped their fists and said. Then, they left one after another. Lin Feng's group of 6 followed Xianxia into the mansion. After arriving at the main hall, both sides sat down. Xianxia took out a white jade box and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the white jade box and saw that there was a sparkling and translucent ling qi grass inside. This spirit grass should be the blue-silver grass. With the blue-silver grass, he could cultivate his 6th primordial spirit. Just thinking about it made him extremely excited. Lin Feng put away the white jade box. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Little brother, how should I address you?" Lin Feng. So it's Brother Lin. Xianxia was extremely enthusiastic. It was definitely a pleasant surprise that Xianxia had obtained the indestructible dragon-elephant art. Therefore, Xianxia was extremely grateful to Lin Feng. If it hadn't been for Lin Feng, the indestructible dragon-elephant art might have disappeared from the annals of history. True Lord Tian Phenomenon asked, "May I know how Brother Lin obtained this technique?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I obtained it by chance. I also discovered that cultivators from other races are unable to cultivate this art. I believe that Xianxia must have the bloodline of the immemorial dragonesque elephant, right? Therefore, you should be able to cultivate this art." Xianxia nodded and said, "That's right, I do have the bloodline of the immemorial dragonesque elephant. The indestructible dragon-elephant art is a top-grade art passed down in my race. Because the bloodline of our race is very thin, it has been a long time since anyone has awakened this kind of cultivation technique. This law has been lost in my race for a long time. It's really a pleasant surprise to be able to obtain this art. I see that little brother has a deep relationship with the immemorial dragonesque elephant. After a while, our race will go to the place where the dragonesque elephant sovereign died. At that time, we might be able to obtain endless benefits. If little brother is interested, you can come with us." Lin Feng had always thought that the dragonesque elephant sovereign who had followed his ancestor, Jizishu, had not died. However, from Xianxia's words, it was very likely that the dragonesque elephant sovereign had died. This made Lin Feng's heart sink. End of chapter. Actually, Lin Feng still couldn't accept the fact that Sovereign Dracophant had died. Lin Feng asked, "Is Sovereign Dracophant really dead?" According to the information we've gathered, Sovereign Dracophant has indeed died. However, it's hard to say. After all, we haven't seen his corpse yet, so we'll have to go and investigate. Tianxiang said. Lin Feng asked, "Then when will you go and investigate the place where Sovereign Dracophant died?" Tianxiang replied, "Yes, there should still be some time. We still need to make some preparations." Lin Feng nodded, "Alright, I'll go with you then." "How will I find you then?" Tianxiang said, "You can find me at Celestial Phenomenon. It's not that far from the Dragon World. This is a map of Celestial Phenomenon. You can follow it to Celestial Phenomenon when you arrive." Tianxiang handed the jade tube with the map to Lin Feng. Lin Feng put it away. Lin Feng said, "Alright, we'll meet again at Celestial Phenomenon. Then I'll be waiting for you, Brother Lin." Tianxiang smiled. After chatting for a while, Lin Feng bid farewell and left. After Lin Feng and the others left, The ancient city soared into the sky and quickly left the dragon world. The ancient ship Xianyuan continued to fly above the sea. Lin Feng began to refine the blue-silver grass. The blue-silver grass was indeed very powerful, and it helped Lin Feng condense his sixth auxiliary primordial spirit. Lin Feng now had one main primordial spirit and 6 auxiliary primordial spirits. This was too important for him. This was an all-around improvement. Another 10 days passed. Lin Feng and the others finally arrived at the True Dragon's secret territory. From afar, the True Dragon's secret territory was faintly discernible. They could see it. It was a huge world. The True Dragon Mystery Plane was a mysterious world that was parallel to the Dragon World. However, this mysterious world could not be manifested at all times. It would only manifest once every few years. After seeing the True Dragon's secret domain, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but slightly change. A place like the True Dragon's secret domain was equivalent to a minor world. If one could refine such a minor world, then it would be amazing. He wondered if there was someone who had such an opportunity. Many cultivators had gathered outside the True Dragon mystical ground. Among these cultivators, there were cultivators from the Dragon clan, foreign cultivators, and cultivators from other clans. It seemed that the True Dragon Mystery Realm had opened. Indeed, it attracted a lot of people. After all, the True Dragon's secret plane was simply too extraordinary. Everyone wanted to find some great opportunities in the True Dragon's secret plane. If he could find the opportunity in the True Dragon's secret realm, in that case, it would definitely be of great benefit to his cultivation. If he wanted to enter the True Dragon's secret realm, he would have to wait until the True Dragon's secret realm had completely transformed into a real world. Right at this moment, Lin Feng saw an acquaintance. His face immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. Lin Feng was looking at Xiaxia because that person was Xiaxia. Lin Feng really didn't expect to see Xiaxia in this place. This person was an extremely terrifying existence. He was the son of the evil ancestor. His cultivation was unfathomable. Previously, when the battle broke out in the Undying World, he still thought that if he could find him, he would definitely kill him. Because this person was too much of a threat. And too heaven-defying. However, he didn't appear during the Battle of the Undying World. After the Battle of the Undying World, Lin Feng didn't find Xiaxia when he was clearing out the remaining forces. Obviously, Xiaxia saw that the situation in the Undying World wasn't good. He fled without a trace. But now, he actually saw Xiaxia in the Dragon World. Xiaxia was as powerful as ever. His body was between illusion and reality, and then constantly switching between the two states. He didn't know what kind of method this was. Back then, this person was a cultivator who walked out of the God Stone. A character like him had countless powerful methods in his grasp. He definitely couldn't be underestimated. Whoever dared to underestimate a character like him would only have a dead end. Right at this moment. In the void, a dazzling sword chi flew out. That sword chi directly slashed towards Xiaxia. The power of that sword chi was truly terrifying to the extreme. Even the void was split open. The person who attacked was definitely a powerful figure. That sword chi instantly arrived in front of Xiaxia. Xiaxia's body became illusory at this moment. That sword chi slashed on Xiaxia's body, but Xiaxia's body just happened to be an illusory body. The sword chi passed through his body. It didn't cause any harm to Xiaxia. After seeing this scene, many people were very surprised. This method was really too powerful. Many people began to pay attention to this battle. At this moment, a cultivator walked out of the void. This cultivator emitted an extremely cold aura. He carried a scabbard on his back and held a treasure sword in his hand. This cultivator's aura was very young. However, his strength was incomparably terrifying. Many people were shocked. Such a young cultivator's cultivation was so powerful that it made people tremble in fear. Who are they? At this moment, someone asked. Many people could sense their powerful cultivation. This was what surprised the surrounding cultivators. Someone said, the cultivator with the sword is a cultivator from the Sky Sword clan of the Epic Era. This person is called Main Qianjue. He's an extremely terrifying existence. It's said that his sword skills are unparalleled. The other cultivator is also said to be an extremely terrifying figure. He seems to be the son of the evil ancestor. These two are extremely young. In the future, they will become extremely powerful experts. It's even possible for them to break through to a higher realm. I didn't expect that the two of them would have a conflict. This is really a confrontation between two sides. After hearing the cultivator's introduction, many people were very surprised. It was just as the cultivator had said. These two people were really not simple. These two figures would definitely become overlord-level existences in the future. Now, it seemed that the grudge between the two of them wasn't small. Xianxia, are you in such a hurry to die? Xiaozi looked indifferently at the cultivator from the epic lost race. The corners of his mouth were curled up in a mocking smile. Lin Feng knew Xiaozi quite well. This person was extremely arrogant. He didn't put anyone in his eyes. Therefore, it was normal for him to look down on the cultivator from the Epic Era's clan. This was also in line with his personality. End of chapter. Xiaozi. I have to say, you're still as arrogant as ever. I really don't know how you developed such a self-righteous personality. Xianyu's face was filled with a sneer. He was also an extremely powerful existence. Naturally, he wouldn't admit that he was inferior to Xiaozi. Being looked down upon by Xiaozi in such a manner, he was also extremely furious. His gaze towards Xiaozi was filled with deep killing intent. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why were the two of them so hostile? It was as if there was a deep hatred between them. However, it wasn't a bad thing for them to fight. There was a saying, when a dog bites another dog, it'll be a mouthful of fur. In Lin Feng's opinion, if the two of them fought, it would be like a dog biting another dog. It would be best if both of them suffered great losses. When the time came, he would take advantage of the opportunity to deal with these two. Xiaozi and Xianyu, one was Lin Feng's great enemy, while the other was a cultivator from the epic lost race. Neither of them were good people. Killing them would be a blessing to the world. That's because I'm strong. Naturally, I have the ability to look down on you. Xiaozi looked at Xianyu with a sneer. The arrogant expression on his face was indeed infuriating. Some people had heard of Xiaozi's character. They knew that he was arrogant, but it wasn't until today that they realized how arrogant Xiaozi was. The reason why they had heard of Xiaozi's name was because Xiaozi was in the starry sky world where the dragon realm was located. He had made a name for himself in the starry sky world. Although Xiaozi was extremely arrogant, he did have the strength to back it up. He didn't just have a powerful bloodline. Apart from that, he also had some top-notch treasures, some top-notch divine abilities, and some unimaginable concealment methods. Xiaozi was young, but basically, no one dared to provoke him. Xianyu said coldly. Then, let me experience your ultimate technique. After saying that, Xianyu slashed his sword at Xiaozi. When Xianyu slashed with his sword, endless sword chi condensed in the void. The sword chi turned the entire world into a sea of swords. After seeing the endless sword chi, even Lin Feng was very surprised. The sword chi contained an extremely strong willpower, and that willpower gave the sword chi a terrifying power. There were so many sword chi. If they were to attack together, the power they could unleash would be unimaginable. Right now, those sword chi quickly slashed towards Xiaozi. Insignificant skill. Xiaozi's face was filled with a sneer. In the face of the endless sword chi, Xiaozi put his palms together, and then a huge energy shield formed outside his body. The energy shield was a defensive shield made of golden energy. He didn't know what kind of energy that golden energy was. The defensive light shield formed by the energy was extremely powerful. Clanging sounds of collisions rang out one after another. The sword chis all slashed at the defensive light barrier. All the sword chi was blocked by the golden defensive light shield. After seeing this scene, everyone's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. Xianyu's attack was so powerful, but it couldn't break the defensive light shield condensed by Xiaozi. The defensive light shield condensed by Xiaozi was too powerful. It was really unbelievable. This was the reason why Xiaozi was so arrogant and domineering. He was really too strong. After blocking Xianyu's attack, Xiaozi sneered and said, I've already said that your skill is just insignificant skill. How about it? Now you know that I'm right, right? I didn't lower myself to your level because of your family. Otherwise, you'd have died countless times already. Now, get the hell out of my way, or I'll kill you. Xiaozi really didn't take Meng Qianyu seriously. What he said just now was equivalent to slapping Meng Qianyu in the face in front of so many people. How could Meng Qianyu accept such humiliation? His expression became extremely unsightly. Everyone thought that Meng Qianyu would launch a more powerful attack to deal with Xiaozi. However, to everyone's surprise, Meng Qianyu didn't make a move. Instead, she said coldly, Xiaozi, you're too arrogant. However, I don't intend to fight you to the death now. After the True Dragon's secret territory opens, I'll kill you in the True Dragon's secret territory. Seeing Meng Qianyu choose to take a step back, this was something that no one expected. Could it be that Meng Qianyu was really afraid of Xiaozi? That was really possible. After all, Xiaozi was really too terrifying. However, Lin Feng felt that Meng Qianyu wasn't afraid of Xiaozi. He should have his own plans. However, he wasn't sure what his plans were. Meng Qianyu flew into the distance and soon disappeared without a trace. Xiaozi looked indifferently at the departing Meng Qianyu. He had his hands behind his back, like a god patrolling the heavens. It made people have an impulse to worship him. Many people were talking about the grudge between Meng Qianyu and Xiaozi. Not long after, Lin Feng heard a story. It was said that the grudge between the two of them was because Xiaozi had stolen an opportunity from Meng Qianyu a few years ago. Because of that, Meng Qianyu hated him. After that, the two of them fought many times, but the outcome was always a draw. Therefore, Xiaozi's words of disdain for Meng Qianyu were actually very exaggerated. After all, Meng Qianyu wasn't a simple person. If Meng Qianyu was really an ordinary person, Xiaozi would have killed her long ago. Duzu said, that's Xiaozi. His cultivation is getting stronger and stronger. He's much stronger than when he was in the Undying World. Lin Feng nodded. That person's luck is incredible. He can increase his cultivation level, so I don't think it's strange, said Lin Feng. The first princess asked in surprise, do you know him? Lin Feng nodded and said, of course I know him. In fact, he's a great enemy of mine. Back then, I wanted to kill him. However, he managed to escape. I didn't expect to see him here. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the first princess, Qingyu, and Lan Xing were extremely shocked. This was because some of the information that Lin Feng revealed was too shocking. For example, Lin Feng seemed to have the strength to kill Xiaozi. This sounded a little inconceivable. However, when they thought of the terrifying battle prowess that Lin Feng had displayed, as well as the top-grade magic treasures that he had, they all felt that it was impossible. The first princess, Qingyu, and Lan Xing really believed that Lin Feng had the ability to kill Xiaozi. However, Lin Feng didn't plan to attack Xiaozi yet because it wasn't the right time to fight to the death with Xiaozi. After all, there were so many cultivators guarding this place outside. If he really fought to the death with Xiaozi, even if he could kill Xiaozi, he would probably lose a lot of energy. At that time, it was very likely that he would be schemed against by some people. This wasn't the result that Lin Feng wanted to see. And there was one more thing. Meng Qianyu obviously wouldn't give up. He and Xiaozi would definitely have a peak battle. Since the two of them would have a peak battle, why should he make a move now? If Meng Qianyu could kill Xiaozi, that would be the best. This was the result that Lin Feng wanted to see the most. If Meng Qianyu couldn't kill Xiaozi, at that time it wouldn't be too late for him to make a move and kill Xiaozi. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to continue waiting for a while longer. In the next few days, more and more cultivators came to this place. The True Dragon's secret realm was also becoming more and more real. Many people were waiting anxiously and couldn't wait to enter the True Dragon's secret realm to look for opportunities to break through their cultivation. Lin Feng was a little nervous at this moment. After all, Lin Feng was going to look for opportunities to break through to the Saint Realm. To break through to the Saint Realm. That was an extremely difficult thing. Especially for cultivators like Lin Feng who had accumulated a lot of energy. To break through to the Saint Realm. That would be even more difficult. therefore. Lin Feng was actually a little worried now. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to find such a powerful opportunity. If he couldn't find such a powerful opportunity here, then it would be even more difficult to find an opportunity to break through to the Sage Realm and other places. However, Lin Feng could only take one step at a time. After the True Dragon's secret realm opened. After searching for a while. Only then would he know if he could find such a powerful opportunity. On this night. Endless curse power suddenly surged out from outside the True Dragon's secret realm. After seeing the curse power, Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. There should be a lot of cursed creatures coming to this place. Cultivators from various major forces. When he saw the curse power, he immediately became vigilant. They naturally knew how dangerous the overseas world was. Cursed beings were one of the most terrifying existences. If he encountered these cursed beings, he had to be careful. This was because the strength of these cursed beings was extremely terrifying. Other than these cursed creatures, there were also those foreign insectoids that were extremely terrifying existences. However, it seemed like those insectoids hadn't arrived yet. After the cursed beings arrived, they did not attack these cultivators. After all, there were simply too many cultivators here. If they really wanted to launch an attack, this battle didn't bring them much benefit. Lin Feng guessed that these cursed beings might also want to enter the True Dragon's secret realm to search for opportunities. Lin Feng felt a cold aura locking onto him. His heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. This aura was very familiar. Following this aura, he discovered that the cursed being that he defeated before had also come here and discovered him. Lin Feng's face instantly revealed a cold smile. He wasn't afraid of these cursed beings now. Therefore, even if these cursed beings came to deal with him, Lin Feng wasn't worried. Of course. If there were more of them, Lin Feng might not be a match for them. However, Lin Feng's methods were powerful. Even if he wasn't a match for them, it wouldn't be difficult to successfully shake them off. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that even if these cursed beings knew each other. However, it wasn't easy to ask the other party to help deal with some people. They would have to pay a price. If the price was relatively high, they probably wouldn't ask too many people to help. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't have to be so worried about some things. Lin Feng really wanted to capture a few cursed beings. Then, he would study these cursed beings. He would find out what kind of existence cursed them. Time continued to pass slowly. About 3 days had passed. The True Dragon's secret territory had become extremely real, but it still hadn't fully revealed itself. Everyone still had to wait patiently. However, many people were already extremely excited. This was because the True Dragon's secret territory was about to open. It definitely wouldn't take more than 3 days. The eldest princess said, "Lin Gongzi, we came to the True Dragon's secret territory this time because I obtained an ancient map. This ancient map marked a place, and I plan to go there to take a look. Perhaps there will be some opportunities there. Lin Gongzi, do you plan to go there with us to take a look? Or do you want to go look for other opportunities?" Lin Feng said, "Of course I'll send you to that place safely. This place is so dangerous. If I don't go with you, I'll be extremely worried." It had to be said. Lin Feng was really good at flirting with girls. His words caused the eldest princess's face to turn red, and her heart to beat faster. The eldest princess wasn't a superficial person. The eldest princess was very capable, and she was also very powerful. Ordinary people couldn't even enter the eldest princess's eyes. However, as the eldest princess interacted more and more with Lin Feng, she realized that Lin Feng wasn't a simple person. Moreover, Lin Feng's strength was so terrifying. On top of that, Lin Feng was so young and handsome. He also cared about people. From time to time, the eldest princess would be flirted with by Lin Feng. The eldest princess was a normal woman, and since she was a normal woman, she had the needs of a normal woman. The eldest princess had also been in love when she was young. It was just that she hadn't met her Prince Charming. Therefore, the eldest princess couldn't resist Lin Feng's flirting. She tried her best to make herself look normal, then said, "When the time comes, Lin Gongzi might be able to find some opportunities that are useful to him." Lin Feng nodded. After another day, the true dragon's secret territory finally revealed itself completely. Everyone could enter the true dragon's secret territory now. A large number of cultivators quickly flew towards the true dragon's secret territory. Lin Feng originally thought that the cursed being would attack him, but it didn't. Instead, it quickly entered the true dragon's secret territory, which surprised Lin Feng. Lin Feng and the others flew out of the Xianyuan ancient starship. Then, Lin Feng put the Xianyuan ancient starship away. The 6 of them didn't stop and quickly flew towards the true dragon's secret territory. End of chapter. After entering the true dragon's secret realm, Lin Feng and the others quickly flew towards the depths. Not long after, in the forest in front of them, dozens of cultivators were fighting each other. They were locked in battle. Those cultivators seemed to have found some treasure and were fighting over it. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. After all, they had just entered the true dragon's secret realm not long ago. Then these people actually fought over the treasure. There were really many treasures here. However, Lin Feng and the others did not pay attention to the cultivators fighting. In the next few days, Lin Feng and the others found that the true dragon's secret realm was completely chaotic. The cultivators who entered fought each other for the various resources they could obtain. Many people died tragically because of this. There were too many situations like this. On the way, Lin Feng and the first princess chatted about the true dragon's secret realm. Lin Feng understood from the first princess. This true dragon's secret realm was not simple. It was not as simple as a secret realm. Back then, when a great world was shattered, the second true dragon emperor collected some of the core areas of those shattered great worlds. He refined them into the true dragon's secret realm. So, the true dragon's secret realm was too extraordinary. And there were many secrets hidden in this secret realm. This was also the main reason why the true dragon's secret realm could attract so many people. Because there were more cultivators entering the true dragon's secret realm. All kinds of news spread. For example, Lin Feng and the others heard news about the Heaven Realm's Heaven Generals. It was said that a few Heaven Generals from the Heaven Realm came to the true dragon's secret realm. This news attracted Lin Feng's attention. Because Lin Feng had some understanding of the Heaven Realm's forces. There were a total of 36 Heaven Generals in the Heaven Realm. In other words, the 36 Heaven Generals. The 36 Heaven Generals were the trusted aides of the 33 Heaven Masters. They were very powerful. The 36 Heaven Generals usually would not leave the Heaven Realm. But now that they had left the Heaven Realm, they came to the Dragon World. Lin Feng definitely did not believe that they came to the Dragon World purely for the sake of it. Then, why did they come here? Lin Feng suddenly recalled the war in the Undying Realm and the destruction of the Heavenly Court. Could it be that these people were here for him? Lin Feng felt that this was really the reason. These heavenly generals were all extremely terrifying figures. If they were to go up against them, they would naturally have to be more cautious. However, Lin Feng's current strength was also extremely tyrannical. Therefore, he wasn't particularly worried. In addition, Lin Feng and the others also heard some other news. For example, the news that someone had discovered an ancient weapon. However, that ancient weapon broke free from everyone's suppression and escaped. Now, many people were looking for that ancient weapon. After hearing this news, Lin Feng could not help but be somewhat moved. There was actually an ancient weapon-level treasure here, which was really unbelievable. If he could get his hands on an ancient weapon-grade treasure, it would be a great opportunity. Of course. Right now, what Lin Feng wanted the most was not the ancient weapon. What he wanted the most was to find something that could help him achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. If he could find these things, Lin Feng would be able to break through to the Saint Realm. However, Lin Feng also knew that these opportunities were not something that could be found in a hurry. He had to take it step by step. 3 days later, Lin Feng and the others saw a huge mountain range. When they saw the mountain range, the eldest princess's face immediately revealed a look of pleasant surprise. The eldest princess said, "This should be the place." Lin Feng looked towards the mountain range. He could not help but frown slightly. The mountain range and the surrounding environment vaguely formed the shape of a scythe, just like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. This kind of terrain often represented death and slaughter. Therefore, this kind of terrain was often extremely dangerous. Lin Feng looked at the eldest princess and asked, "Do you know who the opportunities left behind in this place are related to?" The eldest princess shook her head and said, "I'm not too sure about that." Lin Feng then said, "This place is not simple. When we enter later, we must be careful." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the others hurriedly nodded. Then, Lin Feng looked at the eldest princess and asked, "Apart from the map, do you have any other keepsakes?" "Yes," the eldest princess said. Then, she took out the keepsakes she had obtained. The keepsakes were actually a bell. Moreover, it was a pitch-black bell. Lin Feng took the bell. He could sense it. The bell emitted a cold aura. That cold aura seemed to want to enter Lin Feng's body, but Lin Feng blocked it. After sensing the bell's aura, Lin Feng's face revealed a look of bewilderment. Although he did not know what the bell was, it was obvious that it was extremely extraordinary. Moreover, Lin Feng could sense that the bell contained the aura of the netherworld. The netherworld referred to the netherworld. A bell that contained the aura of the netherworld was very likely forged by a cultivator of the netherworld, right? Is this a treasure? Why doesn't it look like one? Lin Feng frowned and said. Indeed, it doesn't look like a treasure. I tried to refine it, but I couldn't, the eldest princess said. Lin Feng nodded and then used his divine sense to enter the bell, trying to see if he could refine it. However, Lin Feng also failed. The bell was very strange. There was no way to refine it. It did not seem to be a magic treasure. If it was not a magic treasure, then the fact that it could be preserved for such a long time meant that the materials used to forge it were definitely not simple. Otherwise, the bell would have been destroyed long ago. At this time, the Demon Lord sent a sound transmission to Lin Feng and said, "If I'm not wrong, this bell should be a soul-summoning bell. It's something from the netherworld. For example, some of the emissaries of the netherworld will have something like a soul-summoning bell in their hands. It is said that if you master the soul-summoning bell, you only need to chant some incantations and shake the soul-summoning bell. At that time you will be able to summon the surrounding souls and absorb them into the soul-summoning bell." Hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng could not help but be surprised. Just now, he had suspected that this bell might be related to the netherworld. Now, it seemed that this bell was really related to the netherworld. However, he did not know which cultivator of the netherworld had passed down this bell. If this bell was related to a cultivator of the netherworld. In other words, this place in front of him. It should be related to the cultivators of the netherworld. Could it be that a top expert of the netherworld was buried in this mountain range? Some things could only be guessed, so it was naturally impossible to find out the truth. The specific situation would only be known after entering the mountain range and carefully exploring it. After that, Lin Feng and the others did not continue to stay outside. They entered the mountain range. After entering the mountain range, Lin Feng immediately felt that the mountain range was surrounded by a sinister and terrifying aura. Lin Feng said, "This place might be related to the underworld, so everyone must be careful." Hearing that this place might be related to the underworld, everyone revealed an extremely shocked expression. In fact, even cultivators rarely came into contact with the cultivators of the underworld. Therefore, they had a sense of fear towards the cultivators of the underworld. This was just like when those people talked about ghosts, monsters, hell, and other things, they would feel a sense of fear. Even cultivators would feel fear because of their lack of understanding of the underworld. But in fact, the underworld was the same as other worlds. The methods of the underworld cultivators could still be a little strange. However, as long as cultivators were strong enough, they were not afraid of the strange methods of the underworld cultivators. After all, Lin Feng had entered the underworld more than once. He had even stirred up a storm in the underworld. He still knew some things about the underworld. However, Lin Feng had not entered the underworld again in recent years. After all, Lin Feng was still wanted by the underworld. After the great changes in the world, the 32 layers of the underworld below were unsealed. Many experts came out one after another. The underworld's power became extremely strong. Entering the underworld now was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng naturally would not enter the underworld at this time and be unlucky. After crossing 3 mountain peaks, they arrived at the 4th mountain peak. When they arrived at this place, the bell actually rang on its own. Dang! Dang! Dang, the sound was crisp. It was quite pleasant to the ear. Everyone looked at the bell in the first princess's hand. Duzu said, "It seems that this bell has already reacted to our destination?" The first princess nodded. Then, she pointed in a direction and said, "It's that cave." Everyone looked in the direction the first princess pointed. Then, everyone saw the cave. The cave was located halfway up the mountain. There was also a crooked tree beside it. The crooked tree blocked the entrance to the cave. If one didn't pay more attention, they wouldn't even notice the cave. After seeing the cave, Lin Feng said, "Let's go in and take a look." Everyone flew towards the cave. The 6 of them entered the cave. Then, he carefully walked into the depths of the cave. The aura inside the cave was extremely eerie and terrifying. Everyone's brows were tightly knitted, and their expressions were grave. Not long after, Lin Feng discovered some problems. This was because Lin Feng discovered that there were many murals carved on the walls of the cave. The murals all depicted soldiers. There was nothing wrong with the murals, but the eyes of the soldiers on the murals gave Lin Feng a very strange feeling. Lin Feng had heard of a story. This story was called The Finishing Touch. The story went like this. It was said that a person had drawn a dragon. The dragon was lifelike, but it had no eyes. Then, someone asked, "Why didn't you draw eyes for the dragon?" Then, the artist said, "If I draw eyes for the dragon, it will fly away." Of course, no one would believe such a thing, so everyone egged him on and asked him to quickly draw eyes for the dragon. The artist couldn't persuade everyone, so he had no choice but to draw a pair of eyes for the dragon. After the eyes were drawn, the dragon really came to life. Then, the dragon soared into the sky, flew into the distance, and disappeared. And the situation in front of him gave Lin Feng a feeling of finishing touch. It was as if there was nothing wrong with the soldiers on the murals. However, after drawing eyes for the soldiers, there was a problem. Those pairs of eyes, they were extremely cold and terrifying. They emitted an aura of death. After looking into those eyes, it was as if he had fallen into an endless world of hell. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who noticed the murals. Eldest Princess, Qingyu, Blue Planet, Duzu, Evil Sovereign Saint, and the others also noticed the murals. The eyes of the soldiers made their hearts palpitate. Thus, they didn't dare to look into the eyes of the soldiers. Qingyu said, "Why are the soldiers on these murals so strange?" Lin Feng said, "Don't pay attention to these soldiers, and don't look at them again. Don't mess up your mind." When everyone heard Lin Feng's words, they hurriedly nodded. Then, everyone continued to walk forward. But at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura came from behind. Then, everyone turned their heads to look, and their expressions changed drastically. In the passageway behind them, soldiers in black armor appeared one after another. Their armors completely covered their bodies. Only pairs of eyes were left. And those pairs of eyes were incomparably evil. It was like the eye of hell, like the eye of death. Weren't those soldiers the soldiers on the murals? Now, they had actually been resurrected. It was really like the story of the finishing touch. At this moment, terrifying fluctuations also surged out from the tunnel deep in the tunnel. Many soldiers also appeared in the tunnel deep in the tunnel. These soldiers were also wearing black armor and wielding swords. The total number of soldiers in the cave was probably no less than 1,000. Moreover, the auras of these soldiers were so powerful and terrifying. Their strength was definitely extremely tyrannical. "What do we do?" Eldest Princess asked with an ugly expression. Lin Feng's expression was also very ugly. This place was really strange. Some of the places that were connected to the underworld always seemed to be extremely strange. Lin Feng said, "Don't panic. Let's wait and see." Everyone nodded. This was the only thing they could do now. At this moment, the soldiers walked towards Lin Feng and the others. These soldiers weren't very fast. However, they brought a heavy pressure. However, because the tunnel wasn't very wide, only a dozen soldiers could walk at the front at the same time. Therefore, the soldiers behind them couldn't attack Lin Feng and the others. This situation was more advantageous for Lin Feng and the others. These soldiers were extremely tyrannical. If so many soldiers attacked Lin Feng and the others at the same time, then, for them, the situation would be extremely bad. And the current situation was much better than that. But even so, they couldn't be careless. Otherwise, they might die under the attacks of these soldiers. End of chapter. These soldiers began to attack Lin Feng and the others. They waved the battle swords in their hands, and terrifying sword chi quickly slashed towards Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng directly took out the Phoenix Shield. After the Phoenix Shield was activated by Lin Feng, it formed 4 huge shields. Those shields protected the 6 of them. When the sword chi slashed over, the sword chi slashed on the shields one after another. With a series of clanging sounds of collision, the sword chi failed to break the defense of the shields and were all blocked by the shields. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face showed a trace of relief. This defensive magic treasure was extremely powerful. For the time being, he didn't have to worry about the defense of this defensive magic treasure being broken by them. However, this couldn't go on. He had to find a way to solve the crisis in front of him. In fact, Lin Feng had a way to deal with these soldiers because Lin Feng had 56 saint-level undead spirits. However, Lin Feng didn't want to expose his 56 saint-level undead spirits now. Lin Feng planned to subdue the ancient dragon clan in the future. After all, the eldest princess was the daughter of the dragon emperor of the ancient dragon clan. If they really had a conflict, the eldest princess would definitely stand on the side of the ancient dragon clan. Lin Feng naturally couldn't expose his trump card so early. If he exposed his trump card too early, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng couldn't think of any other way for the time being. At this moment, the eldest princess unintentionally shook the bell in her hand. But when the sound of the bell rang out, those soldiers, they actually let out a series of low growls. Their growls seemed to be very painful. It seemed that those soldiers would be suppressed by the eldest princess's soul-summoning bell. This made the eyes of Lin Feng and the others suddenly lit up. If they were affected by the soul-summoning bell, by then, the crisis in front of them could be resolved. The eldest princess hurriedly shook the bell in her hand. The clanging sounds kept coming out. After the voices were heard, Yi Zichen's voice rang out. The soldiers covered their heads with their hands. They roared in pain. Then, the soldiers behind them also covered their heads and roared. The crisis for Lin Feng and the others was thus resolved. They didn't expect this bell to have such a powerful power. It was really amazing. Those soldiers turned into streams of light and flew into the rock walls. They turned into murals. Those murals were imprinted on the rock walls. After a short rest, Lin Feng and the others continued to walk inside. Because this place was indeed more dangerous. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others were even more cautious. If they were careless, then the situation might be even worse. Step by step, they walked inside. The deeper they went, the cold aura here became more and more. They had been cautious all the way. His main concern was that there might be other terrifying things in there. After all, the previous murals were already extremely dangerous. If other dangers were to appear, it would be impossible for them to survive. The threat it brought was even greater than the threat brought by the soldiers in the murals. This passageway was simply too dark and deep. However, in the next part of the journey, Lin Feng and the others didn't encounter any danger. This made them feel very surprised. Finally, they entered the deepest position. There was a huge mountain in this place. There was a large amount of black fog in the mountain. The black fog was constantly twisting and rolling. The black fog emitted a cold and terrifying aura. After feeling the aura emitted from the black fog, everyone's face couldn't help but change slightly. Lin Feng felt that there seemed to be a terrifying existence in the black fog. But what kind of existence it was, Lin Feng couldn't tell. Clatter. Clatter, then they heard the sound of chains colliding. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. There was a terrifying existence here. However, this existence seemed to be chained in this place. In this way, the situation was better. If the other party could move freely, for Lin Feng and the others, that would be too dangerous. Lin Feng and the others entered the depths of the mountain. Then, they saw that in the depths of the mountain, there was actually a white skeletal creature. The two balls of ghostly fire in the white skeletal creature's eye sockets pulsed violently. The two balls of ghostly fire emitted a cold aura. He was looking at Lin Feng and the others who had entered the mountain. It really is a creature from the underworld, Lin Feng said in surprise. The white skeletal creature said sinisterly, that's right, I am a creature from the underworld. I really didn't expect that someone would be able to find this place. This white skeletal creature didn't have any evil intentions towards Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others could clearly feel this. So, they all relaxed. Although the white skeletal creature's aura was very evil, it didn't seem to be an evil existence. Lin Feng asked, who are you? Why are you trapped in this place? The white skeletal creature said, no one can trap me. I locked myself in here. You locked yourself in here? Lin Feng and the others had expressions of disbelief. Someone had actually trapped themselves in a certain place. This was really hard for them to understand. They didn't know why they would do such a thing. What? Don't you find this very inconceivable? The white skeletal creature asked. Lin Feng and the others immediately nodded. Actually, there's nothing inconceivable about it. This place can block the senses of some unknown existences, so I hid here and locked myself in here. I sealed my aura so that those unknown existences couldn't sense me. What are you hiding from? Could it be a creature from the mastermind's world? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, puzzled. This was because Lin Feng knew. There were indeed some powerful existences who could hide in certain places, such as the forbidden zones of life or the forbidden zones of death. They were hiding from those terrifying existences from the mastermind's world. However, not all living beings hid in the forbidden zones of life or the forbidden zones of death. This was because the forbidden zones of life and the forbidden zones of death were extremely strange. One had to pay a very high price to hide in those places. Thus, some people would choose to hide in other places. For example, the white skeletal creature in front of them didn't hide in the forbidden zones of life or the forbidden zones of death. Instead, it hid in the true dragon's secret plane. I didn't come to this place to hide from the mastermind's world, said the skeleton. Lin Feng nodded. When Lin Feng heard the skeleton, he was surprised. It seemed like he had guessed wrong. Lin Feng asked, if you're not hiding from the mastermind's world, then who are you hiding from? I can't say. There are some existences that I can't say. Otherwise, I'll definitely cause a huge disaster. Lin Feng was astonished. What kind of person was it that could make the skeletal being so fearful? How did you find this place? Asked the skeleton. The first princess continued, earlier, we obtained an ancient map that led us to this place. Apart from that map, we also obtained a bell. As the first princess spoke, she shook the bell in her hand. The ancient map was a clue I deliberately left behind. This bell is also something I used back then. I thought I would die here, so I left these clues behind. The skeletal being sighed emotionally and said, I thought I would die here, so I left these clues behind. If you're lucky enough, you'll be able to obtain these things and come here to inherit my legacy. I just didn't expect that I would be able to survive until now. After hearing the skeleton's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He should be able to guess some information from the skeleton's words. For example, the skeleton thought that it would very likely die here. The skeleton had come here to hide from that unknown existence, so why did it think that it would die here? Did it mean that the skeleton had been injured in the past? If it had suffered an extremely serious injury, it would have been very likely that it would have died. However, who would have thought that it would have successfully healed its injuries? Lin Feng said, Senior, it's a good thing that you're still alive. However, we risked our lives to come here. You can't let us return empty-handed, right? I knew that you're the most thick-skinned one here. You'll definitely ask me for some benefits. I can give you some benefits. Do you see those stone chambers in the depths? Lin Feng and the others looked over. They did indeed see a few stone chambers. Lin Feng asked, what's so special about those stone chambers? I wasn't the one who built those stone rooms. They were rooms that already existed in this place. I don't know who built them, but those stone rooms aren't simple at all. You'll have to find out for yourselves what makes them so special. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. Alright. Let's go and figure out what's so special about those stone chambers. After that, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign saint, the princess, Qingyu, and Lan Xing walked towards the stone chambers. However, at that moment, the skeleton called out to the princess. Calm Lin Feng guessed that the skeleton had something to say to the princess in private. The princess had some sort of relationship with him, so perhaps the skeleton wanted to pass on some legacy to her. As for whether or not it was as he guessed, there was no way to know. Lin Feng chose one of the stone chambers. He entered the stone chamber. The stone chamber looked rather ordinary. However, the skeleton's sacred spirit had said that this place wasn't simple. There had to be a reason for that. As for the skeleton's sacred spirit's words, Lin Feng didn't doubt it at all. Moreover, there was no need for the skeleton's sacred spirit to lie to him. Lin Feng carefully studied the stone chamber, but he couldn't find anything special about it. After that, Lin Feng sat down cross-legged. He tried to sense if there was anything special about the stone chamber. Was there some legacy that he couldn't find? When he thought of this, Lin Feng's interest was piqued. If he could obtain an immortal scripture, this trip would be worth it. Lin Feng quickly entered a meditative state. Then, Lin Feng began to sense the extraordinariness of this place. After carefully sensing it for a while, Lin Feng seemed to have integrated into the stone chamber. All of a sudden, Lin Feng heard the sound of his heart beating. Thump 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 thump. He opened his eyes and found that he was still in the stone chamber, and the sound of his heartbeat was extremely rapid. However, what puzzled Lin Feng was that there was nothing else in the stone chamber except for him. But what was with the sound of his heartbeat, thump 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 thump? The sound of his heartbeat was still going on, and it was getting more and more rapid. The entire stone chamber seemed to become more and more oppressive as the sound of his heartbeat continued to be heard. It was a terrible feeling. And this place was also full of strangeness. However, Lin Feng didn't find anything unusual. Lin Feng couldn't understand why he had done that. With his level of comprehension, it was impossible for him not to have noticed anything. Time passed by slowly. The sound of his heartbeat was still ringing and it didn't stop. And the sound of his heartbeat. It had a great impact on Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt extremely oppressed. Soon, Lin Feng felt an intense pain in his heart. Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. Everything was real and fake, and he couldn't tell. He felt as if he was trapped in this place. Lin Feng worked hard to circulate the Archean Dragonesque elephant skill, and then he woke up. When Lin Feng woke up, he found that he was still in the stone chamber. But, there wasn't any sound of a heartbeat in this stone chamber, and everything just now seemed to be an illusion. Lin Feng frowned. Obviously, everything just now wasn't an illusion. Just now, he should have sensed something special about this place. That was why he heard the sound of his heartbeat. However, other than hearing the sound of his heartbeat, he didn't find anything else unusual. That was the strangest part of it all. Lin Feng felt that he couldn't continue to stay here. This place might not be suitable for him to comprehend. If he continued to comprehend, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. So Lin Feng got up and walked outside. Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, the first princess, Green Jade, and Lan Xing were still cultivating in the stone chamber. After seeing Lin Feng come out, the white bone creature looked at Lin Feng with a faint gaze. The two clusters of ghost fire in his eye sockets jumped. No one knew what he was thinking. Lin Feng felt that the white bone creature's gaze was somewhat meaningful. Why did you come out so quickly? The skeletal being asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, my 5 elements clash with this place. Why do you say that? The skeletal being asked. Because I feel like I won't be able to get anything from this place, Lin Feng said. Then what do you want? The skeletal being asked. I want to get the Immortal Sutra, and I also want to get some great opportunities that will allow me to break through to the Sage Realm, but I can only hear the sound of a heartbeat in this place. Lin Feng said. That does mean that you aren't fated to be in this place, because when you hear the sound of a heartbeat, you should leave. If you insist on cultivating here, you'll only cause great harm to your body in the end, and it might even cause irreparable damage, the skeletal being said. Lin Feng said gloomily, damn, why didn't you say that just now? There are some things that don't need to be said, because everyone has their own opportunities. Even if I don't say it, it'll also be a form of training for you. Cultivation depends on you, and you don't need others to remind you of everything. The skeletal being's words seemed to make sense. Lin Feng couldn't refute him. Lin Feng then asked, there are some things that you don't have to say, but there are some things that you can say, right? What things? The skeletal being asked. For example, where is the Immortal Sutra? Or where is the opportunity that will allow me to break through to the sage realm? Lin Feng said. The skeletal being pondered for a moment. Lin Feng felt that the skeletal being might know something about this place. It would be great if he could tell him. I know of an extremely powerful Immortal Sutra, but it's not certain if you can get it. Also, I know of a place with great opportunities. If you can get it, you might be able to use it to break through to the sage realm. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He then asked, Senior, please tell me about those two places. You should know that the world of cultivators is all about the exchange of benefits. Of course, I can tell you these things, but what can you give me in return? Of course, Lin Feng knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Therefore, Lin Feng could understand the skeleton's request. Lin Feng asked, what do you want me to give you? The skeletal being said, I want you to do me a favor. What is it? Lin Feng asked. The skeletal being said with a sigh. Why don't I tell you about my past? Lin Feng nodded. Back then, when I was in the netherworld, I was an overlord. There were 33 layers in the netherworld, and the underworld was the most powerful force. However, although the underworld was very powerful, the other forces were also very powerful. The underworld was equivalent to the imperial family of a dynasty, while the other forces were equivalent to the feudal lords. Back then, my clan controlled the 13th layer of the netherworld. We were the true masters of the 13th layer of the netherworld. Lin Feng was extremely astonished. He hadn't expected the skeletal being to have such a shocking origin. Lin Feng didn't interrupt. He had been quietly listening to what the skeletal being had to say all this time. The skeletal being continued, back then, many things happened. When I ran into trouble, I was still outside, and I didn't have time to return to my clan. I don't know how my clan is doing now. I want you to help me take a look at my clan. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. This was because Lin Feng was still wanted by the underworld. The current underworld had become incomparably terrifying with the emergence of those powerful experts. If Lin Feng went to the netherworld, it would be extremely dangerous. He might even lose his life in the netherworld. However, Lin Feng immediately cut off such thoughts. So what if it was the netherworld? He was already extremely powerful. If he didn't even dare to go to the netherworld, he wouldn't be able to cultivate in the future. Lin Feng nodded. I can go take a look at your clan, but I don't know what clan it is. My clan is the 13th layer of the underworld god clan. The skeletal being said. The 13th layer of the underworld god clan? Why does it sound so strange? Lin Feng asked. That's because every layer of the netherworld has an underworld god clan. My clan controls the 13th layer of the netherworld, so it's called the 13th layer of the underworld god clan. I see. Lin Feng nodded. The skeletal being continued, the Immortal Sutra I know of has an extremely shocking origin. I presume you've heard of a person called Hongjun? When he heard the name Hongjun, Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. Naturally, he'd heard of this person before. After the birth of this epic, 4 powerful figures had been born. The first was Hong Meng. The second was Daoist Luya. The third was Ancestor Hongjun. The fourth was Ancestor Han Kuan. There was also a saying. Hongjun had 3 disciples. These 3 disciples were clearly the primeval celestial, the Tao and virtue celestial, and the plentiful treasure celestial. They were the Taoist 3 purities. Thus, Hongjun was definitely an unimaginably terrifying figure. However, Hongjun, Hong Meng, Daoist Luya, and Ancestor Han Kuan had disappeared a long time ago. No one knew if they had died or if they had gone somewhere else. That was why they hadn't appeared. Since there had been no news of them, many people believed that they had died. After all, if they were still alive, even if they had gone somewhere else, there should have been some news, right? However, there had been no news of them at all. This was also the reason why many people thought that the four most ancient powerhouses had already fallen. Lin Feng said, "Of course I've heard of Hong Jun. He's one of the first peak-level experts to be born in our era. His strength is extremely terrifying, but Hong Jun disappeared a long time ago." Could it be that you're saying that Hong Jun's Immortal Sutra is in the True Dragon's secret territory? That's right. The Immortal Sutra I'm talking about is the Hong Jun Immortal Sutra passed down by Hong Jun, the skeletal being said. Although he'd already expected this, when he heard the skeletal being's confirmation, Yi Xian couldn't help but take a deep breath. How powerful was the Immortal Sutra passed down by Hong Jun? It was simply unimaginable. The key was that the Immortal Sutra definitely recorded many powerful divine abilities. He didn't know if the Immortal Sutra passed down by Hong Jun recorded some of the top-level divine abilities created by Hong Jun. It was hard to imagine. How powerful were the top-level divine abilities created by Hong Jun? If he could obtain the top-level divine abilities created by Hong Jun, it would be a huge improvement for Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng would be able to grasp even more powerful trump cards. Lin Feng impatiently asked, "Where is the Hong Jun Immortal Sutra you're talking about?" "After you leave, fly southwest. Fly until you reach the area covered by the 64 mountain ranges. Hong Jun's inheritance is there," the skeletal being said. The area covered by the 64 mountain ranges? Lin Feng revealed an extremely surprised expression. This was because some numbers in the world of cultivators were quite particular. For example, the number 1 was also called the origin of all Daos. 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, 3 gave birth to all things. Another example was the number 9. Extreme life and extreme death. Therefore, this number was often ominous. Another example was the number 64. This number was related to the changes in the 8 trigrams, because the 8 trigrams had given birth to the post-celestial 64 trigrams. Therefore, the number 64 was very special. The skeletal being said, "I think you should have guessed that this place is extraordinary. These 64 mountains vaguely form a Hotian 8 trigrams, so the terrain of this place is very complicated. It also forms an extremely powerful magnetic field. Once you enter it, you'll be easily affected by the magnetic field. The magnetic field can affect a person's soul. Once affected, you won't even be able to control your own body, so this place isn't simple." "Then which of the 64 mountain ranges is the Hong Jun Immortal Sutra in?" Lin Feng asked. "I can't say for sure. It could appear in any mountain range. As for the specifics, you'll have to wait until you reach that place before you can explore it," the skeletal being said. Lin Feng asked, "This true dragon realm has appeared more than once. Is it possible that someone else has obtained the Hong Jun Immortal Sutra? I can guarantee that no one will be able to obtain the Hong Jun Immortal Sutra. If a top-tier inheritance like the Hong Jun Immortal Sutra is taken away, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. However, after the True Dragon Realm opened, there hasn't been any huge commotion. Clearly, no one has obtained the Hong Jun Immortal Sutra yet. However, every time it opens, people will enter that mountain range. They can sense that it's extraordinary. However, they don't know that the Hong Jun Immortal Sutra is inside. Of course, there are other opportunities in that place besides the Hong Jun Immortal Sutra. The cultivators who entered that place might have found other opportunities, but I feel that you're extraordinary. If you go there, you might be able to find the Hong Jun Immortal Sutra." Lin Feng said, "I'll definitely obtain the Hong Jun Immortal Sutra." It seemed like Lin Feng was trying to encourage himself. He was indeed very interested in the Hong Jun Immortal Sutra. The Hong Jun Immortal Sutra was very powerful. Lin Feng was currently cultivating these Immortal Sutras. There were many Immortal Sutras that were extremely powerful. However, if one were to talk about it, there was no Immortal Sutra that could reach the level of the Hong Jun Immortal Sutra. If he could obtain the Hong Jun Immortal Sutra, it would be extremely important for Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng began to ask the skeletal being about the opportunity to break through to the Saint Realm. Asked Lin Feng. "You're talking about an opportunity to break through to the Xing layer, what is it?" The skeletal being said, "The opportunity I'm talking about is the origin of a large world." Hearing this, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. Back then, the Heavenly Emperor had been able to break through to the Saint Realm because he had fused with the Undying World. At that time, the Heavenly Emperor hadn't devoured the origin of the Undying World. Even if he hadn't devoured the origin of the world, just fusing with the Undying World had allowed him to break through to the Saint Realm. If he had devoured the origin of a large world, he would have gained even more benefits. That was why there were so many cultivators who wanted to devour the origin of the Undying World. Although the origin of the world here wasn't as powerful as the origin of the Undying World. However, after all, it was the origin of a large world. To be honest, it was extremely terrifying. It was extremely possible that it could help him break through to the Saint Realm. The skeletal being continued, "I think you should know some things already. This True Dragon's secret realm is a secret realm created by the second True Dragon Great Emperor after fusing with several shattered large worlds. That's why this secret realm is extremely extraordinary, and there are many secrets hidden here. The origin of those shattered large worlds wasn't destroyed because of this. It's just that the origin of those worlds has now fallen silent. Some cultivators with better luck might be able to find some and rely on them to greatly increase their cultivation. However, there aren't many people with such good luck. I also happen to sense the aura of the origin of the world by chance. The origin of the world is in the same direction as the 64 mountain ranges. However, it's a bit further away. From the 64 mountain ranges, continue flying in the southwest direction for 10 days or so. You'll see a place where spacetime is broken. That place is extremely terrifying. It's connected to the True Dragon's secret realm, and it's also connected to some broken spacetime. There are some terrifying creatures hidden in those broken spacetime, and there are also some terrifying creatures hidden underground. You must pay attention to this. In addition, that place is densely covered with destructive seals. It's said that those seals can kill cultivators who have surpassed their cultivation level. The origin of the world is very likely to be hidden in the deepest part of that area. End of chapter. Thank you for telling me. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. The white bone creature said, "You don't have to thank me. We were originally exchanging things of equal value, but don't forget what you promised me." Lin Feng said, "Of course I won't forget what I promised you. I'm definitely a man of my word. You can rest assured about that." "That's good." The white bone creature nodded. Lin Feng looked at the other stone rooms. Duzu and the evil sovereign saint had not come out yet. It was obvious that the two of them had obtained some opportunities here. They were able to obtain an opportunity here. Of course, Lin Feng was happy for them. They didn't know when they would be able to come out, so Lin Feng planned to leave by himself to search for the immortal scripture and world origin that he wanted. Duzu and the evil sovereign saint continued to stay here and comprehend and break through. Lin Feng looked at the white bone creature and said, "If my friends come out, please tell them to go back directly." The white bone creature nodded and said, "All right." Then, Lin Feng left. After coming out of the cave, Lin Feng did not stop and directly flew towards the southwest. There were also many opportunities in the southwest. On the way, Lin Feng saw many cultivators fighting against each other. Some of the battles were extremely intense, and many people had died. It was incomparably tragic. These cultivators were fighting each other for the sake of snatching these opportunities. Lin Feng had already expected this situation. Lin Feng did not feel that there was anything strange about it. Lin Feng was resting by a pool of water. He heard some news about the Heaven Realm's heavenly generals. There was an expert called Xianxia Heavenly General in this area. Xianxia Heavenly General was a cultivator from the Heaven Realm's sacred fire race. He was an expert from a top force. Rumor had it that this race was a race that transcended eras. However, Lin Feng was not too sure if this rumor was true or not. In truth, there was no lack of epic lost races among the forces that had submitted to the 33 heavens. The main reason was because the lords of the 33 heavens were too powerful. Among them, there were even experts who had surpassed the Saint Realm. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't find it strange that a race that had transcended eras would join the 33 heavens. Lin Feng, on the other hand, did not take Xianxia Heavenly General to heart. Because Lin Feng was skilled and daring. Even if he encountered the Yanhua Heavenly General, he would not fear him. 10 days later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the area mentioned by the white bone creature. From afar, one could see 64 mountain ranges scattered all over the place. Each mountain range formed a powerful dragon vein. Those were 64 mountain ranges. It was as if 64 dragons had gathered together. Even for cultivators who had no understanding of feng shui or the topography of the land, they would still be able to do so. Seeing the 64 mountain ranges gathered together, one would definitely know how extraordinary this place was. Although this place was not simple, due to the magnetic field, many cultivators could get lost after entering this place. In addition to the magnetic field, there were other dangers. Therefore, it was extremely dangerous to enter that area. Moreover, it was not an easy task to find some powerful opportunities inside. However, this couldn't stop everyone's enthusiasm. Many cultivators entered the 64 mountain ranges to search for opportunities. Occasionally, some people would find some opportunities. Whenever someone found an opportunity, it would cause quite a commotion. After Lin Feng arrived at this place, he saw Xianxia. This made Lin Feng extremely surprised. He didn't expect to see Xianxia here. Xianxia also saw Lin Feng. After seeing Lin Feng, Xianxia's face suddenly revealed a cold smile. He walked towards Lin Feng and looked at Lin Feng with contempt. I really didn't expect the two of us to meet here. Why didn't you stay in the Undying Realm? What are you doing here? Could it be that you know I'm here and specially came to die? Xianxia was very proud. Even when facing Lin Feng, he still didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes. Lin Feng's face immediately revealed a cold smile. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? Who was the one who fled the Undying Realm like a stray dog? I've been looking for you for a long time. I originally thought that you were a powerful person, but I didn't expect you to be such a piece of trash. If I were you, I would have found a place to kill myself. Xianxia's eyes darkened. He said coldly, did killing the Heavenly Emperor make you blindly confident? Don't forget that it was a few of you who attacked together and luckily killed the Heavenly Emperor. It's not like it's your credit alone. I really don't know where you got so much courage to actually say those shameless words in front of me. Then let's give it a try. Let's see if I can kill you. Lin Feng sneered. Originally, he did not plan to attack Xianxia. Because that Meng Qianyu and Xianxia would not rest until one of them was dead. Lin Feng was still waiting for Meng Qianyu and Xianxia to have a life-and-death battle. However, now that Xianxia was in such a hurry to die, Lin Feng didn't mind getting rid of him. Xianxia said coldly, I won't attack you, because someone else will kill you. There's no need for me to do anything. As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, at this moment, in the distance, flames soared into the sky. Amidst the flames, a cultivator walked over step by step. It was a cultivator wearing a divine armor. He was surrounded by endless flames as if he was a god walking out of the flames. His aura was so terrifying and powerful. Sensing the aura emanating from the cultivator's body, many people could not help but turn pale. It's the Heavenly General Yanhua. Some cultivators cried out in alarm. Yanhua is one of the 36 Heavenly Generals under the Heavenly Emperor. His strength is unfathomable. Someone said. I heard that he's already broken through to the quasi-transcendence realm. Another cultivator said. That's right. I've also heard about this. He broke through 50 years ago. His strength should be between the first and third layers of Immortal Foundation. Another cultivator said. Yanhua walked over step by step. His terrifying aura enveloped the world, causing many people to feel suffocated. Many people's faces turned pale. Yanhua's terrifying aura directly oppressed Lin Feng. The surrounding cultivators naturally felt that Yanhua seemed to be targeting Lin Feng. They were extremely puzzled. They did not know why a terrifying existence like Yanhua would target a young human cultivator like Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Yanhua Heavenly General. Obviously, Yanhua Heavenly General had already recognized him. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. It was just as he had guessed. Yanhua Heavenly General and the others had most likely come here to deal with him. Yanhua Heavenly General no longer hid his purpose. Yanhua Heavenly General's cultivation was naturally terrifying. But so what, Lin Feng was also very powerful. Who is that kid? Why is he being targeted by Yanhua Heavenly General? A terrifying expert like Yanhua Heavenly General shouldn't target a young human cultivator like him. Yeah, I'm also very confused about this. I wonder if something happened that we don't know about. No matter what the reason is, if Yanhua Heavenly General targets him like this, he won't have a good ending. That's right, Yanhua Heavenly General is so powerful. Killing him is as easy as flipping a hand. Many people were discussing. Clearly, many people believed that Lin Feng, who was being targeted by Yanhua Heavenly General, had no hope of escaping. Today, Lin Feng would definitely die in Yanhua Heavenly General's hands. Xiezi stood in the void, watching this scene with interest. At this moment, Yanhua Heavenly General had already walked over. He looked at Lin Feng indifferently and said coldly, "Will I do it? Or will you end your own life?" When Yanhua Heavenly General said this, he had an arrogant attitude. He obviously didn't think much of Lin Feng. As far as he knew, Lin Feng and the other 3 cultivators had joined hands to kill Tiandi the Celestial Emperor. At that time, Tiandi had just broken through to the Saint Realm. Although he had relied on devouring the Undying World's source energy to rapidly increase his cultivation, he hadn't yet reached the Saint Realm. Tiandi hadn't even been able to fully control the powerful strength of that realm. Tiandi compared to him, Tiandi's talent might be stronger than his. However, Tiandi had broken through for a short period of time. Tiandi's battle strength definitely couldn't compare to his. Lin Feng and the others had attacked Tiandi together. They had almost been killed by Tiandi. Now, Lin Feng was alone. How could he possibly be a match for him? A mocking expression appeared on Lin Feng's face as he said, "What an ignorant fellow." "Brat, what did you say?" Yanhua Heavenly General's face instantly darkened. Lin Feng actually dared to look down on him like this. This infuriated Heavenly General Yanhua. Lin Feng said, "What? Can't you understand human language? You're courting death." Yanhua Heavenly General roared. Then, he slapped his palm toward Lin Feng across the void. Yanhua Heavenly General's palm. It contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. After feeling the terrifying power contained in that palm, many people turned pale with fright. They felt as if their souls were trembling. As expected of a top-notch expert. The pressure and shock brought about by such an expert's attack was simply too shocking. Yanhua Heavenly General's attack condensed into a large energy handprint. That energy palm descended from the sky and blasted towards Lin Feng. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. It instantly blasted down. That brat is dead for sure. Many cultivators couldn't help but exclaim. In their opinion, Yanhua Heavenly General's attack was simply too terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't possibly block it. At this moment, Lin Feng made his move. Facing Yanhua Heavenly General's terrifying attack, Lin Feng slapped his palm forward. A loud bang was heard. Lin Feng directly broke Yanhua Heavenly General's attack. After seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng would definitely die under Yanhua Heavenly General's attack. However, they didn't expect Yanhua Heavenly General's attack to be broken by Lin Feng. Moreover, everyone realized that when Lin Feng broke Yanhua Heavenly General's attack, he didn't seem to use much strength. In other words, Lin Feng's very ordinary attack had broken Yanhua Heavenly General's attack. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Lin Feng's cultivation was. This guy is actually so powerful. Is he really a human cultivator? Didn't they say that human cultivators' talent is relatively poor? This human cultivator is too young. At his age, not to mention the human race, even the other races can't have such a powerful cultivation at his age, right? The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. Indeed. Many races were prejudiced against the human race. They felt that the human race didn't have a strong physical body. Moreover, their bloodline was very ordinary. The human race was a relatively weak race. In fact, the reason why they thought so was because the human race's bloodline had indeed declined greatly in recent years. In addition, their physical bodies were weak. Many races felt that the human race had declined and had become a race that they could bully. Therefore, When they saw how powerful Lin Feng was, it was a huge blow to them. Just as these cultivators were discussing spiritedly, Lin Feng walked step by step towards Yanhua. He looked at Yanhua indifferently and said, "I've heard that you're one of the 36 heavenly generals. I'm really disappointed. I thought that the 36 heavenly generals under the command of the Lord of the 33 heavens would be very strong. Who would have thought that they were just fishing for fame? However, although your cultivation is not good, you are barely qualified to die at my hands." Lin Feng's words were full of contempt and disdain for Yanhua. Moreover, he was extremely arrogant. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Yanhua's face became extremely gloomy and terrifying. He sneered and said, "I didn't expect you to be stronger than I thought. However, do you think that you can behave so atrociously in front of me? I only used 10% of my strength in that attack just now. You only blocked 10% of my strength. What's there to be proud of?" Many people exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that Yanhua had only used 10% of his strength. If 10% of his strength was so powerful, then how terrifying would 100% of his strength be? At this time, Lin Feng said, "You actually used 10% of your strength just now. I only used 5% of my strength just now." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the corners of Yanhua's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. The others couldn't help but smile bitterly. Let's not talk about Lin Feng's strength first. Let's talk about Lin Feng's ability to insult others. It was really too powerful. If they were to argue with Lin Feng, they would be angered to death. "Brat, I'll let you experience my divine ability." Yanhua sneered. He stretched out his right hand. A ball of flame appeared in his right hand. That ball of flame contained an energy that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Under Yanhua's control, the ball of flame distorted space and time. It quickly flew towards Lin Feng. End of chapter. The fireball was extremely powerful. After feeling the terrifying power contained within the fireball, many people revealed terrified expressions. The fireball did indeed make them feel a suffocating aura. Once the fireball exploded, the power it released was absolutely unimaginable. Many people did not dare to continue staying in place. They hurriedly retreated a few thousand meters, creating a sufficient distance. At this time, they were slightly relieved. At this time, the fireball had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. The flame expanded violently, as if it was about to shatter. Everyone was waiting for the fireball to shatter. Once it shattered, it would definitely release an incomparably terrifying attack. Everybody didn't know whether Lin Feng would be able to resist that fireball or not. Everyone was nervously watching the battle. Facing the fireball's attack, Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and gently tapped the fireball. Suddenly, the ball of flame became more docile. The violent aura from before was completely restrained and disappeared. This change made everyone feel incredulous. If Lin Feng could withstand the opponent's attack, no one would be particularly surprised. After all, Lin Feng's strength was also very strong. But now, Lin Feng had controlled the fireball condensed by the Yanhua Heavenly General with just a light tap. This was too unbelievable. Even the Yanhua Heavenly General revealed an expression of disbelief. He could not believe that the fireball he condensed was actually controlled by Lin Feng just like that. In fact, there was a reason why Lin Feng could do this. Lin Feng now controlled 8 types of heavenly flames. What were heavenly flames? Heavenly flames were the most powerful flames in the great Tao of fire, suppressing all flames. Although Lin Feng did not take out the heavenly flames, Lin Feng could mobilize the power of the heavenly flames at any time. Therefore, it was too easy for Lin Feng to mobilize the power of the heavenly flames to suppress the fireball. However, in the eyes of cultivators who did not know the inside story, this was extremely unbelievable. Lin Feng gently blew at the fireball, and the fireball was immediately extinguished. Lin Feng said, "What other skills do you have? Hurry up and use them. If you don't, you won't have the chance to use them later." Hearing Lin Feng's words, many people couldn't help but sigh. Lin Feng's words were extremely arrogant, but Lin Feng indeed had the qualifications to say such words. This was because the strength that Lin Feng had displayed made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. The Yanhua Heavenly General's expression became extremely gloomy. Only now did he realize that Lin Feng was actually so terrifying. He felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. This was because it had not been long since the Celestial Emperor had fallen. In such a short period of time, Lin Feng had raised his cultivation to this level. Wasn't his cultivation rising a little too fast? This was something that Heavenly General Yanhua could not understand. In fact, Heavenly General Yanhua had underestimated the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor was too heaven-defying, and he had also refined the 33 layers of heaven. At that time, the Celestial Emperor's realm was not stable. However, if Heavenly General Yanhua were to fight with the Celestial Emperor, he might not be a match for the Celestial Emperor. Because Heavenly General Yanhua had underestimated the Celestial Emperor's strength, he had also underestimated the strength of Lin Feng and the others. In addition, Lin Feng's accumulation was too powerful. Perhaps Lin Feng had only increased by a large realm, but his fighting strength was very likely to have increased by an unimaginable amount. Heavenly General Yanhua did not understand these things at all. He only used his guesses to judge many things. Only now did he realize how ridiculously wrong he was. Heavenly General Yanhua said coldly, "Brat, don't be too complacent. I still have a powerful ultimate move that I haven't used yet." After he finished speaking, Heavenly General Yanhua's body actually disappeared. After seeing this scene, many people were extremely shocked. Many people tried to use their spiritual will to sense Heavenly General Yanhua. But they found nothing. Could it be that Heavenly General Yanhua used a blue invisibility divine ability? Someone said. If it's really that kind of divine ability, then it's too terrifying, because this way, Heavenly General Yanhua is equivalent to being in the dark, and that young master is equivalent to being in the light. If a strong expert like Heavenly General Yanhua were to attack in the dark, then the threat he would pose would be incomparably huge. If he attacked 10 times, even if only one of them succeeded, it would still be able to cause unimaginable damage to Lin Feng. Another cultivator said. This cultivator's words resonated with many people. The current Heavenly General Yanhua was indeed a huge threat. Although Lin Feng's fighting strength was extremely terrifying, if Lin Feng was unable to dispel Heavenly General Yanhua's invisibility technique, then Lin Feng was indeed very dangerous. At this moment, the void behind Lin Feng trembled slightly. Heavenly General Yanhua flew out and then struck out a palm towards Lin Feng. Heavenly General Yanhua's appearance was too sudden. Many people did not react in time. His terrifying palm strike, it was about to hit Lin Feng's body. But at this moment, dense magic immunity runes actually appeared on Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng used the magic immunity divine ability. Heavenly General Yanhua's palm strike landed on Lin Feng's body. 80% of the power was negated by the magic immunity divine ability. The remaining attack was blocked by Lin Feng's body. Heavenly General Yanhua's expression could not help but change. He felt that things were not going well. Originally, he thought that Lin Feng would be severely injured, but Lin Feng actually dispelled his attack. Heavenly General Yanhua wanted to use the invisibility technique again. Then, he would travel through the void and leave. But Lin Feng did not give Heavenly General Yanhua the chance. Lin Feng directly sealed the surrounding space. How powerful was Lin Feng's Tao of Space? Once he used the Tao of Space, unless one's strength far surpassed Lin Feng's, one would be able to break his Tao of Space. Right now, Lin Feng probably had a battle strength that surpassed the first or second level of Immortal Foundation. Although his cultivation realm did not increase, his battle strength was there for all to see. Lin Feng guessed that his battle strength and Heavenly General Yanhua's battle strength should be about the same. Since their battle strength was about the same, Heavenly General Yanhua wanted to break Lin Feng's void confinement technique. Naturally, it was impossible. So, Heavenly General Yanhua's invisibility technique did not get rid of Lin Feng. And this invisibility state quickly disappeared. His original body was still by Lin Feng's side, unable to leave. And at this moment, Lin Feng punched towards Heavenly General Yanhua. End of this chapter. Lin Feng's physical body was unparalleled. Once they engaged in a physical fight, he could definitely crush anyone. Unless it was a top expert of the ancient dragonesque elephant clan who could suppress Lin Feng in terms of physical body. No one from the other clans could suppress Lin Feng, even if it was Lin Feng's ancestor. His strength far surpassed Lin Feng's, but if he competed with Lin Feng in terms of physical body, he wouldn't be able to win against Lin Feng. Yan Hui Heavenly General and Lin Feng in terms of physical body, the difference was too great. Yan Hui Heavenly General could feel how terrifying Lin Feng's punch was. He couldn't believe his eyes. But all of this was real. Lin Feng's physical body was indeed too terrifying. It was a little incomprehensible. Yan Hui Heavenly General wanted to activate his sacred art, but in such a close-range attack, Lin Feng didn't give Yan Hui Heavenly General the chance to activate his sacred art. So, right now, Yan Hui Heavenly General could only compete with Lin Feng in terms of physical body. Yan Hui Heavenly General used both of his hands to block in front of him. He used the iron chain crossing the river technique. He wanted to use this to block Lin Feng's punch. But the power contained in Lin Feng's punch was too terrifying. Yan Hui Heavenly General was sent flying. Furthermore, the Yan Hui Heavenly General's arm actually emitted cracking sounds. Obviously, Yan Hui Heavenly General's arm had already been shattered by Lin Feng. This was an extremely bad thing. Once a person's arm was shattered, then it would have a great impact on their own combat strength. Yan Hui Heavenly General's arms trembled violently. Lin Feng's punch had caused quite a bit of damage to him. The cultivators who were watching the show all revealed extremely shocked expressions. Yan Hui Heavenly General had actually suffered such serious injuries. This made them feel incredulous. Originally, everyone thought that after Yan Hui Heavenly General used his invisibility method, he had already obtained a huge advantage. But the reality was different from what they imagined. The battle prowess Lin Feng displayed was far more powerful than they had imagined. They couldn't understand how a young human cultivator like Lin Feng could improve his cultivation base. Blazing Fire Heavenly General wanted to quickly retreat and increase the distance between him and Lin Feng. But Lin Feng didn't give him the chance. Lin Feng's speed was much faster than the Blazing Fire Heavenly General. He followed her like a shadow. Lin Feng quickly arrived beside the Blazing Fire Heaven General and threw another punch at him. The Blazing Fire Heaven General had no choice but to take Lin Feng's punch head-on. Yan Hui Heavenly General punched towards Lin Feng. The Blazing Fire General and Lin Feng fiercely collided with each other. It was as if two extraterrestrial planets had collided with each other. The tyrannical power directly shattered the void. This was an extremely terrifying scene. This was because this was only a collision of physical bodies, but it had already produced such a terrifying destructive power. If it were a collision of divine abilities, how terrifying would the destructive power be? It was simply unimaginable. But what shocked everyone even more was that when Lin Feng and Yan Hui Heavenly General collided, the Blazing Fire Heavenly General's arm was directly broken. The white bone pierced through the skin and was exposed. The Blazing Fire Heavenly General had suffered extremely serious injuries. Lin Feng continued to charge towards the Blazing Fire Heavenly General and threw another punch. Facing Lin Feng's terrifying attack, the Blazing Fire Heavenly General couldn't dodge. He could only use his other arm to block Lin Feng's attack. The two sides collided once more. The sound of bones cracking rang out once more. The Blazing Fire Heavenly General's arm was broken again. Both of Yan Hui's arms had been destroyed by Lin Feng. The Blazing Fire Heavenly General is finished. That's right, he's dead for sure. Many people couldn't help but exclaim. This battle was different from what everyone had imagined. The battle of divine abilities that everyone had imagined didn't happen. It was just a simple battle of physical strength. Lin Feng used the simplest method to severely injure the Blazing Fire Heavenly General. Xianxia, who was watching the battle from afar, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Lin Feng's physical body was too tyrannical. It made Xianxia extremely fearful. Lin Feng wanted to kill the Blazing Fire Heavenly General in one go, but at that moment, Xianxia took out a sword. The sword quickly flew towards Lin Feng and slashed towards Lin Feng. Xianxia actually wanted to save the Blazing Fire Heavenly General. Lin Feng sneered. Lin Feng waved his hand. The Pengu axe flew out. It collided with Xianxia's sword. It blocked the sword's attack. At that moment, Lin Feng had already arrived beside the Blazing Fire Heavenly General. he threw a powerful punch towards the blazing fire heavenly general. Lin Feng's punch landed on the blazing fire heavenly general's body. The blazing fire heavenly general's body directly exploded. Only a ball of source energy was left. Lin Feng took that ball of source energy. Actually, the blazing fire heavenly general's source energy was no longer of any use to Lin Feng. However, even though Lin Feng couldn't use it, he could give it to others. For example, he could give it to his woman. Xiaxia saw that the blazing fire heavenly general was killed by Lin Feng. Xiaxia put his sword away and looked at Lin Feng in a deep and meaningful way. Immediately after, he flew towards the mountain range. Lin Feng didn't chase after Xiaxia. It was better to leave Xiaxia to Meng Qianyu. If Meng Qianyu could kill Xiaxia, that would be the best. If she couldn't kill Xiaxia, then Xiaxia would be greatly exhausted. His battle strength would drop. He would then take action to kill Xiaxia. Lin Feng didn't feel that he had an unfair advantage. In this world, everyone would only remember the living and not the dead. After Lin Feng put away his magic treasure, he quickly flew towards the mountain range in front. Soon, Lin Feng entered the mountain range and disappeared without a trace. At that moment, the cultivators who were spectating the battle began to discuss amongst themselves. The battle that had taken place today was simply too shocking. Moreover, the person who died was one of the 36 heavenly generals, the blazing fire heavenly general. He was the trusted aide of the 33 heavens master. Now that he was killed here, one could imagine what kind of uproar this matter would cause. There was more than one person in the 36 heavenly generals. If the other heavenly generals received the news, they would definitely not let it go. Moreover, the 33 heavens master would definitely be furious. Many people knew that a storm was coming and a war was about to begin. After Lin Feng entered the area, Lin Feng was surprised. He searched for places where the Hongjun Immortal Sutra might appear. 64 mountain ranges, each and every one of them so mysterious. There seemed to be a special aura that shrouded this place. Even with Lin Feng's means, it was extremely difficult to find the Hongjun Immortal Sutra in these places quickly. Lin Feng walked through the 64 mountain ranges but found nothing. However, he saw some cultivators obtaining opportunities here. However, it was obvious that the opportunities they found were not the Hongjun Immortal Sutra. If it was the Hongjun Immortal Sutra, it would definitely cause a big commotion. Of course. Because this place was shrouded in a magnetic field, many people got lost in this place. Moreover, this place was densely covered with array formations. Many people died under the attacks of the array formations. If one wanted to find opportunities in these 64 mountain ranges, they would naturally have to pay a certain price. It might even be the price of their lives. However, cultivators looking for opportunities were seeking riches and rewards. Therefore, even though they knew that it was dangerous to enter, many people still took the risk. Lin Feng stood on a mountain peak and couldn't help but frown deeply because the situation in front of him made him feel helpless. If there really was the Hongjun Immortal Sutra here, then where was it most likely to be hidden? Lin Feng searched for so long but he couldn't find any clues. Wasn't the Hongjun Immortal Sutra hidden too deeply? Could it be that it wasn't fated with the Hongjun Immortal Sutra? Lin Feng cut off this thought as soon as it appeared. Lin Feng felt that any opportunity could be fought for. Lin Feng stood in the void and observed the 64 mountain ranges. He realized that the huge 8 trigrams formed by the 64 mountain ranges seemed to be different from the normal 8 trigrams. These 64 mountain ranges, 8 mountain ranges formed a unit, which was equivalent to 8 trigrams. This way, it was equivalent to dividing the 8 trigrams. These 8 trigrams formed the 8 trigrams. However, this was divided according to the Xiantian 8 trigrams. In reality, this place should be divided according to the 64 trigrams. In a normal Xiantian 8 trigrams, there would be 8 mountain ranges in each area. In this way, it was the 8 trigrams formed by the 64 trigrams. This was called the Hotian 8 trigrams. However, the Hotian 8 trigrams in this place had yin and yang reversed. This made Lin Feng extremely puzzled. Yin and yang reversed, filled with a demonic aura. Could it be that there was something special in the core area of the postnatal 8 trigrams? For example, which place might have the Hongjun Immortal Sutra? Thinking about that, Lin Feng spent the whole day analyzing the situation. He wanted to know where the core of the world was. Lin Feng successfully deduced the location of the core. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the location he had deduced. When Lin Feng arrived, he discovered that this place was actually a lake. This lake was about tens of thousands of square meters in size. Of course. In the world of cultivators, although such a lake wasn't small, it wasn't particularly huge. After seeing this lake, Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. This place was the core of his deduction. Would the Hongjun immortal scripture be in this place? Lin Feng wasn't sure either. He could only find out after searching for a while. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly flew towards the lake. Lin Feng came to the center of the lake and then lurked in the lake. When Lin Feng dived to the bottom of the lake, he immediately discovered that there were many corpses at the bottom of the lake. Those corpses were densely packed. There were probably hundreds of them. Each corpse was emitting a cold and terrifying aura. Those corpses were cultivators of different races, including the human race, dragon race, god race, immortal race, and so on. After seeing those corpses, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. What's going on with these corpses? Lin Feng didn't pay attention to these corpses. He quickly searched for the Hongjun Immortal Sutra in the lake. However, Lin Feng didn't find anything. At this moment, a terrifying thing happened. Many corpses in the lake actually opened their eyes. Their bodies floated up. Those corpses looked coldly at Lin Feng in the distance. Lin Feng was searching for the Hongjun Immortal Sutra. Suddenly, he felt that there seemed to be an extremely cold and terrifying aura shrouding his body in the distance. This made Lin Feng very surprised. Lin Feng turned his head to look. He discovered that the corpses were actually coming back to life. What's going on? Lin Feng had a startled expression. Those corpses were very powerful. However, Lin Feng felt that their state was a little strange. They didn't really come back to life. It was as if they had become corpses that only knew how to kill. One by one, the corpses soared into the sky and rushed towards Lin Feng. Seeing so many powerful corpses rushing towards him, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change slightly. He didn't fight with so many corpses. He quickly rushed out of the lake. At this moment, those corpses rushed out one after another. Then, all kinds of magic treasures rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng increased his speed and got rid of those magic treasures' attacks. He didn't dare to stay in the lake any longer and quickly left. After Lin Feng came out of the lake, those corpses all entered the lake and fell silent once again. Lin Feng stood on the shore of the lake and couldn't help but frown. Could it be that as long as someone entered the lake, those corpses would be able to sense it? And then come back to life? If that was the case, wanting to find the Hongjun Immortal Sutra below, it was simply an impossible task. The Hongjun Immortal Sutra shouldn't be in this place. At this moment, the Demon Lord transmitted to Lin Feng. How do you know? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord said, this is a very strange feeling. I keep feeling that the Hongjun Immortal Sutra shouldn't be in this place. Hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. In fact, sometimes, this feeling of a cultivator was very accurate. Sometimes, some things might not be judged by clues or experience. However, one could use this special feeling to judge. For example, many women said that they had a sixth sense. Moreover, many women believed in their sixth sense. But what was the sixth sense? It was actually a special feeling. And many women's sixth sense was very accurate. Some women relied on their sixth sense to sense that their man had cheated on them. After investigating, they found that it was actually true. This feeling of a cultivator was very similar to a woman's sixth sense. So, Lin Feng firmly believed the words of the Demon Lord just now. Although the Hongjun Immortal Sutra that Lin Feng wanted might not be in this place, Lin Feng felt that coming to this place was not without any gains. The corpses under the lake had already turned into corpses. His Book of the Dead already had 56 Saint Realm undead. Could he use the Book of the Dead to collect some of the Saint Realm corpses, because corpses were also a type of undead? And Lin Feng could feel that many of the corpses under the lake were Saint Realm corpses. Of course, most of the corpses had yet to break through to the Saint Realm. But the strength of those corpses seemed to far exceed his own realm. The reason for this situation. Lin Feng suspected that all of this was related to the lake. However, if they left the lake, their battle prowess might drop. Even if it fell, it didn't matter. Because even if it fell, the strength of those corpses was still very strong. Thinking of this, Lin Feng planned to enter the lake and try to collect the Saint Realm corpses this time. As for the corpses that had yet to reach the Saint Realm, Lin Feng naturally wasn't interested. Only the Saint Realm corpses were qualified to be collected by Lin Feng's Book of the Dead. So Lin Feng flew into the lake again. This time, when Lin Feng arrived at the center of the lake, Lin Feng saw that they had yet to enter the lake. There were splashes of water coming out of the lake. It was very likely that the corpses were about to come out. Maybe it was because they had just woken up and hadn't immediately fallen asleep. So when they sensed Lin Feng's aura, they came out one after another. Lin Feng floated in the air and summoned the Book of the Dead. Powerful magic power poured into the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead emitted powerful fluctuations. When the Book of the Dead emitted those terrifying fluctuations, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a smile. The Book of the Dead could suppress these corpses. Not long after, a group of several hundred terrifying corpses flew out. It was exactly as Lin Feng guessed. These corpses could form a special connection with the lake. Once this special connection was formed, even those corpses that hadn't entered the Saint Realm could display the strength of a Saint Realm corpse. Not to mention those corpses that had already entered the Saint Realm. Of course, when those corpses appeared, Lin Feng directly urged his Book of the Dead began to devour them. The Book of the Dead released an extremely powerful undead light of the undead, which enveloped all the corpses. The undead released a powerful undead light that covered all the corpses. When undead of the undead, the Book of the Dead tried to devour these powerful corpses. But Lin Feng realized that even though the Book of Dead Souls was suppressing the corpses, the Book of Dead Souls couldn't absorb them. This made of it was very of the dead. It was reasonable to say that the Book of the Undead could devour all corpses, but why couldn't it devour the corpses here? Could it be because the corpses here had a special connection with the lake? Was that why his Book of the Dead couldn't devour the corpses here? Lin Feng felt that it was possible. If it was really like this. If that was the case, then his wishful thinking would probably fail this time. At this time, Lin Feng found that the water in the lake was boiling. Then a terrifying energy came out of the lake. That terrifying energy poured into the several hundred corpses. When that energy poured into the corpses' bodies, the cultivation of those corpses suddenly increased by a large amount. Lin Feng felt that some of the corpses' strength increased by 5-6 times. This made Lin Feng's face reveal an extremely shocked expression. Their cultivation increased by too much. With so many corpses working together, they directly broke the Book of the Dead suppression on them. Fuck. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help cursing. He quickly put away the Book of the Dead and flew into the distance. But at this time, those powerful magic treasures came one after another. Many magic treasures directly locked onto Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng dodged some of the magic treasures' attacks, but he was still surrounded by many magic treasures. Lin Feng quickly activated the ruler's armor and took out the Phoenix Shield. He also activated the Phoenix Shield. These two magic treasures formed a powerful defensive system to protect Lin Feng. Then the other side's magic treasures bombarded Lin Feng's body, directly sending Lin Feng flying. Fortunately, there were these two powerful magic treasures protecting Lin Feng. So Lin Feng didn't suffer a calamity. Although he didn't suffer a calamity, but Lin Feng didn't feel good. Lin Feng felt like all the bones in his body were about to be shattered. He endured the pain and quickly flew to the shore. Those corpses wanted to chase Lin Feng, but their speed was too slow compared to Lin Feng's. So they were left far behind by Lin Feng. Lin Feng successfully returned to the shore. Those corpses once again entered the bottom of the lake and disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng's face was full of a bitter smile. He originally thought that he could collect some of the Sage Realm corpses to increase his strength. But he didn't expect that he couldn't collect these Sage Realm corpses. This made Lin Feng extremely disappointed. Lin Feng didn't continue to stay in this place. He directly left this place. Then Lin Feng went to look for the place where the Hongjun Immortal Sutra might appear. Lin Feng stopped on a mountain peak. Then he sat down cross-legged. He had been thinking about where the Hongjun Immortal Sutra might appear. Because Lin Feng had already searched for a while, but he couldn't find any clues. So now he had a headache. Without any clues, he had a headache. Wanting to find the Hongjun Immortal Sutra in the 64 mountain ranges was indeed not an easy task. Lin Feng didn't give up. He entered the forest again to look for some clues. He walked through the 64 mountain ranges. Still, he couldn't find any clues. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that he really wasn't fated with the opportunities here. Perhaps he was destined not to obtain the Hongjun Immortal Sutra this time. At this time, the demon lord transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. Didn't you cultivate Taoist Luya's Luya stargazing chart? Taoist Luya and Hongjun are experts of the same era. They must have crossed paths. You can try to use Luya's stargazing chart. See if there's any special reaction when Luya's stargazing chart is activated. End of chapter. The method that the demon lord mentioned could be tried. Thus, Lin Feng found a place to go into seclusion. He found a secluded cave and set up some array formations to seal off the surroundings. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. Then, he began to circulate the Luya star observation map. When the Luya star observation map began to circulate, it did not produce any special feelings. However, Lin Feng did not give up. After all, he had just started to circulate the Luya star observation map. If he circulated it for a period of time, he might be able to produce that special connection. Therefore, Lin Feng continued to circulate the Luya star observation map. He did not know how much time had passed. Lin Feng felt a very special aura. Vaguely, Lin Feng heard a voice. Lying high in the 9 clouds, I understand the truth of the Tao. Outside the heaven and earth, I am the sect master. Panga gave birth to Taiji, Yin and Yang and 4 symbols. The Tao was passed down to the 3 friends, and the 2 sects were divided into Chan and Jia. The leader of the Xian sect, Hongjun. When he heard this voice, Lin Feng's spirit suddenly shook. Because this voice mentioned Hongjun, Pangu, the 3 pure ones, and so on. Since that was the case, did that mean that he had really sensed the aura of the great Tao left behind by Hongjun? Of course. Sensing the aura of the great Tao might not necessarily be able to obtain the Hongjun Immortal Sutra. But this was a good start. If you can't even sense the aura of the great Tao, how can you find the inheritance of the Hongjun Immortal Sutra? Lin Feng continued to comprehend. Time passed slowly. He did not know how much time had passed. Lin Feng suddenly felt it. Vaguely. It was as if he had entered a mysterious world. This world. It was like a world before heaven and earth were created. The sky was not high, and the ground was not thick. Between heaven and earth, there was chaos. From the chaos, a cultivator walked out. That cultivator was wearing a white robe. Behind him were 10 halos of light. Those 10 halos of light made him look extraordinary. He was like a saint born from heaven and earth. When he saw him, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. Could this existence be the legendary Hongjun? Lin Feng could not see what he looked like. There was an aura of the great Tao that concealed Hongjun's true appearance. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care what Hongjun looked like. His goal was to obtain the Hongjun Immortal Sutra. The Tao can be explained, Hongjun said. After hearing Hongjun's words, Lin Feng showed a surprised expression. Because Hongjun's words were the first sentence recorded in the Tao Te Ching. The Tao Te Ching was the supreme scripture of Taoism. But in fact, the Tao Te Ching was not a particularly mysterious scripture. The Tao Te Ching can be bought in many places. Although he could buy the Tao Te Ching. However, cultivators were unable to comprehend the Supreme Heart Sutra recorded in the Tao Te Ching, as well as the top-notch divine abilities and secret techniques. This made people feel puzzled. Lin Feng replied, "Extraordinary Tao." This was the following sentence of the Tao Te Ching, Tao can be Tao. Connected together, it was Tao can be Tao is not Tao. Nameless. Hongjun continued. Extraordinary name. Lin Feng continued. Hong Jun said, nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth. Lin Feng said, famous, the mother of all things. Hong Jun said, therefore, there is no desire, to see how wonderful it is. Lin Feng said, there is always desire, to see how wonderful it is. Hong Jun said, these two come from the same place but have different names. Lin Feng said, they are both mysterious, mysterious within mysterious, the door to all kinds of mysteries. Then, Lin Feng and Hong Jun began to recite the Tao Te Ching one after another. In fact, there might be many people who had read the Tao Te Ching, but there might not be many people who could really recite it. This was because the Tao Te Ching itself was not a kind of inheritance. Since it was not a kind of inheritance, people naturally would not put too much effort into it. Moreover, there were some things that were related to Taoism that made many cultivators feel secretive. Many people were not willing to have too much contact with things related to Taoism. For example, the Tao Te Ching, everyone just looked at it. There were too few cultivators who really remembered the Tao Te Ching in their hearts. The reason why Lin Feng could recite the Tao Te Ching was because of the boring Taoist priest. Although the immeasurable Taoist priest was a grave robber. But to be honest, his lineage was also a branch of Taoism. This guy knew the Tao Te Ching by heart. He had once told Lin Feng to recite the Tao Te Ching by heart. In the beginning, Lin Feng felt that it was not a good thing to recite the Tao Te Ching and have karma with the Tao Te Ching, so Lin Feng refused. The immeasurable Taoist priest said, you have been in contact with me for so long, so you have long had karma with Taoism. After hearing the immeasurable Taoist priest's words, Lin Feng recited the Tao Te Ching. Lin Feng recited the Tao Te Ching for a long time. He did not use the Tao Te Ching. But today, Lin Feng used the Tao Te Ching. Fortunately, he had memorized the Tao Te Ching before. Otherwise, he would not be able to match the scriptures that Hong Jun recited. After about 100 sentences, Lin Feng suddenly found that something was wrong. Because Lin Feng found that the Tao Te Ching that the two of them were reciting had changed. Although it was still the content of morality, the order had changed. This surprised Lin Feng. The Tao Te Ching that he recited before. It was exactly the same as the content recorded in the Tao Te Ching in the book. But the order of the Tao Te Ching that he recited now was completely out of order. What the hell is going on? Lin Feng quickly memorized the contents that were out of order in his mind. He felt that if the order of the Tao Te Ching changed, something incredible would definitely happen. Could this situation have something to do with the Hong Jun Immortal Sutra? Lin Feng thought of another point. The Tao Te Ching was a sacred object of Taoism. Why couldn't cultivators comprehend any immortal sutras or supernatural powers from the Tao Te Ching? Was the reason why they couldn't comprehend it because the Tao Te Ching that was passed down now was not the original Tao Te Ching? Did someone mess up the order of the original Tao Te Ching and then it became the current Tao Te Ching? So, when people tried to comprehend the Tao Te Ching, they couldn't comprehend any immortal sutras or supernatural powers. The only content that could be comprehended was some understanding of heaven and earth and the great Tao of some ancestors of Taoism. But this kind of understanding couldn't help cultivators greatly improve their strength. Only immortal sutras and supernatural powers could help cultivators improve their strength. But if the Tao Te Ching that Lin Feng heard was the original Tao Te Ching, then did it mean that Lin Feng could comprehend the ancient immortal sutras or supernatural powers recorded in the Tao Te Ching? Lin Feng and Hong Jun recited the Tao Te Ching one sentence after another. All the later scriptures were out of order and formed a brand new Tao Te Ching. When the two of them recited the Tao Te Ching, flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. Such a strange phenomenon was really amazing. The sound of the Tao lingered between heaven and earth. When Lin Feng and Hong Jun finished reciting the Tao Te Sutra, in an instant, hundreds of millions of Tao flowers condensed. The Tao flowers fell from the sky, each containing the aura of the great Tao. Immersed in such a world, it was easy for one to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. Hong Jun looked at Lin Feng and said, the inheritance of the torch will never be extinguished. The inheritance of the great Tao will make the human race immortal. After Hong Jun said this, he turned around and left. Hong Jun left step by step. Lin Feng did not stop Hong Jun. This was because Hong Jun was only formed by the great Tao, not the real Hong Jun. After Hong Jun disappeared, Lin Feng found that he had disappeared from the chaotic world. When he reappeared, he had returned to the real world. He was pleasantly surprised because Lin Feng had obtained the real Tao Te Sutra. The real Tao Te Sutra should have recorded the Hong Jun Immortal Sutra. Therefore, Lin Feng began to comprehend the Tao Te Sutra. In order to comprehend whether the Hong Jun Immortal Sutra was recorded in the Tao Te Sutra, one must have an extremely strong comprehension ability. Lin Feng's comprehension ability happened to be very strong. Lin Feng used 3 days to successfully comprehend the Hong Jun Immortal Sutra from the Tao Te Sutra. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. He had finally obtained the Hong Jun Immortal Sutra that he had been searching for a long time. Moreover, among the Immortal Sutras that he had cultivated, a top-notch Immortal Sutra that could guard all Immortal Sutras had finally appeared. With this Immortal Sutra, all of Lin Feng's Immortal Sutras could revolve around the Hong Jun Immortal Sutra. At that time, Lin Feng's combat strength would definitely be greatly improved. This was too important for Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not continue to stay here. He flew outside. However, when Lin Feng flew out of the mountain range, 2 cultivators flew over from afar. The auras of those 2 cultivators were too terrifying. Moreover, they did not hide their auras. This was because there were simply too many cultivators wandering around this area. The arrival of these 2 cultivators, this naturally attracted the attention of many people. Soul Destroyer Heavenly General. Heavenly General of Thunder. It's actually these 2 people. They're also one of the 36 heavenly generals of the heaven realm. When Red saw the 2 cultivators, someone exclaimed. One of the 2 cultivators was wearing a black robe and was shrouded in darkness. The aura emitted from his body was extremely sinister and terrifying. That cultivator was the Soul Destroyer Heavenly General. The reason why this person was called the Soul Destroyer Heavenly General was said to be related to some of the abilities he possessed. He specialized in soul attacks. As for the other cultivator, he was surrounded by lightning and looked like a thunder god from the primordial era. That cultivator was Heavenly General Lei Ting. It was rumored that he was a holy spirit born from lightning. The arrival of Heavenly General Soul Destroyer and Heavenly General Thunder was clearly to deal with Lin Feng. The 2 of them already knew that Yan Huatian General had been killed by Lin Feng. They came just in time. If they had come a little later, Lin Feng would have already left. Now, they just happened to run into each other. Seeing Lin Feng appear, many cultivators began to discuss. Previously, many people had seen Lin Feng kill the Yan Huatian general. Following that, this matter spread like wildfire. So, this matter was no longer a secret. Of course. Actually, no one knew Lin Feng. At most, they only knew what he looked like. Other than that, they knew nothing about Lin Feng. And now, Lin Feng was blocked by the Soul Destroyer Heavenly General and the Thunder Heavenly General. This battle was definitely unavoidable. In many people's eyes. If Lin Feng only met one Heavenly General. Even if he couldn't beat the other party. There was no problem at all if he wanted to leave. But now, Lin Feng was actually blocked by 2 Heavenly Generals. The situation was a little troublesome. No matter how strong Lin Feng was. It was impossible for him to be a match for the 2 Heavenly Generals, right? Not to mention, the 2 Heavenly Generals in front of him, whether it was the Soul Destroyer Heavenly General or the Thunder Heavenly General. Their strength was much stronger than the previous Yan Huatian General. The Soul Destroyer Heavenly General was proficient in soul techniques and could use soul techniques to interfere with Lin Feng. As for the Thunder Heavenly General, he was proficient in sacred art techniques. If the 2 of them were to work together, their cooperation would be flawless. At that time, if Lin Feng was even the slightest bit careless, he could be killed by the 2 of them. The surrounding cultivators felt as if they were about to suffocate. The next peak battle made them feel extremely excited. They couldn't wait to see this great battle. Brat, have you thought about how you want to die? The Soul Destroyer Heavenly General looked coldly at Lin Feng. His voice was like the sound of death that floated out from hell. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Previously, when the Yan Huatian general met me, he was as arrogant as the 2 of you. However, in the end, he was killed by me. The 2 of you are destined to have the same fate as the Yan Huatian general." When they heard Lin Feng talk to two celestial generals like that, they couldn't believe it. He really didn't put the Soul Destroyer Heavenly General and the Thunder Heavenly General in his eyes. Everyone naturally knew that Lin Feng was extremely strong. However, no matter how strong he was, he shouldn't be so arrogant in front of the two heavenly generals, right? However, no one said anything. Everyone was nervously paying attention to the upcoming battle. The Soul Destroyer Heavenly General and the Thunder Heavenly General's faces were gloomy. This was especially so for the Thunder Heavenly General. He cultivated a lightning-attributed sacred art. He had a violent personality. Hearing Lin Feng's disdain for them, the Thunder Heavenly General was naturally furious. Moreover, Lin Feng was surrounded by the two heavenly generals. Yet, he still dared to say such words. The Thunder Heavenly General couldn't understand this. He didn't know where Lin Feng got the courage to say such words. The Thunder Heavenly General said coldly, "Brat, you're about to die and you still dare to boast shamelessly in front of us. Soon, we'll cut off your head and bring it back to the heaven realm. We'll hand it over to the Master of the 33 Heavens." After hearing the Thunder Heavenly General's words, many people revealed a strange expression. It seemed that these heavenly generals were here. It seemed like they wanted to kill this young human race cultivator. But who was this young human race cultivator? Why did they want to kill him? Moreover, the Thunder Heavenly General's words revealed some extremely important information. They seemed to have received orders from the Master of the 33 Heavens to kill this young human race cultivator. In fact, it was the Master of the 33 Heavens who wanted to kill this young human race cultivator. How terrifying were the Masters of the 33 Heavens! All of them had unfathomable cultivation bases. Moreover, among the Masters of the 33 Heavens, there were experts who surpassed their realms. They were existences who stood at the peak of the universe. Such terrifying existences. Why would they deliberately want to kill this young human race cultivator? This made many people puzzled. Of course, not everyone couldn't understand it. There were some who could understand the reason behind it. The Lord of the 33 Heavens did this because this young human cultivator had heaven-defying potential. This potential made the Lord of the 33 Heavens feel a huge threat. Therefore, the Lord of the 33 Heavens sent people to kill this young human cultivator. However, the Lord of the 33 Heavens might have underestimated this human cultivator's strength. As a result, they had already lost a heavenly general. Although these cultivators guessed the reason, they didn't dare to say it out loud. This was because the Lord of the 33 Heavens was the supreme existence in all the realms. If they dared to talk about the Lord of the 33 Heavens behind his back, wouldn't they be courting death? Therefore, many people pretended not to know. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so." Lin Feng smiled coldly. He stepped in the void. Lin Feng took the initiative to attack Heavenly General Soul Destroyer and Heavenly General Lei Ting. "O great Tao of Destiny, please descend with the power of destiny. Let me use the power of destiny to punish these two evil beings." When Lin Feng's voice fell, a river of destiny appeared in the void. The river of destiny surged with a strong power of destiny. When the river of destiny appeared, Lin Feng seemed to have turned into the Lord of Destiny. He seemed to be able to control the fate of all living beings. Lin Feng knew that he couldn't hold back against these two powerful existences. If he held back, it would be extremely dangerous. After all, these two heavenly generals were much stronger than Heavenly General Yanhua. Moreover, the two of them could form an extremely perfect combination. This was the most dangerous point. If they formed such a combination, Lin Feng would be in great danger. If he wasn't careful, he could die under their attacks. Therefore, Lin Feng had to take the initiative. Therefore, Lin Feng directly used the Great Art of Destiny. The Great Art of Destiny was the #1 Great Tao among the 3,000 Great Taos. The attack it contained was unimaginable. When the River of Destiny appeared, it enveloped Soul Destroyer Heavenly General and Heavenly Thunder Heavenly General. After the two of them were enveloped by the River of Fate, they immediately sensed that something was wrong. The power of destiny continued to surge into their bodies. This is the power of destiny. The Soul Destroyer's expression changed slightly. This person was indeed powerful. He actually recognized the power of destiny. There weren't many people who could recognize the power of fate. Thunderous Heavenly General's expression changed after hearing this. they knew just how terrifying the power of fate was. Of course, the two of them were also extremely extraordinary. Moreover, they were working together now. Even though Lin Feng had used the Tao of Destiny, the two of them still couldn't defeat him. They also had the confidence to deal with Lin Feng. The Soul Destroyer Heavenly General's hands were constantly forming hand seals as he chanted some incantations. However, Lin Feng didn't know what kind of spell he was referring to. In fact, he was heavily suppressed by the River of Fate. But even so, he still possessed terrifying combat strength. It was the same for the Heavenly General of Thunder. He was greatly suppressed by the River of Destiny. Even though the River of Destiny was greatly suppressing him, he was still able to display terrifying combat strength. The Heavenly General of Thunder gathered hundreds of millions of divine thunderbolts. Densely packed divine thunderbolts. They descended from the heavens. They blasted towards Lin Feng. It was just like a lightning tribulation that descended from the heavens. However, these attacks had no effect on Lin Feng. The densely packed thunderbolts blasted onto Lin Feng's body. However, these thunderbolts couldn't cause any harm to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng blocked the thunderbolts' attacks, he quickly rushed towards the Soul Destroyer Heavenly General and the Heavenly General of Thunder. This was because Lin Feng knew that the two of them had higher cultivation realms. Their magic powers were strong. If they were to compete with their mystiques, he would still be at a disadvantage. Therefore, the best way to deal with them was to have a physical confrontation. Lin Feng's physical body was unparalleled. No one could have a physical confrontation with Lin Feng. If they could get close to him, Lin Feng would be able to kill the two of them with his physical body. This was the simplest and most efficient method. Back then, the Heavenly General of Yanhua was killed by Lin Feng using this method. However, this time around, the Soul Destroyer Heavenly General and the Heavenly General of Thunder didn't let Lin Feng get close to them. The Soul Destroyer Heavenly General's methods were extremely strange. When Lin Feng got close to them, Lin Feng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. His body couldn't fly out. He felt as though his head was about to split open. The Soul Destroyer Heavenly General launched a soul attack on Lin Feng. Furthermore, the soul attack that he unleashed successfully caused a certain amount of damage to Lin Feng. This was something that Lin Feng found unbelievable. This was because Lin Feng knew that the Soul Destroyer Heavenly General was an expert in soul attacks. Hence, he had been guarding against the Soul Destroyer Heavenly General's soul attack. Lin Feng's soul had been hiding in the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng's Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp could protect Lin Feng's soul. Many experts wanted to attack Lin Feng's soul. However, when Lin Feng's soul was hiding in the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, no one could harm Lin Feng's soul. From this, one could tell. The defense of the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was extremely strong. However, Lin Feng's soul was currently hiding in the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. However, he was still injured. The Soul Destroyer Heavenly General's methods were too strange. It was simply unpredictable. Many people saw Lin Feng flying out. They couldn't help but be shocked. It was obvious that the spectators knew as well. Lin Feng must have been hit by the Soul Destroyer Heavenly General's soul attack. The Soul Destroyer Heavenly General was truly terrifying. He was indeed a top-notch expert who had mastered many soul attack techniques. At this very moment, the Soul Destroyer Heavenly General was extremely pleased. The Heavenly General of Thunder leaped out. He transformed into a thunder blade. That thunder blade tore through the void. It flew towards Lin Feng at high speed. The thunder blade that the Heavenly General of Thunder had transformed into wanted to split Lin Feng's body into two halves. End of chapter. Facing the attack of the thunder blade, Lin Feng revealed a cold smirk. Although the attack of the thunder blade was extremely powerful, it wasn't an easy task to kill him. When the thunder blade slashed over, Lin Feng's ruler's armor appeared. The thunder blade slashed onto Lin Feng's ruler's armor but didn't cause any harm to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's fist swept across the thunder blade and sent it flying. At the same time, the strong power of destiny surged over. The power of destiny entered Lin Feng's mind and enveloped Lin Feng's soul. Although the Soul Destroyer's soul attack was extremely powerful, Lin Feng believed that with his Tao of Destiny, it wouldn't be a problem to neutralize the other party's soul attack. Seeing that Lin Feng relied on a defensive armor to block his attack, the Thunder Blade Heavenly General's face darkened. However, the Thunder Heavenly General had many tricks up his sleeves. Moreover, he had a top-grade Dharma treasure. Then, a giant hammer appeared in his hand. The giant hammer was forged from an extremely ancient type of thunderstone. That thunderstone. It was said to be a material that transcended eras and was extremely precious. Therefore, the thunder hammer was a quasi-ancient weapon ultimate treasure that was unimaginably powerful. The Thunder Heavenly General wanted to use this ultimate treasure to kill Lin Feng. At the same time, the Soul Destroyer continued to attack Lin Feng with his soul attack. The Soul Destroyer had mastered many powerful soul attack techniques. This time, the soul attack that the Soul Destroyer used was even more powerful. That powerful soul attack once again blasted towards Lin Feng's soul. His soul attack technique was a little strange. It could harm a cultivator's soul silently. However, this time, the Soul Destroyer's soul attack couldn't hurt Lin Feng. That was because at this critical moment, the Tao of Destiny played an extremely crucial role. The Soul Destroyer's soul attack technique was blocked by Lin Feng's Tao of Destiny instantly. Lin Feng revealed a relieved expression. As long as he could neutralize the Soul Destroyer's soul attack technique, the following battle would be much easier. After all, if he was restrained by the Soul Destroyer's soul attack technique, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to unleash his full combat strength. And now, Lin Feng could finally attack without any worries. At this moment, the Thunder Heavenly General Thunder Hammer of Thunder was charging towards Jian Wushuang. That thunder hammer was descending from the sky and moving straight towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng revealed smiled. There was a loud clang. The Thunder Hammer of Thunder Heavenly General and the Pengu Axe of Lin Feng collided violently. The Pengu Axe was an ancient weapon-level treasure. At that moment, Lin Feng's cultivation level had increased tremendously. Although he still couldn't unleash the full power of the ancient weapon-level treasure. At the very least, he could unleash a large portion of its power. In addition to his own cultivation level, the combat strength that could be unleashed by the Pengu Axe was unimaginable. Hence, when both parties collided, Lin Feng didn't move an inch. On the other hand, the Thunder Heavenly General who was holding the Thunder Hammer was sent flying by Lin Feng's axe. The Soul Destroyer's face was extremely gloomy. He originally thought that after Lin Feng was hit by his soul attack, Lin Feng would definitely be severely injured. That was because the soul attack technique that he had just unleashed was much more powerful than the soul attack technique that he had unleashed the first time. The soul attack technique that he had unleashed the first time had already affected Lin Feng quite a bit, let alone the soul attack technique that he had unleashed this time around. However, things didn't go as he wished. The soul attack technique that he had unleashed this time around actually didn't have any effect on Lin Feng. This was something that he found hard to accept. Obviously, Lin Feng must have found a way to defend against his soul attack technique. That was why he was able to neutralize his soul attack. Lin Feng held the Pengu Axe in his hand and quickly charged towards the Thunder Heavenly General. Lin Feng wanted to seize this opportunity to kill the Thunder Heavenly General. The Thunder Heavenly General originally wanted to distance himself from Lin Feng. However, he realized that he had failed. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He couldn't shake off Lin Feng. He could only take Lin Feng's attack head-on. The Thunder Heavenly General poured the violent power of thunder within his body into the Thunder Hammer continuously. Many runes emerged from the Thunder Hammer. Every rune contained a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. The power of the Thunder Hammer was the Thunder Heavenly General's natal magic treasure. Hence, the Thunder Heavenly General was able to unleash the full power of this magic treasure. Now, the power of this supreme treasure, the Thunder Hammer, was completely unleashed. At this moment, the Thunder Heavenly General seemed to have transformed into the Thunder God of the primordial era. With a swing of his hammer, he could destroy a great world. This level of power was truly shocking. At this moment, Lin Feng had a sneer on his face. No matter how powerful the Thunder Heavenly General's attack was, he had nothing to be afraid of. Lin Feng activated the Pengu Axe. Many runes also surged out of the Pengu Axe. In addition to those runes, the Pengu Axe was also surrounded by the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers. Back then, Pengu was an existence that could split heaven and earth apart. Furthermore, many myths and legends said that Pangu's body had transformed into the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers between heaven and earth. Hence, even a powerful magic treasure like the Pangu axe. Images of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and so on appeared. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and rivers seemed to be turning into reality. The Pangu axe vibrated with an aura that could split heaven and earth apart. Lin Feng, who was holding the Pangu axe, was like the reincarnation of Pangu. Under Lin Feng's control, the power of the Pangu axe had reached the peak of what it could currently achieve. Lin Feng's Pangu axe and the thunder hammer of the thunder god Heavenly General collided fiercely. Clang, 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 the two powerful magic treasures collided dozens of times in a row. Every time they collided, it was like two great worlds colliding together. Even the surrounding void was shattered by the impact. The cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were horrified. This battle was really shocking. After dozens of collisions in a row, cracks began to appear on the surface of the hammer of thunder. Seeing this scene, the Thunder Heavenly General's eyes were about to split open. This was his natal magic treasure. Now, it was actually damaged. The Thunder Heavenly General's heart was filled with hatred. He wished he could cut Lin Feng into 10,000 pieces right there and then. Lin Feng had destroyed his thunder hammer. End of chapter. Lin Feng wielded the Pangu axe and fiercely swung it at the thunderous hammer once more. Lei Ting wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack, but he couldn't dodge Lin Feng's terrifying attack. Therefore, he could only swing his thunderous hammer once more to block Lin Feng's attack. Along with the sound of violent collisions, the thunderous hammer in Lei Ting's hand was directly shattered by Lin Feng's Pangu axe. As for the Heavenly General Lei Ting, he was sent flying by the violent power. His hands were trembling from the impact. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators all had extremely shocked expressions on their faces. The Thunderbolt Heavenly General's Thunderbolt hammer had actually been destroyed. Furthermore, the Thunderbolt Heavenly General had suffered such serious injuries. There was no suspense in this battle. That should be the Pangu axe, a cultivator said. He recognized the Pangu axe in Lin Feng's hand. In fact, it wasn't too surprising that someone could recognize the Pangu axe. After all, the Pangu axe was surrounded by the aura of creation. Perhaps the appearance of the Pangu axe could be imitated, and even the runes on it could be imitated. However, the aura of creation couldn't be imitated. Therefore, that cultivator recognized that Lin Feng's magic treasure was the legendary Pangu axe. Another cultivator said, "That's right, this magic treasure is the Pangu axe. It's an ancient weapon and one of the most powerful treasures born in this epoch. I didn't expect this young human cultivator to have such a terrifying treasure. It's really shocking." This was indeed shocking. After all, the Pangu axe had disappeared for many years. Now, it had reappeared in the hands of a young human cultivator. Could it be that he was a descendant of Pangu? The crowd wondered if he was a descendant of Pangu. Or was he Pangu's descendant? These two possibilities weren't small. It was no wonder this young human cultivator was so powerful. At that moment, Lin Feng continued moving towards the Heavenly General Lei Ting. The Heavenly General Lei Ting had already lost his thunder hammer. Without that treasure, his fighting abilities had greatly decreased. On top of that, Heavenly General Lei Ting had suffered serious injuries. Therefore, this was the best opportunity to kill Lei Ting. If he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to find such a good opportunity to kill Lei Ting again. At this moment, the Celestial General of the Soul Destroyer also attacked Lin Feng. He wanted to save General Lei Ting. Soul Destroyer took out a magic treasure. It was a golden bell. The golden bell quickly enlarged and soon became a huge golden bell that was more than 10 meters tall. Then, the enlarged golden bell flew into the air and shook violently. Every time it swayed, it would vibrate out one heavenly sound after another. The heavenly music was an extremely terrifying sound wave attack. That kind of attack could have a great impact on a cultivator's soul. Lin Feng immediately felt it. There was an invisible force that penetrated the power of destiny and wanted to harm his soul. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This magic treasure was really strange. A cultivator's soul was the weakest part. All kinds of soul techniques or some special magic treasures could cause great damage to a cultivator's soul. For example, many of the Heaven Lord of Destruction's methods. Be it magic treasures or mystiques, they were too great a threat to the soul. At this moment, he had to be cautious. However, Lin Feng, who had been tricked by Soul Destroyer, was already prepared. Therefore, he wasn't afraid. The power of destiny in Lin Feng's mind formed 4 shields. The 4 shields protected Lin Feng's soul. When those invisible attacks came, they were directly blocked by the shield formed by the power of fate. Soul Destroyer's magic treasure couldn't harm Lin Feng's soul. At this moment, Lin Feng had already arrived in front of Lei Tang Heavenly General. He waved the Pangu axe in his hand and cleaved at Lei Tang Heavenly General. After Lei Tang Heavenly General sensed the terrifying power contained in the Pangu axe, his face turned pale with fright. Such an attack. How could he possibly block it? Lei Tang Heavenly General's strongest offensive magic treasure, the Thunder Hammer, had already been destroyed. Therefore, Lei Tang Heavenly General didn't intend to fight Lin Feng head-on. Lei Tang Heavenly General took out a defensive magic treasure. He planned to use it to block Lin Feng's Pangu axe attack. After blocking Lin Feng's Pangu axe attack, he would think of a way to get rid of Lin Feng. This was the best idea that Lei Tang Heavenly General could think of now. However, Lin Feng didn't give Lei Tang Heavenly General this chance. The defensive magic treasure that Lei Tang Heavenly General took out was instantly cleaved into 2 by Lin Feng's Pangu axe. The power of the Pangu axe didn't weaken too much. Then, it cleaved at Lei Tang Heavenly General. Lei Tang Heavenly General was shocked. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. He had already been cleaved into 2 by Lin Feng's Pangu axe. Lei Tang Heavenly General had fallen. After seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators were shocked. 2 heavenly generals had joined forces to deal with a young human cultivator like Lin Feng. Instead, one of them had been killed by this young human cultivator. Everything was too unbelievable. However, all of this had happened in front of their eyes. Even if they didn't dare to believe it, everyone had to believe everything that had happened. Previously, Lin Feng had already killed Heavenly General Yanhua, including Heavenly General Lei Tang Heavenly General. The 36 Heavenly Generals of the Heaven Realm. 2 Heavenly General level experts had already been killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng then charged towards Heavenly General Soul Destroyer. Heavenly General Soul Destroyer was best at soul attacks. He wasn't good at competing with divine abilities or physical strength. His soul attack technique couldn't cause any harm to Lin Feng. Staying behind was simply courting death. Seeing that Heavenly General Lei Tang Heavenly General had already been killed by Lin Feng, how could Heavenly General Soul Destroyer still dare to stay? After he put away his golden bell magic treasure, Yi Zichen took it. Then, he took out a teleportation jade talisman. He crushed the teleportation jade talisman. After the teleportation jade talisman was crushed by Heavenly General Soul Destroyer, a powerful space-time power surged out from within the teleportation jade talisman. The space-time power enveloped Heavenly General Soul Destroyer. Heavenly General Soul Destroyer traveled through the void and left. Even though Lin Feng had cultivated the Tao of space, it was already too late to stop Heavenly General Soul Destroyer from escaping. After Heavenly General Soul Destroyer escaped, Lin Feng kept Heavenly General Lei Tang Heavenly General's storage ring. Then, he quickly left this place. End of chapter. After Lin Feng left, the rest of the people started to discuss. Today's battle was too shocking. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng would definitely be killed by Heavenly General Lei Ting and Heavenly General Han Mia. However, the result was completely unexpected. Therefore, the shock that this battle brought to everyone was simply unparalleled. Many people started to discuss Lin Feng's origin, but no one knew Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng wasn't a cultivator from the dragon world. He was a cultivator from the Undying Realm. Even the cultivators from the Undying Realm might not know Lin Feng, let alone these cultivators from the dragon world. One could imagine that in the following period of time, Heavenly General Lei Ting and Heavenly General Han Mia teamed up to deal with Lin Feng, but one of them was killed by Lin Feng instead. This news would definitely spread quickly. This matter would definitely alarm the entire True Dragon's secret realm. Lin Feng didn't pay too much attention to these things at all. At this moment, Lin Feng was rapidly flying towards the southwest. This was because Lin Feng planned to head to the place where the origin source of the Great World was located to find the origin source of the Great World that he needed. If he could find the origin source of the Great World, then Lin Feng could try to break through to the Sage Realm. If he could break through to the Sage Realm, how powerful would Lin Feng be by then? At the thought of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. When Lin Feng rushed to the place where the Shattered Void was located, Heavenly General Lei Ting and Heavenly General Han Mie teamed up to besiege Lin Feng. The news of Lin Feng killing Heavenly General Lei Ting quickly spread in the True Dragon's secret realm. This matter was indeed as many cultivators had expected. When this matter spread, it caused a huge uproar. Countless cultivators were discussing this matter. Moreover, it was said that a few more Heavenly General experts had arrived. There was even a Heavenly General whose strength had reached the 7th level of the Immortal Foundation realm that had come to the True Dragon's secret realm. 2 Heavenly Generals died one after another. These Heavenly Generals were enraged. They had been looking for Lin Feng everywhere, but they had not been able to find Lin Feng's whereabouts. At this time, Lin Feng had already arrived at the Shattered Void area. Looking from afar, one could see that there were indeed many cracks in that area. Those cracks were space-time cracks. It was connected to an unknown place outside the realm. Once they were swallowed by the space-time rift, it was very likely that they would die. This place was extremely dangerous for cultivators. Of course, the most dangerous thing was not the space-time rift. The most dangerous ones were the terrifying creatures in the space-time rifts. The creatures that lived in the space-time rift were absolutely terrifying. It was simply unimaginable how powerful such an existence was. Besides that, some terrifying living beings resided in this area where space was shattered. Coupled with various formidable formations and restrictions, the slightest carelessness was sufficient to cause a cultivator to be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, before entering this area, one must think carefully. It was said that a long time ago, after the True Dragon Mystery Plane had appeared, many cultivators had tried to enter this area. As for the cultivators who had tried to enter this area, they had basically all perished. Even if there were occasionally people who came out alive, their bodies were usually severely injured. It was very difficult to achieve much in terms of cultivation. It was precisely because this place was so dangerous that very few cultivators dared to enter this place now. Lin Feng discovered that there were actually still some cultivators lingering around this area. Those cultivators who came here did not rashly enter, but stood in the distance to observe the situation in this area. Lin Feng was also observing this area, but he did not enter rashly. This was because Lin Feng had been rushing all the way here, and he felt that his condition was not at its peak. He planned to adjust his condition first. After he recovered to his peak condition, he would then enter this area. At that time, he would have a greater chance of success. Therefore, Lin Feng looked for a place to rest. Lin Feng found a secluded valley. He arranged some array formations to hide this place. This way, he did not have to worry about being disturbed by others. Then, Lin Feng sat cross-legged and began to circulate the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to adjust his breathing. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng suddenly felt a violent fluctuation. When Lin Feng felt the violent energy fluctuation, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Lin Feng revealed a surprised expression. Such violent fluctuations, there should be a big battle between cultivators. It was not too far from the place where he was in seclusion. Lin Feng got up, left the place where he was in seclusion, and quickly flew in the direction of the battle. After half a quarter of an hour, Lin Feng arrived at the place of the battle. Lin Feng saw the battle in the distance. 5 evil spirit warriors joined forces and besieged a cultivator. Lin Feng had seen many evil spirit warriors from the mastermind world, and even killed some of them. However, the evil spirit warriors that Lin Feng had seen could not be compared to the 5 evil spirit warriors in front of him. The aura of these 5 evil spirit warriors was too terrifying. What surprised Lin Feng was that the cultivator being besieged by the 5 evil spirit warriors was actually the cursed doll. Seeing the cursed doll, Lin Feng was extremely surprised. He did not expect to see the cursed doll in this place. Ever since he parted ways with the cursed doll, Lin Feng had not seen the cursed doll since then. He did not expect the cursed doll to come to the dragon world. He did not know what the cursed doll was doing here. At this moment, the cursed doll was suppressed by the 5 evil spirits. It was heavily suppressed by the 5 great evil spirit warriors. If the cursed doll did not have a powerful defensive magic treasure, it would have been suppressed by the 5 great evil spirit warriors. The leader of the evil spirit warriors sneered and said, "Cursed doll, don't struggle anymore. The great emperor wants us to bring you back. No matter how you struggle, you won't be able to escape. If you obediently come back with us now, our emperor will definitely not mistreat you. If you're still stubborn, you'll have to suffer some physical pain." The cursed doll said coldly, "You want me to go back with you? You're daydreaming. Even if I, the cursed doll, die without a burial place, I will never compromise with you, let alone cooperate with you creatures from the mastermind world." The leader of the evil spirit warriors said slowly, "Cursed doll, why are you so confident? I know a bit about your past life, but you've become the cursed doll now. You should forget about your past life. We should live in the present and not in our memories." End of chapter. After hearing the evil spirit warrior's words, Lin Feng's face revealed a thoughtful expression. In fact, Lin Feng had always been very curious about the origin of the cursed doll, because in Lin Feng's opinion, the cursed doll should be a soul that had attached itself to this puppet doll and transformed into a living being. But why would his soul attach itself to the puppet doll? Lin Feng guessed that the cursed doll should have been killed by someone. After losing its physical body, it had no choice but to attach itself to the puppet doll. Lin Feng had tried to ask the cursed doll about its origins, but the cursed doll hadn't told him anything about its origins. He didn't want to talk about this matter. So, Lin Feng didn't know much about the origin of the cursed doll. But now, from the words of this evil spirit warrior, Lin Feng could roughly deduce some important information. For example, the cursed doll should have had its own family, its own relatives, its own lovers, and so on in its previous life. However, its family, clansmen, lovers, and so on should have all died. And it was very likely that they were killed by the people from the mastermind's world. That was why the cursed doll hated the cultivators from the mastermind's world so much. This was also the reason why the cursed doll was determined not to cooperate with the cultivators from the mastermind's world. Lin Feng knew that the cursed doll had gone through a lot of pain in its previous life. Even though the cursed doll looked unreliable and selfish at times, the cursed doll was still alive. But considering the painful things he had experienced in his previous life, all of this seemed to be understandable. Moreover, Lin Feng's relationship with the cursed doll was quite good. There was no problem in using life and death comrades to describe their relationship. At this moment, the cursed doll said coldly, "It's useless to say more. There's no need to waste your breath." The leader of the evil spirit warriors said coldly, "Since you don't know what's good for you, then I will detain your soul, destroy your cursed doll's body, and bring your soul to our emperor." Who was the emperor that this evil spirit warrior was talking about? Lin Feng wasn't sure, but it didn't matter who this emperor was. There was one thing that Lin Feng was very clear about. This emperor definitely had an extremely extraordinary position in the world of the mastermind. Lin Feng could clearly sense that these evil spirit warriors were all beings who had transcended epochs. If there was a world with the most beings who had transcended epochs, it would undoubtedly be the world of the mastermind. After all, they were the ones who manipulated the destruction of epochs. Wasn't it easy for them to cross epochs? Therefore, the strength of the mastermind's world was very terrifying. There were many powerhouses in the universe, but the gap between them and the powerhouses of the mastermind's world was still quite big. Therefore, the mastermind world could easily dispatch some top experts that were rarely seen in other worlds. The attacks of these evil spirit warriors were even more powerful. The defense system formed by the cursed doll's defensive magic treasure was already on the verge of collapse. It wouldn't be long before he couldn't hold on any longer. If those defensive systems were destroyed, the cursed doll probably wouldn't be able to withstand the siege of the 5 great evil spirit warriors. At this critical moment, Lin Feng made his move. Lin Feng directly took out his 14 stone swords. Lin Feng had a lot of magic treasures on him, but Lin Feng didn't use other magic treasures. Instead, he chose to use these stone swords. The main reason was that these stone swords could restrain beings who had transcended epochs. Since these evil spirit warriors were beings who had transcended epochs, they would naturally be restrained by Lin Feng's stone swords. So, Lin Feng taking out the stone swords was the best choice to deal with these evil spirit warriors. The 14 stone swords quickly arrived in front of the 5 great evil spirit warriors. Then, they launched an attack on the 5 great evil spirit warriors. The stone swords vibrated with terrifying auras and slashed towards the evil spirits. When it saw those stone swords, the cursed doll's eyes suddenly lit up. The cursed doll naturally knew that Lin Feng had many powerful stone swords in his hands. So when it saw those stone swords, although it didn't see Lin Feng yet, the cursed doll felt that Lin Feng should have come to this place. And it launched an attack on those evil spirit warriors. Those evil spirit warriors naturally recognized these stone swords. After seeing those stone swords, the expressions of the 5 evil spirit warriors couldn't help but change. Obviously, these evil spirit warriors didn't expect someone to control so many stone swords. Those evil spirit warriors hurriedly blocked the attack of the stone swords. Although the cultivation of these evil spirit warriors was extremely powerful, when they faced the attack of the stone swords, their strength was instantly reduced by 30 to 40%. Their combat strength decreased greatly. And Lin Feng suddenly appeared behind an evil spirit warrior. He held the Pangu axe in his hand. The axe slashed towards the evil spirit warrior. This evil spirit warrior was blocking the attack of the stone swords and didn't expect someone to suddenly attack him. This evil spirit warrior was actually very powerful. Sensing the movement behind him, so he quickly turned around and waved the sword in his hand to block Lin Feng's attack. Along with a loud noise was heard. The sword in the evil spirit warrior's hand collided with Lin Feng's Pangu axe. This evil spirit warrior was sent flying. But just as the evil spirit warrior was sent flying, a voice rang out. 14 stone swords had already flown over. Those stone swords directly pierced through the evil spirit warrior's body. This evil spirit warrior died with an expression of disbelief on his face. Perhaps he didn't dare to believe that he actually died under the attack of the stone swords. His throat squirmed. He wanted to make some sound. However, he couldn't make any sound. The stone swords directly swallowed all the flesh and blood essence of this evil spirit warrior. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. The stone swords could actually devour the flesh and blood essence of these evil spirit warriors. It seemed that the stone swords could increase their power by devouring the flesh and blood essence of these evil spirit warriors. After thinking of this, Lin Feng's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Ha 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 ha, Lin Feng, you really came. After seeing Lin Feng appear, the cursed doll immediately laughed out loud in excitement. Originally, he thought that he would definitely not be able to escape today. But he didn't expect to be able to survive. Now that he saw Lin Feng appear, the cursed doll was extremely excited. And those evil spirit warriors' faces became extremely gloomy, looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of killing intent. End of chapter. The leading evil spirit warrior looked at Lin Feng and asked coldly, "Who are you? How dare you meddle in our business?" Lin Feng sneered and said, "Why do you care who I am? I just like to meddle in other people's business. What can you do to me?" Lin Feng continued to control the stone swords to deal with the remaining 4 evil spirit warriors. The remaining 4 evil spirit warriors were quite terrifying. But so what, they had already lost one of their members, and the cursed doll was free. In addition to Lin Feng's stone swords and Lin Feng's powerful strength, it was easy for them to deal with the evil spirit warriors. It was much easier to deal with these evil spirit warriors. Lin Feng disappeared again. When Lin Feng appeared again, he was in front of the second evil spirit warrior. Lin Feng slashed at the evil spirit warrior with his axe. At this moment, the cursed doll successfully cast the curse technique. When the cursed doll cast the curse technique, the cursed doll's curse technique was successfully cast. The evil spirit warrior's body suddenly stiffened. Although it only stiffened for a few breaths of time. But it was enough for Lin Feng. In a battle between experts, the outcome was decided in an instant. Even if it was only for a few breaths of time, it was enough for Lin Feng to kill the evil spirit warrior. Lin Feng's Pangu axe directly split the evil spirit warrior in half. When the other 3 evil spirit warriors saw this scene, their expressions became extremely gloomy. They knew that with Lin Feng's participation, it was impossible for them to catch the cursed doll. "Let's go." the leading evil spirit warrior said in a deep voice. Then, the remaining 3 evil spirit warriors turned to escape. But how could Lin Feng let them leave? Lin Feng directly used the domineering magnetic field. When Lin Feng used the domineering magnetic field, the 3 evil spirit warriors were immediately enveloped by Lin Feng's domineering magnetic field. Now, Lin Feng only used the domineering magnetic field that was 5 times stronger. He had yet to display a more powerful domineering magnetic field. However, against these ghost warriors, there was no need to display an even more powerful domineering magnetic field. There's a saying that goes, "Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken?" That was what he meant. Lin Feng's 5x domineering magnetic field exerted an enormous pressure on the 3 evil spirit warriors. Their speed dropped drastically. His battle prowess was also greatly suppressed. Lin Feng locked onto the 3rd ghost warrior. Lin Feng and the cursed doll worked together seamlessly. When Lin Feng arrived in front of the ghost warrior, the cursed doll's curse technique played a huge role. The evil spirit warrior's body also became stiff. In the end, he was killed by Lin Feng's axe. Lin Feng discovered that the cursed doll's curse technique had become even more powerful. It seemed that the cursed doll had improved tremendously over the years. At this moment, only 2 evil spirit warriors remained. These 2 evil spirit warriors were also the 2 most powerful evil spirit warriors. Especially the leader of the evil spirit warriors, his strength was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Feng still didn't put them in his eyes. Lin Feng did the same thing as before, teaming up with the cursed doll and successfully killing the 4th evil spirit warrior. As a result, only the leader of the evil spirit warriors was left. The leader of the evil spirit warriors should have strength that surpassed his realm by about 3 levels. However, even if he was very powerful now, it would be difficult for him to escape. This evil spirit warrior's expression was extremely gloomy. He knew that his current defeat was all thanks to Lin Feng. However, if he could persuade Lin Feng and make Lin Feng stop attacking, he would have no problem escaping. He said, "Brat, I am someone sent by an Emperor Realm expert from the Mastermind's world. You should know how powerful the Emperor Realm expert from the Mastermind's world is, right? That is an expert that surpasses the Sage Realm. If you know what's good for you, don't interfere in today's matter, and I won't report what happened today. I can even give you a huge amount of wealth. If you insist on interfering in this matter today, then you can imagine how terrifying it would be to offend an Emperor Realm expert from the Mastermind's world. No one can withstand the wrath of an Emperor Realm expert from the Mastermind's world." After hearing the words of this evil spirit warrior, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an expression of disdain. "So what if you're the Emperor of the Mastermind's world? Even if you're the ruler of the Mastermind's world, I'm not afraid. Just you wait, sooner or later, I'll cut the ruler of the Mastermind's world into 1,000 pieces." Lin Feng said with a sneer. "Impudent, you actually dare to say such disgraceful words." The leader of the evil spirit warriors looked at Lin Feng angrily. Lin Feng's words seemed to have touched his reverse scale. In his heart, the ruler of their world was like a god, deeply respected and worshipped by him. How could he let others slander the ruler of the Mastermind's world? Lin Feng sneered and didn't say anything more to this evil spirit warrior on this issue. He continued to attack this evil spirit warrior. This evil spirit warrior was too powerful. The curse of the cursed doll was cast on him, but it didn't have any effect. However, Lin Feng's 14 stone swords played a huge role at this time. The 14 stone swords caused extremely serious damage to this evil spirit warrior. After the ghost warrior was severely injured, the ghost warrior's expression changed drastically. The curse of the cursed doll was immediately cast on this evil spirit warrior. This evil spirit warrior's body suddenly became stiff. His movements were extremely slow. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and rushed forward, killing the evil spirit warrior with a single swing of his axe. At this point, all 5 evil spirit warriors were killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng let out a long breath. The cursed doll looked as if it had just survived a disaster. Lin Feng had his stone swords devour the flesh and essence of these evil spirit warriors. Then, he put away his stone swords and Pangu axe. Next, he also put away the storage rings of these evil spirit warriors. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed many people, and many people came to watch the battle from afar. When these cultivators saw the battle that had erupted here, they were extremely shocked. To think that the 5 mighty evil spirit warriors would be slain just like that. This was truly inconceivable. This place wasn't a place to stay for long, so Lin Feng and the cursed doll quickly left this place. They came to a quiet valley. Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll and asked, "Why did you come to the Dragon Realm?" The cursed doll said, "I came to the Dragon Realm to find something special, but I didn't expect to be blocked by these evil spirit warriors. Today was too dangerous. Fortunately, you appeared in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape today." End of chapter. Lin Feng was quite interested in what the cursed doll was looking for. Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll and asked, "What are you looking for?" "I'm looking for cursed wood," the cursed doll replied. "What? Cursed wood? What's that?" Lin Feng was puzzled because this was the first time Lin Feng had heard of cursed wood. The cursed doll said, "Cursed wood is a special kind of wood. This kind of wood can allow me to complete a transformation. If I can find this kind of wood, I can complete a very important transformation. If I can complete this transformation, my life will change. When that time comes, I will be equivalent to a Saint Realm cultivator." The cursed doll's current means were extremely terrifying. The various curses it had mastered were very powerful and could even be described as divine. However, although the cursed doll's means were extremely powerful, it had yet to break through to Saint Realm. If the cursed doll could break through to Saint Realm, it would become even more powerful and terrifying. It was apparent that it was extremely difficult for anyone to break through to the Saint Realm. Even for the cursed doll, it was extremely difficult to do so. If the cursed doll could break through to the Saint Realm, one could imagine how terrifying the power of the cursed doll's heaven-defying techniques would be. Lin Feng asked, "Have you found cursed wood?" The cursed doll shook its head and said, "I heard that this kind of thing had appeared in Dragon World before. However, after coming to Dragon World, I couldn't find it even after searching many places." Lin Feng said, "Don't worry if you can't find it. Finding this kind of thing often depends on luck. If the time comes, you will definitely be able to find it." The cursed doll nodded. This was the only way to comfort itself. Then, Lin Feng asked, "Why did those evil spirit warriors want to capture you?" The cursed doll became somewhat silent. The reason it was so silent was because this matter was very important to some things that had happened in its previous life. The cursed doll was unwilling to talk about its previous life. The main reason was that the cursed doll's previous life had been too rough. Some of the things he had experienced were too painful. Even though countless years had passed, every time the cursed doll recalled some of the things it had experienced in its previous life, it would still feel so much pain that it wished it was dead. Lin Feng said, "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. You can say it when you want to. I'm willing to be your loyal listener anytime, anywhere." The cursed doll nodded. He looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Why have you come to the Dragon World?" Lin Feng said, "Previously, I obtained the True Dragon Token of the True Dragon Emperor. The person who obtains the True Dragon Token will become the master of the Dragon World. Right now, the Undying World is in a relatively calm situation, so I took this opportunity to come to the Dragon World. Then, I'll find an opportunity to subdue the Dragon World. If I can subdue the Dragon World, it'll be extremely important for me. It'll also be a great help for the world-destroying battle." The cursed doll had heard about what Lin Feng had done in the Undying World, and he knew that Lin Feng was now the master of the Undying World. However, Lin Feng was a bit more mysterious, so he did not go out in the open. The cursed doll said, "It won't be easy to subdue the Dragon World because the Dragon World is too chaotic right now. The 5 great powers are fighting fiercely, and they all have peerless experts overseeing them." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I'm very clear about this, so I'm taking things slowly. When the 5 great powers are in conflict and their strength is constantly weakening, I'll make a move against them." The cursed doll nodded when he heard Lin Feng's words. This was the best method. However, there were some things that the cursed doll was confused about. For example, Lin Feng did not seem to have brought too many experts with him. The cursed doll asked, "Why didn't you bring the Undying World's cultivator army? If you brought a large number of cultivator army, it should be able to help you subdue the Dragon World faster, right?" Lin Feng said, "It's not that simple. Although the Undying World has temporarily calmed down, some external forces are still eyeing the Undying World covetously. Therefore, I left the Undying World's cultivator army behind to oversee the Undying World. If there are really blind people who want to invade the Undying World, it's purely a daydream. The Undying World's cultivator army can definitely deal a heavy blow to those people. There's also one more thing. If you bring a large number of cultivator army from the Undying World to the Dragon World, the 5 great powers of the Dragon World will definitely temporarily put aside their grudges and then work together to deal with the foreign cultivator army. If they work together to deal with the Undying World's cultivator army, it will be an extremely heavy blow to the Undying World's cultivator army. Therefore, I didn't bring the Undying World's cultivator army with me this time. I've already gathered a portion of the dragon race and formed the dragon race's cultivator army. Moreover, the sacred dragon race has already submitted to me. The sacred dragon race's strength is quite tyrannical. Right now, the dragon race under my command should be equivalent to a top-tier royal dragon race's power. The cursed doll said, to be able to form such a powerful force in such a short period of time, you can indeed lay a good foundation for some of your next actions. Lin Feng nodded and said, the 5 great powers of the dragon race are still recuperating. If we wait for them to fight, the entire dragon world will be in chaos. This will be the time to quickly strengthen ourselves. At this time, it will also be the time for me to quickly nibble away the 5 great powers' territories. When the dragon race's cultivator army under my command expands to a certain extent, the 5 great powers will have to submit to me even if they don't want to. The cursed doll said, this shouldn't be too difficult for you. The cursed doll was extremely confident in Lin Feng, because he understood Lin Feng too well. In these past few years, Lin Feng had indeed done many earth-shattering things. For example, when he was in the Sky Martial Continent, when he was fighting against the invasion of the Sky Demons, when he was in the 9 Continents Great World, when he was in control of the Great World of Exile, and so on. Of course, the most inconceivable thing was that Lin Feng had killed the 9th generation Heavenly Emperor and become the master of the Undying World. The current Lin Feng had become so powerful. With a powerful strength to rely on, it was even easier for him to succeed. In the cursed doll's opinion, subduing the dragon world was only a matter of time for Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked, what do you plan to do next? The cursed doll replied, because I wasn't able to find the cursed wood, I haven't decided where to go. Lin Feng said, since you haven't decided where to go, why don't you stay in Dragon World and assist me? I'll help you find information about the cursed wood. Besides, I'm going to Celestial Phenomenon Planet soon. Come with me, there's a great opportunity waiting for you. The cursed doll's eyes lit up when it heard Lin Feng. What great opportunity? Asked the cursed doll. Lin Feng said, some time ago, I met Celestial Phenomenon Jinren. He's a descendant of the ancient Draco Elephant. He told me that they found the place where Paragon Draco Elephant died. I'm sure you know that Paragon Draco Elephant was one of the strongest cultivators in the ancient era. Besides, back in the days when Celestial Dracophant ruled the starry sky, the leaders of countless planets and the leaders of many great worlds submitted to him. Therefore, it's hard to imagine what Celestial Dracophant left behind. If that place is really where Celestial Dracophant died, we'll be able to obtain a lot of things from it, said Lin Feng. The cursed doll heard Lin Feng's words. The cursed doll couldn't help but feel excited. It naturally knew about Paragon Draco Elephant's burial place. What did it mean? It was definitely enough to make people go crazy. Hee, you're still thinking about me? As expected of my good brother. Alright, let's go to Celestial Phenomenon Planet together. Lin Feng nodded. The cursed doll then asked, why did you come here? I've heard that there are great world essences in the broken space and time not far from here. I came here to find the great world essences. If I can find the great world essences, I'll be able to use them to break through to the Xing layer, said Lin Feng. The cursed doll was shocked. There's a great world source here? A great world source was extremely precious. It was unimaginable for a cultivator to improve their cultivation. Anyone who heard about a great world source would be tempted. However, the cursed doll had no need for the great world's origins. This was because the cursed doll needed some special items to increase its cultivation level. For example, the cursed wood. The great world origin was not very useful to him. Lin Feng replied, I've heard of such things, but I'm not too sure about the specifics. The cursed doll said, we can go in and take a look, but this place is quite dangerous. If we go in, we need to be fully prepared. Lin Feng said, that's right, this place is indeed very dangerous. Once you enter, you have to be extremely careful. Otherwise, it's very likely that you'll meet with misfortune. Lin Feng chatted with the cursed doll for a while. Then, the two of them went into seclusion to recover. The cursed doll had some injuries on its body, but fortunately, the injuries were not particularly serious. As for Lin Feng, there weren't any injuries on his body. The main thing was that Lin Feng had consumed a lot of magic power. Once his magic power recovered, he would be able to return to his peak state. The two of them went into seclusion. Lin Feng used 1 day to recover to his peak state. As the cursed doll needed to recover from its injuries, it needed to go into seclusion for a longer period of time. It took the cursed doll 3 days to fully recover. After the cursed doll recovered, Lin Feng said, let's enter the area enveloped by the shattered spacetime now. The cursed doll said, alright, let's go now. And so, the two of them flew towards the area enveloped by the shattered spacetime. There were many cultivators loitering around, watching the area. When they saw Lin Feng and the cursed doll flying towards the area, many of them revealed shocked expressions. Some of them recognized Lin Feng and the cursed doll. Someone said, aren't those two the cultivators who killed the 5 evil spirit warriors a few days ago? It really is the two of them. Are they going to enter the area enveloped by the shattered spacetime? Another cultivator asked. Suddenly, someone said in shock, the two of them killed 5 evil spirit warriors? What's going on? Then, someone recounted the battle that he had witnessed 5 days ago. When the news spread, many cultivators who did not know about it immediately revealed extremely shocked expressions. That was a peerless expert from the mastermind's world. Yet, he had actually been killed by Lin Feng and the cursed doll. In their opinion, Lin Feng and the cursed doll had killed the expert from the mastermind's world. Now, they had formed an irreconcilable hatred. Many people discussed the reason Lin Feng and the cursed doll entered the area with the shattered spacetime. At this moment, Lin Feng and the cursed doll had already entered the area with the shattered spacetime. They had just entered. Lin Feng immediately sensed the powerful spacetime power. In this area, the spacetime power enveloped the entire world. If one was swallowed into the shattered spacetime, it would be extremely dangerous. However, Lin Feng's methods were powerful. He directly used the Tao of space and the Tao of time. After Lin Feng and the cursed doll were enveloped by the Tao of space and the Tao of time, the strange spacetime power did not have any effect on the two of them. There were also many formations and restrictions in this place. These formations and restrictions were extremely terrifying. If one was unable to deal with these formations and restrictions, one would die a miserable death. However, these formations and restrictions were not particularly troublesome for Lin Feng. This area was very large. At night, Lin Feng and the cursed doll found a cave to rest in. At night, this place was not peaceful. A terrifying aura came from the depths of this area. That terrifying aura permeated between heaven and earth. After feeling that terrifying aura, Lin Feng's face could not help but reveal a solemn expression. He did not know what kind of creature was emitting this fluctuation. The cursed doll said, this place is very strange. The creatures living here confused with the energy contained in this place. Therefore, creatures in the true immortal realm can even defeat cultivators in the saint realm. Creatures in the saint realm are very likely to be able to defeat experts in the transcendence realm. If it's a creature in the transcendence realm, then it's even more terrifying. After hearing the cursed doll's words, Lin Feng's face could not help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. There's such a thing? Lin Feng said in disbelief. No wonder entering this place was so dangerous. If one was not strong enough, even if they could withstand the spacetime power and the attacks of the formations and restrictions, they would not be able to escape. However, if they were found by some powerful creatures, they would die without a burial place. The cursed doll said, yes, this place is really strange. After the creatures borrow the energy of this place, they're unimaginably terrifying. I hope we don't encounter any of those terrifying creatures. In the latter half of the night, Lin Feng suddenly felt a sinister and terrifying aura spread out. That aura passed through the formations and restrictions he had set up and poured into the cave. End of chapter. At this moment, the cursed doll also woke up because it also sensed a cold aura permeating the air. This cold aura caused the cursed doll's heart to tremble slightly. After the cursed doll woke up, it said, "It seems like something is coming." Lin Feng nodded and said, "In a place like this, the creatures that appear at night must be extremely terrifying, so we have to be careful." The cursed doll nodded. In a dangerous place like this, the creatures that appeared during the day were already very terrifying. However, if they were to be honest, the danger level of the creatures that appeared during the day was far from being comparable to the danger level of the creatures that appeared at night. The creatures that appeared at night were usually the most terrifying ones. At this moment, Lin Feng and the cursed doll could clearly feel that a terrifying force was destroying the array formation that Lin Feng had set up. Not long after, the array formation that Lin Feng had set up was destroyed by that terrifying force. After discovering this situation, Lin Feng's expression could not help but change slightly. Lin Feng immediately summoned the Pengu axe. He held the Pengu axe in his hand and looked outside with a vigilant expression. At this moment, the cursed doll also had a cautious look on its face. A large amount of black fog flew in. There seemed to be a terrifying existence hibernating in the black fog. Lin Feng was not very sure what kind of creature this terrifying existence was. However, Lin Feng could feel the evil aura emitted from this terrifying existence's body. This was definitely not a kind person. After this terrifying existence rushed in, it directly pounced towards Lin Feng and the cursed doll. An endless amount of black fog was rolling. The black fog directly enveloped Lin Feng and the cursed doll. A dense group of ghosts appeared in the black fog. Those ghosts let out a series of hoarse and sharp cries, and those ghosts quickly pounced over Lin Feng, and the cursed doll quickly attacked those ghosts. Lin Feng waved the Pengu axe in his hand and slashed towards those ghosts. Beam after beam of axe light flew out. One ghost after another was split in half. On the other hand, the cursed doll used its curse technique to destroy one ghost after another. At this moment, a terrifying existence appeared behind Lin Feng. This terrifying existence lingered in the darkness. It had a pair of eyes. It was extremely eerie and terrifying. It was a pair of blood-red eyes. Anyone who saw that pair of blood-red eyes would be immersed in that pair of blood-red eyes, unable to extricate themselves. That terrifying existence's palm struck towards Lin Feng. After feeling the terrifying aura behind him, Lin Feng's expression slightly changed. Lin Feng was astonished. That cultivator was extremely strong. He had managed to sneak up behind Lin Feng without making a sound. Lin Feng could not dodge this attack. Therefore, Lin Feng hastily used his sky patching technique to borrow another opportunity. When Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique, Lin Feng's body instantly disappeared without a trace. And the opponent's attack hit the air. When Lin Feng reappeared, he had already appeared behind this terrifying existence. Lin Feng held the Pengu axe in his hand and slashed towards this terrifying existence. Facing Lin Feng's attack, this terrifying existence quickly turned around. This terrifying existence's reaction was really fast. After turning around, he struck out a palm at Lin Feng. One had to admit that this terrifying existence was indeed very tyrannical. His palm strike was too powerful. Lin Feng felt that this palm strike contained a powerful shattering power. This power was the power of the shattering law. Such a terrifying attack would definitely make people's hair stand on end. His palm and Lin Feng's Pengu axe collided fiercely. Lin Feng retreated 3 meters in a row. And yet, this terrifying existence did not move at all. This scene shocked Lin Feng greatly. Lin Feng did not expect this existence to be so tyrannical. He suddenly thought of the words that the cursed doll had said to him before. The living beings here could borrow the power of the shattering law, so their combat strength would soar greatly. After fighting with this terrifying existence for a while, Lin Feng could not help but be even more wary of the living beings in this area. These living beings were so powerful that even Lin Feng was shocked and in disbelief. However, Lin Feng was also a person with great skill and courage. Even when facing such a powerful existence, Lin Feng was not afraid. By this time, the cursed doll had already destroyed the ghosts that were attacking it. It met up with Lin Feng was. The cursed doll looked at the terrifying existence in front of it and could not help but frown. It said, "This seems to be a Yin god, right?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "It's not a Yin god. It just has a similar aura to a Yin god. I feel like it's a remnant soul." An extremely shocked expression appeared on the cursed doll's face. How could a remnant soul be so powerful? If it was just a remnant soul, it would be too unbelievable for it to display such combat strength. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it was when it was alive. At this moment, this existence seemed to have lost its consciousness. Only a little murderous intent was left. This terrifying existence once again charged towards Lin Feng was and the cursed doll. Lin Feng was and the cursed doll knew how powerful this terrifying existence was, so they did not dare to hold back. Their combat strength instantly soared to the peak. The two of them joined forces to fight this terrifying existence. The battle between the two sides was extremely intense. However, after a few dozen rounds of battle, Lin Feng was and the cursed doll was not able to injure this terrifying existence. They were also unable to suppress it. From this, it could be seen how tyrannical was this terrifying existence. Lin Feng was a little gloomy. If this continued, it was very likely that other terrifying beings would be attracted. Then, it would be extremely dangerous for him and the cursed doll. Lin Feng was and said, "Since it's a remnant soul, it should still have its own memories. Think of a way to stall it, and I'll awaken its memories." The cursed doll nodded and said, "No problem." Then, the cursed doll unleashed an extremely powerful curse technique. The curse power continuously poured out. The powerful curse power turned into curse chains. The curse chains quickly wrapped around the terrifying existence. The unique curse chains that the cursed doll had condensed contained terrifying power. The curse chains directly wrapped around the terrifying existence. The terrifying existence was too powerful. As the terrifying existence struggled violently, the curse chains condensed by the cursed doll began to crack and shatter. However, the cursed doll was continuously condensing new curse chains. Therefore, when the curse chains were broken, the new curse chains once again bound the terrifying existence's body. This kind of ability clearly consumed a lot of the cursed doll's energy. Lin Feng could feel the cursed doll's energy rapidly depleting. Therefore, Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly used the Great Fate Art. He began to chant the Great Fate Art's incantation, "Great Path of Fate, please descend upon me with the power of fate. I will become the master of fate and control everyone's fate." After chanting the incantation, Lin Feng looked at the terrifying existence and continued, "I can also control your fate. You should have lost yourself and forgotten all your memories, but today, I will give you a chance to remember who you are." After Lin Feng finished speaking, the powerful power of fate immediately surged out and surrounded the terrifying existence's body. The power of fate continuously surged into the terrifying existence's body. When the power of fate surged into the terrifying existence's body, the terrifying existence's struggling immediately weakened. Then, he suddenly hugged his head. He let out a series of mournful cries. He seemed to have experienced many painful things. This made him feel like he was better off dead than alive. When the terrifying existence fell into this kind of pain, Lin Feng continued to summon more power of fate. The power of fate continued to fuse into the terrifying existence's body. The terrifying existence's memories were slowly recovering. Originally, his eyes were a pair of blood-red eyes. However, at this moment, the blood-red light in his eyes was rapidly fading. This was because he was awakening his consciousness. This situation made Lin Feng's face reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. This was because Lin Feng felt that he would be able to regain his consciousness very soon. The cursed doll could not help but exclaim in admiration. The Great Fate Art was indeed a heaven-defying ability. The effects that it displayed were truly shocking. At this moment, the terrifying existence's blood-red eyes had completely turned back into normal eyes. He looked at his surroundings. An extremely confused expression appeared on his face. Obviously, he still did not know what had happened. The cursed doll removed the curse chains. The terrifying existence looked at Lin Feng and the cursed doll. He asked curiously, "Who are you?" Lin Feng said, "My name is Lin Feng, this is my friend, Cursed Doll. We are foreign cultivators. After we entered this place, you attacked us, we discovered you were not a Yin soul, but a remnant soul. So, we wanted to awaken your memories. We succeeded. May I know your name, sir? I am the third generation god of destruction." The terrifying existence said. The third god of destruction? Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. Clearly, this was an expert from the era of titled gods. Moreover, it was the god of destruction. It was no wonder that when he attacked earlier, Lin Feng felt a powerful shattering power. This shattering power was an extremely violent and terrifying power. It could erupt with a terrifying might that could destroy heaven and earth. If a cultivator was careless, their body could be destroyed by this shattering power. Even someone as powerful as Lin Feng was somewhat embarrassed when facing this shattering power. The cursed doll said, "It's great that you've awakened. But how did you get lost? Also, why are you only left with a remnant soul?" The god of destruction said, "It's a long story. Back then, I was severely injured, and my body fell into this place. My soul was separated from my body, and because my soul was severely injured, it fell into a deep slumber. After my soul woke up, I wanted to fuse with my body. But I didn't expect that a terrifying existence would appear in the area where my body was. That terrifying existence destroyed my soul, leaving me with only a portion of my soul. That terrifying existence used an extremely powerful method to make my soul fall into a state of confusion. After that, I became like this. After a long time, I became muddle-headed until Lin Gongzi woke me up." Oh? Something like that actually happened? I wonder what kind of existence that existence was. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The god of destruction said, "It was an existence that walked out of a shattered spacetime. I don't know what kind of existence it was, but it was unimaginably powerful. It's been a long time since your body was taken away by it. It must have eaten it, right?" Lin Feng asked. The god of destruction said, "I can feel that my body is still here." Lin Feng was astonished. That terrifying existence had taken over the god of destruction's body, so why hadn't it eaten the god of destruction's body? He wondered what that terrifying existence was up to. The god of destruction said, "Can you help me get my body back? If you can help me get my body back, I'll definitely repay you." The cursed doll said, "What can you give us?" The god of destruction pondered for a moment, then said, "I can give you an extremely powerful material. It wasn't easy for me to obtain that material when I was alive. It's a material that transcends epochs." Hearing this, the god of destruction said. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This material was indeed very precious. It could be used to forge ancient weapons. If this material had been passed down to the modern era, it was basically impossible to find it. It was extremely difficult to find such a material. Lin Feng had already forged 3 bonded treasures, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, the Primal Chaos Stone, and the 36 bamboo swords. Lin Feng thought. If he could get his hands on this material, then, he could use this material to create his 4th life source magic weapon. Lin Feng said. "Alright, we agree. However, I have something I want to ask you. I'm not sure if you know about it." The broken god asked. "What is it?" Lin Feng asked. "I've heard that there's a great world's origin energy here. Do you know where it is?" The broken god said, "It should be in the deepest part of this region, in the core. There are some terrifying existences hidden in the core. It won't be easy to enter and obtain the great world's origin energy. However, if I can obtain a physical body and fuse my soul with my physical body, my strength will increase tremendously," said Lin Feng. "With my help, our chances of obtaining the great world's origin energy will be much higher." At that moment, a terrifying fluctuation came from outside. Clearly, the battle between Lin Feng and the others had alarmed some terrifying existences in this region. Therefore, they couldn't stay in this place any longer. If he continued to stay in this place, he didn't know what terrible things would happen. The broken god said, "Let's leave this place quickly." Lin Feng and the cursed doll nodded. Together with the broken god, they quickly left the cave. After they left the cave, they saw many terrifying existences flying in their direction. When they sensed the terrifying existence's auras, Lin Feng and the cursed doll were shocked. There were too many terrifying existences in this place. Under the broken god's lead, Lin Feng and the others quickly left this place and arrived at a relatively safe valley. There were many terrifying restrictions outside the valley, so there was no need to worry about other existences entering. Lin Feng and the cursed doll took advantage of the time to recover. 2 hours later, they were back to their peak condition. After seeing Lin Feng and the cursed doll wake up, the broken god said, "If we enter the region where my body is, we won't just be facing that terrifying existence. That terrifying existence also has many subordinates." "What kind of situation is that?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "His subordinates are all terrifying creatures that came out of broken spacetime. His subordinates are also extremely strong. I think you should know that the creatures in this area are quite strange. For example, the creatures of the true immortal layer can defeat many saints after absorbing the energy of this broken area. If a cultivator of the saint layer absorbs the strength of this place, they can even defeat cultivators who have surpassed their cultivation level. Therefore, the creatures who appear here are not as strong as you think, but because they can borrow the strength of this place, their fighting strength is terrifying. Besides, there are a few extremely strong cultivators among them. You can't underestimate them. If you underestimate them, you'll be in great danger." Lin Feng nodded. He naturally knew that these creatures were not to be underestimated. Asked Lin Feng, "How many spirits do you think are with that terrifying cultivator?" "If we add them all together, there should be around 300 or 400 of them." "So many?" Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change. If there were only a few dozen or 100 living beings, Lin Feng still had many undead creatures around him. With these undead creatures and the combined strength of the three of them, it wasn't impossible for them to fight against the terrifying existence. But if there were hundreds of living beings that came out of the broken spacetime, that would be extremely bad for Lin Feng and the others. After all, the difference in numbers between the two sides was too great. With such a huge difference, how could they deal with those terrifying creatures? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The cursed doll frowned as well. The current situation was indeed quite bad. There was a huge disparity in strength between the two sides. It wouldn't be easy to snatch the broken god's corpse from the other side. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng said, "Apart from the terrifying creatures that came out of the broken spacetime, there seem to be many other living beings in this area." "What are the other living beings?" The broken god said, "Apart from the creatures that came out of the broken spacetime, the other living beings in the broken area are rather complicated. There are some beasts, but the majority of them are the stone skins, deities, zombies, evil spirits, and so on." Lin Feng asked, "Then there should be a king among these special living beings, right?" Said the broken god. "There's a king-level existence, and that king-level existence is extremely terrifying. However, that king-level existence isn't easy to talk to." "Oh, why do you say that?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Because this king-level creature doesn't really care about what happens in the outside world, and he hates it when people disturb him. All the living beings in this area know his temper, so nobody disturbs him. Even the king of the broken spacetime won't provoke him. Of course, he won't provoke the king of the broken spacetime either. They should be on the same level, so they don't interfere with each other's business." Lin Feng said, "I have an idea. Let's find the king of the broken spacetime. Then, we can join forces with him to deal with the terrifying creatures that came out of the broken spacetime. That way, we might be able to snatch your corpse back." The broken god said, "It won't be easy to make that king of the broken god take action." Lin Feng said, "I think that as long as there are enough benefits, there's nothing that can't be negotiated. As long as we can give them what they want, there's room for negotiation." The broken god nodded after hearing Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng's words made sense. Lin Feng asked, "What kind of creature is this terrifying being?" "A skeletal creature," the broken god said. When he mentioned the skeleton creature, Lin Feng frowned. The broken god couldn't help but furrow his brows. Clearly, this skeleton creature was extremely terrifying. Or else the broken god wouldn't be so afraid. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. He never thought that this king would actually be a skeleton. Lin Feng always had a special feeling towards these skeleton creatures. This was because Lin Feng always felt that these skeleton creatures should be staying in the underworld. At this time, Lin Feng thought of King Yama. I wonder how King Yama is doing in the underworld. The last time Lin Feng had met King Yama was when he had met him. At that time, King Yama already had quite a bit of power in the underworld. I hope that King Yama can become an overlord of the underworld. Lin Feng had a good relationship with King Yama. If King Yama could become an overlord in the spirit realm, then, for Lin Feng, it would be a huge help in the future. Lin Feng said, then let's go take a look at him now. The broken god nodded and said, okay, I'll take you to see him, but when we get there, if he doesn't agree, we can't force him to agree because his temper is extremely strange. If we offend him, I'm afraid we won't have a good time. You can rest assured on this point. Lin Feng said. Thus, they followed the god of destruction and flew towards the direction of the White Bone King. About 2 days later, Lin Feng saw a mountain range, and in the depths of the mountain range, there was a huge hall. It was a white bone hall. It was unknown how many skeletons were used to build this hall. That hall should be the hall where the White Bone King cultivated. The three of them flew towards the palace. Soon, they arrived outside the palace. After arriving here, Lin Feng observed the White Bone Hall. Above the White Bone Hall, runes swirled around. This palace wasn't a simple palace. It was also an extremely powerful magic treasure. The god of destruction cupped his fists in the direction of the door of the hall and said, the god of destruction and 2 friends have come to seek an audience with the White Bone King. A low voice came from the White Bone Hall, come in. The god of destruction immediately revealed an extremely surprised expression. He did not expect the White Bone King to agree to see them so straightforwardly. One had to know. The White Bone King did not see many outsiders. Many people wanted to see the White Bone King, but they were all rejected. However, the White Bone King was so happy today. Could it be that something had happened that made the White Bone King's mood better? That was why the White Bone King agreed to see the 3 of them so easily. Thinking about it carefully, there might be such a possibility. Lin Feng and the other 2 entered the White Bone Hall. This palace was very large, thousands of square meters in size. Upon entering, they saw a white bone throne in the depths of the White Bone Palace. On the white bone throne sat a white bone creature. That white bone creature was the White Bone King. Actually, these skeletons were all similar creatures from their appearance. There was no difference. Judging as USSS, if one wanted to judge the different identities of these skeletons, one could sense their life aura. This was because every living being's life aura was different. Their appearance could change, but their life aura could not be changed. For example, the White Bone King in front of him. Lin Feng had a feeling that he had met him before. Soon, Lin Feng showed an extremely surprised expression. Because Lin Feng found that he had seen this White Bone King before. When Lin Feng went to the buried god Starfield to rescue his mother. Once, they encountered danger in the starry sky world covered by a magnetic field. An unknown existence attacked the Xianxia starry sky ancient ship. The situation was critical. At this moment, Lin Feng saw it from afar. A young girl and 2 white bone creatures passed by. When the young girl and the 2 white bone creatures passed by, the unknown existence that was attacking the Xianxia starry sky ancient ship quickly disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng had a deep impression of the young girl and the 2 white bone creatures. Lin Feng still remembered the young girl's appearance. She was a beautiful woman. Lin Feng also remembered the unique life aura of the 2 white bone creatures. Lin Feng was sure of one thing. The White Bone King in front of him. It was one of the 2 white bone creatures. Of course, this White Bone King did not recognize him. Lin Feng did not know. However, Lin Feng felt that this White Bone King's cultivation was very powerful. When he passed by the Xianxia starry sky ancient ship, he might have sensed his aura. The White Bone King looked at the 3 people in the hall. His gaze lingered on Lin Feng for a while. The White Bone King's gaze. Lin Feng could naturally sense it. After sensing the White Bone King's gaze, Lin Feng's heart could not help but tremble slightly. It seemed that the White Bone King had recognized his identity. The White Bone King asked, "Why have you come looking for me?" The broken god hurriedly said, Lord White Bone King, it's like this. My soul and body have been separated, so I want to go to the depths of space to find my body so that my soul and body can be reunited. However, my body is currently occupied by the broken spacetime king. I want to ask the White Bone King to help me take back my body. Hearing this, said the King of Bones indifferently. That king who came out of the broken space and time is extremely terrifying. He has more than 300 creatures who came out of the broken space and time. Those creatures are extremely strong. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke them. Moreover, the broken spacetime king and I have always minded our own business. If I help you this time, in the future, we will be like fire and water. He will not provoke me now, so why should I offend such a terrifying existence for no reason? The White Bone King said. The broken god could not help but smile bitterly. It was indeed as the White Bone King had said. There was no need for him to provoke the broken spacetime king. For a moment, the broken god did not know how to continue persuading the White Bone King. At that moment, Lin Feng said, White Bone King, we meet again. It seems that we are quite fated. The White Bone King sneered and said, although we have met once, you and I are just strangers. So, don't try to worm your way into being friends with me. Lin Feng said, look at what you're saying. How am I trying to worm my way into being friends with you? I think that this cooperation will be beneficial for both of us. The White Bone King tapped his throne with his finger. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Lin Feng knew that the King of Bones was definitely weighing the pros and cons. Thus, Lin Feng did not disturb the King of Bones. The King of Bones pondered for a moment, then said, since you've said that this cooperation will benefit both of us, I haven't seen any benefits from it. What can you give me in return? The broken god asked. May I know what the King of Bones wants? We will do our best to satisfy you, Lord King of Bones. The King of Bones sneered, don't be so full of yourself. What I want isn't something you can give me. Lin Feng said, that's not necessarily true. Tell me what you want first. The King of Bones said, I want the Water of Fate. Do you have it? Water of Destiny? Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Just the name alone was enough to tell that the Water of Destiny was something extraordinary. However, this was the first time Lin Feng had heard of something like the Water of Destiny. Therefore, he didn't know what the Water of Destiny was. Lin Feng asked, what's the Water of Destiny? The King of Bones sneered, you don't even know what the Water of Destiny is? And you still want me to cooperate with you? I think you guys are simply indulging in the wildest fantasies. The broken god smiled bitterly and said, the Water of Destiny is a kind of origin water born from the River of Destiny. It's extremely rare, so it's extremely difficult to obtain it. Lin Feng asked, what exactly is the Water of Destiny used for? It's rumored that the Water of Destiny can change the fate of certain living beings. The broken god said. Lin Feng raised his brows at the broken god's words. If the Water of Destiny could change the fate of certain living beings, and the King of Bones wanted the Water of Destiny, it seemed that the King of Bones wanted to use the Water of Destiny to change certain living beings. After all, he had grasped the Tao of Destiny. Even though he didn't have the Water of Destiny, however, his Tao of Destiny should have a similar effect as the Water of Destiny. Therefore, Lin Feng said, King of Bones, you want the Water of Destiny. Do you want to change the fate of some living beings? I control the Tao of Fate, and I can use it to help you. The King of Bones said, I know that the Tao of Fate can change the fates of other creatures, but I don't want the Water of Fate because I want to change the fates of other creatures. I naturally have my reasons for wanting the Water of Fate, but I don't need to explain what I want the Water of Fate for. So, if you can take out the Water of Destiny, then we can naturally begin the next step of our cooperation. If you can't take out the Water of Destiny, then there's no need to continue discussing our cooperation. After hearing the King of Bones' words, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. The King of Bones' attitude was extremely firm and unyielding. Without the Water of Fate, it seemed that the King of Bones wouldn't cooperate with them. At this time, the Demon Lord transmitted to Lin Feng. Rumor has it that cultivators who cultivate the Tao of Fate can try to communicate with the River of Fate. If they can communicate with the River of Fate, then it's possible to take out some water of fate from the river of fate. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. The river of fate that the demon lord was talking about was a completely different concept from the river of fate condensed by the divine ability. The river of fate that the demon lord was talking about was the river of fate that flowed between the heavens and the earth. However, Lin Feng didn't know where it was exactly. The river of fate that Lin Feng used the divine ability to condense was only formed by the power of fate summoned by the divine ability. This was a different form of existence between reality and illusion. Therefore, the demon lord's words gave Lin Feng hope of obtaining the water of fate. Perhaps he could give it a try and see if he could obtain the water of fate. If he could really obtain it, then he would be able to get the King of Bones to act. Lin Feng looked at the King of Bones and said, "Can you give me some time?" "What? Do you have a way to obtain the water of fate?" The King of Bones looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. Lin Feng said, "I don't know if I can obtain the water of fate yet, but there is a certain possibility. However, I will need to enter seclusion here for a few days." "No problem." The King of Bones nodded. Lin Feng found a place in the palace and sat down cross-legged. He circulated the Tao of Fate and tried to communicate with the River of Fate. When Lin Feng circulated the Tao of Fate, Lin Feng was still unable to communicate with the River of Fate. This was because the River of Fate was simply too mysterious. In this epoch, there were still a few cultivators who cultivated the Tao of Fate. However, those who could truly communicate with the River of Fate were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. It was said that the River of Fate was not born in this epoch. Instead, it crossed epochs after epochs. Epochs were destroyed. They would all appear in the River of Fate. The birth of an epoch would also appear in the River of Fate. From this, one could see how mysterious the River of Fate was. If he could find the River of Fate, he might be able to change the fates of all living things. However, Lin Feng did not give up. He continued to sense the River of Fate. Time slowly passed. The cursed doll had a bored expression on its face. In any case, the broken god had nothing to do with it. The broken god was waiting anxiously. The King of Bones sat on his throne of bones with his eyes closed. He was as motionless as a statue. An unknown amount of time passed. Lin Feng finally comprehended something. He gradually immersed himself in a mysterious state. He felt the power of fate descend. He bathed in the power of fate. The power of fate turned into a pool. As time passed, the pool turned into a lake. Time continued to pass. The lake turned into the ocean of fate. Lin Feng flew above the ocean. An unknown amount of time passed. Lin Feng finally flew to the end of the ocean. At the end of the ocean, there was a river. That river. It flowed endlessly. The change of epochs. The birth and death of living things. The change of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The fate of everything. It seemed to have appeared in the River of Fate. Lin Feng knew that he had finally sensed the River of Destiny. As long as he could sense the River of Destiny, the next step would be to consider how to retrieve the water of destiny from the River of Destiny. However, Lin Feng also knew that it wouldn't be easy to retrieve the water of destiny from the River of Destiny. Because this wasn't the real world and was only a world sensed by his divine sense, Lin Feng felt like he was reflecting reality into an illusion. It was extremely difficult to take something out of a world that was sensed by one's divine consciousness. Most of the time, it was an impossible task. However, no matter how difficult it was, Lin Feng would give it a try. Lin Feng tried to communicate with the Destiny River. Very quickly, he connected with the Destiny River. Lin Feng's divine sense entered the River of Destiny and he immediately sensed an ancient and immortal aura. This aura gave Lin Feng an indescribable feeling. Lin Feng saw many things. He saw many people, but he didn't know who they were. They were probably strong cultivators from a very long time ago. They were existences that could brand their auras in the River of Destiny. They were definitely unimaginably powerful. Lin Feng could perhaps try to sense what kind of people they were and perhaps sense some of the things they had experienced when they were alive. However, Lin Feng didn't do so. Because if he did so, he might create some karmic connection with them. Lin Feng didn't want to create any karmic connection with them right now. Right now, Lin Feng only wanted to quickly retrieve the water of destiny that he needed. Lin Feng tried to see if he could use his divine sense to retrieve the water of destiny. However, after many attempts, Lin Feng discovered that he couldn't use his divine sense to retrieve the water of destiny. Since he couldn't use his divine sense to retrieve the water of destiny, he could only use other methods. What method could he use to retrieve the water of destiny? Lin Feng pondered. Could he use the power of destiny condensed from the Tao of Destiny to take away the water of destiny? Lin Feng tried to use the Tao of Destiny. The power of destiny surged and swept up some of the water of destiny. He tried to bring the water of destiny back to reality. However, Lin Feng discovered that the Tao of Fate had also lost its effect. He was still unable to retrieve the water of destiny. It seemed that retrieving the water of destiny would be far too difficult a task. Lin Feng frowned. If even the Tao of Destiny couldn't help him extract the water of destiny, then what other methods could he use to extract the water of destiny? Lin Feng now felt that perhaps some cultivators who cultivated the Tao of Fate could sense this river of fate. But taking away the water of destiny was an extremely unrealistic matter. This was because sensing the river of fate and retrieving the water of fate flowing in the river of fate were two completely different concepts. Sensing the river of fate itself was a rather difficult task. Very few cultivators who cultivated the Tao of Fate could sense the river of fate. And among the small number of people, those who could retrieve the water of destiny were even rarer. However, Lin Feng had an extremely strong feeling that, even if the cultivators who could retrieve the water of destiny were able to do so, it was very likely that they didn't rely on the Tao of Fate to retrieve the water of destiny. It was very likely that they used other methods, but Lin Feng didn't know what method they used for the time being. The reason why he thought so was because Lin Feng had always been extremely confident in his intuition. Lin Feng continued to think of other methods. However, Lin Feng really couldn't think of any other methods. At this moment, Lin Feng felt that his divine sense was about to withdraw from this mysterious and ancient world. It seemed that his divine sense, it couldn't stay here for long. If his divine sense withdrew from this world, he might not be able to sense the river of fate the next time he tried to sense it. If he didn't succeed this time, he might not have such an opportunity again. Therefore, Lin Feng was rather unwilling. But what could he do at this time? There was no way to solve the difficulties he was facing now. Therefore, Lin Feng was extremely anxious now. However, there was always a way out. Just as Lin Feng was about to give up, suddenly, Lin Feng felt that the builder tree in his dantian was emitting violent waves. After sensing the violent waves emitted by the builder tree, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Why is the builder tree emitting violent waves at this time? Could it be, is it related to the river of fate? Lin Feng tried to communicate with the builder tree. At this time, something extremely shocking happened. Perhaps because the builder tree and Lin Feng had fused together, the builder tree could sense the world where the river of fate was through Lin Feng. So, the builder tree had also appeared in this world. Of course. The builder tree only appeared as an illusory shadow, but this was enough. It was just like Lin Feng's body was also formed by divine sense. After the builder tree appeared in this world, its branches swayed violently. Then, an extremely powerful devouring force gushed out from the inside of the builder tree's branches. The builder tree began to absorb the water of fate in the river of fate. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's research lit up. The builder tree actually had such a heaven-defying ability. It was really incredible. Lin Feng didn't know about this ability of the builder tree before. So when he saw the builder tree absorbing the water of fate in the river of fate, Lin Feng was extremely excited. As the builder tree continued to absorb the water of fate, the builder tree began to transform. This was a transformation of the level of life. And this transformation could make the builder tree even more powerful. However, this transformation was obviously not something that could be completed overnight. It would take some time for the transformation to complete. After absorbing the water of fate for 2 hours, the builder tree could no longer absorb the water of fate in the river of fate. At this time, the builder tree disappeared. And Lin Feng also disappeared from this world. His divine sense returned to his body. Then Lin Feng's divine sense sensed the builder tree in his dantian. Lin Feng immediately discovered. At this moment, the builder tree was enveloped by an extremely powerful power of fate. The builder tree seemed to be transforming, and Lin Feng hurriedly communicated with the builder tree. Then, Lin Feng asked the builder tree to give him a portion of the water of destiny. The builder tree naturally wouldn't disobey Lin Feng's orders. Then, a portion of the water of destiny flew out of the builder tree. Lin Feng hurriedly used a porcelain bottle to store the water of destiny. This scene naturally didn't escape the King of Bones' eyes. The King of Bones looked at the bottle in Lin Feng's hand with an extremely excited expression. The broken god could roughly guess that the liquid that flew out of Lin Feng's body was the water of destiny. Therefore, the broken god was also extremely excited. Soon, he might be able to obtain his own body. At that time, he would be able to fuse with his body and return from the reincarnation tribulation. From a remnant soul, and a remnant soul that had lost its sense of self, to returning from the reincarnation tribulation. This was such an important change. His destiny had changed because of this. Anyone who encountered such a thing would be extremely excited. I've already obtained the water of destiny that you wanted. Lin Feng looked at the King of Bones and said. Quickly, let me have a look. The King of Bones said impatiently. Lin Feng handed the bottle to the King of Bones. The King of Bones hurriedly opened the porcelain bottle and carefully sensed the liquid inside. An excited expression immediately appeared on his face. The water of destiny. It really was the water of destiny. He had finally obtained the water of destiny. The King of Bones hurriedly put the cork back on the bottle. This was to prevent the water of destiny's power from dissipating. King of Bones, I've already given you the water of destiny. Can we proceed to the next step of our cooperation? Lin Feng said. The King of Bones nodded and said, You're quite capable to be able to obtain the water of destiny. I can help you. Tell me what I should do, said Ji Futian. Lin Feng said, You know that the Spacetime King has many experts under him. If it's just us, we won't be able to defeat him, so we need you, King of Bones, to gather all the natives in the broken spacetime region. Then, we'll attack together. The White Bone King nodded and said, That's not a problem. I'll summon them now. Then, the King of Bones' lips moved, sending out sound waves. Not long after, waves of terrifying auras flew over from all directions at high speed. Terrifying creatures arrived one after another. These terrifying creatures included ferocious beasts, zombies, Een spirits, evil corpses, stone tribe creatures, and so on. All kinds of creatures could be found. In total, there were about 270 of them. With so many powerful beings gathered together, it was naturally an extremely terrifying force. However, even though this force was extremely powerful, there was still a gap between it and the Spacetime Monarch's power. That was because that guy had 330 to 40 terrifying creatures under his command. Of course, Lin Feng still had 56 saints. If he counted the Holy Scriptures, he would be able to kill them all. Then this kind of gap. The gap was greatly reduced. These creatures are already here. Let's go out as well. The King of Bones said. Lin Feng and the others nodded. Then, the King of Bones, Lin Feng, the broken god, and the cursed doll came out. When they saw Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and the broken god standing together with the King of Bones, many creatures were astonished. They recognized the broken god, but they didn't recognize Lin Feng and the cursed doll. Clearly, Lin Feng and the cursed doll were cultivators from the outside world. These two cultivators from the outside world were actually standing together with the King of Bones. Could it be that he knew the King of Bones? Did the King of Bones summon them here because of these two cultivators? These powerful creatures were all thinking about this matter. They didn't know why the King of Bones had summoned them here. May I know why your Majesty has summoned us here? Do you have any instructions for us? At that moment, a creature asked. Everyone looked at the King of Bones. This was something that everyone was curious about. The King of Bones said, Brothers, you should know that the creatures who originally occupied this area were mainly the ones who came here. Later on, many terrifying creatures appeared in the broken spacetime. Then, these creatures came out of the broken spacetime and took away a large amount of territory. They also seized a lot of resources. What's worse is that many places have become forbidden areas. We were originally the masters of this place, but now, there are many places that we are not allowed to enter. Originally, I didn't want to care about these things. However, over the years, I've been thinking about what I've done in the past. I feel that it was wrong of me to ignore this matter. I think that we should unite and drive these creatures out of the broken spacetime back. We should take back our territory. After hearing the King of Bones' words, half of the creatures in the surroundings burst into an uproar. What the King of Bones had said had indeed struck a chord with them. There were a lot of resources in this area. Living beings like them were able to search for powerful resources in various places to increase their cultivation. Therefore, their strength had increased very quickly. However, ever since the creatures from the broken spacetime had come here, a large amount of resources had been taken away by them. However, they couldn't compete with the other party. The reason they couldn't compete with the other party wasn't because they were weaker. The main reason was that they didn't have a leader. The strongest was the King of Bones, but he didn't want to care about these things. The others wanted to be the leader. However, they couldn't convince the others. Besides, no one could stop the King of Broken Spacetime. Therefore, if they really fought, they would be at a great disadvantage. They would definitely lose this battle. Therefore, over the years, they had been oppressed greatly. Especially in the depths of the broken spacetime, which had become forbidden areas. They didn't dare to enter that area for years. Because once they entered that area, they would be driven away. However, that area had the most resources, and the resources were the most precious. Therefore, many creatures were very sullen. Now, the King of Bones wanted to unite everyone and drive out the creatures that came out of the broken spacetime. He immediately received a response from all the creatures. "Sir, tell us what to do. As long as you say the word, we won't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire." At that moment, a creature spoke up. "That's right. We're willing to follow Sir and listen to Sir's orders. We'll do whatever Sir wants us to do. We'll kill whoever Sir wants us to kill." Another creature spoke up. The rest of the creatures chimed in as well. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The King of Bones wasn't a simple character. With just a few words, he had stirred up everyone's emotions. In fact, Lin Feng felt that the King of Bones wasn't necessarily trying to take advantage of these creatures. Lin Feng guessed that the King of Bones wanted to chase away the creatures that had walked out of the shattered spacetime. The reason why he thought so was because Lin Feng felt that the King of Bones was the true king of this place, even if the King of Bones didn't want to care about other things. After all, this was a place that he was in charge of. But now, another King Realm expert had appeared. Most importantly, this King of Bones had occupied a lot of territory in this place. If the King of Bones wanted resources, it wouldn't be a problem, but what about the other creatures? If they wanted resources in the deeper regions, it would be more difficult. The King of Bones had been dissatisfied with this matter for a long time. Now that Lin Feng had arrived, the King of Bones wanted to cooperate with him to deal with the King of Bones. As such, the King of Bones planned to take advantage of this opportunity to chase away all the creatures that had walked out of the shattered spacetime. It was a plan that killed two birds with one stone. The King of Bones said, "Brothers, let's set out now and chase away those who have occupied our territory. We pledge our lives to follow Sir." Many living beings began to shout. Everyone didn't continue to stay here. Then, a group of people soared into the sky and quickly flew towards the deeper regions. The shattered spacetime covered a huge area. So, it took 3 days for them to arrive at the region ruled by the creatures that had walked out of the shattered spacetime. When the creatures that had walked out of the shattered spacetime saw so many native creatures, they were filled with disbelief. They knew that these native creatures were extremely disunited and usually fought for themselves. But now, more than 200 native creatures had joined forces to attack. What shocked them the most was that the King of Bones, who usually ignored the outside world, had also appeared. Seeing the appearance of the Bone Monarch, the creatures that came out of the shattered spacetime knew that this matter must be led by the Bone Monarch. How could they dare to stay any longer? They hurriedly flew towards the depths of the shattered spacetime. They arrived at a blood-red mountain range in the depths of the forest. The blood-red mountain range was made up of 72 mountains. There was a blood-red palace in the middle of the mountain range. Many creatures walked out of the shattered spacetime and stood guard outside the palace. A few creatures who had hurried over hurriedly arrived outside the palace and knelt on the ground. The leading creature said, "Sir, this is bad. The Skeleton King has led a large number of indigenous creatures to attack us. It seems that they have come with ill intentions." What? There was actually such a thing? Didn't the King of Bones ignore these things? Now, he's actually brought people here. Could it be that his personality has changed? A gloomy voice came from the palace. Next, a creature wearing a blood-red robe walked out of the palace. This creature in a blood-red robe had the body of a human, but its head was that of a rat. He was extremely ugly, and his eyes flickered with a sinister light. He also had a pair of blood-red wings. This creature was the king of shattered spacetime. His cultivation base was unfathomable, and he could borrow the powerful energy of the shattered spacetime. His fighting strength was far beyond his cultivation base. They have a few dozen fewer people than us. We don't have to be afraid of them. Besides, Sir's divine ability is unparalleled. Even the Skeleton King is no match for Sir. If they dare to come, they'll just be courting death. That's right. Our Sir is unparalleled. Those people don't know what's good for them. If they want to court death, they can't blame us for being impolite. The creatures that came out of the shattered spacetime began to discuss spiritedly. They were indeed strong enough. Therefore, the creatures that came out of the shattered spacetime felt that they had an absolute advantage. The king of shattered spacetime was naturally very confident in his methods. He waved his hand, indicating for everyone to quiet down. He said, "Let's meet these people in a bit and see what they want. If the Skeleton King really wants to attack us, we don't have to be polite to them. We'll just kill all of them and we'll be able to control this area." Many creatures couldn't help but shout in excitement. Not long after, Lin Feng and the others charged over. They stopped outside the Bloody Mountain range. The king of shattered spacetime led more than 300 terrifying creatures outside. Then, they faced off against the natives. The king of shattered spacetime looked coldly at the Skeleton King and said, "Skeleton King, the two of us have always minded our own business. Now that you've brought so many people here, what are you trying to do?" The Skeleton King said, "Since the end of the ancient era, you've led so many creatures to this place, but don't forget that this place doesn't belong to you. It belongs to us. Over the years, you've gone overboard. You've taken all kinds of resources and driven my brothers away. You've probably forgotten who the real master of this place is. If you know what's good for you, take your people and leave this place quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite to you." Impolite to us? How laughable. It just so happens that I want to have a taste of your divine ability. The king of shattered spacetime laughed coldly. "I'm very interested in your divine ability." The Skeleton King walked towards the king of shattered spacetime. The king of shattered spacetime also stepped forward and walked towards the Skeleton King. Their bodies emitted extremely terrifying auras. When they sensed the auras of the two, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. The auras of the two were too terrifying. Lin Feng felt that the two of them were very likely to surpass the 7th level of Immortal Foundation. In addition, they could fuse with the powerful energy of this place. Therefore, their battle prowess, in fact, it had far exceeded the strength that they should have at their level. Bang! With a violent collision sound, the King of Bones and the King of Spacetime violently collided. Both of their cultivations were extremely terrifying. Their collision directly shattered the void. While the two powerful existences were fighting one another, the rest of the cultivators also made their moves. The cultivators from both sides immediately began to fight. Because Lin Feng's side had lost dozens of people. Therefore, when the two sides began to fight, they immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. However, at this moment, Lin Feng waved his hand and directly summoned his Book of the Dead. When Lin Feng took out the Book of Dead Souls, a terrifying strength emerged from the Book of Dead Souls, as if it could destroy the earth and sky. When they felt that terrifying wave of energy, they were shocked. Many people's gazes were attracted by the Book of the Dead that Lin Feng had summoned. Everyone looked at the Book of the Dead. At this moment, 56 undead flew out of the Book of the Dead. Those were all saint-level undead creatures. Moreover, several of them were about to evolve into 8th Firmament Sage Realm undead. From this, one could see how powerful these undead were. The appearance of so many Sage Realm undead immediately caused an earth-shaking change in the battle. Originally, Lin Feng's side had fallen into a disadvantageous position in this battle. However, at this moment, Lin Feng's side had gained the upper hand. After all, these Sage Realm undead were extremely terrifying existences. Their addition to the battlefield could change the situation. After seeing the undead summoned by Lin Feng, everyone revealed a shocked expression. After all, a young human cultivator actually had so many Sage Realm undead under his command. Anyone who encountered such a thing would find it inconceivable. At this moment, a terrifying space-time shattering creature quickly attacked Lin Feng. He knew that these Sage Realm undead were under Lin Feng's control. If he could kill Lin Feng, it wouldn't be as simple as killing Lin Feng. When the time came, these undead creatures would probably quickly withdraw from the battlefield without Lin Feng's command. The pressure on them would be greatly reduced. Therefore, this creature wanted to get rid of the soul as soon as possible. The expert who attacked Lin Feng was a saint-level space-shattering creature. In addition, this creature could borrow the special energy of this place to increase its combat strength. Therefore, his battle prowess had been greatly improved. When the battle prowess of the living being was greatly improved, his battle prowess immediately skyrocketed and evolved. Lin Feng sensed that this creature's battle prowess was about 1 or 2 levels above its cultivation level. Meanwhile, a void sword appeared in the hands of this space-time being. With the void sword in hand, he slashed at Lin Feng. The void sword in his hand was extremely powerful. It seemed to be able to tear the void apart. Facing the void sword in the hands of the space-time creature, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a sneer. Lin Feng immediately summoned the Pangu axe. Lin Feng held the Pangu axe. An axe slashed towards the other party's void sword. The Pangu axe contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. When this axe slashed out, it seemed to be able to split heaven and earth apart. This level of power was truly shocking. Therefore, when Lin Feng slashed out with the Pangu axe, the power that erupted was simply unimaginable. This space-shattering creature also felt the terrifying power contained in the Pangu axe. After feeling the power of this attack, a look of horror appeared on the face of the creature who had shattered the space-time. He didn't expect that such a young human cultivator would display such a terrifying battle prowess. This creature didn't dare to confront Lin Feng head-on anymore. Because he felt that he might not be able to resist the attack of the Pangu axe, he wanted to travel through the void to avoid Lin Feng's terrifying attack. Moreover, he was a creature that walked out of a shattered space-time. He was extremely proficient in the Tao of space. This was the racial advantage of his clan. Very few living beings could compete with their race in the Tao of space. Therefore, after he used the space travel method, he felt that he should be able to smoothly travel through the void and leave. Then, he would be able to resolve Lin Feng's terrifying attack. However, the ideal was beautiful. The reality was cruel. He didn't expect. When he used the space traversing technique, he found that the surrounding void had been sealed. There was no way to travel out at all. This caused his expression to change drastically. Soon, he realized what was going on. Lin Feng must have imprisoned the void. This caused him to be extremely shocked. After all, it wasn't easy to make him unable to travel through the void. Unless the caster's battle prowess far exceeded his. How powerful was Lin Feng's Tao of space? How could he make him unable to travel through the void and leave? At this moment, Lin Feng had already arrived in front of this creature and slashed down with the Pangu axe. This creature didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly waved the void sword in his hand to block Lin Feng's Pangu axe. The void sword in his hand collided fiercely with Lin Feng's Pangu axe. Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud sound. This creature was directly sent flying by the powerful force surging from the Pangu axe. The void sword in his hand was directly broken by Lin Feng's Pangu axe. Lin Feng's Pangu axe was an ancient weapon-level treasure. Under Lin Feng's activation. How powerful was its power, so? This creature's magic treasure couldn't withstand the attack of the Pangu axe at all. He was greatly shocked. Then, he wanted to quickly retreat. He wanted to increase the distance between him and Lin Feng. But Lin Feng didn't give him this chance at all. Lin Feng quickly rushed forward, holding the Pangu axe in his hand, and once again slashed at this creature. No! The space-time creature screamed in terror. At this moment, facing Lin Feng's attack, he was already powerless. When the other creatures of spacetime saw this scene, their expressions turned gloomy. Kid, I'll see if you dare. Several extremely powerful space-shattering creatures roared furiously. They quickly charged towards Lin Feng. Hearing the threats of these creatures, he couldn't help but reveal a sneer. It was as if he didn't hear the threats of these creatures at all. The power of the Pangu axe in Lin Feng's hand didn't weaken much. The axe viciously chopped down on the body of the spacetime creature. Suddenly, Lin Feng's axe had cut the spirit in two. After killing this creature that had shattered spacetime, Yi Zichen was stunned. Then, another 4 spacetime creatures quickly surrounded Lin Feng. You deserve to die 10,000 times, said a creature who had broken through space and time, staring at Lin Feng icily. His voice contained a dense killing intent. He wanted to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. These spacetime creatures were actually very united. Therefore, when they saw Lin Feng kill one of them, they were shocked. That was why they were so angry. Moreover, Lin Feng had summoned so many undead before. They naturally hated Lin Feng to the bone. The person they wanted to kill the most was Lin Feng. These 4 spacetime creatures were relatively powerful among the spacetime creatures. Their strength was unfathomable. Facing the siege of 4 spacetime creatures, of course, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He quickly activated the ruler's armor. The ruler's armor covered his body. The ruler's armor could form a strong defense. Coupled with Lin Feng's strong physical body, it was enough to not be afraid of the opponent's attack. Lin Feng waved the Pangu axe in his hand. He continuously slashed out 4 times. 4 axe lights condensed and quickly slashed towards the 4 spacetime creatures. Clanging sounds of collision were heard. 4 dazzling axe lights and the 4 spacetime creatures' magic treasures fiercely collided. Lin Feng displayed his invincible power and directly repelled the 4 spacetime creatures. However, the cultivation of these 4 spacetime creatures was indeed very terrifying. Although Lin Feng repelled them, he couldn't kill them. He couldn't cause too much damage to them either. The 4 spacetime creatures once again charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face revealed a cold smile. Facing the new round of attacks from the 4 spacetime creatures, Lin Feng used the domineering magnetic field to deal with them. Lin Feng didn't use the 15-fold domineering magnetic field. Instead, he used the 5-fold domineering magnetic field. This was because Lin Feng felt that a 5-fold domineering magnetic field was enough to deal with them. After Lin Feng's 5-fold hockey appeared, it immediately formed a terrifying pressure that could destroy the heavens and earth. That kind of pressure enveloped the 4 spacetime shatterers. When Lin Feng released his strength, he oppressed the 4 creatures who had broken through space and time. The 4 creatures who had broken through space and time were extremely oppressed. They wanted to resist. But there was no way to resist. There was also no way to dissolve the oppression of the domineering magnetic field. This was because the domineering magnetic field was indiscriminate. Anyone who was enveloped by the domineering magnetic field, regardless of their strength, would be greatly affected. Of course, depending on their cultivation level, the degree of suppression was also different. When the 4 space-shattering creatures were enveloped by the domineering magnetic field, his combat strength had been weakened by about 30%. Lin Feng's battle prowess had increased by quite a bit under the support of the domineering magnetic field. The disparity between the 2 sides immediately became apparent. This time, Lin Feng once again swung the Pangu axe at the 4 spacetime creatures. 4 even more terrifying axe lights condensed and formed. These 4 more terrifying axe lights surged out. Once again, they collided with the magic treasures of the 4 space-shattering creatures. And this time, the 4 space-shattering creatures were shaken to the point that they vomited blood. The power of the Pangu axe. It was really too violent. Their faces couldn't help but change abruptly. Obviously, they didn't expect. So many of them joined forces, but they were still suppressed by Lin Feng. This was hard for them to accept. At this moment, Lin Feng had already locked onto one of the space-shattering creatures. Lin Feng traveled through the void and instantly arrived in front of this space-shattering creature. Then, he swung the axe fiercely, as if splitting Mount Hua. Facing Lin Feng's attack. This space-shattering creature's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly waved the battle sword in his hand to meet Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng's Pangu axe collided with the battle sword of the space-shattering Holy Spirit. Lin Feng's Pangu axe showed its power. The battle sword in the hands of this space-shattering creature was broken. Lin Feng's Pangu axe instantly fell. It directly split the space-shattering creature into two halves. Such power. It was really shocking. After killing the space-shattering creature, Lin Feng quickly killed the second space-shattering creature. The second space-shattering creature hurriedly flew out, trying to get rid of Lin Feng's domineering magnetic field. But Lin Feng didn't give him a chance at all. Lin Feng quickly came to his side and swung the axe. This space-shattering creature's magic treasure was a magic treasure that looked like a black iron ball. This magic treasure's power was quite tyrannical. Now, he activated the magic treasure. The black iron ball instantly turned into the size of a mountain. Then, it crashed into Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and he swung the axe down. The black iron ball was split into two halves. Lin Feng instantly came in front of the second creature and swung the axe down. The second creature's head was instantly chopped off. The remaining two space-shattering creatures managed to escape without a hitch. They had long been scared out of their wits by Lin Feng. One by one, they flew into the distance. How would they dare to continue to deal with Lin Feng at this time? The battle in the sky had also reached a white-hot level. The space-shattering king and the Bone King were both extremely terrifying. All kinds of powerful magic skills were displayed. Every collision. They all had the power to destroy the world. Lin Feng quickly flew toward the battle in the sky. Lin Feng intended to help the Bone King deal with the space-shattering king. Because it was too difficult for the Bone King to kill the space-shattering king alone. But after Lin Feng joined the battle, it was different. Lin Feng's battle strength was extremely terrifying. After he joined the battle, he would definitely be able to have a great impact on this battle. Lin Feng naturally didn't feel embarrassed about besieging this person. In a battle of life and death, there was no need to pay attention to so much. After Lin Feng joined the battle, Lin Feng took out all 5 ancient weapon-level treasures. The 5 ancient weapon-level treasures attacked the space-shattering king, but an extremely special magic treasure flew out of the space-shattering king's body. It was a blood-colored silk-like treasure, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. That treasure. It swept across the world. It enveloped Lin Feng's 5 ancient weapon-level treasures. Under the cover of that thing, Lin Feng's 5 ancient weapon-level treasures seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, unable to extricate themselves. It was extremely strange. He didn't know what kind of treasure it was. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Magic treasures couldn't hurt the space-shattering king. Lin Feng planned to use the Great Fate technique to deal with this person. That grand Tao of fate. Lin Feng murmured. Lin Feng stepped forward in midair and began to chant the incantation of the Great Fate technique. Great Tao of Destiny, please send down the power of destiny. Let destiny punish these sinners. When Lin Feng finished his incantation, powerful destiny power gushed out continuously. Then, under the control of Lin Feng, the destiny power blasted towards the King of Shattered Spacetime. At this moment, the battle between the King of Shattered Spacetime and the King of Bones had reached a critical juncture. Therefore, caught off guard, he faced the attack of Lin Feng's Tao of Fate. The Shattering Spacetime Monarch was instantly sent flying. The Shattering Spacetime Monarch's face darkened. He coldly looked at Lin Feng and said, "Brat, you dare to sneak attack me? You're despicable and shameless." Lin Feng's face revealed a look of disdain. I attacked you fair and square, yet you're accusing me of sneak attacking you? Are you blind?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, the corner of the Spacetime Monarch's mouth twitched violently. How could this brat be so shameless? Meanwhile, the King of Bones smiled. He had been in contact with Lin Feng for a few days. He had a rough understanding of Lin Feng's personality. If he were to argue with Lin Feng verbally, he would definitely be angered to death. The King of Shattered Spacetime was one such example. The Spacetime King roared, "Die, you brat." As soon as he finished speaking, he sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. The power of fate and the void condensed into chains. Those chains were the chains of fate. Those chains of fate were extremely terrifying. The chains of fate sealed the world. When the shattering spacetime monarch's attack blasted towards Lin Feng, it was instantly neutralized by the chains of fate. And at this moment, the chains of fate quickly wrapped around the spacetime monarch. If he could wrap around the body of the King of Spacetime, he would be able to do so. At that time, the spacetime monarch would definitely fall into an extremely dangerous situation. After all, the King of Bones was still eyeing them covetously. How powerful was the King of Bones? If the King of Bones unleashed his peak combat power, it was very likely that he could kill the King of Shattered Spacetime in one fell swoop. However, the space-shattering king was simply too powerful. It wouldn't be easy for Lin Feng to use the chains of fate to bind the King of Shattered Spacetime. The shattering spacetime monarch traveled through the chains of fate. Every time the chains of fate were about to wrap around the King of Spacetime, the King of Spacetime would dodge them. Then, he shattered the King of Spacetime and rushed out of the range of the chains of fate. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The Spacetime Shatterer King's methods were truly formidable. The shattering Spacetime King quickly charged towards Lin Feng. In his opinion, when he was fighting with the King of Bones was still alive. Lin Feng stood to the side, ready to deal with him at any time. This made him extremely passive. Therefore, he had to get rid of Lin Feng first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to deal with the King of Bones with his full strength. The King of Shattered Spacetime's train of thought was very normal. His understanding of the Tao of space was extremely deep. Very few people could compare to him. He disappeared from the void of space. Lin Feng knew that the King of Shattered Spacetime wanted to use the void travel technique to catch him off guard. The King of Shattered Spacetime's understanding of the Tao of space. It surpassed Lin Feng's control of the Tao of space. However, Lin Feng's Tao of space was not to be underestimated. He wanted to use the void travel technique to suppress Lin Feng and then kill Lin Feng. Easier said than done. Lin Feng also used the void travel technique and appeared hundreds of meters away. The two of them walked out of the void at the same time. Lin Feng looked at the King of Shattered Spacetime and said, "Your most powerful technique is your control and use of the Tao of space, but I happen to be a cultivator who has studied the Tao of space deeply. If you want to use the Tao of space to deal with me, it's completely impossible. If I still have to dodge your attacks, you won't be able to hurt me. So, you should give up on this idea as soon as possible." Lin Feng's words were really arrogant, but Lin Feng did have the ability to do so. The King of Shattered Spacetime's expression was extremely gloomy. The King of Bones once again locked onto the King of Shattered Spacetime. The two of them once again engaged in a great battle. And at this time, Lin Feng planned to use the curse technique to deal with the King of Shattered Spacetime. Because the curse technique was extremely strange. In a great battle, it could play an extremely crucial role. If he used the curse technique at this time, the curse technique should be able to erupt with an extremely astonishing power. However, Lin Feng also knew that it would not be easy to use the curse technique to deal with the King of Shattered Spacetime. But as long as he could successfully use it, it would definitely be able to cause considerable damage to the King of Shattered Spacetime. Lin Feng used the power of the Cursed Mud Man to activate the curse technique. With the help of the Cursed Mud Man, Lin Feng's success rate of casting the curse technique would be greatly increased. After casting the curse technique more than 10 times in a row, he still did not hurt the King of Shattered Spacetime. It had to be said that the King of Shattered Spacetime's means were really terrifying. If it were to deal with someone else, Lin Feng's curse technique would have been successful long ago. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the cursed doll. He wanted to join forces with the cursed doll to cast the curse technique. The cursed doll repelled the creature of shattered spacetime that was attacking it, and then quickly joined up with Lin Feng. Then the two of them joined forces to cast the curse technique together. Both of them were relatively proficient in the curse technique, especially the cursed doll, who had been diligently studying the curse technique. The cursed doll's curse technique was extremely powerful. Therefore, when Lin Feng and the cursed doll joined forces to cast the curse technique, the two of them successfully cast the curse technique on the King of Shattered Spacetime. With a puff, a bloody hole appeared on the King of Shattered Spacetime's chest. The bloody hole penetrated his body, and the King of Shattered Spacetime couldn't help but scream as his body flew backward. And at this moment, the King of Bones' eyes suddenly lit up. The King of Bones seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and quickly rushed in front of the King of Shattered Spacetime. Then, he slapped a palm at the King of Shattered Spacetime. The King of Bones' terrifying palm slammed into the King of Shattered Spacetime's body. The King of Shattered Spacetime was immediately blasted away. In midair, he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and the King of Bones' attacks one after another directly injured the King of Shattered Spacetime. End of this chapter. Seeing that he had suffered such a serious injury, the King of Shattered Spacetime couldn't believe his eyes. What kind of powerful existence was he? He had actually suffered such a serious injury. He had already forgotten the last time he had suffered such a serious injury. Now that he had suffered such an injury, this was something he couldn't accept. In his eyes, killing intent was overflowing. He couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng, the King of Bones, and the cursed doll into 1,000 pieces. In fact, he didn't hate the King of Bones the most. He hated Lin Feng and the cursed doll the most. If it weren't for Lin Feng and the cursed doll using the curse technique to hurt him, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Kill him in one go. Lin Feng shouted. The King of Bones nodded. He took the lead and charged towards the King of Shattered Spacetime. Then, Lin Feng and the cursed doll jointly controlled his 5 ancient weapon-level treasures and charged towards the King of Shattered Spacetime. This was indeed a good opportunity to kill the King of Shattered Spacetime. If they missed this opportunity, it wouldn't be easy to find such a good opportunity again. As for the creatures fighting below, after seeing that the King of Shattered Spacetime had suffered such a serious injury, they were all extremely shocked. Those native creatures immediately became excited. As for those creatures of Shattered Spacetime, their expressions became extremely ugly. In their eyes, the King of Shattered Spacetime was an invincible existence, but now, the King of Shattered Spacetime had actually suffered such a serious injury. It was hard for them to believe, but all of this was real. It happened right in front of them. Even if they didn't believe it, they had to accept this fact. Just as Lin Feng and the others were about to kill the King of Shattered Spacetime in one go, the King of Shattered Spacetime didn't fight head-on with Lin Feng and the others. Instead, he quickly flew in the direction of the Bloody Mountain Range. Lin Feng, the King of Bones, and the cursed doll quickly chased after him. When they arrived at the depths of the Bloody Mountain Range, a cold gaze appeared in the eyes of the King of Shattered Spacetime. He said coldly, "All of you deserve to die. I want you to die without a burial ground." As his voice fell, he condensed countless spells with both hands. After those spells landed, endless blood-red runes intertwined in the void. Then, the earth split open. A total of 72 terrifying creatures flew out. The living beings landed on the 72 mountains. Upon closer inspection, one would immediately discover that the 72 terrifying creatures did not seem to be real creatures. Instead, they appeared to be puppets. However, they were too powerful when they were alive. Therefore, even though they were refined into puppets after their deaths, their strength was still extremely terrifying. Currently, they were guarding the 72 mountain peaks, which was equivalent to guarding the 72 formation eyes. The formation had completely sealed off the area. Lin Feng, the skeleton monarch, and the cursed doll were trapped here by the formation. The rest of the forest cultivators were fighting outside the mountain range, so they weren't trapped by the formation. Ha 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 ha. I have activated the Grand Formation here. Once the Grand Formation is activated, no one will be able to block its attack, including you people. You are all destined to die under its attack. You are all destined to die under its attack. That's right. That's right. After the formation in the mountain range was activated, the King of Shattered Spacetime appeared very excited. Those 3 are dead for sure. That's right. Later, they will definitely be annihilated by the formation set up by the Lord. Fighting against our Lord is simply courting death. The creatures outside were all incomparably excited. Obviously, they had known beforehand that there was an extremely terrifying formation in the Blood-Red Mountain Range. I choked on my Chi-Chi novel. WWW. The native creatures' expressions became extremely gloomy. The formation was too powerful, and they didn't dare to rashly attack it. Now, they could only wait for the battle inside to end. Inside the formation, Lin Feng and the other two gathered together. The skeleton monarch's expression was extremely grave. He said, "The formation here is too dangerous. Let's work together to break out." Lin Feng said, "No need. I have my own way to resolve the crisis in front of us." Hearing this, the skeleton monarch revealed a surprised expression. The reason Lin Feng said this was naturally because he was in control of the stone scripture. Although the formation here was extremely powerful and terrifying, Lin Feng was in control of the stone scripture. Lin Feng believed that with the stone scripture's extraordinariness, he would definitely be able to save them from danger. The cursed doll also seemed quite calm. This was because the cursed doll knew that Lin Feng was in control of the stone scripture. Not to mention breaking the formation here. However, there was no problem at all in terms of self-preservation, so the cursed doll wasn't worried at all. "I want you to go to hell right now." The king of shattered spacetime's cold voice sounded. His eyes flickered with a sinister light. He directly gave the order. After his order was given, the power of the formation was immediately released. Attacks that could destroy heaven and earth condensed. These formations were indeed too terrifying. After all, the formation here had cost the king of shattered spacetime a lot of effort. Moreover, he had refined so many powerful puppets and used countless precious materials. The power was naturally unimaginably terrifying. Therefore, these formations could play an important role at critical times. This was also the main reason why the king of shattered spacetime was so confident. He believed that no one would be able to break his formation. Unless it was those experts who had surpassed their realm. And obviously, Lin Feng and the other two definitely didn't have such an ability. Just as the formation was about to attack, Lin Feng summoned the stone scripture. After the stone scripture flew out, it floated above Lin Feng and the other two. After seeing the stone scripture summoned by Lin Feng, the King of Bones' face immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. Because the King of Bones was also an extremely extraordinary figure, he was very knowledgeable. As soon as he saw the stone scripture summoned by Lin Feng, he recognized the origin of the stone scripture. He instantly thought of many things. For example, he thought of the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect, the extraordinary aspects of the Celestial Master Sect, the curse of the Celestial Master Sect, and so on. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be in possession of this treasure. Since Lin Feng was in possession of the stone scripture, in other words, Lin Feng was the successor of the Celestial Master Sect. This was completely out of the King of Bones' expectations. However, the King of Bones immediately revealed a trace of a smile. Originally, he was a little worried about the formation here. But with the stone scripture, this treasure, he believed that with this treasure, he would be able to smoothly resolve the terrifying power released by the formation here. End of this chapter. Follow me and activate the stone scripture. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. As soon as his voice fell, powerful magic power continuously poured into the stone scripture. The King of Bones and the cursed doll did not dare to hesitate. The powerful magic power in their bodies also continuously poured into the stone scripture. When the stone scripture had enough magic power, the stone scripture immediately came to life. Dense runes appeared on the surface of the stone scripture. These runes contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. These runes were mysterious and unfathomable. They were like the epic runes that had been condensed for countless years, emitting a dazzling light. When the dense barrage of attacks came crashing down on him, these attacks were uncontrollably bombarded towards the stone scripture. These attacks were all blocked by the stone scripture. After seeing this scene, the King of Shattered Spacetime's face suddenly revealed an expression of disbelief. He was extremely confident in the great formation that he had set up. Moreover, it was not easy for him to refine 72 puppets and then let these puppets guard the eyes of the formation at the 72 mountain peaks. He knew how terrifying the power of this great formation was. But now, the great formation's attack was actually blocked. All of this made him feel that he could not understand. The king of shattered spacetime actually did not recognize the stone scripture. In fact, there were too few people who knew the stone scripture. If he knew the stone scripture, he would not be so shocked. The king of shattered spacetime's expression was uncertain. Everything that happened in front of him had a huge impact on him. This is impossible. He could not accept what was happening in front of him and could not help but roar in anger. Lin Feng could understand this feeling. It was like the collapse of one's belief. The impact on his spirit was the most violent. Nothing is impossible, Lin Feng said with a cold smile. Then, he, the king of bones, and the cursed doll quickly charged towards the king of shattered spacetime. Under the activation of the three of them, the stone scripture's power was endless. No attack could destroy the stone scripture. Lin Feng and the other two looked silent. Their killing intent was like the sea. In fact, they had not thought of killing the king of shattered spacetime before. The main reason was that this guy was too powerful. It was too difficult to kill him. Being able to chase away the spacetime king and his subordinates was already quite impressive. But who would have thought that this time, Lin Feng and the others would actually severely injure the spacetime monarch? This also allowed Lin Feng, the king of bones, and the cursed doll to see hope of killing the king of shattered spacetime. Of course, being able to severely injure the spacetime monarch could be considered lucky. First, Lin Feng and the cursed doll's curse technique played a key role. The spacetime monarch had been injured. The king of bones seized this opportunity to further injure the king of shattered spacetime. If any of the steps had gone wrong, the shattered spacetime king would not have suffered such serious damage. Although the king of shattered spacetime wanted to stay and fight Lin Feng, he knew that his current situation was extremely bad. If they stayed, they wouldn't be able to threaten Lin Feng and the others. After all, his current injuries were extremely serious. As the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. After escaping, he could also summon experts to take revenge. The king of shattered spacetime comforted himself. After thinking of this, the king of shattered spacetime quickly flew into the distance. He wanted to escape into the shattered spacetime. Lin Feng naturally knew the king of shattered spacetime's plan. When the king of shattered spacetime wanted to escape, Lin Feng's face showed a sneer. He directly displayed the 15-fold domineering magnetic field. When Lin Feng's 15-fold domineering magnetic field was displayed, the entire Bloody Mountain range was enveloped by Lin Feng's 15-fold domineering magnetic field. The king of shattered spacetime was naturally enveloped in it. Compared to the 15-fold domineering magnetic field, the 15-fold domineering magnetic field covered a larger area and the suppression on cultivators was also more powerful. Therefore, when Lin Feng's 15-fold domineering magnetic field was displayed, something amazing suddenly happened. The king of shattered spacetime's speed plummeted. His combat strength was also reduced by about 40%. In fact, if the king of shattered spacetime's strength was still at its peak, it would be very difficult to reduce his combat strength by about 40%. After all, the king of shattered spacetime's strength was too terrifying. The more powerful a cultivator was, the harder it was to weaken their combat strength. But now, the king of shattered spacetime was seriously injured. At this time, he was relatively weak. And when he was relatively weak, it was easy for others to take advantage of him. For example, in his current state, his cultivation had been severely suppressed, and his speed had been greatly reduced. Therefore, there was no way to get rid of Lin Feng, the king of bones, and the cursed doll. Soon, they caught up with the king of shattered spacetime. The king of bones was the most powerful, and he directly charged over. The king of bones and the king of shattered spacetime fought. Lin Feng and the cursed doll attacked the king of shattered spacetime from a distance. They didn't have the intention to charge forward, because the king of shattered spacetime was too powerful. Who knew if he had a last-minute counterattack? The smartest way now was to attack the king of shattered spacetime from a distance. Even if the king of shattered spacetime wanted to drag Lin Feng and the cursed doll to hell, but they were too far away. The king of shattered spacetime wanted to, but he was powerless. Because the King of Shattered Spacetime's injuries were very serious, he was suppressed by the King of Bones. In addition, Lin Feng and the Cursed Doll worked together to cast a curse technique to attack the King of Shattered Spacetime. The King of Shattered Spacetime didn't have much strength to resist. The King of Shattered Spacetime roared angrily. But there was sadness in his roar. Winner takes all. It was cruel to begin with. Before he died, he wanted to drag Lin Feng, the King of Bones, and the Cursed Doll to hell with him. But Lin Feng and the Cursed Doll were relatively far away from him, so he could only drag the King of Bones to hell with him. His body began to swell. He wanted to self-destruct. After seeing this scene, the King of Bones' expression couldn't help but change suddenly. At this time, it was too late to retreat quickly. Just as the King of Shattered Spacetime was about to self-destruct, Lin Feng and the Cursed Doll's curse technique once again displayed astonishing power. It directly broke the King of Shattered Spacetime's self-destruction method. The King of Shattered Spacetime's swollen body instantly withered like a rubber ball. The King of Bones quickly charged over and slapped the King of Shattered Spacetime's body. The King of Shattered Spacetime's body directly exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. They had killed the Spacetime King. Lin Feng and the others looked relieved. They had finally killed the Spacetime King. It hadn't been easy. The entire process had been dangerous. But now, it was over. Lin Feng and the others quickly flew outside. The Great Formation gradually dissipated. When they arrived outside, the Bone King shouted, "The Spacetime King has fallen. Everyone, kill these spacetime creatures." Hearing the Bone King shout, the morale was boosted. The native lifeforms' morale was greatly boosted, while the lifeforms that had shattered spacetime became extremely flustered. After all, their king had already been killed. What would happen to these creatures? Staying behind was no different from suicide. The spacetime creatures began to flee in a sorry state. As for the natives, they began to chase after the spacetime creatures. It didn't take long for 280 of the spacetime creatures to be killed. Only a few dozen spacetime creatures were left, and they fled into the broken spacetime. The corpses of the spacetime creatures were divided up among the natives. They wanted to devour the spacetime creatures' corpses to increase their cultivation. The spacetime creatures' bloodlines were extremely powerful. Therefore, indeed, it could greatly improve the cultivation base of those indigenous creatures. Lin Feng looked at the broken god and said, "There are 72 puppets inside. Go take a look and see if your body is among them." The broken god hurriedly nodded, then quickly flew inside. He looked at the puppets on a mountain peak. It was his body. An extremely excited expression appeared on his face. Then, he quickly flew toward his body. He fused with his body. After the broken god fused with his body, the body opened its eyes. The broken god had already fused with his body. But to completely fuse with his body, a certain amount of time was needed. The broken god took out a piece of material. It was a special ore. Lin Feng could sense the aura of an epic transcending aura from the ore. It was indeed an epic transcending material. This was a material that could be used to forge an ancient weapon. It was incomparably precious and rare. After seeing this material, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. With this material, Lin Feng could begin to forge his fourth life source magic weapon. This was because Lin Feng now had one main primordial spirit and 6 auxiliary primordial spirits. Therefore, theoretically speaking, this was true. Lin Feng could forge 7 life-bound magic treasures at most. These life source magic treasures were extremely important to Lin Feng. Why did he say that? This was because life source magic treasures had a special characteristic. The cultivator's body could completely fuse with the life source magic treasure. Cultivators, on the other hand, were able to completely unleash the power of their natal magic treasures. For example, the life source magic weapons created by Lin Feng would constantly evolve. When Lin Feng's natal magic treasure evolved to the ancient weapon level, then, the power unleashed by Lin Feng's natal magic treasure would far surpass the power unleashed by Pengu's axe and other treasures. This was because no matter how powerful treasures like the Pengu axe were, they were still forged by others. Using one's own things was a completely different concept from using someone else's. In fact, if Lin Feng's natal magic treasure reached the level of a quasi-ancient weapon, the power released could even be compared to the power released by some ancient weapons. This was because Lin Feng was able to fully unleash the power of his magic treasure. As for the power of those ancient weapons, he was unable to fully unleash them. However, it was extremely difficult to evolve a magic treasure to the ancient weapon level, or even the quasi-ancient weapon level. For example, Lin Feng's natal magic treasure, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, the Primal Chaos Stone, and the 36 bamboo swords. Under Lin Feng's sacrificial refinement, they had already reached the level of a sacred weapon. But if he wanted to continue evolving, it would be difficult. If he continued to evolve, it would be at the level of a quasi-ancient weapon. But to evolve to this level, the requirements for the materials were extremely strict. Although Lin Feng's magic treasures were extremely powerful, due to the limitations of the magic treasures, it was difficult for them to reach the level of a quasi-ancient weapon. In other words, Lin Feng's Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, the Primal Chaos Stone, and the 36 bamboo swords, in theory, were at the peak of the sacred weapon level. If he wanted to evolve further, Lin Feng would need to find some extremely precious materials and integrate them to improve the quality of the three magic treasures. Only in this way could the three magic treasures continue to evolve. However, it was extremely difficult to find the materials to evolve the three magic treasures. Of course, Lin Feng would definitely not give up on this matter. He would definitely continue to look for it. If Lin Feng used a material that transcended eras to create a magic treasure, then this magic treasure could easily reach the quasi-ancient weapon level. In the future, it might even become an ancient weapon level magic treasure. Of course, when this magic treasure was created, it was hard to say what level it would stop at. This had a lot to do with many factors. Whether or not this magic treasure could reach the ancient weapon level was even more uncertain. This was related to future opportunities. Lin Gongzi, this material is the material that transcended eras that I mentioned, said the broken god. Said the god of destruction, handing the material over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng put the material away. At this time, the natives began to disperse in search of their own fortuitous encounters. Lin Feng looked at the King of Bones and said, "King of Bones, are you interested in continuing our cooperation?" The King of Bones and Lin Feng's cooperation was quite pleasant. "How else do you want to cooperate?" asked the King of Bones. Lin Feng said, "I plan to head to Earth's core to search for the great world's origin energy I need. Why don't you follow me to Earth's core?" "Oh? You want to go to Earth's core to search for the great world's origin energy? Then I advise you not to go there," said the King of Bones. "Why?" asked Lin Feng. The King of Bones said, "Because the creature entrenched in that place is too terrifying." Lin Feng knew that there was a terrifying creature entrenched in that place, but the King of Bones was actually so afraid of that creature. Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. He wondered what kind of creature it was. Lin Feng asked, "What kind of creature is entrenched in that place?" The King of Bones took a deep breath and said, "The creature entrenched in that place is a primordial chaos beast." Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp when he heard the King of Bones' words. Creatures like chaos divine beasts weren't that rare. Now, one could still see some chaos divine beasts. However, some of the chaos divine beasts now were not pure-blooded chaos divine beasts. Pure-blooded chaos divine beasts were extremely rare now. After all, pure-blooded chaos divine beasts were terrifying creatures that only existed in legends. And prehistoric chaos was very different from ordinary chaos divine beasts and pure-blooded chaos divine beasts. Rumor had it that prehistoric chaos was born after the beginning of the era. At this time, the myriad worlds had not yet formed. In other words, at this time, heaven and earth had not yet been truly born. But prehistoric chaos had already appeared first. This was terrifying. Therefore, prehistoric chaos was very likely to be in existence of the same era as Hong Meng, Hong Jun, Daoist Luya, Ancestor Hun Kuan, and the others. Perhaps it was a little later than they were born, but it definitely would not be too late. Therefore, a creature like prehistoric chaos was ranked among the top in the history of the era. If one encountered a creature like prehistoric chaos, it would definitely be an extremely troublesome matter. However, it was hard to say what realm prehistoric chaos cultivation was at. Lin Feng guessed that it should at least be an existence that surpassed the peak. Of course. If someone told Lin Feng that prehistoric chaos was an existence that surpassed the realm, Lin Feng would not be too surprised. The specific situation of this prehistoric chaos in front of him was unknown. Lin Feng felt that this prehistoric chaos might not have reached the realm beyond. Even if it had reached it before, it might have declined by now. Of course. No matter what realm it was. However, one thing was certain. That was, this primordial chaos was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. So, Lin Feng knew that in the face of such a terrifying existence like prehistoric chaos, the King of Bones should not go to the place where prehistoric chaos was with him. Said the King of Bones to Lin Feng. You know how terrifying the prehistoric primal chaos is, so I can't go to the core world with you. But I advise you not to go there, said the King of Bones. I haven't had much contact with prehistoric chaos, so I don't know what kind of existence he is or what his temper is. I only know that he spends most of his time in a deep sleep. The place where he sleeps is where the world's origin is. If you want to obtain the world's origin, you will definitely alarm him. An existence like him is generally not very easy to talk to, so you'd better think twice. After saying that, the King of Bones quickly flew into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The cursed doll looked at Lin Feng and asked, "What do we do now? Do we go to the depths of the core or leave?" Lin Feng knew. It was simply too difficult to snatch the origin of a major world from the prehistoric chaos. Therefore, if he wanted to obtain the world's origin, he would have to negotiate with prehistoric chaos. However, he would have to wait until he met the prehistoric chaos to discuss the details. Lin Feng said, "Since we're here, we can't just leave like this. How about this? Let's go and meet the prehistoric chaos." The cursed doll nodded. However, before meeting the prehistoric chaos, Lin Feng planned to forge this ore into a lifebound magic treasure. If he could forge this lifebound magic treasure, it could increase his foundation. Forging a lifebound magic treasure would not be particularly difficult. The main thing was what kind of magic treasure to forge from this ore. This was the choice that Lin Feng had to face at the moment. Lin Feng looked at the remaining puppets. Although these puppets were very powerful, Lin Feng had no use for them at all. Therefore, he did not have any special thoughts about these puppets. However, the cursed doll was extremely interested in these puppets. Therefore, the cursed doll put away the 71 puppets. Next, Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and the shattered god entered the palace in the depths of the core. This palace was originally the palace of the shattered spacetime king, and it was a very powerful magic treasure. They planned to enter seclusion in this palace. The shattered god found a place to enter seclusion and fuse with his main body on a deeper level. Lin Feng took out the ore that had transcended epochs. The cursed doll looked at Lin Feng and asked, "What kind of magic treasure do you plan to forge with this ore?" Lin Feng said, "I plan to forge a soul-type magic treasure that can deal great damage to the soul." You want to forge a soul-type magic treasure? That's not a bad idea, but what kind of soul-type magic treasure do you want to forge? Lin Feng said, "I'll forge a soul-suppressing bell." Do you have the special runes needed to forge a soul-suppressing bell? If you don't have these special runes, even if you forge a magic treasure like the soul-suppressing bell, you won't be able to truly increase its power. Lin Feng said, "I have some of these runes recorded in my stone scripture, so you don't have to worry about that." The cursed doll said, "That's great. In that case, forging a soul-suppressing bell won't be a problem at all." Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng then entered seclusion to forge the soul-suppressing bell. Lin Feng took out his 8 heavenly flames. He then used his heavenly flames to smelt the ore. Lin Feng realized that the epic crossing material was very special. It was extremely hard, and it was extremely difficult to melt it. Lin Feng tried for a long time, but he was unable to melt the ore into a liquid. However, Lin Feng believed that it was only a matter of time. Lin Feng continued to use his 8 heavenly flames to repeatedly calcine the ore. After calcining it over 1,000 times, the ore finally began to soften. After calcining it over another 10,000 times, the ore finally began to melt. Not much time passed. The ore was melted into a ball of liquid. Next, Lin Feng forged the ball of liquid into the shape of a soul-suppressing bell. After forging the soul-suppressing bell, the final step was to imprint all kinds of runes on it. Imprinting runes was the most important part of a magic treasure. This was related to the magic treasure's initial grade, as well as its future potential. The initial grade and potential of a magic treasure were greatly related to various factors. However, 60% to 70% of the factors were related to the imprinting of runes. For example, when imprinting some runes, there might be some mistakes. This could cause the magic treasure's power to greatly decrease, and it might not reach its ideal grade in the future. Imprinting different runes also had an inseparable relationship with the initial grade and potential of a magic treasure. End of chapter. Lin Feng began to try to imprint all kinds of runes on the soul-suppressing bell. Because these runes were more complicated, the more complicated the runes were. The more complicated the runes were, the more difficult it was to imprint them. For example, the runes in front of him were more complicated. It was very difficult to imprint these runes on the soul-suppressing bell. Moreover, if he was not careful, he could even destroy this magic weapon. Therefore, he needed to be careful when imprinting these runes. Of course, although it might not be easy to imprint these runes, it was not a big problem for Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng's attainments in formations and restrictions were too high. As time slowly passed, one rune after another was imprinted on the soul-suppressing bell by Lin Feng. As those runes were imprinted on the soul-suppressing bell, the aura emitted by the soul-suppressing bell also became stronger and more terrifying. After feeling the powerful aura emitted by the soul-suppressing bell, Lin Feng's face could not help but reveal an excited expression. In fact, Lin Feng also had a more powerful soul attack magic weapon. That was the skull bracelet. This was a magic weapon that Lin Feng obtained a long time ago. However, Lin Feng did not use this magic weapon very well. Because the skull bracelet was a magic weapon of evil, and it was very evil and demonic. It could have a subtle effect on the user. This was also the reason why Lin Feng did not like to use this magic weapon. But if Lin Feng could forge his own weapon, he would be able to do it. Then the meaning would be completely different. At that time, Lin Feng would be able to use his own life weapon however he wanted to. It took 3 days. Lin Feng imprinted all the runes on the soul-suppressing bell. The soul-suppressing bell emitted a terrifying aura. After feeling the aura emitted by the soul-suppressing bell, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a surprised expression. Peak of the Sage Realm magic weapon. Lin Feng sensed the level of the soul-suppressing bell, which made him extremely surprised and happy. Lin Feng had originally thought that it would be extremely difficult for this magic weapon to reach the Sage Realm after it had been refined. However, Lin Feng hadn't expected that this magic weapon would reach the peak of the Sage Realm. One had to know that this was the initial level. There was a huge difference between the initial and final levels. Many magic treasures forged by cultivators might not have a particularly high initial grade. With the passage of time, they slowly evolved into some of the more advanced magic treasures. This situation was very common. This time, he was forging the soul-suppressing bell. Because Lin Feng's materials were too precious, and Lin Feng had branded extremely powerful runes when he forged the magic treasure, Lin Feng had a certain degree of confidence that the magic treasure's initial level would reach the Sage Realm. However, Lin Feng felt that reaching the second heavenly layer of the Sage Realm was already pretty good. If it weren't for the fact that the materials were relatively powerful, and the runes were relatively powerful, it was basically impossible to directly forge the magic treasure into a sage tool. However, Lin Feng's expectations were already very high. However, Lin Feng absolutely didn't dare to imagine that the magic treasure would reach the peak of the Sage Realm. If everything went smoothly, the soul-suppressing bell should be able to break through to the quasi-transcendence realm. In the future, Lin Feng's cultivation would increase. It was even possible that this soul-suppressing bell could be refined into a real ancient weapon. Ancient weapon-level magic treasures were extremely rare. In addition to being rare, this level of magic treasure had another characteristic. This level of magic treasure generally had very powerful attack power. Very few people would refine this level of magic treasure into a soul attack magic treasure. The main reason was that the materials were too difficult to find. Even if an ordinary person could obtain the materials, they would absolutely not be willing to refine this kind of magic treasure into a soul attack magic treasure. After all, in a battle between cultivators, there were very few soul battles. Refining a magic treasure into a soul attack magic treasure was too wasteful of this kind of material. Only Lin Feng. He had too many magic treasures here. There were several ancient weapon-level magic treasures. Therefore, Lin Feng was willing to refine this kind of precious material into a soul attack magic treasure. After this magic treasure was successfully refined by Lin Feng began to familiarize himself with this magic treasure. He began to use his spiritual power to constantly nourish this magic treasure. His spiritual power washed the soul-suppressing bell over and over again. The connection between Lin Feng and the soul-suppressing bell was getting closer and closer. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. Lin Feng could feel the power of this magic treasure. If this magic treasure could be used properly, then it would definitely play a crucial role. There was no doubt about this. When Lin Feng came out of seclusion, the broken god and the cursed doll had already come out. The cursed doll had already recovered, and Lin Feng found that the cursed doll's strength had also increased. It was very likely to be related to the 71 puppets. As for the broken god, Lin Feng felt that the current broken god did not seem to be able to perfectly integrate with his body. But thinking about it, this was an extremely normal thing. After all, he had been separated from his body for too long. In addition, his body had been refined into a puppet, so to completely integrate with his puppet body and then turn his puppet body into a pure body of flesh and blood, this required a process that could not be completed overnight. Lin Feng said, "Then let's go to the core world now and meet that prehistoric chaos." The cursed doll and the broken god naturally had no objections. The three of them left the palace. Lin Feng asked the broken god to put away the palace. This was because the broken god did not have a suitable magic treasure. And this palace itself was a powerful magic treasure. The broken god just happened to be able to use this magic treasure. After the broken god put away the blood-colored palace, Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and the broken god did not stay any longer. They quickly flew to the deepest part of the palace. After arriving at the deepest part, they quickly flew underground. They all mastered the great Tao of Earth, so they could travel unimpeded underground. It took about half a day for them to finally arrive at the core world. The rocks here were extremely hard and there were flames everywhere. Those flames were burning fiercely. It was like the fire of hell. The temperature was incomparably hot. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that the void around those flames was distorted. Those flames were actually the core flames produced in the depths of the core world. This kind of flame was the top flame among the earth flames. This kind of core flame was very powerful. It was about the same as some of the lower-ranked heavenly flames. End of chapter. Of course, although these earth core flames were very powerful, Lin Feng's main goal now was to collect and refine the heavenly flames. He was not interested in other flames. No matter how powerful the other flames were, or even if they were more powerful than the heavenly flames, Lin Feng was not interested in those flames. This was because Lin Feng had already refined 8 types of heavenly flames. If he were to refine other types of flames, it might not be a good thing for him. It was still the right choice to refine the flames that belonged to the heavenly flames. After arriving at the Earth core world, Lin Feng felt that this place was filled with an unimaginable aura. Lin Feng felt that there seemed to be a majestic energy hibernating in the depths. Lin Feng guessed that the majestic energy must be the source of the great world. Lin Feng and the others quickly flew into the depths of the forest. After a short time, they saw a lake. This was a very incredible thing because this place was the Earth core world. The temperature was extremely high, reaching 7,000 to 8,000 degrees. If it were not for Lin Feng and the others' powerful cultivation, they would not have been able to reach this place. Those weaker cultivators who came to this place would instantly be burned to ashes by the incomparably high temperature. So how could there be a lake in this place? It was really strange. After getting closer, Lin Feng discovered that the liquid in the lake was an extremely special liquid. After seeing that special liquid, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. That special liquid contained extremely pure energy. That liquid was very likely formed by the source of the great world. However, what made Lin Feng feel strange was that the source of the great world should be in a gaseous state. After all, Lin Feng had seen the source of the great world of the undying realm. The source of the great world here was actually in a liquefied state, which was extremely strange. Thinking of the source of the great world in this place, it was originally the source left behind by the shattered great world. Therefore, it was extremely possible that its form had changed. Lin Feng said, "This lake should be formed by the origin of the great world. I wonder where the primordial chaos is?" Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, a cold voice came from the depths of the lake. "This is a forbidden area. Those who have nothing to do with this place should leave immediately. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy." After hearing the voice, an unimaginably terrifying pressure filled the world. Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and the broken god all became serious when they sensed the terrifying pressure. That pressure was simply too terrifying. It was hard to imagine how powerful the cultivator who emitted such pressure was. Could it really be a prehistoric chaos that had transcended all realms? Lin Feng had a feeling that even if his current cultivation level had fallen, he would still be able to maintain it. But in the past, he must have reached the transcendence realm. Prehistoric chaos was definitely much more powerful than most of the powerhouses who were about to surpass the peak. Even though he had fallen from the transcendence realm. Even if he had fallen from the transcendence realm, he would still be infinitely close to the transcendence realm. Lin Feng felt that they might actually have a chance today. The reason he felt this way was because prehistoric chaos didn't immediately attack them after discovering them. Instead, he threatened them and told them to leave. This meant that prehistoric chaos wasn't a bloodthirsty creature. Lin Feng was worried about encountering bloodthirsty creatures. If he encountered such bloodthirsty creatures, they would be extremely dangerous. If he encountered them, it would be very difficult to negotiate with them. They probably wouldn't even bother to talk about these things. Instead, they would directly attack and destroy them. And this chaos was clearly not such a person. Since he wasn't such a person, then he was definitely not such a person. Since he wasn't, Lin Feng would have a chance to negotiate with him. Lin Feng said, "Senior Prehistoric Chaos, I am Lin Feng, a descendant of the Sovereign Emperor's clan. I have specially come to pay my respects to you." "You are a descendant of the Sovereign Emperor's clan?" Prehistoric Chaos voice came from the depths of the lake. This was because Prehistoric Chaos knew what the Sovereign Emperor's clan meant. To the living beings of this epoch, the Sovereign Emperor's clan was a race that they had to look up to. One epoch after another appeared, alternating with each other. Countless living beings had perished. Many living beings who had crossed epochs had eventually disappeared. However, the ancestors of the Sovereign Emperor's clan had watched as epochs were destroyed and reborn. As a result, powerful ancient creatures like Prehistoric Chaos knew just how terrifying the Sovereign Emperor's clan was. It was very necessary to have dealings with such a race. Prehistoric Chaos had wanted to chase Lin Feng's group away, but when he heard Lin Feng's introduction, he was filled with shock. Lin Feng released his Great Imperial Ruler blood and sensed the Great Imperial Ruler blood. Prehistoric Chaos said, "You are indeed a descendant of the Sovereign Emperor's clan. I never would have thought that a descendant of the Sovereign Emperor's clan would actually come here." Lin Feng said, "Senior, this junior wishes to discuss some matters with you. Is it convenient for you to do so now?" Prehistoric Chaos said. "All right. Come in." Lin Feng immediately smiled. This trip had gone much smoother than he had expected. He hoped that everything would go smoothly from here on out. Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and the shattered god quickly flew toward the depths of the lake. When Lin Feng flew over the lake, he immediately felt his cultivation becoming restless. Clearly, as long as he devoured the world's origin energy, Lin Feng would definitely be able to break through to the Saint Realm. However, Lin Feng restrained himself from doing so because Prehistoric Chaos had agreed to meet him. However, Prehistoric Chaos had not agreed to let him devour the world's origin energy. Without Prehistoric Chaos approval, Prehistoric Chaos would not be giving him any face by devouring the world's origin energy. Wouldn't that be slapping Prehistoric Chaos in the face? Moreover, it was indeed disrespectful to Prehistoric Chaos. When the time came, there would be no need to talk. Both sides would definitely fall out with each other. After all, the cultivators of the world of cultivators cared a lot about their reputation. This was especially true for the powerful cultivators who cared a lot about their reputation. As the saying went, man lives for a breath, Buddha strives for an incense stick. Not long after, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the depths of the lake. From afar, they could see an extremely large island in the depths of the lake. The island was shrouded in chaotic energy. On that island, there lived a huge creature. That creature. It was shrouded in endless chaotic divine flames. Lin Feng and the others were astonished when they saw that the gigantic beast was being chained by the gigantic chains. End of chapter. Lin Feng hadn't expected Primordial Chaos Ancestor to be locked up in a place like this. Primordial Chaos Ancestor was so powerful, so who could lock him up here? One could only imagine how terrifying the cultivator who was capable of such a feat was. Lin Feng's group of 3 flew to the island. Lin Feng looked at Primordial Chaos Ancestor and asked, "Senior, why are you locked up here?" Primordial Chaos Ancestor replied, "It's a long story, but there are some things I can't tell you." "Tell me why you're here." Lin Feng said, "It's like this, I need to use a great world source energy to break through. I heard that there is a great world source energy here, so I came here to look for it." Primordial Chaos Ancestor said, "The water in the lake is formed from a great world source energy. You can refine the great world source energy here to increase your cultivation, but you have to promise me one thing." Lin Feng's face lit up when he heard that. However, Primordial Chaos Ancestor's meaning was obvious. Refining a great world source energy came with a price. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, what do you want me to promise you?" Primordial Chaos Ancestor asked. "I want to meet the ancestor of your sovereign clan." "Meet the ancestor of our sovereign clan?" Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He had never met the ancestor of the sovereign clan. Lin Feng didn't know where the ancestor was. Lin Feng had never heard of his whereabouts either. There were even rumors that the ancestor had died. Of course, Lin Feng didn't think that the ancestor would die so easily. However, Lin Feng didn't know where the ancestor had gone. Lin Feng said, "Our ancestor disappeared a long time ago. Even I don't know where he is. That's why I can't fulfill your request." Primordial Chaos Ancestor fell silent. It was unknown what he was thinking. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, have you met the ancestor of our sovereign clan?" Primordial Chaos Ancestor replied, "I've met him a few times, but at that time, I could only look at him from afar." Primordial Chaos Ancestor paused for a moment before continuing, "Since you can't find the ancestor of the sovereign clan, you can find the other experts who have surpassed their cultivation level." From Primordial Chaos Ancestor's words, Lin Feng could deduce that the sovereigns were definitely experts who had surpassed their cultivation level. However, it made sense when he thought about it. After all, the ancestor of the sovereign clan was a terrifying existence. Lin Feng wasn't surprised that his cultivation level had surpassed that of a higher cultivation level than his own. "But I can't guarantee that I'll be able to meet them. I can't guarantee, but I can't guarantee when I'll meet them. I can't guarantee that I'll meet them. S ancestor, T'll be able to meet them. As long as you, they can't if S's. TSS asked Lin Feng. "Master, do you want to borrow the strength of the strong cultivators of the Imperial clan to break the seal? Perhaps I can try and see if I can help you escape. If I want to leave this place, I can do so at any time. I didn't ask them to come because I want them to help me escape. Instead, it's because I have something important to tell you. However, I can't tell you about it for now because your cultivation level isn't high enough for you to know about it. Of course, if you can surpass your cultivation level, I can tell you about it." Lin Feng nodded. He didn't ask any more questions. Primordial Chaos Ancestor continued, "Now, you can go and refine the Great World Essences." "Thank you, Senior." Lin Feng cupped his fists. He didn't stay on the island. Instead, he flew towards the lake. He arrived above the lake and began to devour the Great World Essences. The Great World Essences here were as vast as the sea. However, in the next 3 months, 80% of the Great World Essences were devoured by Lin Feng. After Lin Feng devoured 80% of the Great World Essences, Lin Feng's forehead glowed with the light of tribulation. Obviously, he could now break through to the Saint Realm. With the help of the Great World Essences, Lin Feng felt that he would have no problem breaking through to the Saint Realm. Then, Lin Feng quickly left the core world. He went to the outside world. Outside, lightning flashed. Lin Feng was about to start his tribulation. This time, Lin Feng's tribulation would be even more terrifying. However, Lin Feng was confident in himself. He believed that no matter how dangerous the tribulation was, he could successfully pass through it. Then, Lin Feng attracted the tribulation lightning. He began his tribulation. Lin Feng was astonished by the Culpa strength. Because this tribulation, the number of lightning tribulations was far less than the previous ones. It used to take Lin Feng a few months to pass the tribulation. However, this time, Lin Feng only took 10 days to pass the tribulation. This time, there were only more than 7,000 lightning tribulations. Although the number of tribulations this time was small, the power of each lightning tribulation was unimaginably powerful. There were several times when Lin Feng was almost destroyed by the tribulation lightning. There were also several times when Lin Feng's body was completely destroyed. It seemed that Lin Feng was about to be destroyed. At the critical moment, Lin Feng's immortal bloodline and the Phoenix Grimoire played an extremely crucial role. It allowed Lin Feng to come back to life. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have been consigned to eternal damnation in the tribulation lightning. In the end, Lin Feng endured all the lightning tribulations with difficulty and successfully broke through to the Saint Realm. Lin Feng's realm stopped at the first major realm of the Saint Realm, the first heaven of the Saint Realm. After Lin Feng broke through, Lin Feng immediately felt the magic power in his body increase crazily. Lin Feng felt that not only did his strength increase greatly, but he also felt that his life force had completed an extremely important transformation. Originally, after Lin Feng's cultivation reached the peak of the true immortal realm, he already had a lifespan of about 200 million years. 200 million years of lifespan was actually very long. However, compared to the boundless river of time, 200 million years of lifespan was nothing. However, after breaking through to the Saint Realm, Lin Feng immediately realized that his lifespan had been greatly increased. It had reached 1 billion years. It was said that 10 billion years was the span of an era. In other words, Lin Feng's lifespan was now 1/10 of an era. However, as Lin Feng's cultivation continued to increase, Lin Feng's lifespan could obviously be greatly increased. At that time, his lifespan was likely to reach 10 billion years or even exceed 10 billion years. End of chapter. After breaking through, Lin Feng was in a good mood. However, Lin Feng knew that the road of cultivation was long and arduous, and he had only just broken through to the Saint Realm. There were 9 realms in the Saint Realm, and he was only in the first realm. Above the Saint Realm were the Quasi-Transcendence Realm and the Transcendence Realm. He could only relax if he could break through to the Transcendence Realm before the Armageddon War. If he couldn't break through to the Transcendence Realm, he was destined to be in an extremely passive position. After all, the powerhouses of the Mastermind's world were too terrifying. Only by breaking through to the Transcendence Realm would he be able to deal with the strongest powerhouses of the Mastermind's world with ease. Otherwise, it would be an extremely dangerous matter. After breaking through, Lin Feng didn't plan to leave immediately because he wanted to visit the King of Bones again. Lin Feng still had some things to discuss with the King of Bones. Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and the broken god quickly flew toward the King of Bones' palace. Soon, they arrived at the White Bone Palace. Lin Feng met the King of Bones again. He sensed Lin Feng's aura. The King of Bones was extremely surprised because he realized that Lin Feng was many times stronger than before. This meant that Lin Feng must have broken through to the Saint Realm. This greatly surprised the King of Bones. The King of Bones knew how difficult it was to talk to the primordial chaos. But now, the King of Bones had actually allowed Lin Feng to devour the great world's origin. The King of Bones was naturally puzzled. He didn't know what had happened in the middle of this. I really didn't expect you to devour the great world and the core world and break through to the Saint Realm. How did you convince the primordial chaos to let you devour the great world's origin? Lin Feng said, it's because I have some connections with the primordial chaos. Lin Feng didn't say anything else. The King of Bones nodded and didn't ask any more questions. This time, I came here to ask you about something. Lin Feng asked. What is it? The King of Bones asked curiously as he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, it's like this. The last time I saw you in the magnetic field leading to Buried God Starfield, I think I saw you and another skeleton following behind a young girl. Who was that young girl? When the King of Bones heard Lin Feng, he frowned and said, "I can't reveal her real identity," said the King of Bones. "Don't try to find out who she is. It won't do you any good." Lin Feng asked, "Could it be a taboo character? Even though she's not a forbidden figure, her identity is quite sensitive. Perhaps you'll be able to find out who she is when you meet her in the future, but I can't tell you right now." Since the King of Bones had spoken to this extent, Lin Feng didn't ask about the girl's identity because Lin Feng knew that even if he asked, the King of Bones wouldn't tell him. Lin Feng and the others didn't stay any longer and left the King of Bones. After leaving the King of Bones, Lin Feng planned to go to Celestial Phenomenon. Before leaving, Lin Feng inquired about the recent situation in Dragon World. From the information he gathered, the 5 great factions seemed to be showing signs of fighting again. After all, the 5 major forces were constantly fighting each other. However, after a period of time, they would rest and recuperate. Then, they would continue to try to nibble away at other forces. There were victories and defeats between the 5 great factions. It wouldn't be easy to completely subdue the other factions. However, Lin Feng vaguely heard that the evil dragon race's strength had increased by quite a bit. Moreover, they had started to take the initiative to conquer other factions' territories. Lin Feng hadn't come into contact with the evil dragon race in Dragon World, but he had come into contact with them in the 9 States Great World. Lin Feng knew how terrifying the evil dragon clan was, and how evil they were. Once this race became stronger, they would definitely stir up a storm. The news of the evil dragon race's sudden increase in strength piqued Lin Feng's curiosity. However, Lin Feng had urgent matters to attend to and had to leave Dragon World first. Therefore, he could only wait until the matter in the Outer Realm was over and return to Dragon World to consider this matter. Lin Feng and the others didn't stay in Dragon World and directly flew towards the Outer Realm. Celestial Phenomenon was located in Dragon World's Outer Realm. It was a relatively powerful planet in the Outer Realm. The planet lord of this planet was naturally True Lord Xianxia. Other than True Lord Xianxia, there were also other descendants of the ancient dragonesque elephant bloodline living on this planet. Although this planet wasn't as big and lively as Dragon World, it was still considered one of the top planets in the Outer Realm. Cultivators in the Outer Realm liked to live on stronger planets. The reason for this was because the stronger the planet, the safer it would be for them to live on it. If the planet lord of a planet wasn't strong, then it was very likely that some unknown creatures would attack the planet. In the Outer Realm, there were often some planets that were devoured by some terrifying beings. Therefore, when cultivators in the Outer Realm were looking for a planet to live on, they would usually try their best to find a stronger planet to live on. The planet lord of Celestial Phenomenon was an expert like True Lord Xianxia. In the vast Outer Realm Great World, True Lord Xianxia was also a famous expert. And True Lord Xianxia was a descendant of the ancient dragonesque elephant bloodline. Therefore, other than True Lord Xianxia, True Lord Xianxia also had other powerful clansmen. Celestial Phenomenon, where True Lord Xianxia lived, became one of the most popular planets for cultivators in the Outer Realm to live on. After entering the Outer Realm Great World, Lin Feng and the other 2 followed the ancient star map to Celestial Phenomenon. Lin Feng and the rest spent 2 months. Finally, they arrived at Celestial Phenomenon. Celestial Phenomenon was a medium-level planet with life. Countless cultivators and ancient starships flew towards Celestial Phenomenon. Although Celestial Phenomenon couldn't be compared to a large world, it was definitely a top existence in the medium-level world. On Celestial Phenomenon, there were many ancient cities. All kinds of Outer Realm creatures and races could be seen everywhere. Lin Feng and the rest landed in Celestial Phenomenon Beixian City. They planned to rest for a few days before setting off again. During this time, Lin Feng and the rest inquired about where True Lord Xianxia lived. They found out that True Lord Xianxia lived in the center of Celestial Phenomenon Planet, Celestial Phenomenon Palace. 3 days later, Lin Feng and the rest set off towards Celestial Phenomenon Palace. End of chapter. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship quickly flew through the void because it was still some distance away from the Tianxiang Spirit Palace. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others spent most of their time in seclusion inside the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. After flying for about half a month, they entered a vast primitive forest. After passing through this primitive forest, they would soon reach the Xianxia Spirit Palace. The Xianxia Spirit Palace was a forbidden area on Xianxia planet. Most people wouldn't dare to go to the Xianxia Spirit Palace. On this day, as the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was flying through the forest, Lin Feng suddenly saw a female cultivator flying through the forest in front of Brother Tsong. When he saw the female cultivator, Lin Feng's face suddenly showed a surprised expression. That was because he knew this female cultivator. But it wasn't as simple as knowing her. Moreover, this female cultivator was Lin Feng's woman. That female cultivator was none other than Bai Ying. Bai Ying was originally Lin Feng's senior apprentice sister. Later, she became Lin Feng's concubine. Back then, Shi Weizhu, Bai Ying, and Lu Ruyan had all left 9 continents. When they left, Shi Weizhu had left behind a sheepskin scroll, but Lin Feng couldn't find anything special about it. For many years after that, Lin Feng tried to send people to inquire about Shi Weizhu, Bai Ying, and Lu Ruyan's whereabouts. However, there was no news. Now that Lin Feng saw Bai Ying in this place, it surprised Lin Feng. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship quickly chased after Bai Ying. Bai Ying also saw the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship quickly chasing after her. Of course, she didn't recognize Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. When she left, Lin Feng hadn't obtained the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship yet. Therefore, when she saw an ancient starry sky ship chasing after her, she thought that it was a bad guy chasing after her. She sped up, trying to get rid of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. However, she couldn't get rid of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Lin Feng went to the deck and shouted, "Bai Ying, it's me." When she heard someone calling her name, Bai Ying immediately turned around. Then, he saw Lin Feng standing on the deck. After seeing Lin Feng, her face was full of disbelief. It was as if he couldn't believe that he could see Lin Feng in this place. At this moment, the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship quickly arrived in front of Bai Ying. Lin Feng removed the restrictions on the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Bai Ying flew over and landed on the deck. She was extremely excited to see Lin Feng. He quickly ran towards Lin Feng. Then, she threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. The beauty in his arms was warm and soft. Lin Feng pulled Bai Ying into his arms. It had been a long time since he last saw Bai Ying. This woman was as charming and seductive as ever. Right now, Lin Feng had many things he wanted to ask Bai Ying. Bai Ying was the same. She had many things she wanted to say to Lin Feng. However, after the two hugged, the first thing they did was to kiss each other's lips. They continued until they were about to suffocate. Then, they parted. Bai Ying's pretty face turned red. However, she had already done it with Lin Feng. Thus, although she was embarrassed, she quickly calmed down. Bai Ying asked, "Young master, why are you here?" Lin Feng replied, "I'm here to take care of some matters." "You left with Shi Weizhu and Lu Ruyan. Where are they?" Bai Ying said, "I haven't seen big sister Shi Weizhu and big sister Lu Ruyan in a long time." "Oh? You haven't seen them in a long time? What's going on? Also, why did the two of you leave 9 states together?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He was now worried about Shi Weizhu and Lu Ruyan's safety. Bai Ying said, "Back then, big sister Shi Weizhu said that a voice had appeared in her head. That voice kept calling her, and she wanted to go and take a look. Young master, you know that big sister Lu Ruyan, big sister Shi Weizhu, and I are the closest to each other. Big sister Shi Weizhu didn't hide anything from us. She told us about it. Big sister Lu Ruyan and I were worried that it would be too dangerous for her to go alone, so we followed her to look for the voice that was calling her. We've been looking for him for a long time and we've finally found him. He's an extremely strong cultivator, and he's sealed on a planet," said Lin Feng. "Sealed on a planet? Who was that expert?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. Bai Ying said, "That expert said that he was big sister Shi Weizhu's ancestor." "Shi Weizhu's ancestor? Do you know who he is?" Lin Feng asked. Bai Ying said, "I don't know who he is, but I heard from that senior that he was a descendant of the Holy Mother of Dongling." When he heard that, Lin Feng was astonished. The Holy Mother of Dongling wasn't a simple person. The reason why Lin Feng had heard about the Holy Mother of Dongling was because he had read about her in a scripture. The Holy Mother of Dongling was a legendary figure in Taoism. She was one of the most revered goddesses in Taoism. According to the legends, the Holy Mother of Dongling was born in a secular country called Hailing. When she was young, she married Madame Du. She became Lu Gang's disciple. She could shapeshift. Sometimes she disappeared, sometimes she reappeared. Her husband, Madame Du, didn't believe in Taoism and often got angry with her. Sometimes, the Holy Mother of Dongling would go to the homes of sick people. Her husband got even angrier and reported her to the government. The reason was, the Holy Mother of Dongling is an evil and deceitful sorceress. She doesn't care about household chores. The government arrested the Holy Mother of Dongling and threw her in prison. Soon, the Holy Mother of Dongling flew out of the skylight of the prison. Everyone watched as she flew higher and higher into the clouds, leaving only her shoes below the window. Thus, people from far and near built temples to worship her. When the common people prayed to her, it was immediately effective. Often, there would be a green bird at the place of worship. When someone lost something and begged her for the whereabouts, the green bird would fly over and land on the head of the person who stole it. Thus, Hailing didn't steal anything. As time passed, this was no longer the case. To this day, no one in Hailing was allowed to steal. If they did, they would either drown or be eaten by tigers and wolves. If they didn't, they would fall sick again and again. Lin Feng didn't know if this legend about the Holy Mother of Dongling was true or not. Lin Feng didn't know much about the Holy Mother of Dongling. However, he was sure that the Holy Mother of Dongling had achieved something extraordinary later on, which was why she became a Taoist god. Lin Feng really didn't expect this. Shi was actually a descendant of the Holy Mother of Dongling. Lin Feng was astonished when he heard that. End of chapter. What happened after that? Lin Feng asked. Bai Ying said, after we met Big Sister Shi ancestor, he asked Big Sister Shi to go to the ancestral land. On our way there, we ran into danger. Big Sister Shi, Big Sister Lu Ruyan, and I were separated because of that. After we were separated, I never saw them again. Later, I was stranded on a life planet. Back then, my cultivation wasn't very high, and I was always worried. However, my luck wasn't bad, and I met Master by chance. My teacher pitied me, so he accepted me as his disciple. A few years ago, I went to a mysterious place with my teacher and my uncles. They wanted to go there to find treasures, but some people tried to kill us, said Lin Feng. They seemed to be looking for something, and many of my fellow disciples were killed. Master gave me something, then used a teleportation talisman to teleport me away. After that, I lost contact with them completely. I don't know how they are now. Bai Ying looked sad when she said this, because it had been a few years since that incident. All these years. She had been asking about her master and uncles, but she hadn't heard anything. This was enough to explain a lot. Her master and her fellow disciples had most likely been killed by someone. Lin Feng asked, "What did your master give you?" Bai Ying quickly took out an item. When Lin Feng saw it, he was surprised. It turned out to be something that looked like a black piece of metal. However, it was clear that it was an incomplete item. What exactly is that thing? Lin Feng wasn't very sure. Lin Feng looked at it carefully and realized that it was a black iron plate. There were many talismans on it. Those runes were extremely ancient and mysterious. What did they mean? Lin Feng didn't know what to say. Lin Feng used his divine sense to examine the mysterious metal, but he couldn't find anything special about it. That mysterious iron plate looked like a talisman, but Lin Feng wasn't sure if it was the same as what he had guessed. Lin Feng looked at Bai Ying and asked, "Do you know where your master and the others wanted to go?" Bai Ying shook her head and said, "I don't know. Only my teacher and a few uncles know. It seems that the place they're going to has something to do with the black iron sheet." Lin Feng said. But what was the origin of this piece of black metal? Just now, Lin Feng had explored for a while, but he was unable to find anything special. This matter could only be put aside for now. He gave the mysterious metal piece to Bai Ying. Perhaps there would be a chance in the future. Let's try to find some answers. Your master gave the item to them. Even if those people capture your master and the others, they won't be able to get the item. Those people should be looking for you. Have you found any traces of them over the years? Lin Feng asked. They are indeed looking for me. A few years ago, I saw them on this planet. I wanted to escape, but the outside world is too dangerous. I don't know where I can go if I leave, so I went into hiding. Since then, I've been living in this ancient forest. When I need something, I'll go to a town and buy some necessities. Bai Ying's heart ached when she heard this. He hugged Bai Ying and said, "Don't worry. No one will be able to bully you in the future." Bai Ying quickly nodded. Lin Feng put his arms around Bai Ying's waist and carried her to the cabin. Bai Ying's pretty face flushed red. As the saying went, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Moreover, Bai Ying and Lin Feng hadn't seen each other for a long time. Now that they were reunited, it was naturally like dry wood meeting a raging fire. Therefore, she was looking forward to it. At this time, the cursed doll and the broken god were still in seclusion, so they didn't know that Bai Ying had come to the Xianyuan ancient city. When they came out, Lin Feng came out with Bai Ying. They met the cursed doll and the broken god. The cursed doll and the broken god were surprised when they saw Bai Ying. The cursed doll said, "Damn, when did you hook up with such a beautiful girl? The journey was lonely, so you hooked up with such a beautiful girl to ease the loneliness of the journey?" Lin Feng really wanted to send the cursed doll flying with a kick. This guy really couldn't say anything good. Was he that kind of person? Lin Feng felt that although he was a playboy, he wasn't a pervert. Bai Ying's pretty face flushed red. She was a woman after all, so she was still a little shy. Lin Feng said, "Let me introduce you. Her name is Bai Ying. I met her a few days ago. She's my girlfriend in the 9 states great world." Then Lin Feng introduced the cursed doll and the broken god to Bai Ying. Said Lin Feng. "That bastard is called the cursed baby," said Lin Feng. "And this is the broken god. They're both my friends." After greeting each other, they got to know each other. The rest of the journey could be considered to be rather peaceful. Lin Feng and Bai Ying talked about many things that had happened over the years. Lin Feng was now curious about Shi Weizhu and Lu Ruyan. He felt that Shi Weizhu and Lu Ruyan should be fine. Maybe they had found the ancestral land of the Eastern Tomb Holy Mother. He hoped that they could get some great opportunities. Lin Feng still had a lot of origin energy. He didn't need it, so he could give it to Bai Ying. Bai Ying's cultivation wasn't very strong now. She was just a human immortal. Bai Ying's cultivation path was long and heavy. The origin energy that Lin Feng gave Bai Ying was very strong, so Bai Ying couldn't refine too much of it. She could only refine a part of it every day. However, her cultivation increased very quickly. Of course, she didn't constantly refine the origin energy. Usually, after a few days of continuous refining, she would stop and settle down. Refining the origin energy to increase her cultivation without any settling down was not a good thing for her. Lin Feng was happy that Bai Ying didn't want to increase her cultivation level, which made Lin Feng happy. 5 days later, Lin Feng and the others finally left the ancient forest. Another day passed. In the distance, Lin Feng and the others saw a huge ancient city. End of chapter. This ancient city was called Dragon Lake City. It was the closest ancient city to Tian Elephant Palace. It was said that there was still more than half a month's journey to Tian Elephant Palace. Lin Feng and the others planned to rest in Dragon Lake City for a day and continue their journey to Tian Elephant Palace tomorrow. They entered Dragon Lake City. This ancient city was bustling with people coming and going, and there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Lin Feng and the others found an inn and rented a courtyard. Then, they settled down. After washing up, the 4 of them went out to eat. They found a more high-end inn and ordered a lot of delicacies. Not long after, all kinds of delicacies were served. They began to enjoy the delicacies. Bai Ying had been hiding in the forest all these years and had been eating spirit fruits to appease her hunger. It had been a long time since she had eaten good food, so she almost cried after eating such delicious food. Seeing Bai Ying like this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little amused. Bai Ying was quite cute most of the time. After eating, the 4 of them walked towards their residence. However, at this moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. This was because Lin Feng realized that there seemed to be someone following them. The cursed doll and the broken deity were very powerful. They had also noticed this. The cursed doll said, "Someone is watching us from behind. I wonder who they are." Lin Feng was also a little confused. He didn't know the origin of the other party. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry about them for now. Find a place with fewer people and ask them." The cursed doll nodded, and then they returned to the inn. When they returned to the villa area, it was very quiet. After all, it was a high-end residence. Naturally, it wasn't as crowded as the outside. There were a total of 2 people following them. They were hiding in the void. They thought that they were undetectable. Of course. The other party's use of the Tao of space was also quite good. However, Lin Feng and the others were too strong. Otherwise, it was very likely that they wouldn't have been able to discover these 2 cultivators. After arriving here, the cursed doll and the broken deity instantly disappeared. Then, they came behind 2 big trees. Then, there was a violent fluctuation. Obviously, the cultivators following them were hiding in that place. After that, a great battle broke out between the 2 sides. That fluctuation instantly disappeared. The 2 cultivators were captured by the cursed doll and the broken god respectively. The cursed doll and the broken god sealed their magic and brought them here. When he saw the 2 cultivators, Lin Feng sneered and asked, "Who are you? Why are you following us?" One of the cultivators said coldly, "Kid, we're not following you, we're following this woman. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and let us go and give that woman to us. Otherwise, you'll die without a grave." Bai Ying's expression turned ugly when she heard the cultivator's words. She knew that these 2 cultivators must be the ones who tried to kill them. Bai Ying knew how terrifying these people were. Now that these people had found this place and even discovered her, Bai Ying was extremely worried. Bai Ying looked at Lin Feng and said, "Young master, let's leave this place quickly. If we wait for their main force to arrive, we won't be able to leave even if we want to." Although Bai Ying was extremely worried, she was more worried about being surrounded by the other party's experts. She was never worried that Lin Feng would hand her over. This was because Bai Ying knew Lin Feng very well. She knew what kind of person Lin Feng was. Lin Feng said, "Why should we leave? Since these people want to die, I don't mind sending them to hell." In fact, Lin Feng had another goal. Back then, Bai Ying's master had given her that mysterious black iron piece. What kind of secret was hidden in that mysterious black iron piece? Bai Ying didn't know what secret was hidden in that black iron piece. Therefore, if she wanted to find out the secret hidden in the black iron piece, she had to find another way. These cultivators who were chasing after Bai Ying and the others might know this secret. If they could find out the secret hidden in the black iron piece, they might be able to obtain a great opportunity. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to wait for these people to arrive. After they arrived, he could solve Bai Ying's crisis. Secondly, he could obtain the secret of the black iron piece. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Feng felt that this plan was feasible. Of course, Bai Ying was extremely worried. However, since Lin Feng had already said so, Bai Ying also knew that she couldn't persuade Lin Feng. Moreover, Bai Ying felt that since Lin Feng was so confident, Lin Feng might really have such powerful strength. In Bai Ying's opinion, no matter how powerful Lin Feng was, she felt that this was a matter of course. Perhaps every woman hoped that her man was a great hero. And Bai Ying knew that Lin Feng was really that kind of person. "Kid, do you know who we are? You don't even know who we are, yet you dare to boast so shamelessly. How laughable. When you know who we are, you will know how stupid you are now. In our eyes, the current you is simply a clown." A cultivator said coldly. Another cultivator said coldly, "Kid, to tell you the truth, we are from the Lost Epic clan. You should know how powerful we are. If you let us go now, we can write off the grudge between us. We can even give you a lot of good things." These 2 fellows, one with a white face and the other with a red face, cooperated well. Lin Feng sneered. He said coldly, "Get rid of them." The broken god nodded. Then, the broken god slapped a cultivator's body. This cultivator's body directly disintegrated, leaving not even a trace of blood behind. This was the broken god's method. He had many methods at his disposal. It was extremely terrifying. When the other cultivator saw this scene, he was so scared that his face turned pale. He didn't think that Lin Feng would actually dare to give the order to kill them. Was Lin Feng not afraid of the Lost Epic clan? How could there be anyone in this world who wasn't afraid of the Lost Epic clan? The cultivator opened his mouth, wanting to beg for mercy, but the broken god didn't give him a chance. The broken god slapped a second cultivator's body. The second cultivator's body directly disintegrated. His body and soul were destroyed on the spot. End of chapter. After killing the two cultivators from the Lost Epic clan, Lin Feng ordered the cursed doll and the broken god to keep an eye on the situation outside. Lin Feng had a feeling that the night would not be peaceful. He returned to his room with Bai Ying to rest. Bai Ying was naturally very worried about the situation outside. She wanted to say something but stopped herself. Lin Feng knew what she was worried about. Lin Feng was not worried about the situation outside at all. With the cursed doll and the broken god, dealing with the situation outside was naturally a very easy task. Lin Feng was very confident in the cursed doll and the broken god's strength. Lin Feng said, "You don't have to worry about them. They are very powerful. Even if a Sage Realm expert came, it would be very difficult for him to gain any advantage over them." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Bai Ying's red lips could not help but open slightly. She was extremely shocked. She naturally knew what it meant to be a Sage Realm expert. However, Lin Feng had just said that the cursed doll and the broken god could deal with a Sage Realm expert. She naturally felt that this was very unbelievable. Seeing Bai Ying's expression, Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. Bai Yun really did look like a demoness. Facing such a demoness, Lin Feng decided to subdue demons. Late at night, a dozen figures quickly arrived outside the courtyard where Lin Feng and the others were staying. These cultivators were shrouded in darkness, and their bodies emitted a cold and terrifying aura. They coldly looked at the courtyard in front of them. The leader of the group asked, "Where did Tian Xing and Tian Ming run off to?" One of the cultivators replied, "Reporting to my lord, the two of them have disappeared." Hearing this, the leader of the group said with a gloomy expression, "It seems that they were discovered and died at their hands." Then, the leader waved his hand, and the group of cultivators flew towards the courtyard where Lin Feng and the others were staying. Soon, they flew over. Then, they landed in the courtyard. As soon as they landed in the courtyard, a cold voice came from the guest hall. "You have all come uninvited. Are you here to die? Have you killed two of our men?" The leading cultivator asked coldly. The voice in the living room coldly laughed as he said, "That's right, he's been killed." The person who spoke was none other than the cursed doll. After hearing the cursed doll's words, the expression of the leader of the cultivators darkened. His voice was cold as he said, "You dare to kill our people? You don't know the difference between life and death." The cursed doll said coldly. "What a joke. Who do you think you are? You actually dare to boast shamelessly here? We are a race that transcends epics." The leading cultivator said coldly. When his identity was revealed, his face was full of arrogance. A race that transcended epics was naturally an extremely terrifying force. In the history of the entire era, their statuses were extremely revered. Even now, when the era was about to be destroyed, their statuses were still incomparably venerated. When countless cultivators heard the words lost epics, their hearts would tremble. They would probably be filled with endless fear. However, the reputation of the lost epics was unable to intimidate the cursed doll and the shattered god. The cursed doll sneered and said, "Those two fellows have already told me their identities, so even if you don't tell us, we know that you are from the lost epics. But so what if you are? What's the big deal? You have provoked some existences that you can't afford to provoke. Courting death." The leading cultivator said coldly. Then, he waved his hand. More than 10 cultivators flew towards the guest hall. However, at that moment, the cursed doll and the shattered god walked out of the guest hall. The shattered god took a step forward, and a terrifying force surged out of his body. The shattered god used the Tao of Shattering. The Tao of Shattering was one of the most terrifying Taos. Every time it was used, it made people feel like they were caught off guard. Before they knew what was going on, it was very likely that they would be killed by the other party. The situation this time was the same. Although the cultivators were very powerful, their bodies couldn't withstand the attack of the shattered god at all. Their bodies directly disintegrated. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. The Tao of Shattering. It was too powerful. In fact, the shattered god was still a distance away from his peak strength. However, the god of destruction was a titled god. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful titled god. Even if his strength hadn't recovered to its peak, he was still extremely powerful. Seeing his subordinates being killed so easily, he was shocked. The leading cultivator's expression became extremely unsightly. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate today, so how could he dare to continue fighting? He turned around and wanted to escape. However, the shattered god had already chased after him and slapped his palm towards the leading cultivator. The leading cultivator's cultivation was much stronger than the others. Facing the shattered god's attack, he turned around and slapped back. The two of them exchanged a palm strike. They were actually evenly matched. Even the shattered deity was unable to defeat the leader of the cultivators. This showed how powerful this person was. The shattered god immediately charged towards the leading cultivator again. The two of them once again engaged in a fierce battle. At this time, the cursed doll used the Tao of Curses, while the shattered god was holding the leading cultivator back. The cursed doll's Tao of Curses played an extremely amazing role. His curse technique directly blasted the cultivator away. The cultivator immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression suddenly became extremely ugly. The cursed doll's attack was too strange. This attack caused extremely serious damage to him. Before he could recover, the shattered god had already rushed to his side. Then, the god of destruction directly suppressed this cultivator. The next day, Lin Feng and Baiying got up. These days, after Baiying was nourished by Lin Feng, she became more and more charming. She was truly a great beauty with a myriad of emotions. Lin Feng and Baiying came to the living room. At this time, the cursed doll and the shattered god were already waiting for him in the living room. After coming to the living room, Lin Feng saw the suppressed cultivator. It seemed that it was as he guessed. These people really did make a move last night. Yesterday, a dozen cultivators came to our place. The rest of them were killed by the broken god. Only the leader of the cultivators was left. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the suppressed cultivator. Although the cultivator's magic power was sealed, Lin Feng could sense that he was very strong. He was so strong. Even in the epic lost race, he should have a very high status. When the cultivator saw Lin Feng, he knew that Lin Feng was the backbone of these people. The cultivator quickly said, "I'm from the epic lost race. Even if you kill me, you'll feel good for a while, but you'll completely offend the faction behind me. You can imagine how terrifying the consequences will be. Only by letting me go will both of us benefit." "I'm sure you know that very well," said Lin Feng. "And I can guarantee that I won't hurt you." The cultivator of the lost clan of the epic looked at Lin Feng. He knew that Lin Feng would be the one to make the final decision. If Lin Feng agreed, he would be able to escape. Then he would be able to live. Lin Feng's face suddenly showed a meaningful expression. He said, "If you want to live, it's not impossible, but you have to answer whatever I ask you." The cultivator quickly nodded and said, "But there's a restriction in my mind. If I tell you some taboo topics, the restriction in my mind will be activated. At that time, I'll die without a burial place. At that time, you won't be able to get any information from me, so I can't tell you some taboo topics." Lin Feng nodded. In fact, Lin Feng wasn't interested in the cultivator or the race behind him. Lin Feng was more interested in the mysterious black metal piece. Lin Feng wanted to know what the black metal piece was. What kind of secret was it hiding? Lin Feng had the feeling that there was an incredible secret hidden within. Lin Feng asked, "What's the secret behind the black metal piece you're looking for?" When the cultivators of the lost clan of the epic heard Lin Feng's question, they looked glum. Lin Feng smiled icily. "What I'm asking shouldn't be a taboo topic, right? Since it's not taboo, why are you still so hesitant? If you don't want to cooperate, I don't mind sending you to hell." He could sense Lin Feng's killing intent. The heart of the cultivator from the epic lost race shuddered. He quickly said, "Don't kill me. I can tell you." "Speak." Lin Feng remained silent. The cultivator from the epic lost race said, "This metal piece is related to the Darkness Overlord." Darkness Overlord? Who's this guy? Lin Feng didn't understand what was going on. He had never heard of the Darkness Overlord before this. However, from the name alone, he could tell that the Darkness Overlord was an extremely terrifying existence. He just didn't know who the Darkness Overlord was. The cursed doll said, "The Darkness Master was a terrifying existence that controlled darkness in the previous era. He was the ruler of darkness and was one of the strongest existences in the previous epoch." Lin Feng was shocked when he heard the cursed doll's words. Such a terrifying existence must have been a powerhouse that transcended realms in the past, right? The things left behind by such a terrifying existence were definitely heaven-defying. Lin Feng looked at the cultivator and said, "In that case, your clan should know something about the Darkness Overlord, right?" "That's right. We have indeed found some information about the Darkness Overlord. If we can gather all 3 pieces of the black metal piece, we'll be able to find the Darkness City left behind by the Darkness Overlord. The Darkness City is the castle that the Darkness Overlord used to live in. Some of the things left behind in the Darkness City are unimaginable. Rumor has it that the Darkness City has a method that can allow cultivators to break through to a higher realm." Lin Feng was shocked when he heard that. He hadn't expected the Darkness City left behind by the Darkness Overlord to be so extraordinary. The cultivator then continued, "The Dark City doesn't just contain the heaven-defying items left behind by the Lord of Darkness. Most importantly, the Dark City itself is a magic treasure that the Lord of Darkness had refined for his entire life. In other words, the Dark City is a magic treasure at the level of an ancient weapon. Moreover, it's a top-grade ancient weapon. Very few ancient weapons can fight against the Darkness City. It's also said that if a cultivator hides in the Darkness City, they can successfully transcend the epic and break through the calamity." Hearing that, Lin Feng was stunned. The Darkness City was too extraordinary. If he could obtain the Darkness City, wouldn't it mean that he could become his family, friends, and lovers? They would all be sent into the Darkness City. If he couldn't stop the destruction of the epic, at the very least, he could survive if he hid in the Darkness City. "How many pieces of metal has your clan collected?" Lin Feng asked. "Our clan collected a piece of metal like that. A high priest of our clan used divination methods and divined that there was a second piece of metal. It was the woman's teacher who obtained the second piece of metal," said the high priest. "Then, we started killing them, but we didn't expect that after we killed those people, we couldn't find the iron sheet. At that time only one person escaped, and that was the woman next to you. So, the iron sheet was taken away by the woman next to you." The cultivator from the lost races of the epic said. His guess was correct. The mysterious piece of metal was indeed with Bai Ying. Bai Ying looked at the cultivator and asked, "What about my master, Uncle Master, and my fellow disciples?" The cultivator from the epic clan said. "Most of them died in the battle, but a few were taken captive." "Who is your master though?" Chen Feng frowned. "My master is a woman dressed like a Taoist nun." Bai Ying said. "She's still alive. She's currently imprisoned in our clan's demon suppression tower." The cultivator from the lost epic race said. End of chapter. Bai Ying became excited when she heard that. As long as the person was still alive, there was hope to rescue him. "What race are you from?" Lin Feng asked. "I'm from the Dark Evil God race," the cultivator replied. Lin Feng asked. "Dark Evil God race? Is your race related to the evil gods of this epic?" "In this epic, there are a few evil gods. They are indeed cultivators from our race. However, they are not cultivators who have transcended epics. They are cultivators born in this epic. Apart from them, there are also some evil Dao cultivators who came from our race. For example, there are a few evil ancestors who came from our race." "Then where is your clan located?" Lin Feng asked. "Our race is currently in the Dark World." "The Dark World? I didn't expect this great world to be occupied by you. Is the Dark World far from here?" Lin Feng asked. "Not far. It's in the dark star field that borders this starry sky world. You're quite honest. Lin Feng said calmly. I've already told you everything I can. Can you let me go now? Yes. Chen Feng nodded. I've told you everything I can. Can you let me go now? Lin Feng nodded. Then, he tapped the cultivator's body 3 times. The restrictions on the cultivator's body were removed. He regained his mobility. You can go now. Lin Feng said. So, I'm really leaving? Asked the cultivator from the lost races of the epic. He still wasn't sure if Lin Feng was really going to let him go or not. He had a feeling that Lin Feng would not be so easy to talk to. Lin Feng said. I've always been a man of my word. Since I promised to let you go, I'll definitely let you go. You don't have to doubt my words. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have to hide it. At least you're a man of your word. The cultivator from the lost races of the epic said. Then, he quickly left. After the cultivator left, the cursed doll asked, why did you let him go? Letting him go is the same as letting a tiger return to the mountain. Lin Feng said, the dark city left behind by the Dark Lord is too important. I want to get my hands on it. That's why I want to go to their race and steal the black metal piece. Also, Ying's master is still imprisoned in the demon-suppressing tower. Ying's master has given her a new lease of life, so I want to find a chance to save him. When she heard Lin Feng's words, a touched expression appeared on Bai Ying's beautiful face. Besides, I just poked him 3 times. Not only did I break the deployment spell, but I also poked him 3 times, said Lin Feng. Most importantly, I secretly placed some restrictions on his body. He won't be able to discover them, and I can observe a lot of things through them. If he returns to his ancestral land, I can even observe the specific situation of his race's ancestral land through those restrictions. I see. The cursed doll nodded and said with an evil grin, I knew you wouldn't let him leave so easily. I didn't expect you to have such a backup plan. You're really something. Let's go to the Dark City and see if there really is a way to break through to the Transcendence Realm. Then, Lin Feng and the others did not stop. They continued on their way to Tian Elephant Palace. After leaving the ancient city, Lin Feng summoned the ancient starship Xianyuan. They boarded the ancient starship Xianyuan. The ancient starship Xianyuan quickly flew in the direction of Tian Elephant Palace. Half a month later. In the distance, they saw a large number of palaces floating in the clouds. Among those palaces, there was one that was the largest. That palace towered into the clouds and was boundlessly huge. All the other palaces in the surroundings surrounded that incomparably huge palace. That enormous palace was the legendary Xianxia Divine Palace. After seeing Tian Elephant Palace, Lin Feng smiled. They had finally arrived at Tian Elephant Palace. A patrolling disciple quickly flew over. More than a dozen disciples stopped outside the ancient starship Xianyuan. The leader of the disciples asked, Who are you? Lin Feng and the others walked out of the cabin of the ancient starship Xianyuan. Lin Feng said, I'm a friend of Tian Elephant Palace. My name is Lin Feng. Please help me pass on the message. After hearing Lin Feng's introduction, the disciples were shocked. They naturally did not think that Lin Feng was lying to them. No one would dare to lie to them with such an excuse. In other words, this young master was really a friend of Tian Elephant Palace. This made them feel incredulous. What kind of terrifying expert was Tian Elephant Palace? This young master was actually a friend of Tian Elephant Palace. It was truly unbelievable. The disciple quickly said, Please wait here for a moment, young master. I'll go and inform young master of your arrival. Lin Feng nodded. Then, the disciple quickly flew into the depths of the starship. Not long after, a group of people quickly flew out. Lin Feng saw them. The leader was none other than true Lord Tian Xiang. Soon, Tian Elephant Palace and the others flew over. The people beside Tian Elephant Palace looked at Lin Feng curiously. They wondered what kind of person Lin Feng was to make Tian Elephant Palace personally come out to welcome him. Tian Elephant Palace laughed and said, Ha 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 ha, little brother Lin, I've been waiting for the stars and the moon. You're finally here. Lin Feng asked, I didn't delay True Lord's important matters, did I? Tian Elephant Palace said, no, we still have some time before leaving. However, I'm looking forward to little brother Lin's arrival. That way, we can drink and chat happily. Last time, we left in a hurry and didn't get to drink to our heart's content. Today, we must get drunk. Lin Feng smiled and said, I'll definitely risk my life to accompany you. Then, Lin Feng introduced Tian Elephant Palace, Cursed Child, Broken God, and Bai Ying. After greeting each other, they could be considered acquaintances. Tian Elephant Palace said, Little brother Lin, I've already ordered people to prepare a banquet for you. The banquet will begin soon. Let's go now. I have a few friends here that I can introduce to little brother Lin. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. He put away the ancient starship Xianyuan. Then, he quickly flew towards Tian Elephant Palace with Tian Elephant Palace. End of chapter. There were many people gathered in the hall and several of them were very powerful. Lin Feng even sensed the terrifying aura exuding from their bodies. He couldn't help but sigh. Tian Xiang's friends were truly powerful. Lin Feng guessed that these people were likely to be participating in this operation because it was likely to be extremely dangerous. Otherwise, Tian Xiang wouldn't have invited so many experts to participate. The reason why he gathered so many experts was probably because Tian Xiang was worried that they would encounter great danger in this operation, so he gathered so many people just in case. Those people looked at Lin Feng and the others. When they saw Lin Feng, they were astonished. Tian Xiang had personally gone to greet his friends, and surprisingly, he was such a young human cultivator. Before this, many people thought that he was a terrifying existence. This human cultivator seemed to be in the sage realm. However, this level of cultivation wasn't qualified for Tian Xiang to personally welcome him, right? However, Tian Xiang still personally went to welcome him. This puzzled many people. They didn't know why Tian Xiang would lower himself to welcome this young human cultivator. They were all guessing Lin Feng's identity. Could this young human cultivator have an extremely extraordinary origin? Other than this explanation, they really didn't know how to explain this matter. But if they thought about it carefully, there weren't any particularly heaven-defying races among the human guards. In the past, the more powerful human tribes, such as the human tribes of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, as well as other powerful human tribes, had all declined. Even a terrifying power like the sovereign emperor race had completely declined. Therefore, the human race was now in a rather weak period. The human race in this era. There shouldn't be any faction that Tian Xiang treated with extreme caution, right? But today, Tian Xiang personally went to welcome this young human cultivator. From this, one could see how much Tian Phenomenon cared about this young human cultivator. Everyone was trying to guess Lin Feng's identity. Tian Xiang smiled and said, Little brother Lin, let me introduce you to these friends. Lin Feng nodded. Then, Tian Xiang introduced the cultivators beside him to Lin Feng. These experts came from the 5 major forces. The 5 people that Tian Xiang introduced to Lin Feng were the leaders of the 5 forces. The first cultivator was called Sacred Lord Myriad Heavens. The cultivation base of the Sacred Lord of all Heavens was extremely powerful. Lin Feng felt that this person was very likely to be a peak expert in the quasi-transcendence realm. Then, True Lord Tian Xiang introduced the second cultivator, Loose Cultivator Baiyu. Cultivator Baiyu was a Yao cultivator. It had a pair of huge white wings, but Lin Feng wasn't very clear about what race it was. The third expert. He was called the Dragon Turtle Sage. This person was an extremely skinny old man. Judging from his name, he should have been transformed from a dragon turtle. Lin Feng had seen dragon turtles before. A pure-blooded dragon turtle. It was said that the blood of a true dragon and a black tortoise flowed in its veins. Therefore, this type of creature was an extremely terrifying type of creature. The fourth expert was called Nether Blood Spring. His name was rather strange. He was born in the Nether Blood Spring and later used it as his name. What was the Nether Blood Spring? It was said that the Nether Blood Spring was a blood-colored spring that had long disappeared from the Nether realm. This person was born from the Nether Blood Spring but gave himself the name Nether Blood Spring. It seemed that he had his own reasons for choosing this name. The fifth cultivator was a female cultivator. She was a beautiful woman. She wore a black dress that wrapped around her enchanting figure. This beautiful woman had an extremely beautiful face that could be broken by the wind. This face was absolutely bewitching. Her facial features were like a masterpiece of the heavens, so beautiful that it was suffocating. Moreover, her every move and smile was charming. This beautiful woman was called Empress Xianxia. She was transformed from a fox spirit and was also a cultivator of the Yao clan. Subsequently, Perfected Lord Xianxia introduced Lin Feng to the five of them. Perfected Lord Xianxia didn't know much about Lin Feng. This time, he invited Lin Feng over not because of how strong Lin Feng was, but because Lin Feng had imparted the dragon elephant indestructible art to Perfected Lord Xianxia. Perfected Lord Xianxia wanted to repay Lin Feng, so he invited Lin Feng over. He naturally didn't know Lin Feng's specific strength. He could only sense a rough idea. However, in Perfected Lord Xianxia's opinion, even if Lin Feng wasn't weak, he was far from being on par with experts of their level. Perfected Lord Xianxia only briefly introduced Lin Feng's name. The experts had different thoughts. He didn't know who Lin Feng was. But since Perfected Lord Xianxia didn't introduce Lin Feng in detail, they didn't ask. Because some people were more sensitive about their identities. They wouldn't easily tell others about their identities. In their opinion, perhaps Lin Feng also wanted to maintain a sense of mystery. That was why they instructed Perfected Lord Xianxia not to introduce the force behind him. However, because they felt that the human race really didn't have a particularly powerful force, they more or less looked down on Lin Feng. Then, when they greeted Lin Feng, apart from Empress Xianxia, the rest of the people were rather high and mighty. Lin Feng just smiled indifferently. He didn't pay attention to those people's arrogance. After all, he came this time to look for opportunities, not to argue with these people. As for what they thought, it had nothing to do with Lin Feng. As long as these people didn't provoke him, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with these people. Soon, both parties took their seats. Then, all kinds of delicacies, immortal fruits, wine, and so on were served. In addition to enjoying the delicious food, there were also many beautiful dancers dancing gracefully in the hall. They were really beautiful. The banquet was extremely cheerful. After the banquet ended, someone brought Lin Feng and the others to rest. Not long after Lin Feng and the others returned to the place to rest, someone came to visit Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng rather surprised. When Lin Feng saw the other party, he was even more surprised. Because the cultivator who came to visit Lin Feng was no ordinary person. It was actually one of the 5 great experts, Empress Xianxia. End of chapter. Lin Feng's impression of Empress Xianxia was that she could charm all living things, so he hadn't paid much attention to her. Thus, Lin Feng didn't know why Empress Xianxia had come to visit him. This caused him to be extremely surprised. However, even though he was surprised, Lin Feng still led Empress Xianxia into the guest hall. Lin Feng smiled and said, "May I know what brought you here?" Empress Xianxia smiled and said, "Can't I come to see Lin Gongzi?" Lin Feng smiled. "Of course I welcome you," Empress Xianxia said. Empress Xianxia said, "Actually, I know who Mr. Lin is." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard Empress Xianxia's words. The meaning behind Empress Xianxia's words was clear. It really made one's imagination run wild. Empress Xianxia continued, "Back then, when the undying world changed, I happened to be there. During the final battle, I saw Lin Gongzi's peerless glory." Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He hadn't expected Empress Xianxia to be in the undying world as well. Moreover, she had even watched the battle between them and the Celestial Emperor. Lin Feng said, "It seems that we are fated to meet here, Empress Xianxia." Empress Xianxia smiled and said, "Isn't that so? When I saw you today, I was also very surprised." Empress Xianxia was a smooth and slick person. At that moment, Empress Xianxia continued, "I came here to discuss something with you, Prince." "Oh? Discuss a matter with me? What do you want to discuss with me?" Lin Feng looked puzzled. "I have something here that is related to the place where Sovereign Dracophant died, so I want to form an alliance with you. When the time comes, we can explore that place together," Empress Xianxia said. Lin Feng asked, "Aren't you friends with those people? Why not form an alliance with them instead of me?" said Empress Xianxia. There's a reason for that. I don't trust those people. You don't trust those people? Aren't they your friends? You don't even trust your friend? Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Empress Xianxia said, to be honest, even though we're friends, we're not close friends. At most, we're acquaintances. Moreover, I have a good understanding of these people. They are all cunning old foxes. Sometimes, you have to be on your guard. Otherwise, who knows what will happen when the time comes. Lin Feng naturally knew what Empress Xianxia was worried about. She was probably worried that if she cooperated with those people, they would plot against her. In fact, this kind of thing was quite common in the world of cultivation. After all, the world of cultivators was only a world of interests. Even if they were father and son, or brothers, because of various interests, they could turn against each other, let alone these ordinary friends. It was normal for Empress Xianxia to be worried about these people. Furthermore, Empress Xianxi's strength was still a bit weak compared to those people. This was because the other people's strength had already surpassed the higher level of cultivation. However, Empress Xianxi's strength was only at the middle level of cultivation. If they cooperated with Empress Xianxia, the other party would really try to scheme against her. At that time, it would be a pretty good result for them to end up with nothing. If the result was even worse, they might even suffer a fate worse than death. However, if Empress Xianxia cooperated with him, things would be different. From Empress Xianxi's point of view, she had the strength to deal with him. Lin Feng said, "You're worried that those people will plot against you, but I'm also worried that you'll plot against me. After all, you're still a bit too strong for me." Empress Xianxia chuckled and said, "Young master, there's no need to be so humble. I'm quite familiar with your methods, and I know that your strength is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Even with my current strength, it's very likely that I'm only on par with you. If cultivators of similar strength like us cooperate, it'll be beneficial for both sides." Lin Feng nodded and asked, "What kind of opportunity is hidden in that place you mentioned?" Empress Xianxia said, "I can't tell you about this opportunity for now. Once we reach that place, I'll naturally tell you about it." Since Empress Xianxia said so, Lin Feng naturally had no objections. Lin Feng nodded. He then asked, "Back then, when the Undying Realm was in chaos, there should have been some powerful cultivators like you watching the battle from the shadows, right?" Empress Xianxia said, "There were some, but there shouldn't be many. Some of them came from hidden clans in the Undying Realm. There were surpassing realm experts among them." When Lin Feng heard Consort Xianxia, he was astonished. He asked, "Oh? There are such factions in the Undying Realm?" Back then, the Celestial Emperor broke through to the Saint Realm not long ago, and before that, the Celestial Emperor had been ruling the Undying Realm for a long time. Those factions are so powerful. Don't they have any thoughts about the Undying Realm? Empress Xianxia said, "Those hidden factions aren't interested in the power struggle. Their main goal is to survive this calamity. Of course, there's another reason they have to pay attention to. Behind the Celestial Emperor is the Lord of the 33 Heavens. That's why those hidden factions are naturally afraid. Even if they really want to make a move, they probably won't dare to after thinking about the Lord of the 33 Heavens." Lin Feng couldn't help but nod helplessly. The Undying Realm clearly had such powerful cultivators, but they didn't care about the lives and deaths of the countless living beings in the Undying Realm. They also didn't care about whether the Undying Realm would be destroyed or not. But in the world of cultivators, there was no way to force others to do anything. Therefore, when faced with this kind of situation, all he could do was sigh. Empress Xianxia stood up and said, "Lin Gongzi, it's getting late. I'll take my leave first. I'll see you out." Lin Feng stood up and said. He then saw Empress Xianxia out. After Empress Xianxia left, Lin Feng returned. Lin Feng didn't know. There was someone in the dark. He was coldly watching everything that had happened. When that mysterious existence saw Empress Xianxia leave and Lin Feng return to his residence, a sinister smile appeared on his face. End of chapter. After that, Lin Feng and the others waited for a while before heading to the place where Sovereign Dracophant had fallen. However, it seemed that Xianxia still had some unfinished business, so they wouldn't set off for the time being. They would have to wait for about 10 days or so. Of course, Lin Feng and the others didn't cultivate in seclusion all the time. They would occasionally come out for a walk. On this day, Goddess Xianxia came to visit Lin Feng. Tomorrow, there will be a Dao exchange. During the exchange, everyone will discuss their cultivation experiences. Do you plan to participate? That's right. A Dao technique exchange? Of course I'll participate. It's a good opportunity to improve my comprehension of the great Dao. Lin Feng smiled. Goddess Xianxia continued, I heard that after the exchange, the Netherworld Blood Fountain wants to take out a netherstone to exchange for something. Lin Feng was shocked. This was because nether stones were extremely precious. It was rumored that nether stones were one of the most precious ores in the netherworld. They were extremely rare. Moreover, this ore seemed to contain an extremely evil energy. However, Lin Feng wasn't too interested in them. To Lin Feng, netherstones weren't very useful. At that moment, Little Black transmitted his voice to Lin Feng, Big Brother Feng, buy this for me. After hearing Little Black's transmission, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that this item was extremely important to Little Black. Otherwise, Little Black wouldn't have asked him to help him obtain the netherstone. This was the first time Little Black had asked Lin Feng for a favor. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse Little Black. Lin Feng said, alright, I'll do my best to help you obtain the netherstone. Lin Feng couldn't guarantee anything. After all, Lin Feng didn't know what Little Black wanted. If Lin Feng could give him what he wanted, he would definitely help Little Black exchange for the netherstone. What time is the Dao Technique exchange tomorrow? Lin Feng asked. Empress Xianxia replied, it'll probably take a day before 8 a.m. tomorrow. I'll come and find you tomorrow. Alright. Lin Feng said. Consort Xianxia then left Lin Feng's residence. The next morning, Empress Xianxia had arrived. Lin Feng, Empress Xianxia, Bai Ying, the Cursed Doll, the Shattered God, and some of Empress Qianxi's clansmen and subordinates were participating in this Dao exchange. In this Dao technique exchange, other than exchanging various cultivation experiences, what everyone was most interested in was naturally the item exchange at the end. At that time, not only would a supreme treasure like the netherstone appear, but the others would also take out some good things. After all, these experts all had some good things on them. Moreover, it wasn't easy for so many experts to gather together. Therefore, when many experts gathered together, the nether stone wouldn't be the only thing that would appear. Everyone would often hold such a small exchange of items. When Lin Feng, Empress Qianxia, and the others arrived, there were already quite a number of people present. Lin Feng, Empress Qianxia, and the others found a place to sit. Then, they began to wait for the Dao technique exchange to begin. There were still many people arriving one after another. This time, there were about 200 people present. In addition to the experts from the 5 great powers, there were also many experts from Meteorological Palace. Everyone was quite enthusiastic about participating in the Dao technique exchange. After all, it wasn't good for cultivators to bury their heads in cultivation. Listening to other cultivators' cultivation experiences was very useful for every cultivator. Lin Feng had gained a lot from this Dao technique exchange. In comparison, there were many powerful cultivators present. There were even a few cultivators who were about to surpass their cultivation level. Their cultivation experiences were very rich. Lin Feng benefited greatly. After the Dao technique exchange ended, Lin Feng even had the urge to immediately go into seclusion. Then, he would have a good time comprehending. Perhaps he would be able to comprehend many Daos that he couldn't understand before. After the Dao technique exchange ended, it was time for the item exchange. The Netherworld Blood Spring was the first to walk out. He said, I'm sure everyone already knows that I will take out the netherstone to exchange for some items. Many people nodded in agreement. The Netherworld Blood Spring took out the netherstone. The netherstone is an extremely precious treasure in the netherworld. It's very difficult to obtain such a treasure. Back then, I almost died in order to obtain this netherstone, the Netherworld Blood Spring continued. Everyone coldly sneered. Everyone couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. The Nether Blood Spring's words were only a bargaining chip in the eyes of many people. He just wanted to increase the value of the netherstone. Empress Xianxia asked, What do you want to exchange for, Netherworld Bloodspring? The Netherworld Bloodspring said, I want to exchange for a branch from the Builder Tree. Does anyone have one? Oh, a branch from the Builder Tree? This is the World Tree of the 9 Continents Great World. This Jianmu tree is extremely extraordinary, but it has already been destroyed. It won't be easy to take out a branch of the Jianmu tree now, someone said with a frown. At this moment, a cultivator said, I don't have a branch from the Builder Tree, but I have a piece of its trunk. I'll use this to exchange for it. What do you think? As the cultivator spoke, he took out a piece of thunderstruck wood. The piece of thunderstruck wood was charred black. After seeing the piece of thunderstruck wood, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. It really was the trunk of the Builder Tree. When Lin Feng took out the thunderbolt wood, he sensed that the tree of the Jianmu tree was shaking violently. Clearly, this piece of thunderstruck wood had attracted the Builder Tree's interest. After all, this kind of item should be able to greatly improve the Builder Tree. I need a branch that still has vitality, not this kind of thunderstruck wood. Therefore, I can't use the Netherstone to exchange for it, the Netherworld Bloodspring said. After hearing the Netherworld Bloodspring's words, the cultivator couldn't help but feel extremely disappointed. At this moment, the Builder Tree in Lin Feng's dantian emitted an even stronger fluctuation. Then, with a cracking sound, a branch from the Builder Tree fell off. Then, it flew into Lin Feng's space. Lin Feng revealed a surprised expression. The Builder Tree's intention was very clear. It wanted Lin Feng to use this branch to exchange for the Netherstone for Blackie. However, Lin Feng needed to help it obtain the piece of thunderstruck wood. Lin Feng said, I'll exchange with you. You have a living branch from the Builder Tree? The Netherworld Bloodspring looked at Lin Feng in surprise. The others also looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng nodded and took out the branch. This branch had a few dark green leaves growing on it. It really is a living branch from the Builder Tree. Someone exclaimed. This made everyone feel extremely incredulous. After all, the Builder Tree had been destroyed long ago. How could Lin Feng take out a living branch from the Builder Tree? This nether stone is yours. The cultivator handed the nether stone to Lin Feng. He then took the tree branch from Lin Feng. After completing the exchange, Lin Feng sent the nether stone into the spacetime continuum. Blackie swallowed the nether stone in one gulp. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself when he saw this. Blackie looked like a hungry ghost that had been starving for 10,000 years when he swallowed the nether stone in one gulp. After seeing food, he swallowed it in one gulp. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, from this, he could see that the nether stone could indeed have a significant effect on Blackie. It was very likely that it could allow Blackie to complete another evolution. Blackie's current strength was already extremely terrifying. He had already reached the Saint Realm. If he continued evolving, his cultivation would become even stronger. Lin Feng was very happy about this. Lin Feng decided to exchange the thunderstruck wood with the cultivator who had the thunderstruck wood. The thunderstruck wood was something the Supreme Builder Tree needed. If he could get the thunderstruck wood, it would help the Supreme Builder Tree grow. Lin Feng looked at the cultivator and said, Brother, I wonder if you're willing to exchange your tree branch for something else. The cultivator asked, You want my thunderstrike wood? Lin Feng nodded. The cultivator pondered for a moment before saying, I want a quasi-ancient weapon-grade supreme treasure. Do you have it here? Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't have any pseudo-ancient artifacts, but he did have damaged ancient artifacts. Lin Feng said, I have damaged ancient artifacts. Are you interested? The cultivator said, Damaged ancient artifacts are very precious, but I still have to spend a lot of effort to find some extremely rare materials to repair them. Even if I find the materials, I might not be able to repair them. That's why I'm not interested in them. Lin Feng asked, Is there anything else you're interested in? The cultivator said, Do you have materials that can be used to forge pseudo-ancient artifacts? Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't have such materials either. The cultivator had wanted to exchange for nether stones because he wanted to forge a pseudo-ancient artifact. After all, nether stones had a certain chance of being used to forge pseudo-ancient artifacts. Seeing Lin Feng shake his head again, the cultivator became extremely disappointed. The cursed doll said, even if this piece of thunderstruck wood is a piece of thunderstruck wood left behind by the builder tree, its value is far from enough to exchange for a quasi-ancient weapon or a quasi-ancient weapon, right? The cultivator said, my piece of thunderstruck wood is different from ordinary thunderstruck wood. Ordinary thunderstruck wood would have lost its life force, but my piece of thunderstruck wood contains a powerful life force. Lin Feng had indeed sensed this. The reason why the tree branch was so valuable was because it contained a powerful life force. The tree branch that Lin Feng had obtained in the past had also contained a powerful life force. Lin Feng had successfully nurtured the tree branch into a sapling of the builder tree. Therefore, as long as the tree branch contained life force, its value would immediately increase. It was similar to nether stones. Nether stones had many uses, and the cultivator had taken a fancy to the nether stones. There was a certain chance that the nether stones could be forged into pseudo-ancient artifacts. However, the probability of this happening was not high. Even so, the probability of this happening was not high. However, as long as there was a certain probability, the nether stone's value would immediately increase. Lin Feng asked, brother, do you have anything else you want? For example, an immortal scripture or something similar. Lin Feng slowly enticed the cultivator. He had more immortal scriptures, and of course, they were also very precious. This cultivator would not lose out by exchanging an immortal scripture. However, not everyone was interested in immortal scriptures. This was because some cultivators mainly cultivated one or a few types of immortal scriptures. Then, they would put all their energy into studying one or a few types of immortal scriptures. They would work hard to cultivate one or a few types of immortal scriptures to an extremely high level. They would not cultivate many types of immortal scriptures. Therefore, many cultivators cultivated in a different way from Lin Feng. The cultivator shook his head. Then, he said, if you can take out the 5 elements immortal stone, I will give you the tree branch. The 5 elements immortal stone was very rare. It was rare because it contained the immortal power of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was very difficult to produce this kind of immortal stone. If it could be produced, it could become a top-grade material. Therefore, this kind of immortal stone was very expensive and rare. It was not easy to obtain this kind of 5 elements immortal stone. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. He naturally did not have something like the 5 elements immortal stone. Could it be that I really don't have any fate with this tree branch? Lin Feng couldn't accept it. However, there was nothing he could do. At that moment, the cursed doll said, I happen to have a 5 elements immortal stone here. After hearing the cursed doll's words, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The cursed doll took out a stone. The stone was surrounded by the immortal power of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. That stone was the 5 elements immortal stone. The cursed doll handed the 5 elements immortal stone to Lin Feng so that Lin Feng could exchange it with the cultivator. With Lin Feng's relationship with the cursed doll, there was no need for him to be polite. Lin Feng exchanged the 5 elements immortal stone with the cultivator. Lin Feng obtained the thunderstruck wood. And the cultivator obtained the 5 elements immortal stone. Then, Lin Feng sent the thunderstruck wood into the cultivator's dantian. Then, an extremely powerful energy surged out from the sapling of the builder tree in Lin Feng's dantian. The energy directly enveloped the thunderstruck wood. Then, the piece of thunderstruck wood instantly transformed into mysterious runes. Those mysterious runes all surged into the sapling of the builder tree in Lin Feng's dantian. When those runes surged into the sapling of the builder tree, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a shocked expression. This was because Lin Feng discovered that the sapling of the builder tree seemed to have completed a major transformation. There were even many mysterious runes on the sapling of the builder tree. Those runes were like true dragons, giving people a feeling of shock that originated from their souls. Lin Feng sensed those runes. The terrifying power contained within those runes made him feel a sense of horror. He did not know what kind of runes had appeared on the builder tree. End of chapter. Lin Feng tried to communicate with the mysterious runes. Lin Feng found that there was a special power in the mysterious runes that he could not explain. The runes were too strange. Perhaps the runes were closely related to the builder tree. However, the appearance of the runes was a good thing for the builder tree. Therefore, after seeing the runes, Lin Feng could not help but smile. Lin Feng did not make any more moves in the following exchange. They left together after the exchange ended. After waiting for a few more days, all of Xianxia's preparations had been completed. Everyone gathered and headed to the burial ground of Dracophant Supreme. However, Xianxia did not tell Lin Feng and the others the specific location before they set off. Xianxia was probably a little worried as well. Therefore, he did not tell them the location. Everyone boarded Xianxia's celestial starry sky ancient ship and entered the extraterritorial starry sky world. The celestial starry sky ancient ship flew in the extraterritorial starry sky world until they arrived at the extraterritorial starry sky world. Only then did Xianxia tell everyone where they were going. The place they were going to was near the border between the Dark World and the Dragon Domain star field. Everyone knew this before, but they did not know the specific location. After all, there were too many places where the two worlds intersected. The place they were going to was called the Obsidian Sea. No one knew why it was called that. That place was very dangerous because there was an ancient battlefield there. That ancient battlefield had merged with part of the broken world of the previous era. If one's strength was not up to par, one would enter rashly. At that time, it was very likely that one would die without a burial ground. There was no doubt about that. In addition, there were many remnant races of the previous era active in the Dark World. For example, the Dark Evil God tribe that Lin Feng met previously controlled the Dark World. The Dark Evil God tribe was the most powerful remnant race of the previous era in the Dark World star field. However, apart from the Dark Evil God tribe, there were also a few remnant races of the previous era. They were only slightly weaker than the Dark Evil God tribe. Of course, there were also some living beings of the extraterritorial starry sky world active there. Besides that, there was something else that he had to pay attention to. Because all of them were more or less related to the world of the mastermind. Therefore, there were still cultivators from the mastermind's world active in that area. So many cultivators from different forces had gathered in that area. Clearly. How complicated would that area be? After knowing the specific information about that area, the following days were relatively peaceful. Lin Feng spent most of his time cultivating in seclusion. After flying for more than a month in the celestial phenomenon starry sky world. At the end of the day, the celestial phenomenon ancient ship was attacked by more than a dozen ancient ships. The more than a dozen ancient starry sky ships launched a dense barrage of starry sky cannonballs. All the space cannonballs landed on the defensive barrier formed by the celestial phenomenon ancient ship. Of course, those space cannonballs weren't able to cause too much damage to celestial phenomenon's ship. Who's outside? The Nether Blood Fountain asked with a gloomy expression. Xianxia replied, "It's the 9 Tattooed Dragon's fleet." After hearing the name 9 Tattooed Dragon, many people's expressions suddenly changed. The 9 Tattooed Dragon was an extremely terrifying existence. It was rumored that the 9 Tattooed Dragon was originally a powerful creature of the dragon realm. This fellow was a dragon cultivator from the Devouring Dragon clan. The Devouring Dragon tribe had a unique characteristic. This unique characteristic was that their tribe could increase their strength greatly by devouring other dragons. In order to quickly increase their cultivation, the 9 Tattooed Dragon continuously devoured other dragons. Because of this, his cultivation increased very quickly. Later on, the 9 Tattooed Dragon led the other dragon cultivators of his clan to devour other dragons, causing their strength to soar. However, this also angered the other dragons, so the other dragons joined forces to encircle and annihilate the Devouring Dragon clan. No matter how powerful the Devouring Dragon clan was, they couldn't withstand the siege of so many dragons. Therefore, when the war broke out, the Devouring Dragon clan suffered disastrous losses. In the end, the 9 Tattooed Dragon clan was destroyed. Only the 9 Tattooed Dragon managed to escape. Later on, the 9 Tattooed Dragon formed an extremely powerful space pirate group in the starry sky world. This space pirate ship was called the 9 Tattooed Dragon Space Pirate Ship. In the starry sky world, the 9 Tattooed Dragon Space Pirate Group was an existence that no one dared to provoke. Ha 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 ha, laughter came from the main ship. Then, a coarse voice sounded, "Xianxia, old friends have met. Don't you want to come out and meet us?" A group of people walked out. At this moment, the ancient starships also stopped attacking. Lin Feng looked at the leading cultivator on the main ship. The cultivator was 3 meters tall. His aura was extremely ferocious. His appearance was extremely ugly. There were 9 thick dragon tattoos on his face. Obviously, this person was the rumored 9-tattooed dragon. After seeing 9-tattooed dragon, Xianxia said coldly, "Who's your old friend?" "I've never seen someone leading a large group of ancient ships to besiege an old friend." 9-tattooed dragon said with a smile, "I'm just joking with you. You don't have to take it so seriously, right?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "Why are you here?" 9-tattooed dragon said, "The heavens and earth are vast. I can go anywhere. As for you, why are you here?" "I naturally have something to deal with, but there's no need to tell you." Xianxia snorted coldly. 9-tattooed dragon said with a smile, "If there's anything good, don't forget about your brother." Xianxia sneered, "Don't try to be friends with me here. Back then, when we were training in outer space, we were sworn brothers. We said that we'd be life and death brothers, but in the end, you schemed against me. Even after millions of years, I still haven't forgotten about it." Obviously, Xianxia was quite angry about this matter, but because 9-tattooed dragon was too strong, he couldn't let go of what had happened back then. However, he had no way of dealing with 9-tattooed dragon. Of course, Xianxia was also very strong. 9-tattooed dragon was also very afraid of Xianxia. 9-tattooed dragon said, "What happened back then was a foolish thing done in the heat of youth. The two of us have experienced so many life and death situations together. We should have let go of these grudges long ago." Xianxia sneered and ignored 9-tattooed dragon. Then, he gave an order. The celestial phenomenon ancient ship directly leaped into the void and left this place with great speed. End of chapter. "Sir, what should we do now?" a cultivator beside 9-tattooed dragons asked. 9-tattooed dragons rubbed his chin and said, "Xianxia rarely brings so many people with him when he travels. Moreover, I noticed that many of them are his friends, and they are all very strong. Why did he gather so many people? Could it be that he found some kind of fortune? But it's too dangerous to obtain it, so he had no choice but to gather so many cultivators to explore it." The cultivator beside 9-tattooed dragons said, "That's possible." 9-tattooed dragons said, "Then we'll know when we catch up. Who knows, we might even get to eat some meat. But they're already far away. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up, right?" the cultivator said. 9-tattooed dragons said, "It's fine. I can sense Xianxia's aura. They won't be able to escape. We'll just follow them from afar and see where they're going." Celestial Phenomenon's ancient ship continued to fly through the starry sky. 9-tattooed dragon's appearance didn't affect them. About a month later, they finally arrived at the obsidian sea that Xianxia had mentioned. It was a starry sky with a special kind of starry energy flowing through it. They flew toward the depths of the obsidian sea. Half a month later, Lin Feng saw a huge whirlpool in the distance. The whirlpool was like a black hole that devoured everything. No matter what came near, it would be devoured by the whirlpool. There were even some planets that had lost their vitality in the surroundings. Under the powerful devouring power of the whirlpool, they slowly flew toward it. When the planets reached the side of the whirlpool, they couldn't withstand the terrifying power surging out of the whirlpool. One by one, the planets crumbled. After seeing this scene, many people's faces revealed extremely shocked expressions. That whirlpool was truly terrifying. "Is the place we're going to be in that whirlpool?" It was Empress Millennium sent. "That's right." Xianxia nodded. Many people couldn't help but frown. The whirlpool was too terrifying. It wasn't easy to pass through it. "If we want to enter that world to take a look, we should need a special map, right?" "That's right," said the Netherworld Bloodspring. "That's right. Indeed, a special map was needed to enter. If one did not have a special map, they would not be able to enter. It just so happens that I have a special map here, so you don't have to worry about any dangers when you enter. Of course, even if there is some danger, I can guarantee that everyone will be able to enter the broken world smoothly." The celestial phenomenon ancient ship quickly approached the huge whirlpool. When they arrived at the entrance of the gigantic whirlpool, an incomparably powerful devouring force gushed towards the celestial phenomenon ancient Arkansas. It wanted to devour the ancient ship of celestial phenomenon. At this moment, many of the runes on the ancient ship were activated. After those runes were activated, the celestial phenomenon ancient ship gradually stabilized. The celestial phenomenon ancient ship is something I spent a lot of time and effort to build. It was built to deal with this whirlpool. Xianxia said. Fellow Taoist, you've made ample preparations, Sacred Lord Myriad Heavens said. Xianxia said, the main thing is that this place is too dangerous. Ordinary ancient ships can't withstand the terrifying power of the whirlpool and will be completely destroyed. At that time, the cultivators on the ship will die without a burial place. This time everyone is here to make a fortune, not to die. I naturally have to be responsible for everyone. Hearing Xianxia's words, everyone's impression of Xianxia instantly soared. The main thing was that Xianxia was a person who did things beautifully and spoke warmly. People like him were usually very popular. After entering the whirlpool, True Lord Xianxia personally controlled the ancient ship. The ancient ship began to move against the whirlpool. It didn't follow the whirlpool. Clearly, if they wanted to enter the broken world inside the whirlpool, they would need to go against the flow. Apart from that, there were also some special routes. Under Xianxia's personal control, the ancient ship continued to approach the center of the whirlpool. Baiyu asked, is the center of the whirlpool the entrance? Yes. You can only enter from the center. However, the closer you are to the center, the more dangerous it is. I'm sure everyone can feel this because the closer you are to the center, the more terrifying the power surging out of the whirlpool. Xianxia said. At this moment, huge tentacles suddenly appeared in the whirlpool. The gigantic tentacles quickly wrapped around the ancient ship of celestial phenomenon. After seeing the terrifying creature in the whirlpool make its move, everyone's expression changed. They didn't know what kind of creature was hidden in the whirlpool. Each of those tentacles was 3,000 to 4,000 meters long. They were simply too huge. Such a huge creature made one's hair stand on end. The giant whirlpool monster has made its move. Don't worry, everyone, Xianxia said. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zichen's voice fell. Suddenly, a dark green poisonous gas gushed out from the celestial phenomenon ancient ship. The dark green poisonous gas quickly surged towards the huge tentacles. The dark green poisonous gas wrapped around the huge tentacles. After those huge tentacles were enveloped by the dark green poisonous gas, they quickly retreated. At this moment, the celestial phenomenon ancient ship quickly rushed into the center. Then, the celestial phenomenon ancient ship disappeared into the huge whirlpool. When the celestial phenomenon ancient ship reappeared, it had already arrived at a broken world. This broken world emitted an extremely ancient aura. That aura seemed to be the aura of an epic. Yi Xian and the others were a little doubtful that this place had a part of the broken world from the previous epic. Now, Lin Feng and the others no longer doubted this. This broken world definitely had a part of the broken world from the previous epic. Otherwise, it wouldn't emit the aura of an epic. Everyone flew out from the celestial phenomenon ancient ship. True Lord Xianxia kept the celestial phenomenon ancient ship. True Lord Xianxia said, everyone, let's go inside and take a look. Everyone nodded and quickly flew into the depths of this broken world. This broken world was huge, but Lin Feng and the rest clearly had a clear goal in mind. Previously, Lin Feng and Empress Xianxia had agreed to cooperate. However, the cooperation with Empress Xianxia would have to wait until they left the place where the Dracophant Supreme had fallen. This time, Lin Feng's goal in going to the place where the Dracophant Supreme had fallen was also quite clear. Firstly, Lin Feng wanted to see if he could obtain something to improve his cultivation. Secondly, Lin Feng wanted to see if he could obtain the immortal scriptures that the Dracophant Supreme had passed down. Lastly, and also the most important point. Previously, Lin Feng's Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill had reached the 5th level. Theoretically speaking, although Lin Feng did not obtain the next few levels of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. However, the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill should be able to automatically evolve the next few levels of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. However, after cultivating for so long, Lin Feng did not discover the next few levels of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. This made Lin Feng extremely puzzled. Lin Feng felt that the reason for this was that his cultivation of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill was not deep enough. If this was the reason, Lin Feng felt a little helpless. This was because the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill itself was very difficult to cultivate. It was already not easy for Lin Feng to cultivate to the 5th level of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. In other words, if the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill could automatically evolve the next few levels, then it was very likely that he would need to cultivate the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill to the 5th level of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. However, Lin Feng did not know when he would be able to break through to the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. There was also another point. Lin Feng could not guarantee that the next few levels of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill would be able to evolve after reaching the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. After all, the 5th and 6th levels of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill were a huge divide. Anything was possible. If he could not evolve the next few levels of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill, did that mean that, what if he could only cultivate the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill to the 5th level? In fact, after cultivating to the 5th level, Lin Feng's fleshly body was already very powerful. That was because Lin Feng's fleshly body was not limited to the Dracophant arms. There was also the Dracophant body. However, Lin Feng rarely used the Dracophant physique because Lin Feng's Dracophant arm was enough to solve everything when it came to physical strength. There was no need to use the Dracophant physique. Of course, if he were to encounter an existence with a terrifying physical body in the future, he might be able to use the Dracophant body. If the first 5 levels of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill were already so powerful, what kind of abilities would Lin Feng gain from the next few levels? For the time being, Lin Feng didn't know, so he came this time. Apart from wanting to improve his cultivation and obtain the Immortal Sutra, Lin Feng also wanted to see if he could obtain the next few levels of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. If Lin Feng could learn the last few levels of the ancient Dracophant formula, he would be able to learn the last few levels of the ancient Dracophant formula. Lin Feng would be able to learn the last few levels of the ancient Dracophant formula before he reached the maximum level of the ancient Dracophant formula. It didn't matter whether he would be able to learn the last few levels of the ancient Dracophant formula. At that time, Lin Feng wouldn't have to worry about not being able to obtain the next few levels of the skill. Lin Feng needed to be fully prepared. 3 days later, they saw an incomparably huge blood-colored mountain range. This blood-colored mountain range was completely enveloped by a powerful restriction array. Moreover, the void there was completely shattered. Cracks in the void could be seen everywhere. This huge mountain range was definitely an extremely dangerous place. After seeing the blood-colored mountain range, Sacred Lord Myriad Heaven said, "Could it be that this is the place where Supreme Dragonesque Elephant fell?" True Lord Xianxia nodded and said, "It should be this place. When we go in later, we must be careful because this place is extremely dangerous." Everyone nodded. Then, they entered the blood-colored mountain range together. After entering the blood-colored mountain range, they carefully went deeper into the mountain range. They avoided many of the restriction arrays, shattered the void, and went deeper into the mountain range. However, not long after, blood-colored insects crawled out of the shattered void. These blood-colored insects were about the size of a calf. They had 18 huge blood-colored claws on their bodies. Every single one of these claws was extremely sharp. Moreover, they had huge fangs. Those blood-colored insects were extremely fast. Dozens of blood-colored insects flew out from the broken void. Then, these blood-colored insects quickly pounced on the cultivators who were close to them. Some of the cultivators' heads were directly bitten off by the blood-colored insects. Their corpses were also dragged into the shattered void by the insects. Some of the cultivators who reacted faster took out their magic treasures. They used their magic treasures to send the blood-colored insects flying. Not good. These are space-time bloodworms. They are a type of insect that lives in groups. Everyone must be careful. After seeing these blood-colored insects, True Lord Tianxiang's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a dense swarm of blood-colored insects came out of the void. There were simply too many of them. There were only a few dozen of them that attacked them earlier. It would be easier to deal with a few dozen of them. But now, there were tens of thousands of them. It was too terrifying. Anyone who saw so many blood-colored insects would probably feel their scalp go numb. The dense swarm of blood-colored insects quickly pounced on Lin Feng and the others. All the cultivators hurriedly took out their defensive magic treasures. But now was not the time. The blood-colored insects that blotted out the sky and covered the earth had already surrounded everyone. A sharp and ear-piercing sound came from the depths of the mountain range. It should be the order of the Insect King to attack. Although everyone's defensive magic treasures were powerful, there were simply too many blood-colored insects. Under the continuous attack of the blood-colored insects, people kept dying. The situation was extremely bad. They had to think of a way to deal with these blood-colored insects. Otherwise, more and more people would die. The current situation was too unfavorable for Lin Feng and the others. It was very difficult to break out of the encirclement. In the face of such a situation, more and more people felt desperate. At this moment, Lin Feng took out his soul-calming bell, Generally speaking, insects like the blood-colored insects usually had stronger physical bodies. However, the souls of these creatures were usually weaker. Lin Feng felt that his requiem bell should be able to cause great damage to these blood-colored insects. Therefore, he planned to try using the requiem bell to see if it could repel the insects. End of chapter. Dang 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 dang. When Lin Feng's requiem bell flew out, it began to vibrate gently. Although the magnitude of the vibration was not particularly large, the sound of the requiem bell spread out and shook the 9 heavens. The sound rang out one after another. It sounded a little crisp, but the sound contained an extremely terrifying sound wave attack. Under Lin Feng's control, the sound wave attack did not attack the people around him. It only affected the blood-colored insects. After the blood-colored insects were attacked by the requiem bell sound wave attack, they let out sharp and ear-piercing cries of pain. The blood-colored insects that were attacking Lin Feng and the others quickly retreated. After seeing this scene, everyone's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. Then, everyone looked at the requiem bell that Lin Feng took out. The power displayed by the soul-suppressing bell shocked many people. Previously, Sacred Lord Myriad Heavens and the others still looked down on Lin Feng. But now, after seeing Lin Feng take out such a powerful magic treasure, they revealed a meaningful look. No one knew what these people were thinking. At this moment, the Insect King's voice came out from the depths of the insect swarm. The Insect King gave the order to attack. A large number of blood-colored insects rushed towards Lin Feng. Obviously, the Insect King wanted to kill Lin Feng first. As long as he killed Lin Feng, he could solve the problem of the insect swarm. Seeing a large number of blood-colored insects rushing towards him, a cold smile appeared on Feng Lin's face. The strength of those blood-colored insects was indeed very terrifying. However, those blood-colored insects did not make Lin Feng cry. Because those blood-colored insects were suppressed by Lin Feng's magic treasure. Lin Feng held the requiem bell and shook it quickly. The sound waves from the requiem bell became more and more rapid. As the sound waves from the requiem bell became more and more rapid, the requiem bell formed an extremely terrifying sound wave attack. This sound wave attack directly destroyed the souls of many blood-colored insects. The densely packed blood-colored insects died on the spot. Their corpses fell to the ground. It didn't take long for the ground to be filled with a large number of blood-colored insect corpses. The other blood-red bugs no longer dared to attack Lin Feng. They quickly fled towards the shattered void. In the blink of an eye, all of the blood-colored insects had disappeared without a trace. Everyone couldn't help but reveal an expression of relief. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's requiem bell, who knew how many people would die? Xianxia said, "Little brother Lin, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful treasure." Lin Feng smiled. Then, he put away his requiem bell. Everyone continued to walk deeper into the forest. After experiencing the previous danger, the group became even more cautious. However, for the rest of the journey, they did not encounter any danger. However, even if they didn't encounter any danger, they didn't dare to be careless because this place was too terrifying. There was no danger now, but that didn't mean there would be no danger forever. Fatal danger could appear at any time in this place. Because this mountain range was extremely large and the blood-colored mountain range was extremely dangerous, Lin Feng and the others didn't advance very quickly. At night, they found a valley to rest. Xianxia and the others set up some concealment formations to hide the valley. It was extremely necessary to set up some concealment formations when resting in a place like this. This was because no one knew if some extremely terrifying creatures would appear at night. They had to be extra vigilant at night. There were about 300 people in the group, and a portion of them would be on night duty. This was to prevent them from not noticing if danger appeared. Lin Feng jumped onto a branch of a large tree to rest. At this moment, a fragrant wind blew in his face. Lin Feng opened his eyes and saw concubine Xianxia sitting next to him. Even the dim light of the night couldn't hide her beautiful face and sexy body. Lin Feng asked, "Why aren't you resting yet?" Goddess Xianxia said, "I have a few words with you." Lin Feng nodded. Goddess Xianxia said, "Don't forget what I told you before." Lin Feng nodded, "Of course, I won't forget. After we obtain the opportunity here, we'll go to the place you mentioned." Goddess Xianxia nodded, "However, you have to be careful. I have a feeling that if we really find the opportunity, something unexpected might happen." "What do you mean?" Lin Feng asked. Goddess Xianxia explained, "When the benefits reach a certain level, it might cause people to abandon their friendship. When that happens, they won't even be friends anymore." Lin Feng frowned slightly. Of course, he knew what Empress Xianxia meant by her words. Although Sacred Lord Myriad Heavens and the others were friends of Xianxia, however, when the opportunity appeared, it was hard to say what would happen. After all, Sacred Lord Myriad Heavens and the others had brought quite a few experts with them. These people were very powerful. It was normal for them to fight for the opportunity. Among them, Lin Feng's side was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. After all, Lin Feng only had the Lin Feng cursed doll and the broken god. If they started fighting, the broken god would be gone. If they really fought, Lin Feng could become a target at any time. This was especially true after Lin Feng summoned the soul-suppressing bell. Someone was definitely eyeing his soul-suppressing bell. Empress Xianxia said that because she wanted to remind Lin Feng of something. He had to be wary of those people. He had to be on guard against others. Goddess Xianxia didn't leave. This was because the branch was very big. Thus, she leaned against Lin Feng's side, closed her eyes, and began to sleep. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. She was such a beautiful woman and her body was leaning against him. Wasn't that a crime? He didn't know what Goddess Xianxia was thinking. Could it be that this woman was trying to seduce him? Fortunately, Lin Feng's self-control was stronger. Lin Feng closed his eyes and began to rest. However, in the middle of the night, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. This was because Lin Feng felt a gloomy and cold aura. Goddess Xianxia also felt this gloomy and cold aura. Goddess Xianxia opened her eyes. She said in a serious tone, "It seems like something is approaching." "Yes." Lin Feng nodded and said in a serious tone, "I wonder if it's coming for us? Or is it just passing by? If it's coming for us, I'm afraid it'll be very troublesome." End of chapter. There was silence in the valley. No one made a sound. It would be best if that terrifying existence could leave. If that terrifying existence didn't leave, then there would be more people here. Therefore, if they really fought, Lin Feng and the others might not be able to defeat that terrifying existence. After all, they were also extremely powerful. That cold aura was getting stronger and stronger. Everyone saw a huge figure appear outside. That huge figure was shrouded in darkness. It stood outside the valley and looked coldly into the valley. It was a pair of blood-red eyes. They didn't know what kind of creature it was. Obviously, it had definitely discovered Lin Feng and the others resting in the valley. Lin Feng and the others didn't act rashly. This existence was indeed terrifying, but it hadn't attacked the people in the valley yet. If it didn't attack them, Lin Feng and the others naturally didn't want to provoke this terrifying existence. After all, if a fight really broke out, when the time came, the casualties would be extremely heavy. At this moment, everyone had already established communication with their magic treasures. They were ready to take out their magic treasures and fight with this terrifying existence at any time. But at this moment, this terrifying existence actually walked into the distance. Seeing this terrifying existence leave, everyone couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that this terrifying existence didn't intend to fight to the death with them. A powerful creature like it should be able to sense that the cultivators in the valley were extremely extraordinary. Therefore, it didn't want to provoke these terrifying cultivators. Of course. The main reason was that Lin Feng and the others had too many people on their side. If a fight really broke out, it would be quite disadvantageous for this terrifying existence. After the terrifying existence left, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The reason why Lin Feng frowned was because he had a reason. Because Lin Feng found that a mysterious crystal in the time-space was emitting a violent fluctuation. That mysterious crystal was obtained in the central temple of the crocodile ancestor. Back then, the crocodile ancestor was such a terrifying existence. Its cultivation was absolutely unimaginably powerful. It was just that the crocodile ancestor was too evil. He had committed grave sins. Later on, he was suppressed by someone, causing his cultivation to plummet. Later on, when Lin Feng was traveling in outer space, he entered the alligator ancestor's temple. They encountered the crocodile ancestor, a heinous great demon king, and after a fierce battle, they killed the crocodile ancestor. Then, he obtained a lot of things. One of them was this mysterious crystal. However, Lin Feng had already obtained this mysterious crystal for many years, but Lin Feng had yet to discover any secrets of this mysterious crystal. But now, this mysterious crystal was actually emitting a violent fluctuation. What did this mean? Could it be that the mysterious crystal was related to the unknown and terrifying existence outside? This puzzled Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of creature that was outside was. However, since that unknown and terrifying creature had established a certain connection with his mysterious crystal, he had no choice but to accept it. Lin Feng felt that perhaps he could use the mysterious crystal to find out the identity of that unknown and terrifying existence. Soon, the terrifying existence completely disappeared. After that terrifying existence completely disappeared, Lin Feng discovered that the mysterious crystal was no longer emitting any fluctuations. After seeing this change, Lin Feng was now completely sure of one thing. That was that the mysterious crystal's fluctuations were directly related to that terrifying existence. On the second day, everyone continued to head deeper. They came to the deepest part of this bloody mountain range. There was an incomparably huge tomb in the depths of this bloody mountain range. This tomb covered an area of hundreds of acres. This was only the part above ground. It was very likely that the underground was even larger. After seeing this incomparably huge tomb, everyone revealed an incomparably shocked expression. Could this incomparably huge tomb be the place where the dragon elephant sovereign was buried? However, this tomb didn't have a tombstone, which made everyone extremely puzzled. Without a tombstone, everyone naturally didn't know whose tomb it was. However, since everyone was here to find the place where the dragon elephant sovereign had fallen, then, this should be the tomb of the dragon elephant sovereign. However, there was one thing that made everyone more puzzled. They originally thought that the dragon elephant sovereign had only fallen in this place, but now such a huge tomb had appeared. What was going on? Who built this tomb? Could it be that someone else had built this tomb for the dragon elephant sovereign? If someone else had built this tomb, then who had built this tomb for the dragon elephant sovereign? Of course. There was a certain probability that this tomb was built by the dragon elephant sovereign himself. This was because there were many experts who could roughly sense when their time was coming. Therefore, when their time was about to come, they began to construct a tomb for themselves on a large scale. For example, some emperors of secular empires would build imperial tombs. This was the so-called living tomb. After they died, they could immediately be buried in the ground. True Lord Xianxia took out many things. Then, he and his clansmen began to worship the dragon elephant sovereign. Lin Feng stood at a distance and watched this scene. His heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. The dragon elephant sovereign was his ancestor Jizishu's in-name disciple. Did he really fall here? The demon lord knew who the dragon elephant sovereign was. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the demon lord. Demon lord, do you really think the dragon elephant sovereign is buried here? The demon lord replied, the dragon elephant sovereign was very strong, but the immemorial era was too chaotic. Everyone could have died there. Let's wait until we enter the tomb and take a look. Perhaps we can find some clues. When the time comes, we'll know whether the dragon elephant sovereign really died or was buried here. Lin Feng nodded. At this time, Xianxia said in an incomparably sincere manner, Ancestor Dragon Elephant Sovereign, the ancient dragonesque elephant clan has been passed down for many years. Our bloodline is very thin, and it's difficult for us to return to our ancestral roots. Some methods to awaken our bloodline, as well as some peak inheritances, have been lost for many years. Since our ancestor is buried here, we descendants shouldn't have come to disturb him. However, if our ancestor's spirit is in the heavens, we know that he wouldn't want our ancient dragonesque elephant clan to decline completely. Therefore, we hope to obtain some of the peak inheritances of our ancient dragonesque elephant clan as well as a bloodline baptism method. After saying this, the group of people knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times in front of the tomb. At this time, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. The huge tomb began to shake violently. Seeing this incomparably huge tomb shake violently, everyone's spirits couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that something was about to happen? 15 minutes later, Lin Feng and the others saw that there were actually many cracks on this incomparably huge tomb. Those cracks were rapidly growing. It didn't take long for the entire tomb to completely split open. After seeing the tomb crack open, Lin Feng and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that the sacrifice of True Lord Xianxia and the others had really played a huge role. True Lord Xianxia and the others all stood up. True Lord Xianxia said, everyone, let's go down and take a look. Everyone hurriedly nodded, and then the group of people quickly flew down. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the cursed doll and the broken god, everyone, be careful later. The cursed doll and the broken god nodded. They naturally knew that the opportunity that would appear later was very likely to cause some people to have many other thoughts, and there might even be things like falling out with them. If such a thing really happened, the 3 of them would very likely become the target of others. When the time came, even if True Lord Xianxia wanted to help them, he probably wouldn't have the energy to do so. At this time, they had to rely on themselves. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. This principle would never change. It was very dark below. While everyone was flying down at high speed, suddenly, a scream was heard. Then, everyone looked over. They saw a huge tentacle actually appeared in the darkness. That tentacle directly wrapped around a cultivator. After that cultivator let out a scream, he was instantly sucked dry. What is that? Many cultivators cried out in horror. Many people took out their magic swords and slashed towards the tentacle. One magic sword after another slashed at the tentacle. There was actually a clanging sound of collision. It was as if they were slashing at metal. It's not a tentacle, it's a vine. At this moment, someone said in a deep voice. The others also saw clearly what that thing was. It was indeed not a tentacle, but a vine. Moreover, it was a black vine that flickered with a black luster. It was extremely strange. Moreover, that black vine was densely packed with poisonous thorns. Once a cultivator was entangled, those poisonous thorns would instantly pierce through the skin of the entangled cultivator. Once the skin was pierced, the poison would continuously flow into the cultivator's body. The entangled cultivator would lose their ability to move. At that time, he would die without a burial ground. At this moment, something terrifying happened. The densely packed vines quickly wrapped around the crowd. Yi Xian looked into the distance. The walls of the tomb seemed to be covered with vines and grasses. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of plant this vine grass was. Xianxia said in a low voice, everyone, quickly take out your magic treasures to block the attacks of those vines. Everyone took out their magic treasures to block the attacks of the vines while rushing towards the bottom of the tomb. However, many cultivators were unable to resist the attack of the vines and were directly entangled by them. Those cultivators were quickly sucked dry by the vines. In the end, 260 people made it to the bottom of the tomb. 40 to 50 people were sucked dry by the vines. The surviving cultivators didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly headed deeper into the tomb. Lin Feng realized that the bottom of the grave looked like a gigantic labyrinth. It was surrounded by tall walls. These walls were very strange, because there were countless runes imprinted on them. Those runes emitted an incomparably evil power. After feeling the evil power, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. Was this place really the place where the Dragon Elephant Sovereign fell? Lin Feng felt that the Dragon Elephant Sovereign was a very upright person. With his personality, even if he were to build a tomb, he wouldn't build a tomb that was densely covered with countless evil runes, right? In fact, the Demon Lord also had some doubts. His doubts were exactly the same as Lin Feng's. Of course. If this tomb was built by someone else, then everything could be explained. Everyone walked along the tunnel. There were many tunnels here. They crisscrossed. They walked through the tunnels, but after walking for a long time, they still couldn't find a way out. Damn, this place is so strange. Someone cursed with a gloomy expression. Lin Feng said, this place is set up based on the Hotian 64 trigrams, and it's also fused with some divination techniques. That's why this place has become an extremely complicated maze. It's very easy for people to get lost in it. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Lin Feng's words. Since Lin Feng could see the situation here, he might have a way to lead them out. Empress Xianxia said, Lin Gongzi, since you can see through the mysteries of this place, can you lead us out? Lin Feng nodded and said, everyone, follow me. Then, Lin Feng led everyone through the maze. 2 hours later, Lin Feng discovered something strange. Many murals had appeared on the walls. The murals were all pictures of demons. There were all kinds of demons, and they were so lifelike that they looked like real demons. The sudden appearance of these murals gave everyone a feeling of being caught off guard. Why had so many murals suddenly appeared? This place was too strange. A cultivator looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, Brat, do you have a way to lead us out of here? If you don't have a way to get us out of here, then don't lead us around in circles. Lin Feng had some impression of the cultivator who spoke. He was a cultivator on Sacred Master Myriad Heaven's side. He was an expert in the sage realm, and he was very strong. Fuck, how can you say that? If I lead you out, why are you still acting so arrogant? The cursed doll said coldly. How dare you talk to me like that? You're courting death. The cultivator's expression darkened. Then, a terrifying energy surged out of his body, as if he wanted to attack the cursed doll. Lin Feng sneered. What? You want to fight? Do you really think we're afraid of you? We're all friends. Don't hurt our friendship. True Sovereign Xianxia said in a low voice. They still had to give face to True Sovereign Xianxia, so they stopped opposing each other. Lin Feng continued walking forward. As for whether the others believed him or not, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with them. If they wanted to follow him, then so be it. If they didn't, then Lin Feng wouldn't force them to follow him. When Lin Feng walked forward, the rest of the people also followed. The cultivator on Sacred Lord Myriad Heaven's side had an extremely gloomy expression. This person was called Xianyuanchong. His gaze towards Lin Feng flashed with a trace of coldness from time to time. However, he also followed. Because Sacred Lord Myriad Heavens did not leave, he naturally had to follow him. Lin Feng continued leading everyone through the labyrinth. This place was indeed a bit strange. Lin Feng realized that there were a few times when he was walking on the same path. This was not because Lin Feng had deliberately taken these repetitive paths. It was because he had been affected by this place. With Lin Feng's understanding of formations and restrictions, he had been affected so much. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to get out of this place. Either one had to have an extremely heaven-defying ability that could see through all the illusions here so that they could get out of this place easily, or one had to have some special items that could bring everyone out. But obviously, no one present had that kind of special thing. Then they could only rely on themselves to walk out. However, Lin Feng had taken many wrong steps. He was also trying to gain some experience. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that it shouldn't take too long for them to walk out of this maze. Save me. At this moment, a terrified cry came from behind. Everyone's expression couldn't help but change. Everyone looked over and saw that half of the cultivator's body was embedded in the wall. What's going on? Everyone had an incomprehensible expression on their faces. Two cultivators quickly ran over and grabbed the cultivator's hand, wanting to pull him out. But no matter how hard the two cultivators tried, they were unable to pull the cultivator out of the wall. Moreover, the two cultivators who tried to pull the cultivator out of the wall were also swallowed by the wall. In the blink of an eye, the three cultivators had already disappeared. After seeing this scene, everyone's expression became somewhat unsightly. Isn't this place too strange? It's just a wall, but it can actually swallow three cultivators. What's going on? Everyone came to the side of the wall. Someone took out a magic treasure and bombarded the wall. However, when the magic treasure bombarded the wall did not suffer any damage. The wall itself was too strange. How could an ordinary person deal with it? Look. Someone pointed to a position on the wall. There was a devil painted on the wall at that position. However, there was nothing strange about every wall having a devil painted on it. However, if one observed carefully, one would find that the devil on the wall in front of them seemed to be a little different. The main reason was that the devil's eyes was too strange. That pair of eyes seemed to have a life of its own. After seeing those eyes as eyes, it was easy for people to sink into those eyes. Why are those eyes so evil? Someone said with a solemn expression. Many people nodded in agreement. They also felt that this pair of eyes was too evil. Perhaps. Was the disappearance of the three cultivators related to this devil? Thinking of this, many people's hearts trembled slightly. Lin Feng said, "Don't stay in this place any longer. This place is too strange. If we continue to stay here, it's very likely that some other terrifying things will happen. Later, everyone should form a line of at least 3 people. Don't look at the murals on the wall." Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone nodded. Lin Feng walked forward. Everyone followed closely behind Lin Feng. After about half an hour, Lin Feng finally found the way out. He led everyone forward. Lin Feng saw a glimmer of light. We found the way out. Many people became excited. But at this moment, something strange happened. A large amount of black fog actually spread out in front of them. When the black fog spread out, Lin Feng heard a rumbling sound. It was as if the wall was moving. It seemed to want to block the passage in front. This scene caused everyone's expression to suddenly change. They had finally found a way out. If they were blocked by the wall, then everyone would be trapped in this place again. This place was really strange. Could it be a moving maze? Take out your magic treasure and use it with me to attack the moving wall. Lin Feng shouted loudly. After everyone heard Lin Feng's words, they did not dare to hesitate and took out their magic treasure. One by one, powerful magic treasure flew forward. Because the wall was moving, Lin Feng felt that attacking the moving wall might be able to stop it from blocking the exit. If the wall completely blocked the exit in front, at that time it would be useless to use magic treasure to attack the wall. Of course, this was only Lin Feng's speculation. Using magic treasure to attack the moving wall in front of them, would it be able to stop the wall from blocking the exit? Lin Feng was not particularly sure. A series of violent collisions rang out. When the magic treasure and the wall collided with each other, Lin Feng and the others had already rushed over. They saw that. At this moment, after withstanding the attacks of so many magic treasures, dense cracks had appeared on the wall. But those cracks were quickly repairing. If those cracks were completely repaired, the wall would be able to completely block the exit in front. If the exit was blocked, the maze would inevitably undergo unknown changes. At that time, they would need to find a new way out, so everyone had to seize this opportunity. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, "Everyone, hurry up." Everyone hurriedly nodded, and then the group of people sped up and rushed forward. Lin Feng was the first to rush over. The rest of the people also quickly rushed over. And at this time, the cracks on the wall were completely repaired, and then the wall moved again, sealing the passage. Fortunately, Lin Feng and the others had already come out in advance. After walking out of the passage, a huge underground tomb appeared in front of them. After seeing this underground tomb, many people couldn't help but gasp, because this underground tomb was really too big. It was as big as 300 or 400 acres of land. The entire underground tomb was enveloped by a gigantic dao platform. Above, there were a total of 9 thick chains, one end embedded in the rock wall. On the other end, a coffin was locked. The coffin was suspended in midair. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face suddenly showed a surprised expression. This turned out to be a hanging coffin. Cultivators' tombs rarely had hanging coffins. But there was actually a hanging coffin here. This was too strange. End of chapter. Previously, Lin Feng had learned a lot about the theory of tombs from the unscrupulous Taoist. There were also many taboos about the placement of hanging coffins. Hanging coffins were actually a way of burial that would only be placed in a last resort. Why would a coffin be placed in a hanging coffin? Because of some special reasons. The corpse in the coffin could not absorb the power of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. When the coffin was placed on the ground, it would absorb the power of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. And these powers would eventually flow into the corpse. There was no problem with the power of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, when some corpses absorbed the power of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, there would often be some problems. So at this time it must be separated from the ground. The main thing was to separate the power of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. So, at this time many people thought of building hanging coffins to separate the power of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The coffin suspended in midair was also very particular. The main thing was that the material of the hanging coffin and the chain were very particular. The material of the hanging coffin and the chain needed to avoid the power of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In fact, the coffin suspended in midair was not necessarily a hanging coffin. Whether it was a hanging coffin or not depended on many aspects. The first aspect was that it was suspended in midair as mentioned before. The second condition depended on whether the material of the hanging coffin was a material of the 5 elements. The third condition depended on whether the material of the forging chain was a material of the 5 elements. The reason why Lin Feng judged that the coffin here was a hanging coffin was, of course, based on evidence. Because the coffin here was a crystal coffin, and crystal coffins were made of crystal. And crystal was not a material of the 5 elements. In addition, Lin Feng originally thought that this kind of chain was made of dark iron, but Lin Feng carefully examined it and found that this kind of chain was not made of dark iron, but of an extremely special material. Although Lin Feng did not know what kind of material this special material was, Lin Feng could judge that this material did not belong to the 5 elements. All the conditions met the conditions of a hanging coffin. Therefore, Lin Feng could judge that this coffin was indeed a hanging coffin. When the coffin was set up as a hanging coffin, even if some ominous things might happen, it would never happen again. But what made Lin Feng a little confused was that this coffin was set as a hanging coffin. But why did they use 9 chains to lock this coffin? The number 9 represented the unknown. Cultivators' expressions changed at the mention of this name. The tomb itself should avoid the number 9, but this place used 9 chains to lock the hanging coffin, which made Lin Feng extremely puzzled. If he used 8 chains to lock up the hanging coffin, Lin Feng would not have any doubts. The person who set up the hanging coffin should have known to avoid the number 9, but he still set up 9 chains to lock the coffin. What was his purpose? This was what Lin Feng was curious about. However, the other party should have his own ideas. Let's take down the coffin now, someone said excitedly. The others nodded in agreement. Seeing how enthusiastic these cultivators were, Yi Zichen nodded. Lin Feng knew that even if he explained the stakes, he would not be able to stop everyone. So Lin Feng simply did not say anything else. Just as these people were about to take down the hanging coffin, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from afar. About 300 to 400 cultivators flew over. After seeing these cultivators, many people's faces could not help but become gloomy. The cultivator in the lead was actually 9 tattooed dragon. Everyone had seen this person before in the starry sky world. Who would have thought that this person would chase after them? Nine-tattooed dragon, are you following us? Xianxia's face was very gloomy. Nine-tattooed dragon said with a smile, if you can come here, I can naturally come here too. How can you say that I'm following you? Xianxia snorted coldly and did not say anything else. At this time, Nine-tattooed dragon and the others had already arrived. Even if he said anything else, it would be useless. After seeing Nine-tattooed dragon and the others arrive, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Originally, he expected that Xianxia and the others would very likely have some disputes over the opportunities here. Now, Nine-tattooed dragon led his subordinates here. This would be even more lively. There would definitely be chaos. But at that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from outside. Soon, another few dozen cultivators arrived at this place. Although there were fewer people on the other side, their strength was extremely terrifying. Every single one of them was a peak expert. These cultivators were actually members of the epic Lost clan, otherworldly creatures, and evil spirit warriors from the Mastermind's world. There were about 70 or 80 people in this group, but no one dared to underestimate them. It seemed that today's matter was much more complicated than they had imagined. Xianxia's face turned even gloomier. He had not expected so many members of the epic Lost clan, otherworldly creatures, and evil spirit warriors to come here. He did not know if these people had followed them here like Nine-tattooed dragon and the others. Everyone, since we're all here, let's open the coffin together. One of the members of the epic Lost clan said. The three factions were in a standoff. None of them could absolutely suppress the other two, so they had no choice but to open the coffin together. Then each of us will be responsible for severing 3 chains, Xianxia said. The other cultivators nodded. The cultivators from the other 2 factions also nodded. Then, the cultivators from the 3 factions quickly flew towards the 9 chains. They tried to sever the 9 chains. Clang! Clang! A series of collisions rang out. The 9 chains' defensive power was very strong. After withstanding the attacks of the magic treasures, dense runes appeared on the 9 chains. Those runes were very mysterious. They were also very powerful. It was not an easy task to sever those runes. Many magic treasures were sent flying by the runes when they slashed at them. From this, one could see how tyrannical those runes were. However, there were simply too many cultivators here. Likewise, there were also too many powerful magic treasures here. Although the runes on the 9 chains were very powerful, they were still too powerful. Although the runes were very powerful, in the face of so many cultivators and so many powerful magic treasures, no matter how powerful the chains were, they would not be able to hold on for long. 6 hours later, the 9 chains were severed by the cultivators of the 3 factions. The hanging coffin quickly fell down. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The hanging coffin fell heavily on the Dao platform. End of chapter. After the coffin fell quickly, Li Yunmu's eyes lit up. Many people quickly flew towards the coffin. Lin Feng called out to the cursed doll, the broken god, and goddess Xianxia. The 9 chains were like thorns that pierced Lin Feng's heart, making Lin Feng feel very uncomfortable. Goddess Xianxia looked at Lin Feng suspiciously and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Lin Feng said, "I can't tell what's wrong, but I feel like we should be more careful. Moreover, there are so many people here. Even if there's a fortuitous opportunity, they will fight for it. When the time comes, the person who snatches the fortuitous opportunity first might not be able to truly obtain it. Who knows? Someone who was born later might snatch it away. Therefore, we don't have to be anxious." Goddess Xianxia nodded. Goddess Xianxia told her subordinates not to be in a hurry. The cultivators from the 3 factions were on guard against each other. After all, the fortuitous opportunity here was very likely to be extraordinary. Naturally, they had to be on guard against the other party's dirty tricks. Right now, all 3 factions wanted to open the crystal coffin, but the other 2 factions obviously would not agree to let one of them open it alone. In that case, they could only open the crystal coffin together. After the crystal coffin was opened, if there were really some amazing treasures inside, everyone would fight for it with their own abilities. Whoever was more capable would be able to obtain the treasures inside. True Lord Xianxia said, each faction will send 5 cultivators to open the coffin. What do you all think of my suggestion? The cultivators from the other two factions nodded in agreement. Then, the three factions each sent out 5 cultivators. A total of 15 cultivators arrived outside the crystal coffin. There were 9 chains wrapped around the crystal coffin. These people untied the 9 chains. Once they untied the 9 chains, the crystal coffin was completely exposed in front of everyone. Then, everyone discovered that the crystal coffin didn't have any nails. Although there were no nails, there were many mysterious runes on the surface of the crystal coffin. If they wanted to open the crystal coffin, they had to first crack these mysterious runes. The 15 cultivators used brute force to destroy the runes, and powerful Dharma treasures flew out one after another. Under the control of the 15 cultivators, Dharma treasures suddenly exploded. Those magic treasures suddenly erupted with terrifying power, and then those magic treasures destroyed all the runes on the crystal coffin. Once the runes were destroyed, the crystal coffin could be opened. Many people revealed extremely excited expressions. Many people were already secretly circulating their magic power, ready to snatch the treasures that appeared in the crystal coffin at any time. One could imagine that once the treasures appeared in the crystal coffin, there would definitely be an extremely fierce battle. Who knew how many people would die because of it? The world of the world Dharma treasures. However, the world of cultivators had always been like this. In order to seize all kinds of opportunities, countless people would inevitably die in the process of seizing opportunities. This was also an inevitable thing. The 15 cultivators pushed open the lid of the crystal coffin. Many people looked into the crystal coffin. Then, they saw the specific situation inside the crystal coffin. The first thing they saw were 3 powerful Dharma treasures. Among the 3 Dharma treasures, the starry sky. The second treasure was a skyfrost hammer. The third treasure was a blood-colored saber. The auras emitted by these 3 treasures were extremely terrifying, especially the blood-colored saber. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was actually an ancient weapon. Everyone's heart was burning like fire. He could not wait to take the Scarlet Tyrant saber for himself. Although the other 2 magic treasures were not ancient weapons, their auras were extremely close to ancient weapons. This meant that the 2 magic treasures should be extremely close to ancient weapons. If he could find some opportunities, then he might be able to upgrade the 2 magical treasures to the level of ancient weapons. Apart from the 3 treasures, inside the coffin were a total of 10 storage rings. Those 10 storage rings were all extremely high-grade storage rings. Those storage rings definitely contained a lot of treasures. It was a treasure that could drive anyone crazy. There was even the inheritance of the dragon elephant sovereign. However, there was no corpse in the coffin, which was something that puzzled everyone. There was no corpse. But there were only funerary objects. Could this be a cenotaph? This was the most logical explanation. If it wasn't a cenotaph, then where did the corpse go? Could it have turned into a rainbow and scattered? Of course. Now, no one cared about where the corpse went. The 15 cultivators quickly grabbed the 3 ancient weapons and the 10 storage rings in the crystal coffin. They wanted to snatch these things. They did not give way to each other. They directly engaged in a chaotic battle. The rest of the cultivators also rushed towards the crystal coffin. They also wanted to snatch the treasures inside. But these people also quickly fought with each other. The cultivators of the 3 great powers were locked in a fierce battle. 1 ancient weapon, 2 magic treasures that were extremely close to ancient weapons, and 10 storage rings. The temptation to everyone was too great. Everyone was about to go crazy. They crazily attacked their opponents. They wanted to kill their opponents and then snatch those things. As long as they could snatch one of the treasures, it would be a great opportunity. "Sir, let's go too." The cultivators beside Empress Xianxia said anxiously. They could no longer hold back. Lin Feng said, "It's best to wait a little longer and see if there are any changes. If we don't go now, those treasures will be snatched away by others later." Empress Xianxia also looked hesitant. On one hand, she wanted to listen to Lin Feng's suggestion. On the other hand, she was motivated by benefits. In the end, benefits won out. Empress Xianxia led her people and rushed towards the battlefield. The battle became even more chaotic. The cursed doll was getting restless. It looked at Lin Feng and asked, "What do we do now?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was considering whether or not he should also snatch the treasures. However, Lin Feng had a vague feeling of unease. At that moment, Lin Feng discovered something terrifying. He realized the blood of the dead cultivators had all been absorbed by the Dao platform. When he saw this, Lin Feng's expression became serious. After the Dao platform absorbed the blood, many of the runes on it turned blood red. However, the cultivators in the battle didn't notice this. Such a change was obviously an extremely terrifying thing. Lin Feng felt that he needed to remind these people. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, "Everyone, stop fighting. Quickly take a look." After the runes on the platform absorbed the blood of the dead cultivators, they have turned into blood-red runes. There might be some changes. At this time, the cultivators who were fighting glanced at the blood-red runes on the platform. Many people didn't care about this change at all. After absorbing blood, these runes turned into blood-red runes. Wasn't this a very normal thing? What was there to fuss about? So those people retracted their gazes and continued to snatch the treasures. An ancient weapon, 2 treasures that were infinitely close to ancient weapons, and 10 storage rings. These things were too precious. No one or anything could stop them from snatching these things. One after another, people snatched some treasures. For example, someone snatched a storage ring. But soon after, the cultivator who snatched the storage ring was killed by a group of cultivators. It wasn't easy to obtain these treasures. One had to be strong enough. If one wasn't strong enough, even if they could snatch these treasures. But in the end, these treasures would still be snatched away by others. The battle was extremely intense. Cultivators from these 3 forces were constantly dying. And those blood-red runes on the platform. They were getting stronger and stronger. Those blood-red runes were connected together as if they had their own lives. Those blood-red runes shook out waves of terrifying fluctuations. At this time, an even more terrifying thing happened. The dojo began to tremble. Then, it emitted a destructive aura. He wondered if these changes were related to the blood-colored runes. Kacha cracking sounds were heard. Not long after, the Dao platform was completely shattered. Then, a loud bang was heard. The Dao platform caved in from the middle. Even the crystal coffin fell down. Seeing this scene, many people frowned, but they didn't think too much about it. Inside the crystal coffin, there were also a few storage rings. At the same time, the storage rings also fell to the ground. Many people rushed down to snatch those storage rings. But at this moment, suddenly, an incomparably shrill scream came from below. That scream sounded like it came from a malicious spirit. He didn't know what the people below had experienced. Many people's expressions turned grave. The next moment, endless demonic chi gushed out. The demonic chi churned violently. Inside the devil chi, a towering existence was floating in the air. This cultivator was at least 2 meters tall. It was a middle-aged cultivator. He was wearing a black robe. The aura on his body was terrifying. After seeing this person, everyone felt their hair stand on end. The aura of this existence was too terrifying. Lin Fan had no idea what his cultivation level was. At this moment, he was holding a few storage rings in his hand. Then, he put the storage rings on his hand. "Who are you?" someone asked in a deep voice. Everyone around him stopped fighting. Because they felt that this existence was definitely not to be trifled with. Moreover, everyone was very curious. Who exactly was this existence? Why did it appear from below the Dao platform? Could it be? Many people thought of a possibility. When they thought of that possibility, their hearts couldn't help but skip a beat. The terrifying existence said coldly, "You came to my place of slumber and wanted to snatch my treasures. How dare you ask me who I am?" Sure enough, many people secretly thought. They also guessed this point. Now, they could confirm it. This person was the cultivator buried here. Wasn't he dead? How could he be alive again? However, the person in front of them was a demon cultivator. Not the dragon elephant supreme. Everyone revealed an extremely puzzled expression. True Lord Xianxia said. Isn't this place the burial place of my ancestor, the Dragon Elephant Supreme? The Dragon Elephant Supreme was my lifelong enemy. The terrifying existence said coldly. After hearing his words, Lin Feng's face revealed an astonished expression. This person actually said that he was the lifelong enemy of the Dragon Elephant Supreme. Then, who was this cultivator? Thus, Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord to see if the Demon Lord knew this person. The Demon Lord said, I don't know this person either. After I died, many things happened. The Dragon Elephant Supreme's most glorious years happened after I died. Perhaps he was a great enemy at that time. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. He knew some things about the Dragon Elephant Supreme. At the very beginning, the Dragon Elephant Supreme was just one of the countless overlords of the universe. Many years after his ancestor, Zixu, went to the world of the mastermind. Only then did Draco Elephant Sovereign dominate the starry sky world. Countless overlords of the universe became his subordinates. However, in this world there was no absolute invincible existence. Even someone as powerful as the Dragon Elephant Supreme at that time naturally had many people who could compete with him. For example, the Lord of the 33 Heavens. At that time, the Lord of the 33 Heavens had just inherited the position of the 9th Lord of the 33 Heavens. His strength was also extremely terrifying. There were also other experts, such as the Primal Chaos Xianhuang world, the Underworld, and the Wasteland, who could compete with the Dragon Elephant Supreme. Of course, even if they could compete with the Dragon Elephant Supreme, they wouldn't dare to provoke him. After all, who would want to provoke such a terrifying existence? Xianxia asked. Since you are a great enemy of my ancestor, you must have an extraordinary identity, right? Of course, there's no harm in telling you my identity. I'm the supreme expert of the demon race, Great Purgatory Sky. Great Purgatory Sky? After hearing this name, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. This was because Lin Feng knew that the Great Demon Yu's elder brother was called the Great Demon Sky. In the past, he was also an extremely terrifying and heaven-defying existence. He had caused a huge massacre. He had almost ruled the universe. This person in front of him was called the Great Purgatory Sky. Was he related to the Great Demon Sky? Both of them belonged to the demon race. Could they be from the same race? If he thought about it carefully, there might be such a possibility. This was because the cultivator's aura was somewhat similar to the Great Demon Yu's aura. However, Lin Feng couldn't be sure if they were from the same race. Regardless of whether they were from the same race, the fact that this person was able to become the lifelong enemy of the Dragon Elephant Supreme showed how terrifying he was. Now that this person had appeared, Lin Feng felt that the situation was extremely bad. Cultivators of the demon race were not kind-hearted people. And many people muttered to themselves. This was because they had never heard of this name before. After all, he was an expert from countless years ago. In this era, it was normal for him not to be famous. Who took my treasures? Now, hand over my treasure. Great Purgatory Sky said coldly. The treasures mentioned by Great Purgatory Sky included the ancient weapon, 2 treasures that were infinitely close to ancient weapons, and a few storage rings. However, Lin Feng didn't know who had them. Great Purgatory Sky wanted those people to hand over the items that originally belonged to him. Many people sneered. They naturally wouldn't hand them over just because Great Purgatory Sky wanted them. After all, they had the advantage in numbers. Great Purgatory Sky might be strong, but they weren't afraid of him. Xianxia looked at Great Purgatory Sky and asked, "Why are you here in the burial ground of my ancestor, Dracophant Sovereign?" Great Purgatory Sky said indifferently, "Because this grave was built for me by Dracophant Sovereign." What? Built for you? True Lord Xianxia's face was filled with disbelief. Great Purgatory Sky said, "At first, Dracophant Sovereign built this grave for himself, but he didn't succeed. I was robbed, so he changed the layout of this grave and buried me here. That's why I said that this grave was built for me by Dracophant Sovereign. Aren't you my ancestor, Dracophant Sovereign's lifelong enemy? If you're his lifelong enemy, why did he bury you here?" Xianxia asked curiously. Great Purgatory Sky said, "So what if I'm his lifelong enemy? Most of the time, only true enemies can understand each other. It's because of this understanding that they respect each other more. Great Purgatory Sky's words made sense. Sometimes, enemies were lifelong enemies. In a sense, they could be considered lifelong friends. Great Purgatory Sky was Dracophant's sovereign's enemy, and either one of them died. However, after Great Purgatory Sky died, Dracophant's sovereign collected his corpse. He even built this grave for him. Xianxia fell silent. Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. If Dracophant's sovereign wasn't buried here, then where did he go? Could it be that Draconic Elephant's sovereign didn't fall? After all, no one had seen the corpse of the Dracophant sovereign, so they couldn't tell if the Dracophant sovereign had really fallen. If the Draconic Elephant sovereign had not fallen, it was also a very likely thing. I'll say it again, hand over my treasure. Great Hell Sky said coldly. The cultivators who obtained the treasures did not pay any attention to the Great Prison Sky. Great Hell God's eyes were filled with killing intent. He began to recite the incantation, and as soon as he finished his incantation, the incantation began. A few treasures. All of them flew out from the storage rings of the cultivators. After those treasures flew out, a cultivator who had originally obtained a treasure. He didn't know what kind of attack it had suffered. His physical body crumbled. He died on the spot. After seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but gasp. Wasn't the means displayed by the Great Hell Sky a little too terrifying, this person's strength? It made people turn pale with fright. However, everyone soon calmed down. This was because the three forces had the advantage in numbers. There was no need to be afraid of the Great Hell Sky. We have so many people, there's no need to be afraid of him at all. We can definitely kill him if we work together. A cultivator said in a deep voice. The others nodded. Then, these cultivators began to besiege the Great Hell Sky. Because about 150 cultivators had died before, there were now more than 500 cultivators from the three forces. The key was that these 500 cultivators were all experts. There were many cultivators in the Sage Realm, and a few who were almost beyond the Sage Realm. With so many experts working together, the strength they displayed was definitely extremely terrifying. Therefore, with so many experts working together to deal with the Great Hell Sky, it was hard to say how this battle would turn out. Lin Feng stood in the distance and watched the battle. He had no interest in participating in this battle. All kinds of powerful Dharma treasures and divine powers were already in front of the Great Hell Sky. However, the Great Hell Sky was really too powerful. He was holding an ancient weapon supreme treasure in his hand. At his level of cultivation, he was already able to release the power of an ancient weapon supreme treasure. Lin Feng felt that it shouldn't be a problem to release 70 to 80% of its power. Therefore, when he activated the ancient weapon supreme treasure, that ancient weapon suddenly erupted with an incomparably shocking power. Powerful Dharma treasures collided with the ancient weapon supreme treasure in his hand. One by one, the Dharma treasures were destroyed by the ancient weapon supreme treasure. The Great Hell Sky's attacks were as fast as lightning. There were so many Dharma treasures, but none of them could kill the Great Hell Sky. They were all destroyed by the Great Hell Sky's ancient weapon supreme treasure. The divine powers bombarded the Great Hell Sky. However, they were blocked by the runes that appeared on the Great Hell Sky's body. The runes were too powerful and terrifying. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the Great Hell Sky was when he was at his peak. The Great Hell Sky rushed into the crowd. With the ancient weapon in his hand, he swept out with every attack. He could kill several powerful cultivators. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Although the surrounding cultivators were extremely powerful, they couldn't resist the Great Hell Sky's attacks at all. At this point, everyone knew. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they couldn't do anything to the Great Hell Sky. Many of them wanted to escape. The Great Hell Sky sneered, "None of you can escape today. I'm going to devour your flesh and soul to improve my cultivation." The Great Hell Sky started a massacre. A large number of cultivators were killed by the Great Hell Sky. Then, the flesh and soul of those cultivators were all devoured by the Great Hell Sky. After devouring the flesh and soul of those cultivators, the Great Hell Sky's strength increased tremendously. The Great Hell Sky's current state was rather strange. Chief Lin felt that he was like a corpse. However, he didn't seem to be a corpse. This was what Lin Feng was puzzled about. So now, Lin Feng was guessing. The great hell sky should be in a half-corpse, half-human state. How did such a state come about? Could it be related to this Tao platform? The great hell sky must have fallen back then, but because of this Tao platform. All these years. Some strange changes had happened in this place. That was why the great hell sky was in this half-corpse, half-human state. Lin Feng and the others didn't dare to stay here. Then, he quickly rushed outside. The cultivators of the three major forces also fled outside. But at this moment, the great hell sky immediately brought out a domain. This domain was created by the great hell sky. It was called the Great Hell Domain. After this domain appeared, it enveloped everyone. This domain was like a purgatory world. It was filled with the aura of death. He was trapped in this domain. It was simply hopeless. End of chapter. Some cultivators could condense a small world that was extremely powerful. The laws of the small world were more complete. The domain could evolve into a small world. However, many cultivators did not evolve their domain into a small world. This was because the small world consumed a lot of their dermic powers. When the domain was activated, it would consume a lot less dermic powers. Most importantly, the domain could be retracted and released freely. When it was truly used, it was much more convenient than a small world. This was also the reason why many cultivators preferred to use their domain to fight against their enemies instead of using a small world. They were swallowed into the domain. Lin Feng knew that they were in trouble. Although the great hell sky was only in a half-human state, his cultivation level was extremely terrifying. Moreover, he used his domain to trap everyone. Obviously, he wanted to catch them in a jar. Therefore, it was easy for the great hell sky to capture everyone. At this moment, a cultivator on Tianxiang's side shouted in horror, "We are the descendants of the Dracophant Supreme. Back then, our ancestor buried you. If it wasn't for our ancestor, you wouldn't have been able to survive the tribulation. Can you spare us for our ancestor's sake?" The great hell sky sneered and said, "I have some connections with your ancestor, but I have nothing to do with you. So, why should I spare you?" One had to admit that the great hell sky had no human feelings at all. Because the words of the Dracophant Supreme's descendant made a lot of sense. If it wasn't for the Dracophant Supreme's pride, how could the great hell sky survive the tribulation? Although this world was cruel, it still cared about human feelings. Therefore, the great hell sky spared the Dracophant Supreme's descendant. It should be a reasonable thing to do. However, the great hell sky did not think so. In his opinion, everyone was a target for him to devour. Everyone was just nourishment for him to improve his cultivation level. Cultivators were constantly killed by the great hell sky and instantly turned into dried corpses. As the great hell sky absorbed more and more flesh and essence, the great hell sky's cultivation level recovered faster and faster. Lin Feng's face was extremely gloomy. The current situation was indeed very bad. If this continued, everyone would die in this place. But how could he break the great hell god's domain? Lin Feng could feel how terrifying this domain was. It was very difficult to break through such a terrifying domain. Therefore, trying to crack such a domain was more or less a pipe dream. However, Lin Feng still wanted to give it a try. Maybe he could break this domain. Lin Feng thought of many methods, such as using ancient weapons to try and break through the great hell sky's domain. However, Lin Feng felt that ancient weapons might not be able to break through great hell sky's domain. If the ancient weapons were unable to break through the domain of the great purgatory sky, then, by then, it would definitely attract the attention of the great hell sky. The great hell sky had not noticed him yet. If he could break the great hell sky's territory with the ancient weapon, it would be fine. If he could not break it, the great hell sky would definitely come after him. Therefore, there was only one chance. If he failed, the situation would be extremely bad. It was precisely because of this that Lin Feng had to be very careful when choosing a method. Lin Feng thought of many methods. In the end, Lin Feng felt that using the Great Fate technique was more reliable. After all, the Great Fate technique was indeed very powerful. Lin Feng began to recite the incantation for the Great Fate technique. The great path of fate, an evil creature has descended into the world. He is slaughtering those innocent people. Please descend the power of fate. Let me break through his domain. I will save those innocent people and let them escape. When Lin Feng's voice fell, the powerful power of fate suddenly surged out. Lin Feng condensed the power of fate into a sword of fate. The sword of fate was activated by Lin Feng and slashed towards the edge of the domain. The sword of fate slashed at the edge of the domain. Suddenly, the domain condensed by the great hell sky was torn apart by the sword of fate that Lin Feng condensed with the power of fate. After seeing this, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a look of surprise. Hurry up and leave. Lin Feng shouted loudly. He quickly rushed out. Lin Feng was the first to rush out. Many people also rushed out of the domain. After seeing this, the great hell sky's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. The great hell sky immediately locked onto Lin Feng. Boy! You're courting death. The great hell sky shouted angrily. The domain that he condensed was broken by Lin Feng. This was not as simple as breaking the domain, nor was it as simple as letting these people go. The most important thing was that the great hell sky felt endless shame. The great hell sky was extremely arrogant. In his eyes, who was his opponent? His opponent was someone like Sovereign Draconic Elephant. Lin Feng, a young human cultivator, actually broke the domain condensed by him. Even if the great hell sky's current strength was far from his peak, he still could not accept this. The great hell sky quickly chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not help but feel a little depressed. He was targeted by the great hell sky. This was going to be troublesome. It was not easy to get rid of the great hell sky. However, Lin Feng had already thought of a way. He asked the cursed doll, the broken god, to wait for him outside. Then, Lin Feng quickly rushed in the direction of the maze. The great hell sky ignored the rest and chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng rushed into the maze. The great purgatory sky followed closely behind and rushed into the maze. Lin Feng knew that there was a way out of the Dao platform, but Lin Feng did not choose to go there. Lin Feng knew that it was difficult to get rid of the great hell sky in that place. However, this maze was very special. Perhaps he could use this maze to get rid of the great hell sky. After all, when he first came in, Lin Feng walked for a long time in the labyrinth. He understood the labyrinth quite well. The great hell sky was different. Although the great hell sky was extremely powerful, his attainments in array formations were not necessarily higher than Lin Feng's. Moreover, the great hell sky was brought here by Dragon Elephant Supreme after his death. Therefore, he was not familiar with this maze at all. The great hell sky's face was full of murderous intent. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, there's no need to run. You can't escape at all. Today, I will cut you into pieces." Lin Feng sneered, "You want to cut me into pieces with your little ability? Are you trying to puff yourself up at your own cost? Don't you feel ashamed saying such things?" After hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, the arrogant great hell sky trembled with anger. He gritted his teeth and wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. The great purgatory sky said coldly, "Kid, I realize that your strength isn't much, but your mouth is really vicious. But it doesn't matter. I won't argue with you, and there's no need for me to argue with you. Once I catch you, I'd like to see what kind of expression you'll have on your face." Lin Feng sneered. "You think you can catch me? Why don't you take a good look at your own strength? How dare you say something like that?" The corner of the great purgatory sky's mouth twitched. He felt that he should be the one saying those words to Lin Feng. Instead, it was Lin Feng who was mocking him for his weak cultivation. How could this guy be so thick-skinned? The great purgatory sky had seen all kinds of people, but he had never seen someone as thick-skinned as Lin Feng. A shameless person was invincible in the world. That saying, the great purgatory sky finally learned it today. The great purgatory sky increased his speed, trying to catch up to Lin Feng as soon as possible. However, the great purgatory sky realized that he couldn't catch up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's speed was too fast, so fast that the great purgatory sky found it unbelievable. In addition, Lin Feng was very familiar with this place, so it was even more impossible for the great purgatory sky to catch up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng led the great purgatory sky in circles around the maze. The great purgatory sky's expression was extremely gloomy. Lin Feng glanced at the great purgatory sky and asked, "Great purgatory sky, do you know the great devil sky?" The great purgatory sky frowned when he heard Lin Feng's question. The great purgatory sky frowned slightly and asked, "Why are you asking?" Lin Feng said, "Purely out of curiosity." The great purgatory sky said, "He's an ancestor of my clan." Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself. Just as he had guessed, the great purgatory sky and the great devil sky were cultivators of the same clan. "Between you and the great devil sky, who is stronger?" Lin Feng asked. The great purgatory sky said, "That's hard to say. Before I was born, the great devil sky was the strongest cultivator of my clan. After I was born, my strength should be close to catching up to the great devil skies. However, we're not from the same era, so there's no way to determine who's the winner." Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything else. He sped up. The distance between Lin Feng and Great Hell Sky gradually widened. The Great Purgatory Skies. The Great Purgatory Sky kept his speed was. But he wasn't as fast as Lin Feng, and on top of that, it was easy to get lost in the labyrinth. The reason why it was so easy to get lost in the labyrinth was because of the strength of the labyrinth. It could easily affect a cultivator's thinking. When the cultivator's thoughts were affected. Ace Purgatory Sky. Purgatory him s, teased it est have t great Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Lin Feng then began to look for a way out of the maze. But at that moment, Lin Feng noticed that one of the walls was moving quickly. Then, the wall blocked his way out. After seeing this strange scene, Xianxia was shocked. Lin Feng's face was filled with confusion. He didn't know why the wall was blocking his way out. There was something fishy about all of this. Lin Feng quickly turned around and walked in another direction. However, he didn't walk for long. The wall moved quickly again, blocking Lin Feng's way out. "Damn, am I seeing a ghost?" Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in frustration. His brows were tightly knitted together. He then walked towards another tunnel. But the wall still blocked Lin Feng's way out. "Is this wall a spirit?" Lin Feng muttered to himself. At the same time, he felt uneasy. He summoned the Pangu axe. He held the Pangu axe in his hand and chopped at the wall. The heavy axe struck the wall with great force. All the power was absorbed by the wall. Lin Feng stopped and didn't continue to attack the wall. Lin Feng observed carefully and found that this wall was different from the other walls. There weren't any murals of devils on this wall. In addition, the runes on this wall seemed to be very different from the other walls. This wall was different. But what was going on with this wall? What secret was it hiding? Lin Feng didn't know. "Demon Lord, what do you think is going on with this wall?" Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord frowned slightly. This wall was indeed too strange. The Demon Lord thought for a moment and said, "Since attacking this wall doesn't have any effect, try to see if you can form a special connection with it. If you can form a special connection, you might be able to discover the secret of this wall." Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. He tried to sense the wall. When Lin Feng's divine sense fused with the wall, suddenly, a terrifying devouring power enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression changed. He quickly ran away. But it was too late for him to leave. Lin Feng was swallowed by the wall. When Lin Feng was swallowed by the wall, Lin Feng found himself in a dark space. This dark space was very quiet. There was no sound at all, but this kind of silence made people feel irritated. "What is this place?" Lin Feng's expression was a bit gloomy. He was actually swallowed by a wall. And he still didn't know what kind of place this was. No one answered Lin Feng's question. Because he was the only one in this place. Lin Feng flew in this dark world. But this dark world seemed to have no end, and he couldn't find a way out of this place. This made Lin Feng's eyebrows tightly knit together. Lin Feng thought. If he wanted to find a way out, he couldn't be so blind. He landed. Then he sat down cross-legged. Lin Feng tried to have an epiphany here. He wanted to see if he could comprehend anything special. Lin Feng's divine sense quickly spread out in this dark world. Slowly, it merged with this dark world. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng suddenly discovered that not far away, a cultivator had appeared. He couldn't see what that cultivator looked like, but he could see his movements. That cultivator was trying to deduce a powerful spell. End of chapter. Who is this? Could it be the Dracophant Supreme? Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. The reason why he could tell that this existence was the Dracophant Supreme was because the technique he was evolving was the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. The immemorial dragonesque elephant art was a technique created by the Dracophant Supreme. Therefore, after seeing this existence evolving the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, Lin Feng's face was extremely shocked. Lin Feng quickly came back to his senses. His face revealed a look of ecstasy. Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on the existence evolving the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Evolving the immemorial dragonesque elephant art was a long process. During the process, various deductions were needed to confirm the correct cultivation technique. Lin Feng remembered every process, remembered the wrong technique, and also remembered the correct technique. What surprised Lin Feng was that the immemorial dragonesque elephant art had a total of 9 levels. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly because the word 9 was unknown. And it was full of evil. Therefore, he was more sensitive to this word. The word 10 meant the perfected great Tao. Therefore, every realm was divided into 10 small realms. This made sense. Lin Feng felt that the immemorial dragonesque elephant art should have a 10th level. Perhaps, the inheritance in this place only reached the 9th level, or, back then, the Dracophant Supreme only created the 9th level of the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. He couldn't create the 10th level of the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. What was the exact situation? Lin Feng wasn't particularly clear. After Lin Feng remembered the cultivation technique of the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, the world spun and Lin Feng found himself thrown out by the wall. Lin Feng came to the outside world. He was still in the passage. The moving wall quickly disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng's face was full of joy. He actually obtained the cultivation technique of the last 4 levels of the immemorial dragonesque elephant art here. This kind of harvest already made Lin Feng extremely satisfied. Lin Feng didn't stay any longer. He quickly rushed outside. Lin Feng had just turned into a passageway when he met Great Purgatory Sky, who had been chasing after him. After seeing the Great Hell Sky, Lin Feng could not help but feel a little depressed. Great Hell Sky's eyes lit up. Originally, the Great Purgatory General had lost track of Lin Feng. The Great Purgatory Sky was extremely depressed. Furthermore, the fact that Great Hell Sky was trapped in the maze made his mood even worse. However, Great Hell Sky did not expect to run into Lin Feng. The Great Purgatory Sky attacked Lin Feng without hesitation. The Great Hell Sky's attack was naturally extremely terrifying. After being enveloped by the Great Hell Sky's attack, Lin Feng immediately felt a huge amount of pressure. However, Lin Feng did not choose to confront him directly. Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. Lin Feng instantly disappeared. The Great Hell Sky's attack hit nothing but air. After witnessing this scene, the Great Hell Sky's face darkened even more. At this moment, Lin Feng appeared 300 meters away. Lin Feng dashed into the distance. "Kid! Don't you dare run!" The Great Hell Sky roared with a gloomy expression. After chasing for such a long time, he still could not catch up with Lin Feng. After meeting up with Lin Feng, he wanted to kill Lin Feng by surprise. However, Lin Feng managed to evade his attack. For the Great Hell Sky, this was a great humiliation. The Great Hell Sky had never encountered such a humiliating situation. Back in the day, the Great Hell Sky was an extremely powerful existence. He could kill whoever he wanted. However, facing such a young human today, he could not believe that he would feel so humiliated. The Great Hell Sky was about to go crazy. This was also the direct reason why the Great Hell Sky lost his composure. The Great Hell Sky chased after Lin Feng relentlessly. Lin Feng could not be bothered with the Great Hell Sky. He shook off the Great Hell Sky once again. After shaking off the great hell sky, Lin Feng left the maze and flew upwards. When he arrived outside, Lin Feng realized that the rest of the people had not come out yet. He did not know what they were doing. Lin Feng waited for the cursed doll, the broken god, and the others in the forest. Not long after, someone quickly rushed out of the crowd. Lin Feng realized that it was the cursed doll and the broken god. After they rushed out, many cultivators also rushed out one after another. Those cultivators were chasing after the two of them. They did not know what the two of them had obtained. They had actually attracted the pursuit of so many cultivators. Lin Feng dashed out of the forest and shouted, "Over here!" After seeing Lin Feng, the cursed doll and the broken god quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. The three of them gathered together and quickly flew into the distance. There were already more than 100 cultivators behind them. The cultivators roared in exasperation, "Leave the things behind." The cursed doll cursed loudly, "Leave your ass." The three of them successfully shook off the cultivators behind them. Lin Feng asked, "What happened? Why are there so many people chasing after you?" The cursed doll said, "After you lured the great hell sky away, we did not return the way we came. After all, the maze was too scary, so we looked for another way out. While we were looking for a way out, we found something left behind by the Draco Elephant Supreme." "You found something left behind by the Draco Elephant Supreme?" Lin Feng looked surprised. The cursed doll nodded and said, "When the Draco Elephant Supreme left this place, he probably felt that he would not be able to come back. So, he left behind many treasures. Many people fought each other to get those treasures, and the casualties were extremely heavy. The broken god and I were lucky and managed to get some good things." "What did you snatch?" Lin Feng asked curiously. The broken god took out a set of armor. When he saw the armor, Lin Feng looked extremely shocked. That armor was actually a quasi-ancient army-grade armor. This kind of defensive armor was an extremely rare treasure. After all, Lin Feng's ruler's armor was also a treasure of this level. It was obvious how precious this armor was. The cursed doll said, "You won't be able to guess what I got." "What did you get?" Lin Feng asked curiously. The cursed doll did not keep him in suspense. It took out the item it had obtained. Lin Feng realized, the cursed doll had obtained a piece of wood. The wood had an extremely powerful curse power lingering around it. When he saw the piece of wood, Lin Feng looked surprised. He could sense the wood. It was very similar to the cursed wood that the cursed doll had mentioned earlier. "This piece of wood is the legendary cursed wood. I didn't expect to find the treasure I've been looking for so long in this place. Apart from these things, we also found something extremely useful to you." "What is it?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he could not help but ask curiously. End of chapter. The cursed doll said, "It's called the 9 Heavens Immortal Water." "What's the 9 Heavens Immortal Water?" Lin Feng didn't understand. He had heard of many treasures, but Lin Feng didn't understand. However, this was the first time he had heard of something like the 9 Heavens Immortal Water. However, judging from the name, the 9 Heavens Immortal Water should be a very precious treasure. The cursed doll said, "The 9 Heavens Immortal Water is a supreme treasure born in the 9th heavenly layer of the 33 heavenly layers. This treasure is quite special. It contains powerful immortal energy, but it also has an extremely powerful divine energy. Hence, it's called the 9 Heavens Immortal Water. The energy in the 9 Heavens Immortal Water is extremely pure. Once it's refined, it can greatly improve a cultivator's cultivation." After hearing the cursed doll's words, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. If that was the case, the 9 Heavens Immortal Water should be a treasure that could greatly improve a cultivator's cultivation, right? Lin Feng had always wanted to find something special to improve his cultivation. In the past, he hadn't been able to find any treasures that could improve his cultivation. Moreover, he hadn't had the time to look for them. After all, he had been targeted by the great purgatory sky. However, he hadn't expected the cursed doll to have obtained a treasure like the 9 Heavens Immortal Water. The 9 Heavens Immortal Water's effects must be amazing. The cursed doll took out a black cauldron filled with the 9 Heavens Immortal Water. Back then, many people were fighting for the 9 Heavens Immortal Water. The broken god and I worked together and managed to snatch it. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he put the cauldron away. Lin Feng didn't thank the cursed doll. If he did, it would make him seem like a stranger. The cursed doll couldn't wait to refine the cursed wood so that it could complete the evolution of its life force. Broken God, on the other hand, was thinking about refining the armor. His cultivation was strong. If he could refine that armor, he would be able to do so. At that time, the increase in his overall combat strength would be unimaginable. For example, the reason why Lin Feng was so powerful was because he had refined the ruler's armor. After all, a powerful defensive treasure could play a critical role in many situations. He could even turn the tide of the battle. Lin Feng was also in a hurry to refine the Nine Heavens Immortal God Water. There was quite a lot of Nine Heavens Immortal Divine Water here. He wondered how many levels it could raise his cultivation base. Therefore, the three of them did not linger and quickly left this place. Then, the three of them found a secluded cave. Lin Feng set up a concealment restriction outside the hidden cave. They immediately went into seclusion. Lin Feng took out the Nine Heavens Immortal God Water. He began to devour the Immortal God Water. The Nine Heavens Immortal God Water was completely transformed into pure energy. Devoured by Lin Feng. As the energy of the Nine Heavens Immortal God Water was gradually absorbed by Lin Feng, Lin Feng's cultivation was also constantly rising. Lin Feng was a cultivator of the first celestial layer. Soon, Lin Feng's cultivation base rose to the second heavenly layer saint. And this was just the beginning. As a large amount of Nine Heavens Immortal God Water was refined, Lin Feng's cultivation base continued to rise. Not long after, Lin Feng's cultivation base rose to the third heavenly layer saint. However, there was still a lot of Nine Heavens Immortal God Water. Lin Feng continued to refine the Nine Heavens Immortal God Water. His cultivation base soon broke through again. Lin Feng successfully broke through to the fourth heavenly layer saint. After reaching the fourth heavenly layer pericelestial, Lin Feng's cultivation base was still rising. After refining all the Nine Heavens Immortal God Water, his cultivation base rose to the peak of the fourth heavenly layer saint. He was only a step away from breaking through to the fifth heavenly layer saint. Unfortunately, there was no more Nine Heavens Immortal God Water. If there was still some Nine Heavens Immortal God Water, then Lin Feng could use it to break through to the fifth heavenly layer saint. If he could break through to the fifth heavenly layer saint, his combat strength would increase by a lot. However, to be able to break through 3 levels in a row and reach the peak of the fourth heavenly layer saint, Lin Feng was very satisfied with this breakthrough. Apart from the increase in his cultivation base, Lin Feng discovered that his soul realm had also increased greatly. After Lin Feng's consecutive breakthroughs, his soul realm had increased by a lot. In addition to this breakthrough, Lin Feng's soul realm had increased by a lot. Lin Feng's soul realm had broken through to the fifth heavenly layer saint realm, the Tao Saint realm. Lin Feng had 1 primary primordial spirit and 6 secondary primordial spirits. Therefore, his soul power was 7 times stronger than other cultivators of the same level. Therefore, those first heavenly layer Tao Saint cultivators were too weak compared to Lin Feng's soul power. Lin Feng's body had also completed its transformation. His body had also reached the Tao Saint level. Lin Feng sensed his body's condition and was quite satisfied. Then, Lin Feng began to familiarize himself with the increase in his combat strength after the breakthrough. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill was activated and powerful magic power flowed continuously in his body, nourishing Lin Feng's body. One day later, Lin Feng opened his eyes. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, the cursed doll was still in seclusion. However, the broken god had already come out. Lin Feng and the broken god patiently waited for the cursed doll to come out. Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The cursed doll had successfully refined the cursed wood. An extremely terrifying aura surged out of the cursed doll's body. The cursed doll was about to complete its transformation. Once the transformation was successful, the cursed doll's level of life would undergo an earth-shattering change. This was an extremely important matter for the cursed doll. The cursed doll opened its eyes and quickly flew out of the cave where it was in seclusion. The cursed doll began to absorb the energy between heaven and earth. It was an extremely special energy. All the special energy surged into the cursed doll's body. The cursed doll's breakthrough did not attract the lightning tribulation. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that the cursed doll was a special life form. After absorbing the special energy for a day and a night, the cursed doll finally completed its transformation. Lin Feng was shocked to discover that after the cursed doll's level of life had completed its transformation, he had stepped into the Saint Realm. However, the cursed doll's cultivation base was not at the Saint Realm. It was at the third level of the Saint Realm, the Great Saint Realm. It seemed that the cursed doll had undergone a transformation this time. The benefits it brought to him were too great. The cursed doll asked, "What should we do next? Should we leave this place or continue to explore?" Lin Feng said, "Didn't Empress Xianxia say that she knew of a secret place? There should be many opportunities there. Let's go look for her." "All right." The cursed doll and the broken god nodded. Lin Feng asked, "Did you see Empress Xianxia before you came out?" The cursed doll and the broken god shook their heads. The cursed doll said, "Because there were several passages that led to the exit. There should be opportunities in those passages. I'm guessing that Empress Xianxia is fighting for the opportunities in one of the passages." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Then let's look around and see if we can find Empress Xianxia. If we can't find her, we can look for other opportunities here." The cursed doll and the broken god nodded. This broken world was huge. There should be many opportunities here, so they might be able to find some amazing opportunities here. The three of them chose a direction and quickly flew over. The next day, Lin Feng and the others rested in a mountain forest. At that moment, they heard the sounds of an intense battle in the distance. When Lin Feng and the others heard the sound of fighting, they quickly moved towards the source of the sound. When they arrived at the scene of the battle, Lin Feng and the other two were astonished. There were two groups of cultivators fighting, and one of them was Empress Qianqi's group. The other group of cultivators was the Lost Epic Clan, the other domain, and the Mastermind's world. The cultivators from these three groups were very powerful. There were more than 30 people in total. Empress Qianqi's group had around 70 to 80 people. Although there was a large difference in numbers, Empress Qianqi's group did not have any advantage. This was mainly because the other side's cultivators were too strong. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Neither side could do anything to the other. Next, Lin Feng discovered something. There was a treasure floating in the air. The treasure was fixed in the air. That treasure was a golden ball of light. As for what was inside the golden ball of light, it was still unknown. Clearly, these people were fighting. It was all for that golden ball of light. After seeing the golden light, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. He felt that the thing inside the golden ball of light was definitely extraordinary. He didn't know what it was. The cursed doll traveled through the void and arrived before the golden ball of light. Then, he put the golden ball of light into his storage ring. Seeing the cursed doll suddenly appear and collect the treasure, Empress Qianxia could not help but smile bitterly. Since the cursed doll was one of Lin Feng's people and had been taken away by Lin Feng and the others, she did not want to fall out with Lin Feng and the others. As for the lost races of the epic, the foreign creatures, and the creatures from the world of the mastermind, their expressions became extremely gloomy. A cultivator from the epic lost race said furiously, "Hurry up and hand it over, or you'll die a horrible death." "You think you can do that?" The cursed doll had a disdainful expression. Lin Feng and the shattered god stepped forward. The three of them also joined the battle. The three of them were very strong. Therefore, when they joined the battle, the strength of Empress Qianqi's side increased greatly. The lost races of the epic, the foreign creatures, and the creatures from the world of the mastermind were constantly being killed. Not long after, Empress Qianqi's side had lost more than 10 experts. There were still about 20 people left. When they saw this, their expressions became gloomy. These cultivators knew that it was basically impossible to deal with Lin Feng and the others. If the battle continued, they would definitely be wiped out. Therefore, these cultivators did not continue to fight with Lin Feng and the others. Instead, they quickly fled into the distance. These people were very strong, so if they wanted to escape, it would not be easy to stop them. Lin Feng and the others did not chase after these people. The cursed doll took out the treasure. The golden energy outside the golden ball of light gradually disappeared, and the item inside the golden ball of light appeared before everyone's eyes. It was actually a golden ball of light. The golden ball of light was not a magic treasure. The cursed doll glanced at it and said, "It seems like something is sealed inside," said Lin Feng. "Alright, open it," said Lin Feng. The cursed doll opened the golden ball of light. When the golden ball of light was opened, they saw a pair of wings fly out. When they saw the pair of wings, everyone revealed an extremely shocked expression because it was a pair of golden wings. Moreover, the aura emitted by the golden wings was extremely terrifying. The golden wings should have an extremely strong offensive power. Moreover, it seemed like they could be refined by cultivators. In addition to having a strong offensive power, they could also be used as flying wings. Once activated, one's speed would increase explosively. However, this item was not very attractive to Lin Feng. The cursed doll was clearly disappointed, as it had no use for this item. The shattered god was even less interested. When Empress Xianxia saw the treasure, she seemed to be very interested. Empress Xianxia said, "Can you sell this to me? I can exchange it with something of equivalent value." Lin Feng said, "Since you like it, you can use it. There's no need to be so polite. Are you really giving it to me? After all, it's something that you snatched." Empress Xianxia said. Although this item was valuable, Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and the shattered god had no use for it. Giving it to Empress Xianxia could be considered a small favor. Moreover, they still had to follow Empress Xianxia to that secret place. When the time came, they might be able to obtain some great opportunities. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I said that I'm giving it to you, so I'm giving it to you." Empress Xianxia looked deeply at Lin Feng. She put away the pair of golden wings. Then, she said, "Let's find a place to rest first. Tomorrow, we'll set off to the place I told you about." Lin Feng and the others nodded, and then everyone found a place to rest. The next day, Lin Feng and the others set off to the place that Empress Xianxia had told them about. On the way there, only then did Lin Feng find out. It turned out that this broken world was not as simple as just one level. In fact, this world had a total of 5 levels. They were currently in the first level. The secret place that Empress Xianxia had mentioned was in the second level. Lin Feng looked at Empress Xianxia and asked, "Who was the one who left this secret area behind?" Empress Xianxia replied, "I'm not too sure, but it's said that this secret area is related to the experts of the Absolute Beginning Era. That's why this secret area is extremely ancient." After hearing Empress Xianxia's words, a look of shock appeared on Lin Feng's face. It was actually related to the experts of the Absolute Beginning Era. It had been a long time since the Absolute Beginning Era, and the living beings of that era were all Xiantian life forms. The strength of Xiantian life forms was unimaginable. If they could really find something left behind by the experts of the Absolute Beginning Era, the rewards would be huge. If they wanted to enter the second layer of the broken world, they would need to find some large cracks or passages. These places could lead them to the second layer of the broken world. After searching for a day, Lin Feng and the others found a large crack. It was the kind that led to the underground world. They stood outside the crack and observed it. Powerful demonic qi spewed out from the crack. The demonic qi contained an extremely terrifying aura. After sensing the terrifying aura of the demonic qi, many people's hearts trembled. Many people couldn't help but shudder. This place was not simple at all. There could be hidden dangers. Of course, it was also possible that they could pass through without any obstructions. Regardless of whether there was danger or not, Lin Feng and the others had to go to the second layer of the broken world. The other passages were most likely similar to this one. Hence, Lin Feng and the others decided to enter from this place. "Everyone, be careful," Empress Xianxia reminded. The others nodded, and then everyone flew down one after another. Demonic qi churned violently in this abyss, and from time to time, sounds that sounded like the cries of evil spirits could be heard. After hearing those sounds, many people's hearts trembled. Why would there be such terrifying sounds? What was in this place? Could there be some terrifying existence? Many people felt uneasy and quickly probed with their divine senses. Then, they wanted to see if there was any terrifying existence hidden in this abyss. If there really were some terrifying existences hidden in this place. If those existences made a move, it was very likely that they would be able to destroy everyone. When that happened, who knew how many people would die? Hence, everyone was extremely cautious. Caution is the parent of safety. This principle could be used as a saying of wisdom at any time. But what was surprising was, they did not sense the presence of any living beings. This made many people extremely surprised. If this place was really hiding some terrifying existence, then what did it mean that no one could find these terrifying existences? This meant that those terrifying existences were most definitely extremely terrifying. Many people couldn't help but become extremely worried. Lin Feng found something special. He realized that the ghost-like cries did not seem to come from some terrifying existence. Instead, it came from a special kind of stone. After Lin Feng saw these special stones, his face suddenly showed a surprised expression. This was because these special stones were branded with the image of a devil. He didn't know if it was an image of a devil imprinted by the great Tao laws. Or was it a naturally formed devil pattern, or perhaps it was formed by some other reason? Lin Feng said, "Don't worry, that sound didn't come from those unclean existences. It came from some special stones." The sound of a special stone? There's such a thing? Many people revealed surprised and doubtful expressions. Lin Feng flew towards the stones that were emitting the sound. Soon, he arrived beside them. The others also flew over and looked at the stones. However, when they saw the stones, they couldn't help but feel dizzy and almost fell to the ground. They quickly averted their gazes, not daring to look at the stones again. Those stones were rather strange. If one did not have a strong enough soul power, they would not be able to withstand them. If one didn't have enough soul power to look at them, one's soul would be severely affected. When the time came, the situation would be extremely bad. Many people no longer dared to look at the stones, but the stronger cultivators could still look at them. What kind of stone is this? Empress Xianxia's face revealed an extremely puzzled expression. She could be considered an experienced and knowledgeable person, but she had never seen this kind of stone before. Lin Feng shook his head. He also didn't know what kind of stone it was. At that moment, the demon lord's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. "This is a devil stone." "A devil stone? What's so special about this stone?" asked Lin Feng. A devil stone is an extremely rare stone. It's said to be a special material formed in the absolute beginning era. It's a material used to forge top-notch soul-type magic treasures. It won't be a problem to forge a sacred-level magic treasure with this material. When he heard the demon lord's words, Lin Feng was shocked. The materials used to forge sacred-level magic treasures were extremely rare. Finding these materials wasn't an easy task. It wasn't an easy task. The materials used to forge sacred-level magic treasures were already sold for sky-high prices. And that was only for ordinary sacred-level magic treasures. The materials used to forge sacred-level magic treasures were even rarer. This was because this material was rarer and more precious than other materials. Lin Feng had already forged the soul-suppressing bell, a soul-type life-bound magic treasure. Therefore, Lin Feng wouldn't use the devil stones to forge new soul-type magic treasures. Although Lin Feng wouldn't use the devil stones to forge new soul-type life-bound magic treasures, the devil stones were still very attractive to Lin Feng. Lin Feng could use them to exchange for things he needed. Furthermore, Lin Feng could give these things to some of the more important people around him. For example, Lin Feng's female friends. Or some of his relatives, subordinates, friends, etc. Then, he could let them forge the soul-type magic treasures they needed. Lin Feng said, "This stone is called a devil stone. It can be used to forge sacred-level soul-type magic treasures. Everyone can go and gather some devil stones. You can forge your own magic treasures or sell them to others." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. They hadn't expected this stone to be so precious. Everyone looked at the devil stones with burning gazes. End of chapter. Even if they knew that these stones were devil stones, not everyone could excavate them. This was because devil stones could affect a cultivator's soul. Only a small number of cultivators whose soul could resist the devil stone's influence could excavate them. As for the other cultivators who couldn't excavate the devil stones, they could only wait anxiously. Lin Feng and the rest began to attempt to excavate the devil stones. At this moment, a sharp ear-piercing sound came out from the devil stones. After hearing this sound, Lin Feng and the rest felt as though their heads were about to split open. This feeling was simply too painful. Even someone as strong as Lin Feng had such a feeling. What about the others? However, many of them endured this pain. Finally, Lin Feng excavated 100 devil stones. The others also excavated varying amounts of devil stones. For example, the cursed doll excavated 70 to 80 devil stones. The broken god excavated 70 to 80 devil stones. Empress Xianxia excavated 50 to 60 devil stones. The three of them excavated more devil stones. As for the others, at most, they excavated 20 devil stones. At least, they excavated 2 to 3 devil stones. The spectating cultivators felt helpless. However, they weren't strong enough and couldn't excavate the devil stones. Although it was a pity, it was better than losing their lives. There were still many devil stones here. However, Lin Feng and the rest didn't continue to excavate the devil stones. This was because the remaining devil stones were embedded even more tightly into the walls. They were almost fused into one. It was more difficult to excavate the devil stones. Moreover, Lin Feng and the rest were satisfied with the amount of devil stones they obtained. There was no need to take the risk to excavate the remaining devil stones. They didn't continue to stay and quickly flew down. The group successfully arrived at the second layer of the broken world. The second layer of the broken world was surrounded by a light brown gas. This gas emitted a gloomy aura. After sensing this gloomy aura, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He felt that this gloomy aura contained an extremely strange power. This strange power, Lin Feng couldn't tell what kind of power it was. The second layer of the broken world was definitely not simple. After they came here, Consort Xianxia took out a sheepskin scroll and unfurled it. What surprised Lin Feng and the others was that there was a red dot on the parchment scroll, and that red dot was their current location. When they move, the red dot was also constantly moving. It also indicated where they were going. Lin Feng couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder when he saw the sheepskin scroll. He couldn't help but sigh at how extraordinary the methods of the cultivators in the world of cultivators were. They could even forge such a sheepskin scroll. With such a scroll in hand, it was easy to find the destination. They quickly flew according to the instructions on the parchment scroll. They flew for 3 days, getting closer and closer to their destination. One day, they were resting in a forest. They saw a group of cultivators flying past quickly. When he saw the group of cultivators, Lin Feng was surprised. These cultivators were actually the 9 Heavens Saint Master and the others. Lin Feng didn't expect to see the 9 Heavens Saint Master and the others here. Apart from them, there was also the Netherworld Blood Spring, a peak expert. As for the other peak experts, such as Xianxia, they weren't with them. The 9 Heavens Saint Master and the Netherworld Blood Spring led more than 100 cultivators and quickly disappeared from Lin Feng and the others' sight. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly and said, "It seems that these people also have a fortuitous encounter." Consort Xianxia said, "It is indeed possible. Of course, it might be different from what we think. Perhaps they don't know about any fortuitous encounters and just want to find some here." Lin Feng nodded. In the evening, Xianxia was still in the room. The roar of a beast came from the depths of this world. A terrifying aura spread out. It shook the heavens and the earth. No one knew what kind of beast was emitting such a terrifying aura. The next day, Lin Feng and the others found more than a dozen corpses in the forest. When they saw the corpses, they quickly rushed towards them. They discovered that the corpses belonged to the 9 Heavens Saint Master and the Netherworld Blood Spring subordinates. The corpses had died in the same way. Their necks had been scratched and there was a bloody wound. The wound had directly pierced through their main arteries. Then, a powerful force entered their bodies through the wound. It instantly destroyed all the vitality in their bodies. Could it be that the ferocious beast from last night killed all of them? Lin Feng nodded. He also felt that it was possible. But what kind of existence was that ferocious beast? It was actually so powerful. This made Lin Feng and the others extremely curious. After all, these cultivators were extremely strong. Moreover, they couldn't forget. There was also the Nine Heavens Saint Master and the Netherworld Blood Spring. In addition, they had more than 100 experts on their side. Not only did they fail to kill the beast, but so many of them were killed by it. This matter sounded a little inconceivable. Empress Xianxia said, "Everyone, pay attention to your surroundings. Don't get ambushed by the beast." Everyone nodded. Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and the broken god were relatively strong, so they were not too worried. Empress Xianxia's subordinates were also quite strong, but compared to Lin Feng and the others, they were still far from being able to deal with such a terrifying beast. In fact, they were still quite worried. Hence, for the rest of the journey, everyone was very careful. Fortunately, they did not encounter that terrifying beast along the way. 5 days later, they arrived at the mountain range. The mountain range was shrouded in a light brown gas. The light brown gas in this place was much denser than in other places. This place was very quiet, and it was a little strange. As soon as the group entered the mountain range, they heard rustling sounds. Many people were on guard. Everyone looked around. But at that moment, a dense pack of poisonous snakes crawled out from the forest in all directions. Each of the snakes was more than 10 meters long. Those venomous snakes were all brown-scaled. The densely packed venomous snakes surrounded the group of people. Each and every poisonous snake was coldly looking at Lin Feng and the others. The poisonous snakes did not pounce on Lin Feng and the others. Instead, they spat out a large amount of light brown gas. The gas quickly rushed towards Lin Feng and the others. "Hurry up and take the antidote," Empress Xianxia said in a low voice. The cultivators all took out their antidote pills. They swallowed the antidote. Lin Feng also had many antidote pills. Lin Feng took out 3 antidote pills and ate one. Then, he gave one each to the cursed child and the god of destruction. The cursed child and the god of destruction also ate one antidote pill each. But after eating the antidote pills, many people were still unable to resist the poison. A few weaker cultivators directly fell to the ground. After they fell to the ground, they lost all ability to resist. When they lost the ability to resist, their bodies instantly turned into thick blood. After seeing this scene, everyone's faces were filled with extreme shock. Wasn't this poison too terrifying? How could it cause such a powerful killing power? Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. The poison that these poisonous snakes spat out was too terrifying. If Duzu was here, Duzu naturally wouldn't have any difficulty dealing with the poison released by these poisonous snakes. As long as Duzu swallowed the poison, it would be fine. But the problem was that Duzu wasn't here. So if they wanted to deal with the poison, they could only rely on their own methods. But no one had a way to deal with the poison. This situation was somewhat troublesome. Many people's faces were filled with despair. Many people were about to go crazy from this situation. This was the equivalent of being alive but waiting for death. This feeling was maddening. Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression, "Use divine abilities or magic treasures to deal with these poisonous snakes." Everyone hurriedly nodded, then circulated their magic power, took out powerful magic treasures, and used all kinds of divine abilities. Many magic treasures and divine abilities flew towards the poisonous snakes. But what surprised them was, when those magic treasures and divine abilities flew halfway, they came into contact with the poisonous gas that the poisonous snakes spat out. Those magic treasures and divine abilities were instantly corroded. The divine abilities dissipated, and many magic treasures were damaged. Some of the more powerful magic treasures became much dimmer and flew back into their master's dantians. The snake poison was very strange. It countered magic treasures. Annihilation divine ability. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a strange poisonous snake. He had never seen such a strange venomous snake before. Wasn't the ability displayed by these poisonous snakes too heaven-defying? What now? Consort Xianxia asked with an ugly expression. At that moment, several more cultivators let out miserable shrieks. Those cultivators. He also died under the attack of the poisonous gas, his body turning into pus and blood. Lin Feng was also a little depressed. He didn't know how to solve the crisis in front of him. Perhaps he could choose to break out of this encirclement. If they could break out of the encirclement, the casualties would be less. If they continued to stay here, everyone would probably die here. Just as Lin Feng was about to break out of the encirclement with everyone. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized. The Devil King insect let out an excited cry. Immediately after, the Demon King bug flew out from the time and space. It was one of the top insect-type creatures in this era. The Devil King insect was naturally extremely terrifying. All these years, his strength increased very quickly. Now, the Devil King insect had reached the peak of the true immortal realm. Its strength was slightly weaker than BB, Little Dragon, Little Black, and the others, but that was only relative. In fact, its current strength was already very terrifying. After all, the Devil King insect was a terrifying creature that could cross several realms to fight against enemies. After the Devil King insect flew out, it began to devour the poison released by the poisonous snakes. All the poison was devoured by the Devil King insect. After devouring the poison, the Devil King insect's aura became stronger and stronger. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. The poison had become the Devil King insect's nourishment. The Devil King insect had many unimaginable methods, but Lin Feng didn't expect that the Devil King insect could devour these terrifying poisons to increase its cultivation. Immediately after, the Devil King insect quickly grew bigger. Originally, the Devil King insect was only the size of a palm. But in the blink of an eye, it became 300 to 400 meters long, like a black dragon entrenched in the void. The Devil King insect opened its bloody mouth and suddenly sucked. A powerful suction force surged out. The densely packed venomous snakes all flew towards the Devil King insect. Many of the venomous snakes wanted to escape, but none of them were able to successfully escape. As the saying goes, all things reinforce and restrain each other. Although these venomous snakes were extremely terrifying, and even posed a great threat to Lin Feng and the others, they were restrained by the Devil King insect. Once they were restrained, they would not be able to display the various terrifying techniques they had mastered. Thus, they were destined to become tragedies. All the venomous snakes were devoured by the Devil King insect. After devouring those venomous snakes, the Devil King insect seemed extremely satisfied. Then, it turned into a ray of light and flew into the space of time once again. "Are we out of danger?" someone asked in disbelief. Many people even thought that they would definitely die in this place. But who would have thought that they would actually be out of danger? "We're out of danger," Lin Feng said with certainty. Everyone couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. However, a few cultivators had died, so the atmosphere was rather solemn. Everyone took the time to rest in the forest. After recovering to normal, the group continued to walk deeper into the mountains. When they arrived at the depths of the mountain range, their faces immediately revealed extremely shocked expressions. Because they saw it. On the mountain peak in the deepest part of the mountain range, there was actually a huge snake that was tens of thousands of meters long coiled around. That huge snake wasn't a living creature, but a huge snake that was carved out of stone. It was very lifelike. It gave off a heavy and terrifying feeling of oppression. Lin Feng heard rustling sounds coming from the surrounding forest from time to time. There were also densely packed venomous snakes entrenched here. These venomous snakes seemed to have realized that Lin Feng and the others weren't to be trifled with, so they didn't attack Lin Feng and the others. How can there be such a huge statue? Many people couldn't help but sigh. They continued to walk deeper into the valley. There was a cave in the depths of the valley. Outside the cave stood a stone statue that was more than 10 meters tall. This stone statue was of a woman with the body of a snake and the head of a human. After seeing this stone statue, Lin Feng's face instantly revealed an extremely shocked expression. A woman with the body of a snake and the head of a human. She looked very much like the legendary goddess Nuwa. That was because goddess Nuwa looked like this. This stone statue. Could it be goddess Nuwa? If it was true, didn't that mean this place had something to do with goddess Nuwa? Could this place be a secret place left behind by goddess Nuwa? End of chapter. To be honest, Lin Feng and goddess Nuwa had some history. Back then, Lin Feng followed the empress to search for the legacy left behind by goddess Nuwa. Lin Feng and the rest found it. The empress should be the only successor of goddess Nuwa. Of course, this was only Lin Feng's guess. Goddess Nuwa might have other successors in the world that Lin Feng didn't know. Ever since the Empress went to search for the ancestral land left behind by Goddess Nuwa, Lin Feng hadn't been able to see her. In fact, Lin Feng missed the Empress. They hadn't seen each other for more than 100 years. To many people, 100 years might be the blink of an eye. However, to Lin Feng, 100 years seemed so long. In fact, Lin Feng was worried about the Empress. He wondered how the Empress was doing. This place. He actually saw a secret place left behind by Goddess Nuwa. Of course, he was filled with emotions. It would be great if the Empress was here. Let's go in and take a look, Goddess Xianxia said. Lin Feng nodded. Then, the group entered the cave. The cave was very long. It was very dark inside. It emitted a cold and rotten aura. Originally, Lin Feng and the rest were worried that there would be danger inside. Therefore, they were very careful along the way. However, they were able to enter the depths of the mountain unimpeded. There were 18 stone statues in the huge mountain. Among these stone statues, there were demon statues. There were demon statues, human statues, and so on. Every stone statue was very lifelike. After seeing these 18 stone statues, Lin Feng and the rest were extremely shocked. This was because they felt that these stone statues were very extraordinary. In addition to these 18 stone statues, there were also 4 stone rooms in the mountain. At this moment, the stone doors of the 4 stone rooms were tightly shut. There were no restrictions on the stone doors. Lin Feng and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not set up any restrictions. If some powerful restrictions were set up, it would take a long time to break them. Lin Feng and the others first arrived in front of the 18 stone statues. Lin Feng tried to sense the aura of the 18 stone statues. Soon, Lin Feng's face revealed a moved expression. This was because Lin Feng discovered that the 18 stone statues actually contained a powerful life force. Could it be that these 18 stone statues weren't just stone statues in the normal sense? Could it be a creature from the Stone Clan? If it was a creature from the Stone Clan, then it would be too shocking. This was because Lin Feng knew how powerful the Stone Clan was. At this moment, Goddess Xianxia said, "These stone statues have extremely powerful life force. Could they really be members of the Stone Skin?" Lin Feng forced a smile as he replied, "That's hard to say." Empress Xianxia said, "These statues are too strange. Let's not touch them. Otherwise, who knows what will happen." Lin Feng nodded. He agreed with Empress Xianxia's words. This was because these stone statues did indeed look somewhat strange. They still had to be careful. If they were not careful, who knew if something strange would happen? If something sinister happened, it would be very dangerous. When the time came, who knew how many people would die here? Lin Feng and the others planned to explore the stone rooms and see what exactly was inside. There were a total of 4 stone rooms. They opened the first stone room. Then, they entered the first stone room. They discovered that the first stone room was actually an alchemy room. Apart from the earthfire furnace, there was also a cauldron in the room. There were also a few chefs in the room. There were all sorts of jars, bottles, and the like placed on top of them. These jars, bottles, and the like all had seals on them. Lin Feng and the others quickly walked over. Then, they broke the seals on some of the jars and bottles. Lin Feng and the others discovered that these jars and bottles did indeed contain elixirs. And these elixirs were not destroyed by the power of time. This made many people extremely happy. They opened the jars and bottles one by one and examined the elixirs inside. These elixirs were of extremely high grade. Naturally, their effects were also extremely shocking. Among these elixirs, there was an extremely precious elixir. This elixir was called the Immortal Elixir. The Immortal Elixir was an extremely rare elixir. The recipe for this elixir had been lost for a long time. This elixir could help cultivators of the Saint Realm break through to the next realm. Of course, this kind of breakthrough was limited to the 9th heaven of the Saint Realm. The probability of breaking through to the lower levels of the Saint Realm would be higher. The probability of breaking through to the higher levels of the Saint Realm would be lower. For example, breaking through from the Saint Realm to the small Saint Realm would have a success rate of almost 100%. If one broke through from the small saint realm to the great saint realm, the probability would be about 80 to 90%. If one broke through to the higher levels, the probability would continue to decrease. Even so, the value of this elixir was absolutely unimaginable. This was because it was too difficult to break through to the saint realm. Even if it could only increase the success rate by 1%, it was a great help to cultivators. The quantity of this elixir was relatively small. There were only 7 of them in total. This elixir would only be effective the first time it was taken. The second time it was taken, there would be no effect. Lin Feng needed this elixir to break through. The cursed doll was a special life form. Although the elixir's effect was extremely good, it would not be of much use to the cursed doll. Therefore, the cursed doll did not intend to take this elixir. The shattered deity also needed such an elixir. Therefore, Lin Feng and the shattered deity each took 1 immortal elixir. The remaining 5 immortal elixirs were taken by Goddess Xianxia. As for how Goddess Xianxia would distribute the 5 precious immortal elixirs, that was not something that Lin Feng and the others had to consider. The rest of the elixirs were dazzling and varied. Lin Feng took some top-grade healing elixirs. As for the other elixirs, he did not take them. Those elixirs were not very attractive to him. Then, they opened the second stone room. After opening the second stone room, Lin Feng and the others found that this stone room was a resting room. There was a stone bed, a stone table, a stone stool, and other items inside. After searching carefully, they did not find anything particularly precious. Therefore, they left the second stone room and came to the third stone room. They opened the third stone room. Lin Feng and the others entered the third stone room and found that there was a pool in the third stone room. This pool was filled with an almost transparent liquid. Lin Feng sensed the liquid and realized that it was very ordinary. There was no energy in it at all. Apparently, the others had also noticed this. What's going on? Lin Feng and the others were puzzled. This place was very likely the cave abode where Mother Nuwa had once cultivated. The things left behind here should be extremely extraordinary, right? Why didn't this liquid have any energy? It looked like clear water. Lin Feng stood beside the pool and observed the liquid. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized that the liquid in the pool seemed to have turned into a mirror. There were many ripples in it. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng was shocked. After that, Lin Feng saw a world filled with white mist. In that misty world, there was a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. Who knew where that mountain was? It was snowing heavily at the peak of that mountain. It was like a world of ice and snow. A woman in white appeared in Lin Feng's line of sight. When Lin Feng saw the woman in white clothes, he was extremely excited. Because that woman in white was actually the Empress. Before Lin Feng entered the cave, he couldn't help but think of the Empress. He didn't expect it. At this moment, he actually saw the Empress's situation from this pool. Could this place be the ancestral land of Nuwa? The Empress sat at the peak of the mountain. When the snow fell, it didn't land on the Empress's body. The snow automatically parted. The Empress held her chin. No one knew what she was thinking about. That peerlessly beautiful face. She was devastatingly beautiful. Seeing that the Empress was fine, Lin Feng finally felt relieved. Although he didn't know the exact location of the Empress. It was fine as long as she was safe. At this moment, the image blurred. Soon, all the images disappeared. The liquid in this pool is very ordinary. Could it be that the energy in the liquid has been depleted? At this moment, Goddess Xianxia was puzzled. She did not discover some of the secrets hidden in the pool. The rest of the people did not discover the secrets hidden in the pool. It seemed that only Lin Feng had discovered the secret hidden in the pool. Lin Feng didn't know what was going on either. However, Lin Feng guessed that perhaps it was because he had some sort of relationship with Lady Nuwa. Was that why he discovered the peculiarity of the pool? Lin Feng replied, I'll take this pool for research. The others nodded. Lin Feng put away the pool. This was because Lin Feng felt that since he had just seen some of the Empress's condition from the pond, he might be able to see the Empress's condition again in the future. He could even find some clues about the Empress's whereabouts from the pond. If he could really find these clues, he could then look for the Empress. After Lin Feng placed the pool in the time-space, he left the third stone room with the others. They opened the fourth stone chamber. Then, he entered the fourth stone room. They discovered that a mural had appeared in the fourth stone room. It was actually a mural of Lady Nuwa kneading clay to create humans. When they saw the mural, Lin Feng and the others were extremely shocked. It was a mythical story of Lady Nuwa kneading clay to create humans. Naturally, everyone had heard of it. What did it mean that a mural of Lady Nuwa kneading clay to create humans had appeared in this place? Lin Feng felt the aura of the great Tao from this mural. He said, "It seems that this mural is not simple. It should contain some inheritance of the great Tao. Everyone can try to comprehend it and see if you can gain anything." Hearing this, many people were overjoyed and quickly found a place to sit cross-legged. They were trying to comprehend the mural of Lady Nuwa kneading clay to create humans. It was not an easy task to enter this special state of enlightenment. However, as time passed, Lin Feng finally had a slight reaction with the mural of Lady Nuwa kneading clay to create humans. Lin Feng was the first cultivator to have a reaction with the mural of Lady Nuwa kneading clay to create humans. The others gradually entered this special state of enlightenment. Lin Feng felt as if he had returned to the absolute beginning era. He looked into the distance and saw a woman sitting on the banks of the Wei River. She was kneading clay to create humans. It was that woman. She was Lady Nuwa. One living being after another was being created by Lady Nuwa. Were the myths and legends true? Lin Feng had a thoughtful expression on his face. At that moment, the black fog in the distance churned. The black fog emanated an extremely terrifying aura. Lady Nuwa stood up and looked at the black fog with a grave expression. "Nuwa, quickly leave with us." At that moment, a cold voice rang out from the black fog. Nuwa asked, "Who are you people?" "You don't need to know who we are. All you need to know is that you must leave with us today." The voice in the black fog continued. Nuwa asked, "Why should I leave with you? What's with all this nonsense? Since you don't know what's good for you, we'll suppress you." As soon as the voice finished speaking, the cultivators in the black fog began to attack Nuwa. Nuwa and the cultivators in the black fog engaged in a fierce battle. Both sides were locked in battle, and in the end, Nuwa was injured and fled. When he saw this, Lin Feng's face was instantly filled with shock. Who were the cultivators in the black fog? Were they cultivators who had transcended epochs? Or were they cultivators from the mastermind's world? Or were they beings from another world? Because these were only some of the scenes that Lin Feng had comprehended, Lin Feng couldn't sense the specific auras of the cultivators in the black fog. He also couldn't determine who they were. After Lady Nuwa fled, the cultivators in the black fog quickly chased after her. They had pursued Mother Nuwa all this time, but in the end, she had been rescued by a human sacred emperor. The sage emperor of the human race was none other than Nuwa. He was one of the three sovereigns, Sage Emperor Fuxi. Lady Nuwa was recuperating at Sage Emperor Fuxi's place. After she recovered, she and Sage Emperor Fuxi discussed a few things. What they discussed had to do with the cultivators in the black fog. Sage Emperor Fuxi said, "It seems like the people from Kunlun have come." Lady Nuwa nodded, and a grave expression appeared on her face. She sighed and said, "It really could be the people from that side. In the end, they still managed to find us." After listening to their conversation, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. The cultivators in the black fog who attacked Lady Nuwa were actually from the Kunlun universe. Why would the people of the Kunlun universe come to the Nine States universe to deal with Lady Nuwa? Lin Feng couldn't figure it out. End of chapter 1. This was because Goddess Nuwa was a creature of the Nine Continents universe. Goddess Nuwa had never been to the Kunlun universe, so there should be no relationship between her and the Kunlun universe. Since there was no relationship, then there was no need for the cultivators of the Kunlun universe to deal with Goddess Nuwa, right? But what was the actual situation? The Kunlun universe actually sent so many powerful cultivators to deal with Goddess Nuwa. This matter was indeed puzzling. What was the origin of those people from the Kunlun universe? Why did they deal with Goddess Nuwa? All of this was like a mystery. Lin Feng was puzzled. Lin Feng originally wanted to find out some information from the conversation between Goddess Nuwa and Saint Emperor Fuxi, but the scene in front of him changed. Both Holy Emperor Fuxi and Mother Nuwa had vanished without a trace. As a result, Lin Feng shouldn't be able to find out the specific reason. At this moment, Lin Feng saw a huge stone statue appear in front of him. It was the stone statue of goddess Nuwa. The stone statue sat cross-legged in the void, as if it had merged with heaven and earth. After seeing the stone statue, Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. The stone statue contained countless auras of the great Tao. Lin Feng hurriedly tried to communicate with the stone statue. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to establish a connection with the stone statue. Lin Feng tried to comprehend some important things. For example, the inheritance of some divine abilities and so on. Soon, Lin Feng's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Because Lin Feng had really comprehended something shocking. Lin Feng was comprehending the legendary goddess Nuwa immortal scripture. It was rumored that goddess Nuwa had passed down 3 immortal scriptures, and the goddess Nuwa immortal realm was only one of the 3. The goddess Nuwa immortal scripture was definitely an extremely heaven-defying immortal scripture. For Lin Feng, it naturally had endless benefits. After Lin Feng studied the Nuwa immortal sutra, everything in front of him disappeared. Lin Feng found that he had returned to the real world. The others were still in seclusion, so Lin Feng didn't disturb them. Lin Feng went outside. He looked at the stone statues again. The more Lin Feng looked at the stone statues, the more he felt that they were not simple. Then, Lin Feng continued to try to communicate with the stone statues. However, he didn't sense any special connection with the stone statue. Right at this moment, Lin Feng discovered something. He discovered that the pool was emitting waves of intense fluctuations. Lin Feng's spiritual will quickly entered the time and space. Then, he sensed the changes in the pool. Lin Feng discovered that many images appeared in the pool again. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised by the scene that appeared this time. This was because the scene that appeared this time was of the Empress walking out of that mysterious place. The Empress came to the outside world. Lin Feng saw it. It was a place with a chain of mountains. There were a total of 108 mountains. On each mountain peak, there was a giant snake. Those giant snakes were all carved out of stone. They were tens of thousands of meters long. Those giant snakes were exactly the same as the giant snake that was coiling around the mountain peak they were currently on. This was an extremely important characteristic. Because a place like this, it was actually relatively easy to find out. After all, such a symbol would definitely attract the attention of countless people. When the time came, Lin Feng could also go and find out more specific information. If he could find out, he would be able to find the Empress. Lin Feng felt that this mountain range was very likely to appear in 3 places. The first place was the immortal world. The second place was the chaos Xianxia world. The third place was the wasteland world. Lin Feng didn't include the underworld in the scope of his suspicions. Lin Feng felt that this place shouldn't be the underworld. The reason why he determined that this place was not the underworld. It was because Lin Feng found that this place was emitting a strong immortal qi. It was very similar to the heaven realm, the chaos Xianxia world, or the wasteland world. And the underworld was shrouded in a strong death energy. Therefore, it was easy to determine that this place was definitely not the underworld. Since it wasn't the underworld, the scope of his investigation was greatly reduced. When Lin Feng went to the heaven realm, the chaos Xianxia world, or the wasteland world, he could go and find out more specific information. At this time, all the images in the pool disappeared again. After those images disappeared, Lin Feng retracted his divine sense. Lin Feng's face was full of joy. He finally found some clues to the Empress's location. And he also obtained so many opportunities. This trip was really worth it. Lin Feng began to wait for the others to come out. In the next few days, the other cultivators woke up from their seclusion one after another. Lin Feng didn't ask those cultivators what they comprehended. Those cultivators also didn't talk about what kind of inheritance they obtained. After all, everyone had their own opportunities. There was no need to be curious about what other people's opportunities were like. After everyone came out, Lin Feng and the others didn't continue to stay in this place. They rushed outside. But just as they came out of the cave, a huge claw descended from the sky. It directly slapped towards Lin Feng and the others. the claw emitted a terrifying aura. That kind of aura was suffocating. Many people even had a feeling of insignificance. The existence that attacked was definitely an extremely terrifying creature. Quickly dodge. Feng said in a deep voice. Everyone quickly dodged the attack of the huge claw. Most people dodged the attack of the huge claw. But 4 or 5 cultivators couldn't and were directly pressed to the ground by the huge claw. Then, the claw grabbed the cultivators and stuffed them into its mouth. The cultivators were swallowed up in an instant. At this moment, Lin Feng and the others finally saw what kind of creature it was. This creature looked like an incomparably huge tiger. This tiger's entire body was snow white. It was about 300 to 400 meters tall and about 400 to 500 meters long. Its pair of cold eyes coldly looked at Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng quickly realized that something was wrong. This huge, snow-white beast looked like a white tiger. However, if he observed carefully, he could see some differences. This wasn't a tiger. It should be a demon cat. This discovery made Lin Feng feel a sense of disbelief. Lin Feng had seen all kinds of ferocious beasts over the years. But this was the first time he saw such a huge cat creature. End of chapter. Is that a cat? I think it's a cat. How can there be such a big cat? It's a demon cat, right? Many people began to talk about it. What a powerful demonic cat. The deterrence it brought to everyone was still extremely great. After seeing this demonic cat, many people's expressions became extremely solemn. Facing such a terrifying existence, naturally, they didn't dare to be careless. They all summoned their powerful magic treasures. At that moment, the demon cat looked at everyone with disdain. Then, rays of blood-red light shot out from the demon cat's eyes. The streaks of blood-red light contained a destructive aura. When the rays of blood-red light swept over, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He wielded Panga's axe. He swung it at the rays of blood-red light that were shooting towards him. Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Lin Feng's Panga's axe collided with the blood-red light. Lin Feng felt an earth-shattering force enter his body through Panga's axe. Lin Feng was sent flying by the terrifying force. Fortunately, Lin Feng was relatively strong. Although he was sent flying by the terrifying force, he wasn't injured. However, the others weren't in a good situation. Many cultivators were sent flying by the terrifying force. Because of this, they suffered serious injuries. Some people even vomited blood. Their faces were extremely pale. This demonic cat was way too terrifying. Lin Fan had no idea what level this demonic cat was at. Split up. Goddess Xianxia shouted. No one dared to hesitate. They hurriedly ran in all directions. Because there were more people, if they split up, the ones targeted by the demon cat might be unlucky, but the others would be able to escape. Sacrificing one or a few people to save the others. They had no choice but to do so. Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and the god of destruction gathered together. They moved quickly through the forest. But soon, their expressions turned extremely ugly. That was because they realized that the demonic cat was chasing after them. When they saw the demon cat, Lin Feng and the others became depressed. They increased their speed, but they still couldn't shake the demon cat off their tail. Lin Feng originally thought that the demon cat's target was him. After all, his bloodline was too powerful. He would easily become the target of these terrifying existences. But this time, Lin Feng was wrong. The demon cat wasn't chasing after Lin Feng. It was chasing after the cursed doll. The demon cat locked onto the cursed doll. Streaks of blood-red light beams shot out from its eyes and blasted toward the cursed doll. This made the cursed doll extremely depressed. The cursed doll dodged the demon cat's attacks in an extremely pathetic manner. However, it was extremely difficult to completely dodge the demon cat's attack. It was also extremely unrealistic. The cursed doll. F***ck, why are they targeting me? The cursed doll wailed. Previously, there were so many of them together. Yet, the demonic cat had set its sights on him. This made the cursed doll so depressed that it was about to vomit blood. The demonic cat's speed was extremely fast. It quickly charged towards the cursed doll, wanting to kill it. Lin Feng held the pangu axe and flew towards the demon cat. He couldn't let the demon cat kill the cursed doll. The broken god also flew towards the demon cat. The god of destruction summoned the blood-red palace. The blood-red palace descended from the sky. It went straight for the demon cat. Lin Feng held the pangu axe and slashed at the demon cat. The axe contained the power to split the sky and earth. It was unimaginably terrifying. The cursed doll hurriedly used the curse technique to disturb the demon cat. Facing the attacks of Lin Feng and the others, a terrifying blood-red energy surged out of the demon cat's body. That terrifying energy. Lin Feng and the others were sent flying. Lin Feng felt his blood boil. Fortunately, his physical body was stronger. If it wasn't, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the terrifying energy coming from the demon cat's body. He really didn't know how this demonic cat had managed to cultivate. The demon cat ignored Lin Feng and the broken god. It charged towards the cursed doll again. Then, the demon cat appeared in front of the cursed doll in an instant. It slapped at the cursed doll. The cursed doll wanted to dodge the demon cat's attack, but it couldn't. The cursed doll was sent flying by the demon cat. Then, the demon cat opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow the cursed doll. It was unknown why it wanted to eat the cursed doll so badly. Lin Feng was puzzled. After all, the cursed doll was a very special kind of creature. It didn't have any origin energy in its body. Therefore, the cursed doll wasn't attractive to most creatures. To other creatures, the cursed doll wasn't a supplement at all. Even if they swallowed the cursed doll, they wouldn't be able to increase their cultivation. If that was the case, why would they want to swallow the cursed doll? Wasn't that unnecessary? However, this demonic cat was simply too bizarre. Lin Feng didn't know its purpose. But since it wanted to swallow the cursed doll, it must have its own reasons. Perhaps, could the cursed doll really bring it great benefits, but what kind of benefits could the cursed doll bring it? Lin Feng didn't know. Seeing that the cursed doll was about to be swallowed by the demon cat, Lin Feng's face turned extremely ugly. The cursed doll was Lin Feng's best friend. How could Lin Feng watch the cursed doll be swallowed by the demon cat? Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit. He charged over quickly. However, it was too late for Lin Feng to stop the demon cat. The demon cat opened its bloody mouth. It suddenly closed. It swallowed the cursed doll in one gulp. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes were about to burst. "I'll kill you!" Lin Feng shouted angrily. He quickly charged in front of the demon cat. The powerful magic power in his body flowed into the pangu axe. Then, he swung the axe at the demon cat. The demon cat raised its claws and slapped at Lin Feng. Its huge claws collided with the pangu axe in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng was sent flying by the demon cat's claw. At this time, the broken god had already arrived in front of the demon cat. The broken god's ability to seize opportunities was still very strong. The broken god's body directly turned into a ray of broken divine light. The broken divine light fiercely bombarded the demon cat's body. Then, the broken divine light blasted the demon cat away. The demon cat was too strong, so it was not injured. Not only was the demon cat not injured, but it also sent the broken divine light that the broken god had transformed into flying with a claw. The broken god was beaten back to its original form, and its body crashed into a 3,000-meter-tall mountain peak. And when the demon cat sent the broken god flying, Lin Feng quickly rushed in front of the demon cat. Then, his body fiercely crashed into the demon cat's abdomen. How terrifying was Lin Feng's strength! After his strength was fully unleashed, the impact force was simply unimaginable. So, when Lin Feng's terrifying strength collided with the demon cat's abdomen, the demon cat suffered an extremely huge impact. After suffering such a terrifying impact, the demon cat was also unable to withstand it. It was sent flying by Lin Feng's terrifying impact. And it let out a painful scream. It opened its bloody mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng's collision just now was too powerful. Of course, the demon cat's injury was related to Lin Feng's collision with its abdomen. After all, the abdomen was soft and its defense was too weak. It would be strange if it wasn't injured after receiving such a heavy blow. After the demon cat spat out blood, the cursed doll quickly flew out. Its body was still stained with a lot of mucus, which was most likely the demon cat's digestive fluid. Damn it! It's so disgusting! The cursed doll cried out gloomily. At this time, the demon cat had completely gone crazy. After the demon cat went crazy, endless runes surged out from its body. After those runes surged out, the demon cat's strength began to increase greatly. After feeling the terrifying aura emitted from the demon cat's body, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. This demon cat was already terrifying, but now its strength had increased explosively. How could Lin Feng and the other two dare to stay any longer? They quickly rushed forward. Lin Feng and the other two pushed their speed to the limit. The demonic cat was in hot pursuit. After flying for dozens of miles, he saw a woman standing on the mountain peak in front of him. It was a woman in snow-white clothes. She didn't look very old, but she was extremely beautiful. When they saw the woman, Lin Feng and the others wanted to warn her. He wanted her to run away quickly. After all, the demonic cat was simply too terrifying. How could that woman possibly be a match for the demonic cat? They didn't want to see such a beautiful woman die in the hands of the demonic cat. But when Lin Feng and the others were about to speak, they realized that something was wrong. Because the woman quickly flew towards them and blocked their way. She was holding a ruler in her hand. That ruler looked like a Star River ruler. She gently swiped the ruler in the air, and a galaxy world appeared in front of Lin Feng and the other two. How difficult was it to cross the Milky Way world? So Lin Feng and the others were blocked by the galaxy world. At that moment, the demonic cat devil had already caught up to them. It took one step at a time in the void, its cold eyes filled with mockery. Damn, this woman is with the demonic cat. The cursed doll's face turned green. Lin Feng and the broken god couldn't help but smile bitterly. The woman said, "I'm different from Little White. Little White might like to kill people, but I don't. That cursed doll can't leave because Little White wants to eat it. As for the other two, you can leave now. If you leave now, I won't make things difficult for you, and Little White won't make things difficult for you either. If you don't leave now, Little White will eat you as well." The woman's voice was very clear and pleasant. She was very young, and her life chi was probably only 300 or 400 years old. She obviously had a very deep relationship with the demonic cat. However, Lin Feng wasn't particularly clear about their relationship. Although he wasn't particularly clear, Lin Feng could more or less guess. Because she called the demonic cat Little White. This demonic cat was so terrifying. Logically speaking, even if this woman was with the demonic cat, she shouldn't have called it Little White. But she still used this name. So Lin Feng felt that this demonic cat was very likely this woman's pet. After thinking about this, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal an expression of extreme disbelief. This demonic cat was so terrifying and so powerful. How could it be someone else's pet, but everything that happened in front of him? It seemed that this demonic cat was really this woman's pet. If this was really the case, then this woman's identity was absolutely unimaginable. But this woman asked Lin Feng to leave the cursed doll and leave. Lin Feng would never do such a thing. This wasn't Lin Feng's style. Lin Feng looked at the woman and asked, "Who are you?" The woman said, "You can guess who I am." After hearing this, Lin Feng was extremely speechless. If he could guess who she was, then it would be strange. Lin Feng asked, "Why is this demonic cat so obsessed with devouring the cursed doll?" That's because the demonic cat clan is a little special. If they devour some special cursed creatures, they can greatly increase their cultivation. That's why they want to devour the cursed doll beside you. After hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. The cursed doll was so depressed that it wanted to vomit blood. The woman looked at Lin Feng and continued, "Actually, if it weren't for the fact that there are too many curses in your body, I wouldn't have let you leave. However, there are too many curses in your body. If Little White devours you, then some of the curses might be applied to it. So, I decided to let you live. I hope you can cherish this opportunity." Lin Feng's face immediately revealed a cold smile. This woman was too full of herself. Lin Feng admitted that this demonic cat was extremely terrifying. This woman also had some extraordinary methods. However, Lin Feng felt that if he used all of his methods, in addition to the cursed doll and the broken god's cooperation, it wasn't necessarily impossible to resolve this dangerous situation. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng waved his hand and summoned the Book of the Dead. End of chapter. When the Book of the Dead was summoned by Lin Feng, the 56 saint level undead inside the Book of the Dead flew out. After the 56 saint level undead flew out, Lin Feng and the others' strength increased greatly. Your treasure is quite powerful. There are actually 56 saint level undead inside. When the woman saw the 56 saint level undead, she immediately revealed a surprised expression. 56 saint level undead were not to be underestimated. Naturally, they were a force to be reckoned with. If you know how powerful it is, you should obediently leave. Lin Feng sneered. The woman smiled and said, even though he's quite strong, he's still nothing. As soon as she finished speaking, the demon cat once again attacked Lin Feng and the others. Beams of crimson light shot out of the demon cat's eyes. The power of those blood-red light rays was extremely terrifying. Facing the demon cat's attack, Lin Feng and the others did not dare to be careless. They joined forces to deal with the demon cat. All kinds of magical powers were condensed. They used this to block the demon cat's terrifying attack. However, what made Lin Feng and the others' hearts sink was that the demon cat's attack was too terrifying. It dissolved the joint attack of Lin Feng and the others. However, the only good news was that although the demon cat dissolved the joint attack of Lin Feng and the others, it would be difficult for the demon cat to affect Lin Feng and the others too much. At this time, the woman took out a scepter. She held the scepter in her hand. She began to chant an unknown and mysterious incantation. When the woman finished chanting the incantation, Lin Feng saw streaks of terrifying attacks flew out from the scepter. The attacks were dazzling and shrouded in holy light. The power was extremely terrifying. This made the expressions of Lin Feng and the others change abruptly. This woman's strength was also extremely terrifying. This woman only had a lifespan of 300 to 400 years, but she was already so terrifying. They did not know who this woman was. This was too terrifying. Now, Lin Feng, the cursed doll, the broken god, and 56 saint-level spirits were working together, and they were able to fight the cat to a draw. Therefore, it was very difficult for them to use powerful techniques to deal with the woman's attacks. This situation was extremely bad for Lin Feng and the others. Right at this moment, the demon lord suddenly flew out. The demon lord waved his hand. Then, a huge wall condensed and formed, blocking the middle. The woman's attack collided with the wall and was immediately blocked by the wall. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the others heaved a sigh of relief. What a powerful technique. You can cultivate both human and demon at the same time. It seems like you're a special life form formed by the remnant soul of a powerful cultivator. When the woman saw the demon lord, she couldn't help but reveal a surprised look. One had to admit that this woman was truly terrifying. She actually saw through the demon lord's situation with a single glance. Therefore, one could imagine how heaven-defying this woman was. Holy scepter, you're from the wasteland. The demon lord squinted his eyes and looked at the woman. Hearing this, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. Wasteland. This woman. She was actually from the wasteland. Lin Feng had some understanding of the wasteland. He knew how terrifying the wasteland was. No wonder this woman was so heaven-defying. Since she came from the wasteland, everything could be explained. A cultivator from the wasteland having such a heaven-defying cultivation didn't seem so inconceivable. You're quite knowledgeable, the woman said. The holy scepter should be a scepter passed down by the divine ruler. As one of the ancient rulers of the wasteland, the divine ruler's strength is definitely one of the strongest among the rulers. Yet, you have the holy scepter. Who are you to the divine ruler? The demon lord asked. Hearing this, Lin Feng's spirit couldn't help but shake. Divine ruler, Lin Feng had never heard of it. He didn't know either. However, the rulers of the wasteland were definitely incomparably terrifying existences. This was because the rulers of the wasteland were usually existences that had transcended many eras. Such existences were very likely to be experts that surpassed realms. Moreover, they weren't ordinary transcendents. The divine ruler is my father, the woman said. Pfft, Lin Feng suddenly burst out laughing. The woman's gaze suddenly froze. She coldly looked at Lin Feng and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Lin Feng said, "I'm not laughing. I'm just a little shocked." The woman coldly said, "You're laughing. Don't lie to me." Lin Feng said, "All right, I'm laughing. I think that your father, the divine ruler, is very awesome." "Of course, my father is naturally supreme," the woman said. Lin Feng said, "I'm not talking about his strength. I'm talking about the other aspect." "The other aspect? What aspect?" The woman's face immediately revealed a puzzled expression. Lin Feng said, "Your father, the divine ruler, is a very ancient expert, right?" "Of course." The woman nodded. Lin Feng continued, "As for you, you're only 300 or 400 years old this year. I have to say, your father is really strong despite his age." Pfft. The demon lord, the cursed doll, and the god of destruction all burst out laughing. Lin Feng's words were really asking for a beating. It was enough to anger people to death. However, Lin Feng was indeed very bold. If he dared to ridicule the ruler of the wasteland, how many people would dare to do such a thing? "You dare to ridicule my father? You're courting death." The woman angrily looked at Lin Feng. Then, she continued to chant the incantation. Her scepter unleashed an even more terrifying attack. The demon lord frowned. He continued to increase the power of the defensive wall to block the woman's attack. Lin Feng knew that he had to think of a way to suppress the demonic cat's attack. Only then would he be able to help the demon lord deal with the woman. This woman was the daughter of the ruler of the wasteland, an extremely terrifying figure. The demon lord would have a hard time dealing with her alone. It was a race against time. Lin Feng thought of a way. Although the demonic cat was powerful, it was still a demonic cat. What were the characteristics of a demonic cat? A demonic cat's body was usually stronger. In addition, their races inherited innate divine abilities and bloodlines were more powerful. Demonic cats had two weaknesses. First, their comprehension ability was far inferior to humans. Second, their soul strength was far inferior to humans. Demonic cats' souls were more difficult to cultivate, so their soul strength increased more slowly. Perhaps this was the fundamental reason why demonic cats' comprehension ability was inferior to humans. Attack the demonic cat's weakness and win 100 battles. This was a very important principle in a battle between cultivators. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that if he wanted to deal with this powerful demonic cat, he had to attack its soul. He had to attack it from its weakness. In other words, attacking the demonic cat's soul was his only hope of suppressing it. Lin Feng had a powerful soul attack magic treasure like the soul-suppressing bell. This was the most suitable magic treasure to deal with the demon cat. Lin Feng quickly took out the soul-suppressing bell. Dang 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 dang, then. The soul-suppressing bell shook violently. When the soul-suppressing bell began to shake, a series of strange sounds came out. This sound contained an extremely terrifying soul attack. Generally, soul attacks were very difficult to neutralize. Among the many soul attacks, the sound wave attack was the most difficult to neutralize. Although other soul attacks were powerful. Through various powerful methods, it might be possible to neutralize them. However, the sound wave attack was an all-pervasive attack. There was no specific energy. The attack formed was also a sound attack. Therefore, when a cultivator faced a sound wave attack, they could only choose to resist it. The soul-suppressing bell was indeed a powerful treasure. When the soul-suppressing bell's attack was released, the demon cat immediately let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. The demon cat's strength was very terrifying. Ordinary soul attacks had no effect on it. However, the attack released by the soul-suppressing bell was too terrifying. The impact on the demon cat was too great. Therefore, the demon cat felt a splitting headache. What a terrifying soul attack. The woman's expression changed slightly. Then, her expression became ugly. Lin Feng knew the demon cat's weakness. She also knew the demon cat's weakness. In essence, the demon cat was almost perfect. And to be honest, the demon cat's soul was not as weak as imagined. The demon cat knew that as a demon, its soul was weak. Therefore, it had been cultivating its soul all these years. The improvement of its soul was also extremely great. In the past, when it fought with some experts, those experts also used soul attacks to deal with the demon cat's soul. But they were all neutralized by the demon cat. This time was different. Lin Feng's soul-suppressing bell was too strange and too powerful. Seeing the demon cat cry out, Lin Feng's spirit suddenly rose. It was as he had predicted. The demon cat was indeed greatly affected by the soul-suppressing bell's attack. Of course. The demon cat was very strong. Although it was affected by the soul-suppressing bell. However, defeating the demonic cat in a short period of time was not an easy task. However, this gave Lin Feng hope of defeating the demon cat. Before this, he hadn't seen any hope of defeating the demon cat. Lin Feng continued to use the Requiem bell to attack the demon cat. The attacks released by the Requiem bell grew stronger and stronger. The damage demon cat was receiving was also increasing. With the addition of the cursed doll, the shattered god, and the 56 saint-level undead, demon cat was completely suppressed. Kid, I underestimated you earlier. I never thought that there would be someone as powerful as you in this low-level world. What is your name? The woman looked coldly at Lin Feng. What? Did she want to marry him? I see that your figure and face are not bad, so I can reluctantly accept you as a concubine. Lin Feng said indifferently. Lin Feng's words infuriated the woman badly. She was the daughter of the wasteland ruler. What a noble and extraordinary status. Lin Feng was actually so presumptuous towards her and even flirted with her. She's grown so big. No one has ever dared to tease or flirt with her like this. Because of this, the woman hated Lin Feng to the core. However, if she wanted to kill Lin Feng and the others today, it wouldn't be easy. Although she still had some powerful trump cards that she hadn't used yet, she knew that even if she used them, she would have to pay a heavy price to kill Lin Feng and the others. That wasn't something she wanted to see. Little White, come back. The woman shouted at the demon cat. When the demon cat heard her, it ignored Lin Feng and the others and flew towards the woman. In midair, the demon cat turned into a snow-white kitten that was more than 10 centimeters long. We can't continue fighting them. The demon lord transmitted to Lin Feng. Then, the demon lord quickly returned to the demonic orb. Lin Feng agreed. This woman was the daughter of the wasteland ruler. How could she not have powerful trump cards? He couldn't push her too far. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good. Lin Feng was very clear about that. Nobody would benefit from that. The demon cat that had turned into a mini cat stood on the woman's shoulder, glaring at Lin Feng. Obviously, it was still holding a grudge against him. Lin Feng sent the 56 undead into the Book of the Dead. Then, he put away the Requiem bell and the Book of the Dead. Although you're a little despicable, you're still quite capable. Today, we've gotten to know each other through fighting. How about we become friends? The woman looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't say anything else to provoke the woman. Being friends with her was naturally a good thing. My name is Lin Feng. What's your name? I'm Xianxia. The woman said. Nice name, and you're even prettier. Not bad, not bad. Lin Feng smiled. Xianxia couldn't help but blush. Lin Feng was praising her, and she was overwhelmed by his favor. It was really strange. This is the cursed doll, and this is the broken god. They're both my friends. Lin Feng introduced the cursed doll and the broken god. Xianxia introduced the demon cat and said, "This is Little White. You've gotten to know each other through fighting." Meow. The demon cat meowed. Right now, the demonic cat looked harmless, but that was only on the surface. This demonic cat was truly terrifying. What species is this demon cat? Why is it so powerful? Lin Feng asked. Xianxia replied, Little White's race is from the previous era. It's naturally extraordinary. Lin Feng was astonished. This demon cat had a great background. Asked Lin Feng. Why did you come here? What kind of opportunity did you come for? Xianxia said, that's right. When I was traveling in space, I heard that this place had the legendary holy water of the underworld. I came here to look for it. Holy water of the underworld? I've only heard of the underworld river, but this is the first time I've heard of holy water of the underworld. What is holy water of the underworld? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Xianxia said, the underworld river is a river that flows in the infernal realm. This river flows through the past, present, and future. It's rumored that the underworld river produces a type of holy water called holy water of the underworld. It can also appear in the past, present, and future. It can cleanse a cultivator's divine abilities and immortal scriptures. Any divine ability or immortal scripture can be cleansed by the holy water of the underworld. Once cleansed by the holy water of the underworld, one can immediately break through. Could it be that the holy water of the underworld was collected by some expert? That expert died, so the holy water of the underworld ended up here? Lin Feng asked. Xianxia shook her head, that's not the case. It's said that this place is rather special, and it has formed a special connection with the underworld river. This special connection seems to be able to condense the holy water of the underworld over a long period of time. Oh? There's such a thing? Lin Feng was stupefied. That sounded incredible, but in this world, there were many things that sounded incredible, but they were actually real. After all, nothing was absolutely impossible in the world of cultivators. In Lin Feng's eyes, nothing could surprise him. Lin Feng said, looks like you haven't found the place yet. Xianxia nodded, it's hard to find. Do you have any clues? Lin Feng asked. Xianxia replied, there's only one limerick. Let's hear it. Lin Feng said. Xianxia recited, without roots, like duckweed, the moon falls from the sky, the stars fall from the immortal stream, a tear before the sky, the water of the underworld river, seems to have come from the 9 heavens, looking for the way, Meng post soup, only to sigh that it is not fated in 3 lifetimes. Does this count as a poem? Lin Feng was speechless. Xianxia said, whether it counts or not, these are the clues. Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his chin. He was very interested in the holy water of the underworld. Its effects were too heaven-defying. If he could obtain it, it would be very useful for his divine abilities and immortal scriptures. Such an item would definitely drive people crazy. Now that Lin Feng had the chance to obtain it, he naturally had to fight for it. Lin Feng said, maybe we can work together to find the holy water of the underworld. Of course, no problem. Xianxia said. They did not stay here for long, instead flying towards the depths of the underworld. They had to find a place to recover their cultivation first. They found a valley to rest. 2 hours later, everything was back to normal. Lin Feng carefully read the so-called limerick. He always felt that the limerick could not even be considered a limerick. Of course, this was not the main point. More importantly, what kind of secret was hidden in that limerick? The literal meaning was quite easy to understand. However, it was far from enough to understand the literal meaning. Xianxia woke up. He looked at Lin Feng and asked, have you found any clues? No, I'm just looking around. Lin Feng said. After that, they searched for the whereabouts of the underworld holy water in the broken world. But there were basically no clues. Sometimes, Lin Feng would ask Xianxia about the wasteland world. However, Xianxia did not tell Lin Feng. She was unwilling to talk about many things in the wasteland world. This made Lin Feng feel very regretful. This was because Lin Feng wanted to learn more about the wasteland from Xianxia. After all, it was a place that many people yearned for. Soon, they went to the 3rd layer. After searching for a while, they did not find many clues. Then, they went to the 4th layer. When they arrived at the 4th layer, they encountered a heavily injured foreign creature. When the alien saw Lin Feng and the others, he turned and fled. The god of destruction chased after him, suppressing that foreign creature. Lin Feng had some impression of this alien. He had seen him before. He was one of the more than 20 aliens. He could not be considered the strongest alien, but his strength was not bad. How had he been injured? Where were his companions? Lin Feng was very puzzled. It was a good opportunity to ask him. Answer my questions honestly. Otherwise, you'll die. Lin Feng said coldly. The alien did not want to die, so he hurriedly nodded. How did you get injured? Lin Feng asked. The alien said, I was injured by the Nine Heavens Saint Master and the Netherworld Blood Spring. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but show a trace of surprise. However, Lin Feng and the others had indeed seen the Nine Heavens Saint Master and the Netherworld Blood Spring before. He just did not know what those guys wanted to do. Lin Feng asked, Why did you fight? It's like this. We accidentally learned that those guys were looking for the underworld holy water, so we followed them. We wanted to be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Who would have thought that those guys would be so vigilant and actually discovered our tracks? Then, they secretly used some sinister methods to scheme against us. We were plotted against and suffered heavy casualties. In the end, only 5 or 6 of us managed to escape, but they chased us all the way. I was the only one who managed to escape. The others who managed to escape with me were also killed by the enemy. After hearing about the Netherworld Blood Spring, Lin Feng, Xianxia, the cursed doll, the broken god, and the demonic cat's eyes lit up. They had been searching for a while, but they had not found any clues. Now, an alien that they had accidentally captured had actually brought them such shocking news. It was truly a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it by chance. Lin Feng was in an extremely good mood. Do you know where they went? Lin Feng asked. I don't know exactly where they went. I only know that they went in that direction. As this foreign creature spoke, it even pointed in a certain direction. Now that they knew the general direction, it was much easier to find them. The alien begged, I've already told you everything I know. Please spare my life. Just as he finished speaking, the demonic cat dashed over and swallowed this foreign being whole. Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that the demonic cat had been watching the alien all this time. It was waiting for him to finish speaking before eating him in one bite. What a greedy cat. Let's go and take a look now. I hope we're not too late. Lin Feng said. Okay. Xianxia nodded. They quickly flew in the direction that the foreign creature pointed out, their speed extremely fast. On the 3rd day, they saw a place in the distance where the energy of death lingered. This place was extremely eerie and terrifying. It made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. However, after seeing this place, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. With such a dense energy of death, this place was not simple. Perhaps, was this really the place where the Netherworld holy water was? Lin Feng and the others carefully walked into the depths. Screech! A sharp and ear-piercing cry was heard. A very terrifying Yin spirit quickly pounced towards Lin Feng and the others. This was a Yin spirit of the true immortal level. Facing this attack, the god of destruction quickly rushed out. Then, it sent the Yin spirit flying. Yin spirits were strange creatures that were full of evil. Therefore, it was not an easy task to kill a Yin spirit. Although the Yin spirit was no match for the god of destruction, it managed to escape in the end. After seeing the escaping Yin spirit, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. This place. Would there be an even more powerful evil ghost in there, for example? Evil ghosts of the Sage Realm or even beyond, the Book of the Dead hadn't taken in new evil ghosts for a while. Therefore, Lin Feng also wanted to add some new members to the Book of the Dead. But it wasn't easy to meet an undead creature that fit the target. All these years, he hadn't found one. If there were some powerful undead creatures in this place, that would be great. Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it, hope. Everything was going well. They continued to walk deeper into the forest. Along the way, Lin Feng and the others saw many powerful undead creatures, such as evil corpses, Yin spirits, ghosts, and so on. All kinds of undead creatures were wandering around, but those undead creatures seemed to know that Lin Feng and the others were not to be trifled with, so they didn't attack Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng had been sensing the aura of those undead creatures. Lin Feng was originally looking forward to meeting some particularly powerful undead creatures. But unfortunately, The top existence among those undead creatures was only at the true immortal level. Although the true immortal level undead creatures were already very powerful, they were not qualified to be taken into the Book of the Dead by Lin Feng. Only undead creatures of the Sage Realm and above were qualified to be taken into the Book of the Dead by Lin Feng. Lin Feng and the others came to the depths of this area. In front of them was a mountain range. In the mountain range, black gas lingered. Lin Feng and the others entered the mountain range. The moment they entered the mountain range, many formations and restrictions were activated. This place originally had extremely terrifying formations and restrictions, but those formations and restrictions were removed by experts. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, the experts hidden in the dark activated those formations and restrictions again, and then used those formations and restrictions to deal with Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng didn't need to think to know that the Nine Heavens Sacred Master, Nether Blood Spring, and the others must be secretly controlling the formations and restrictions here to attack them. The deployment spells there were terrifying, but they didn't pose much of a threat to Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng's deployment spells were too profound. Lin Feng waved his hand, and everybody came out of the deployment spell. Xianxia's beautiful face was filled with shock. Such a powerful array formation. Lin Feng broke through it just like that. Wasn't this too unbelievable, during this period of time? As her interaction with Lin Feng deepened, Xianxia realized that she couldn't see through Lin Feng anymore. Xianxia was of noble birth. She was talented. She was young, but her strength was shocking. She was too outstanding. Therefore, she was proud. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter her eyes. However, Lin Feng gave her a special feeling. It was as though a top student had seen an even more impressive top student appear. This kind of feeling was extremely complicated. Xianxia wanted to say that he wasn't a cultivator from a low-level world, right? How could a cultivator from a low-level world be so heaven-defying? However, Xianxia knew that Lin Feng was really a cultivator from a low-level world. No wonder her father said not to underestimate the people of the world. She really couldn't underestimate the people of the world. This was because there was always someone better than him. Cultivators from a high-level world. They had all sorts of innate advantages. However, they might not be much stronger than cultivators from a low-level world. When Lin Feng and the others rushed out, they landed in the valley. The surroundings were quiet. It was so quiet that it was a little strange. Xianxia's thoughts were also retracted. "Come out," Lin Feng said in a low voice. He knew that the other party must be hiding in the surrounding forest. However, they didn't appear. Lin Feng tried to use his divine will to sense. However, Lin Feng realized. He used his divine will to sense. He didn't find anything. Strange, it was really strange. Where were they? Where were they hiding? Meow. At this moment, the demon cat suddenly let out a cry. Then, the demon cat waved its claws and rays of claw light condensed. Following that, the rays of claw light quickly flew towards the ground. Pooh. 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 A tearing sound was heard. Amidst the tearing sound, there were also the screams of cultivators. Then, fresh blood came out from the ground. It's the earth concealment technique of Xianxia. Everyone, quickly fly into the air, Lin Feng said in a low voice. The rest of the people didn't dare to hesitate and quickly flew into the air. The other party was too good at hiding. If not for the demon cat's powerful senses, it wouldn't have been easy to discover the other party. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, 50 to 60 cultivators flew out from the ground. These cultivators were none other than the Nine Heavens Saint Master, Nether Blood Spring, and the others. Obviously, some of them were proficient in the art of Xianxia. That was why they hid underground silently. Just now, they wanted to use a sneak attack to catch Lin Feng and the others off guard. However, they didn't expect the demon cat's senses to be so powerful. The demon cat sensed that something was wrong. Hence, it launched an attack in advance. It had ruined their plan. The other party must have lost many experts. Nine Heavens Saint Master, Nether Blood Spring, you are all famous experts in the starry sky world. How dare you use the earth concealment technique of Xianxia to ambush us? Aren't you a little too shameless? At your level, shouldn't you at least be a little more shameless? Lin Feng mocked. Lin Feng. If we were dealing with a small fry like you, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. However, the woman beside you and that cat are too powerful. We naturally want to kill them with the least amount of effort. The Nine Heavens Saint Master sneered. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The Nine Heavens Saint Master and the others were quite powerful. They could sense that Xianxia and the demon cat weren't easy to deal with. One was the daughter of the wasteland overlord. The other was a demon born from a race that transcended epochs. Naturally, they were terrifying. They needed to be careful. A bunch of mobs. Xianxia sneered and looked at the Nine Heavens Saint Master and the others with disdain. They were furious, a group of people. They were completely enraged. They admitted that Xianxia was indeed powerful. However, they were not weak either. On the contrary, they were very powerful. Especially the Nine Heavens Sacred Master and the Netherworld Blood Spring. They were definitely giants. They were top-notch experts in the quasi-transcendence realm. Who dared to look down on them, who dared to humiliate them, but now, they were being humiliated. Anger was burning. Killing intent was boiling. One by one, the cultivators. Now, there was only one thought. That was, kill these people. Especially that woman. She was pretty good-looking. They could not just kill her directly later. Some people had evil thoughts in their minds. Therefore, their gazes towards Xianxia turned evil. Attack. The Nine Heavens Sacred Master waved his hand. Kill, shouted a group of cultivators coldly. They quickly surrounded Lin Feng and the others and tried to kill them. I'll leave the two most powerful guys to you and the demonic cat. Lin Feng said. Xianxia rolled her eyes and said, isn't this the time to show off your masculinity? I'm a weak woman. Lin Feng was speechless. She must have felt good when she was acting cool just now. After acting cool, she wanted to wash her hands of this matter. Her bragging was as fierce as a tiger. It was obvious that she was a noob. Lin Feng was happy to have some free time. Nine Heavens Sacred Master, I'll leave the Netherworld Blood Spring to you. Lin Feng said, my cultivation is limited. You and the demonic cat can do it. Then, Lin Feng flew towards Xianyuancheng. Previously, he had a verbal conflict with Xianyuancheng. It was a good opportunity to kill this guy. You. Yi Futian was speechless. Seeing Lin Feng run away, Xianxia rolled her eyes and fought with the Nine Heavens Sacred Master. The demonic cat fought with the Netherworld Blood Spring. The other party had the advantage in numbers. Therefore, every top-notch expert would have some powerful helpers by their side. For example, during the battle between the Nine Heavens Sacred Master and Xianxia, there were more than 10 cultivators helping him deal with Xianxia. When Lin Feng rushed towards Xianyuancheng also rushed towards Lin Feng. He sneered and said, Kid, are you in such a hurry to die? I couldn't kill you earlier because of True Lord Tianxiang, but now that True Lord Tianxiang isn't here, who can save you? I have to say, you're so young, but you're so strong. You really are a heaven-defying figure. But so what? No matter how heaven-defying you are, you're still too young. It's not a loss for you to die at my hands today. When the time comes, I'll devour your fate and take your treasures, wealth, immortal scriptures, divine abilities, and so on. Xianyuancheng slapped his palm toward Lin Feng. A giant energy handprint condensed in the void, and the energy handprint descended from the sky. It blasted towards Lin Feng. Xianyuancheng's lips curled into a sinister smile. Ants. How could he fight with him? The difference was too great. They were not on the same level at all. But in the next moment, Xianyuancheng's face suddenly stiffened. Because Lin Feng broke the energy handprint with one punch. Then he quickly came to his side. Take my punch. Lin Feng had a demonic expression on his face. In the next moment, Lin Feng's punch landed on Xianyuancheng's chest. Crack, crack, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Xianyuancheng's chest. It caved in. Barf, Xianyuancheng vomited blood, his face was as pale as paper. Lin Feng's attack had caused too much damage to him. Shan Yuancheng wanted to escape, but Lin Feng did not give him a chance. Lin Feng grabbed Shan Yuancheng with his left hand. His right hand struck towards Shan Yuancheng's chest again. Bang! Lin Feng's second punch landed on Shan Yuancheng's chest. Shan Yuancheng's chest continued to cave in. Shan Yuancheng felt that death was approaching. He never thought that one day, he would die in the hands of a young cultivator. Moreover. And he died in the hands of a young cultivator that he looked down on. Quickly go and save Lord Xianyuan. Someone exclaimed, and then a large group of cultivators quickly rushed over. There were more than a dozen of them. They were powerful. In fact, not long ago, Lin Feng was even their ally. But now, the two sides had completely fallen out. The world of cultivators was like this. Many times. The so-called alliance was not worth mentioning at all. They could become enemies at any time and place. Seeing those cultivators coming over, Lin Feng's face revealed a cold smile. He flicked his finger. A ray of sword chi flew out. That ray of sword chi. In the void. It quickly disintegrated into streaks of sword chi. Then those sword chi slashed towards the dozen cultivators. The sword chi was too fast. It was so fast that it was overwhelming. So, facing the attack of Lin Feng's sword chi, the group of cultivators did not even have time to react before they were killed. Shan Yuancheng's face revealed a trace of hope. He seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. But now, his hope was gone. If there is an afterlife, remember, don't provoke me. Lin Feng sneered and slapped Shan Yuancheng's head. Shan Yuancheng's head was directly smashed into his chest by Lin Feng's palm. At this moment, Xianxia was still able to handle the siege of the Nine Heavens Sacred Master and more than a dozen experts. The demon cat's strength was terrifying. Although it was surrounded, it still killed many people. The demon cat's strength should be the strongest among all of them. Coupled with its racial ability, it was indeed terrifying. Cursed Doll and Broken God were besieged by many experts, but the two of them seemed to be able to handle it with ease. Experts were constantly being killed by them. After Lin Feng killed Shan Yuancheng, he joined the battle. Together with Broken God and Cursed Doll, they quickly killed dozens of experts. Now, Nine Heavens Sacred Master and Nether Blood Spring only had about 20 people left. Seeing this scene, Nine Heavens Sacred Master and Nether Blood Spring's expression became extremely ugly. Lin Feng quickly killed Nine Heavens Sacred Master, Cursed Doll, and Broken God, while Nether Blood Spring attacked. Clearly, Nine Heavens Sacred Master and Nether Blood Spring had not expected this situation at all. What surprised them the most was that Lin Feng, Cursed Doll, and Broken God's strength was far beyond their imagination. If they could quickly deal with Lin Feng's group, the others would be able to quickly reinforce them. At that time, it would not be impossible to deal with Xianxia and the demon cat. However, Lin Feng's group had killed so many experts that it had completely disrupted Nine Heavens Sacred Master and Nether Blood Spring's plan. Lin Feng. We were allies before. For the sake of true Lord Tianxiang, can you not interfere in today's matter? Nine Heavens Sacred Master said loudly. He actually mentioned true Lord Tianxiang. End of chapter. Lin Feng was speechless. Wasn't this guy too shameless? How could he remember that they were once allies? Why didn't he think of it earlier? Lin Feng felt that he was already shameless, but compared to the Nine Heavens Sacred Master and the others, he was still too weak. Even if Tianxiang is here, he won't be able to save you today. Lin Feng sneered. These people wanted to take his life. How could Lin Feng be polite to them? Just kill them. He teamed up with Xianxia to deal with the Nine Heavens Sacred Master and the others. Lin Feng took out the Hui Bao and Sunshot Divine Arrows. These were extremely powerful magic treasures, especially when the Hui Bao and the Sunshot Divine Arrows were used together. It was like killing gods and slaying Buddhas. They were extremely powerful. It was shocking. Xianxia was in charge of suppressing them. Lin Feng was in charge of attacking. Lin Feng had already obtained 2 Sunshot Divine Arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, the 2 Sunshot Divine Arrows flew out one after the other. The 2 Sunslaying Divine Arrows locked onto 2 experts. The two experts were greatly suppressed and couldn't escape from Xianxia's suppression. The main reason was that Xianxia's scepter was too powerful. Besides the scepter itself, there was something else that was extremely terrifying. Xianxia's father was worried that she would encounter danger outside. Hence, her father had imprinted a large number of runes on the scepter. Those runes contained the terrifying power of the divine ruler. When those runes were fully unleashed, they could unleash 10% of the divine ruler's battle strength. The divine ruler was an expert who had transcended several eras. 10% of his battle strength was enough to fight against some cultivators who had just entered the transcending realm. One could imagine how powerful Xianxia's father was. Of course, Xianxia wouldn't use such a powerful force so easily. Because, mobilizing such a powerful force was an extremely difficult task for Xianxia. It might even cause great harm to her body. Unless it was absolutely necessary, unless it was a matter of life and death. Xianxia naturally wouldn't use such a terrifying force. Hence, even if Xianxia used the power of the runes, most of the time, only a portion of the rune's power would be mobilized. The scepter's power, the rune's power, and Xianxia's own strength. The battle prowess that erupted was already terrifying enough. This was also the reason why Xianxia could suppress a group of people by herself. The two cultivators targeted by the sun-slaying divine arrows saw the sun-slaying divine arrows shooting towards them. However, they had no time to hide. They wanted to use their magic treasures to block the attack of the sun-slaying divine arrows. But the key point was, now. They couldn't even do that. The feeling of waiting for death was unbearable. It almost drove them crazy. Puff, puff, two piercing sounds were heard. The sun-slaying divine arrow pierced through the heads of the two cultivators. The two cultivators were killed on the spot. The sun-shooting divine arrow flew back into Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng continued to shoot. That was it. A group of cultivators was killed by Lin Feng one after another. Only the strongest Nine Heavens Saint Master was left. Whoosh, whoosh, two shooting sun divine arrows shot towards the Nine Heavens Sacred Master. Danger, 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 the Nine Heavens Sacred Master felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He was indeed powerful, even though he was suppressed by Xianxia's Holy Light Scepter. However, after breaking through the Holy Light Scepter's attack, the battle sword in his hand quickly swept towards the two shooting sun divine arrows. Clang, clang, accompanied by two clanging sounds of collisions. The two shooting sun divine arrows were sent flying. It's a pity that there are only two shooting sun divine arrows. If there were more, he would definitely die. Lin Feng thought to himself. After sending Lin Feng's shooting sun divine arrows flying, the Nine Heavens Sacred Master wanted to escape. The Nine Heavens Sacred Master was very powerful. If he wanted to escape, he might really be able to escape. Lin Feng quickly released his 5 times domineering magnetic field. The domineering magnetic field instantly enveloped the Nine Heavens Sacred Master who was trying to escape. The Nine Heavens Sacred Master's speed dropped drastically. His combat strength dropped by 30%. At this moment, Xianxia started to activate the runes on the Holy Light Scepter. Previously, she had only used 10% of the rune's power. But now, she had used 30% of the rune's power. Using 30% of the rune's power consumed a lot of Xianxia's energy. Therefore, Xianxia's face turned pale. However, the Holy Light Scepter's power was released. Balls of light formed one after another and flew towards the Nine Heavens Sacred Master. The Nine Heavens Sacred Master's face turned dark. He had no choice but to block the balls of light. Lin Feng put away his sun-shooting godly arrows and Hou Yi's bow. Then, Lin Feng took out the epic war spear. Lin Feng held the epic war spear and charged towards the Nine Heavens Sacred Master. When he charged towards the Nine Heavens Sacred Master, Lin Feng used the epic spear art. When he used the epic spear art, Lin Feng's combat strength instantly soared. The epic war spear was equivalent to an ancient weapon. Moreover, it was an ultimate treasure passed down by the sovereign emperor race. Lin Feng could release the power of the epic war spear. When used together with the epic spear art, the combat strength he could release was unimaginable. It was unimaginably strong. Lin Feng instantly arrived in front of the Nine Heavens Sacred Master. Just as the Nine Heavens Sacred Master blocked Xianxia's attack, Lin Feng had already arrived. Die! The Nine Heavens Sacred Master shouted coldly and slashed at Lin Feng with his sword. Although he attacked hastily. However. So what if he attacked hastily? In the Nine Heavens Sacred Master's opinion, even if he attacked hastily, he would have no problem killing Lin Feng. Dreams were beautiful. However, reality was cruel. When Lin Feng's epic war spear clashed with the Nine Heavens Sacred Master's sword, the Nine Heavens Sacred Master's sword was instantly sent flying. The Nine Heavens Sacred Master's hand was split open. If the Nine Heavens Sacred Master could release all his combat strength, he would have no problem fighting Lin Feng. He could even suppress Lin Feng. However, the Nine Heavens Sacred Master's combat strength had been reduced by 30% by Lin Feng's domineering aura. Moreover, he attacked hastily. How could he be a match for Lin Feng? After sending the Nine Heavens Sacred Master's sword flying, Lin Feng arrived in front of the Nine Heavens Sacred Master. The Nine Heavens Sacred Master could not dodge Lin Feng's attack. My life is over. The Nine Heavens Sacred Master cried out in fear. Pooh! In the next moment, Lin Feng's epic war spear pierced through the Nine Heavens Sacred Master's chest. Lin Feng's right hand shook violently. The Nine Heavens Sacred Master's body exploded, leaving behind a ball of source energy. Lin Feng kept the Nine Heavens Sacred Master's source energy and storage ring. On the other side, an unwilling roar could be heard. Lin Feng looked over and saw the demon cat, cursed doll, and broken god working together to kill the group of experts. The nether blood fountain let out an unwilling roar before it was swallowed by the demon cat. We can't stay here for long. Let's go inside and see if there's any holy water of the underworld. Lin Feng said. Okay. Xianxia nodded. Then, they quickly walked inside. Soon, they arrived at the deepest part of the mountain. When they arrived, they felt an extremely special energy coming from the deepest part of the mountain. However, the deepest part of the mountain was extremely dangerous. The main reason was that this place was covered with extremely terrifying seals. If they were careless, they could die under the seals' attack. Even with Lin Feng's skills, he couldn't help but frown when he felt the power of the seals. You guys wait here. I'll go inside and take a look. Lin Feng said. Xianxia originally wanted to follow Lin Feng to take a look, but after thinking about it, she gave up on the idea. This place was too dangerous. Xianxia could naturally sense it. Therefore, Xianxia didn't want to take the risk in such a place. Lin Feng's skills were extraordinary. Naturally, there wouldn't be any problem for him to enter. Then be careful. Xianxia reminded him. This unruly and arrogant girl actually cared about others. Did the sun rise from the west? Lin Feng looked around. There was no sun. There must be something wrong with his brain, right? Don't worry, nothing will happen. Lin Feng said. He carefully walked towards the deepest part of the mountain. With Lin Feng's own skills and formations and the help of the stone scripture, even though this place was extremely dangerous, Lin Feng still managed to smoothly reach the deepest part of the mountain. Perhaps only he had the ability to enter. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be easy to enter. Dying 8 to 10 times was a very normal thing. Lin Feng saw a groove in the deepest part of the mountain. Above the groove was a stalactite. That stalactite was special. It gave Lin Feng a very strange feeling. Every once in a while, a drop of liquid would drip from the stalactite. Then, it would drip into the groove. However, the speed was so slow that it made one's hair stand on end. Fortunately, there was already a lot of liquid in the groove. It was a dark yellow liquid that emitted a cold and gloomy aura. After seeing the liquid, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. That kind of liquid. This was not simple. Could that liquid be the holy water of the underworld? Demon Lord, look at that liquid. Is that underworld holy water? Asked Lin Feng telepathically. That's right. That liquid is the holy water of the underworld. The Demon Lord said. Hearing this, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. It really was the holy water of the underworld. He found the holy water of the underworld. The Demon Lord appeared and swept away a portion of the underworld holy water. The remaining holy water of the underworld was collected by Lin Feng. Then, he quickly left the place. Seeing Lin Feng come out, Xianxia hurriedly asked, "Did you find the underworld holy water?" "I found it, but unfortunately, there aren't enough of them," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. Then, he took out 5 porcelain bottles. "There are 5 bottles in total. Let's take one each," Lin Feng said. Xianxia frowned slightly. She had a feeling that Lin Feng had embezzled a lot of the holy water of the underworld. However, she had no evidence. Xianxia took away 2 bottles of the holy water of the underworld from her and the demon cat. Lin Feng took 1 bottle. As for the remaining 2, he gave one to the cursed doll and the other to the broken god. After getting the items, the 5 of them headed outside. Just as they arrived outside the mountain range, suddenly, a black shadow appeared. It was too fast. It was so fast that Lin Feng couldn't react in time. When the black shadow flew over, a cold light flashed and grabbed Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the corpses he saw earlier. Wounds appeared on the necks of more than 10 cultivators. Killed in 1 hit. The killer was unknown. Could it be this terrifying existence in front of him? Lin Feng was a bit depressed. Why was it targeting him? Could it be because it sensed the holy water of the underworld on him? He did have a lot of holy water of the underworld on him. Facing the black shadow's attack, there was no way to dodge at all. Because the black shadow was too fast, there was no time to dodge. So at this moment, Lin Feng's situation was extremely dangerous. However, at this critical juncture, the situation was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. Swish. With a flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. That cold light swept through the air. Then, the black figure disappeared. It should be hiding in the void, but its methods were powerful. So it was hard to find. The others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They couldn't see clearly what that black shadow was. Its speed was too fast. They asked themselves. If the black shadow attacked them just now, they wouldn't be able to block the black shadow's attack. Lin Feng felt that his blood was flowing 10 times faster. Danger. 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 It was really too dangerous. What to do, what to do, what to do? Lin Feng was very anxious. The black shadow was too scary. He didn't know what the hell it was. He had already used the heaven patching technique. Within 3 days, he couldn't use it again. Now that he was targeted by the black shadow, it was really a matter of despair. At this critical moment, Lin Feng quickly took out a teleportation jade talisman. Then Lin Feng crushed the jade talisman. Swish. Lin Feng disappeared. "Let's go quickly," the cursed doll whispered. Lin Feng lured that terrifying existence away. The cursed doll and the broken deity were naturally not interested in staying with Xianxia. Xianxia was too dangerous. And that demonic cat, they were all dangerous creatures. They had to leave quickly. Otherwise, who knew if they would turn their backs on him? Seeing the cursed doll and the broken deity leave, Xianxia didn't stop them. Lin Feng used more than 10 teleportation jade talismans in a row. However, he still felt that the terrifying existence was secretly watching him. He had used a teleportation jade talisman and instantly teleported 150 kilometers away, but he still couldn't shake off that terrifying existence. It seemed that this terrifying existence was extremely proficient in using the Tao of space. Or else, how could he not be able to shake it off? Lin Feng finally left this broken world and arrived in the starry sky. However, when Lin Feng arrived in the starry sky, that terrifying existence was still chasing after Lin Feng. Although it didn't show itself, Lin Feng still knew that it hadn't given up on chasing him. This was what he sensed with his sudden inspiration ability. Lin Feng knew that this couldn't go on. Sooner or later, he would be caught. "Demon Lord, why don't we join forces and fight this terrifying existence?" asked Lin Feng telepathically. The Demon Lord replied, "Try your best to escape." Hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. Clearly, the Demon Lord's meaning was clear. They should try their best to escape. If they really couldn't escape, then, they would join forces to deal with that unknown existence. It seemed that the demon lord was very afraid of that unknown existence and was even pessimistic about it. Was it really that powerful? Lin Feng flew quickly in the starry sky world. However, the feeling of being targeted was still there. It was like a terrifying killer hiding in the dark, ready to give a fatal blow at any time. Therefore, one should never underestimate that existence in the dark. Otherwise, one would die without a burial place. Lin Feng really could not get rid of that guy. By the way, can I use the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan? Lin Feng could not help but think of a way. The ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan Huan had a concealment grand array. Once the powerful concealment grand array was activated, it would be very shocking. It could conceal itself from the world and avoid the detection of many creatures. Although, sometimes, the concealment grand array would be discovered by some experts. However, the unknown existence chasing him might not be able to discover it. He could give this method a try. After thinking of this, Lin Feng brought out the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan Huan. Then, he boarded the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan Huan. After Lin Feng boarded the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan Huan, Lin Feng immediately activated the concealment restriction on the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan Huan. The ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan Huan turned invisible. Then, the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan Huan began to jump through the void. It instantly left through the void. Lin Feng realized that dangerous aura had disappeared. It did not follow. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Of course, there was also another possibility. That guy was too good at hiding. Was that why he did not discover it? Therefore, he could not be careless. The ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan Huan's speed was getting faster and faster. 6 hours later. Lin Feng still could not sense the aura of that terrifying existence. Lin Feng's face finally lit up with joy. It really did not catch up. Because if that guy had caught up, it should have already tried to break the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan Huan's defensive restriction. However, that guy did not do so. Lin Feng lay on the deck. Then, he pondered about what kind of existence that existence was. It must have an extremely terrifying origin, right? Since he couldn't figure it out, Lin Feng decided to stop thinking about it. The concealment grand array played a huge role today. Lin Feng could not help rejoicing a little. These powerful array formations might not be able to display their effects sometimes. But sometimes, it could play an astonishing role. As long as it could be used to save lives. Therefore, there were many times when it was necessary to obtain as many powerful items as possible. It was better to be prepared. I wonder how the cursed doll and the shattered god are doing? Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. In fact, he wasn't particularly worried about the cursed doll and the shattered god. After all, he had already lured that terrifying existence away. Naturally, the cursed doll and the broken god would be fine. Lin Feng did not even consider the possibility that Xianxia, demonic cat, and the cursed doll would deal with the shattered god. This was because Lin Feng felt that he had a better understanding of Xianxia's character. If Xianxia really wanted to deal with someone, she should be dealing with him instead of the cursed doll and the shattered god. Now that he had left, it was even more impossible for her to deal with the cursed doll and the shattered god. The ancient starship Xianyuan was still flying rapidly in the void world in a concealed state. Lin Feng began to refine the underworld holy water. He had left behind more underworld holy water because Lin Feng had cultivated too many divine abilities. There were 3,000 great Daos, some top-tier divine abilities, and various immortal sutras. Naturally, he had consumed more underworld holy water. After Lin Feng refined the energy of the underworld holy water, Lin Feng immediately discovered that the divine ability grand array formed by the divine abilities he had cultivated seemed to show signs of metamorphosis. And this was just the beginning. In the next month or so, Lin Feng's cultivation made great progress. For example, other than the great fate art, all of the 3,000 great Daos had broken through to the great perfection realm. The immortal sutras were more complicated. Some had reached the great perfection realm, some were at the great perfection realm, and some were at the great perfection realm. There were also some top-tier divine abilities. For example, the 6 paths of reincarnation. They had broken through to the great perfection realm. There was still a gap to break through to the great perfection realm. However, thousands of divine abilities and immortal sutras had broken through to the Great Perfection Realm in one go. The remaining ones were either the Great Perfection Realm or the Great Perfection Realm. This was a huge improvement. This was an unimaginable improvement. Lin Feng was naturally overjoyed. In addition, the breakthrough of divine abilities and immortal sutras had allowed Lin Feng to have a deeper understanding of the Tao. And the most important thing was, Lin Feng's realm had also improved by a lot. Lin Feng was already at the peak of the fourth firmament of the Saint Realm. The seclusion ended. Lin Feng's realm had soared greatly. Fifth firmament. Sixth firmament. Seventh firmament. Eighth firmament. Ninth firmament. 10th firmament. Surprisingly, Lin Feng's cultivation level had increased by 6 layers. Lin Feng was dumbstruck by such an increase in cultivation level. Because this improvement was really too amazing. This breakthrough, it was mainly due to various divine abilities and immortal sutras reaching the Great Perfection Realm. It was caused by Lin Feng's deeper understanding of the Tao. And this improvement, it was too important for Lin Feng. The next step was to break through to the small saint realm. Because Lin Feng had an immortal sage pill here. With this pill, Lin Feng breaking through to the small saint realm was actually not a difficult thing. Everything was going to happen naturally. Although that was the case, there was still one thing that had to be noted. That was, although Lin Feng was already at the 10th firmament of the saint realm. Compared to the breakthrough, it was too fast. His foundation had not been stabilized, so Lin Feng could not be anxious. He needed to wait until his foundation was completely stabilized before he broke through. When the time came, only then would he be able to successfully complete the breakthrough. If his foundation was not stable, he would break through. This was not a good thing. It was very likely to cause great harm to his body. The ancient starship Xianyuan flew quickly in the direction of the Dragon Realm. Lin Feng was consolidating his cultivation in the time and space. A month had passed in the outside world. A year had passed in the time and space. During this year, Lin Feng had consolidated his cultivation. Then Lin Feng swallowed the immortal sage pill. The effect of the immortal sage pill did not disappoint Lin Feng. After refining the immortal sage pill, Lin Feng's realm directly broke through to the saint realm. Then the thunder tribulation came. The thunder tribulation of a small realm was naturally not much of a threat to Lin Feng. Lin Feng successfully passed the thunder tribulation that came when he broke through to the saint realm. Another month passed. Lin Feng returned to the Dragon Realm. He did not return to the ancient Dragon City. Instead, he returned to the Black Dragon City. When Lin Feng returned, he learned that Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint had returned to the Black Dragon City 5 days ago. End of this chapter. Something cropped up at home today, I'll update 3 chapters. Too tired. 2 chapters, I'll make up for it tomorrow. 7 chapters of the archaic dragonesque elephant art will be updated tomorrow. 3 chapters for the archaic dragonesque elephant art today, I'll make up for it tomorrow. Currently in progress, please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. End of chapter 5847. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.